Today on this special Worlds edition of PTL, we'll be breaking down the group stages, weighing in on the competition in a brand new this or that, plus a Hepta edition of the Penta. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Worlds. Primetime League starts right now. They're leaving on a jet plane. Cloud9 are your third seeds for NA at World.
Albus no Mundial 2016!
Hello and welcome to Primetime League. I'm Irving DeBisman III. I'm joined by these three musketeers, Trevor Quickshot Henry, Effia Shockster Porter, and David Freak Turley, as we break down the world's groups here in beautiful sunny San Francisco. We're going to blow people away with some stats before we lose ourselves here in front of the water. So we're going to start with Group A, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. First, I got to ask, how's everybody been? How's everybody doing?
Fantastic. I mean, this view is pretty thick, so excited.
I just want to get your opinion before I pick your brains here even more.
Oh, a bit personal.
We're going to start off with Group A. I know we all know what's in it, but we're going to reveal the Rocks Tigers coming out from the LCK G2 of the European LCS, CLG of the North American LCS making it through, and Albus Nox Luna of the Commonwealth of Independent States making it through of the International Wildcard Tournament. I have to ask you, even though this looks like a group where you're looking to achieve second with Rocks Tigers here, who do you think is going to make it out? Or how do you think they're going to do, Shocks?
Well, first up, I think it's quite interesting because G2 lost the first seed at MSI, but then they got actually drafted into a pretty favorable group if you look at it. That first seed, Rocks came out and they were shivering, oh no, what's going to happen in this group? But ended up with CLG, who I think they can oust for second place, as well as Albus Nox Luna, who is, of course, a wildcard team from the CIS, so I think their chances are reasonable.
I actually agree, and I want to hit on that point. Like, G2, they cost Europe the Pool 1 seed because of the MSI performance.
No doubt.
But then they draft themselves into a group where they are feeling the pinch, right? Rocks Tigers, pre-tournament favorite for Worlds, #1 seed from the LCK and from South Korea, just really dominant. They've got phenomenal players. They look phenomenal on the patch and on the meta. And I think this is a group where you are fighting for second place. And I think G2 are looking stronger than CLG, who really had a pretty weak summer, in my opinion.
Yeah, and to talk about Rocks Tigers a bit, since we're kind of over just like, oh, it's a battle for second. Like, Rocks Tigers, like they are the tournament favorites. They have probably the best player in the world as their top laner, Smeb. They have arguably the best jungler in the world in Peanut here. They've got an incredible bottom lane with Prey and Gorilla. Yeah. Kuro, okay, whatever, he does the job mid lane, but these guys won Korea. They've been a top dog basically forever. They were world finalists in 2015 in Berlin. Like, these guys are an incredible, incredible team. They're probably #1 in the tournament. And so, yeah, anyone in their group is like, well, that sucks. Rocks Tigers wins that one, and they're going to move on from there. And yes, G2 are very good. Their bottom lane of Sven and Mythi that got from Origin early this year are absolutely incredible competitors, one of the best bottom lanes in the world. Their actual sort of coordination is very strong, and it means G2 are, a favorite to make at least a top 8, maybe a slightly deeper run.
The thing I'm very excited about is the very opening game of the 2016 World Championship is NALCS versus EULCS. It's CLG versus G2, and we're actually going to see these theories put to test. Will Perk stop trolling from the mid lane as he learns some control in his boot camp? How good is Expect going to be? Is Darshan going to show up, who's had a bit of a weak end to summer?
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be a very telling match. I think G2 could maybe take a game off Rocks, maybe surprise them. I don't think they're good enough to take 2 games off them. But that's something we're just going to see how it plays out.
I mean, finally, I just think, as you mentioned, Smeb, best player in the world. I think we agree, probably coming into this tournament versus Darshan, Expect, and Smurf. I think he's going to have a pretty good group stage.
Very quick about Albus Nox as well. Like, this is a team that plays at EU West, so they're actually going to have some history with the G2 players. I know when we're doing our prep, some of the casters we've been talking about meeting the guys in solo queue and EU, and some of their play ability. Kira, coming from International Wildcard All-Star last year, where he won the 1v1 in the All-Star tournament in the Wildcard region and showed up, got his team there. I want to see what he can do on the big stage, but this is a tough group to get drawn into.
Makes sense. I want to press you on that tough group with your 1s and 2 for coming out of A. We'll go through all of them in a little bit of a why, not too long.
Right, I'll start, and I think it's pretty obvious. I think Rocks Tigers are going to top the group. I think G2 will take a fairly convincing second.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. Rocks first, undoubtedly, and G2, they have the edge here over CLG and Albus Nox.
Yeah, obviously Rocks #1, G2 #2. I think CLG are somewhat underrated. I feel like even just sort of domestically, they're always a bit underrated. On paper, they don't look like a good team, but yet they still do pretty well for themselves. CLG still, 80% of the time probably only gets third, but they can upset G2. And Albus Nox, like, they need a minor miracle, and 1% chance to make it out of groups. It can happen, I guess, but yeah, it's Rocks G2 probably.
All right, that wraps up Group A. More to come, so stick with us.
Welcome everyone to Twitter, and because it's Worlds and all the teams are so good, I'm going to believe that all of you are so good as well, so I'm ready for a whole ton of applicants here. Today's Twitter question is, who is going to have the highest KDA during week 1 of the group stage? For reference, by the way, this is every team playing every other team in their group once, so 3 games per team. So who's going to have the highest KDA, and then for the Hall of Fame, what will that player's KDA be? I'm going to say the Rocks Tigers AD carry Prey with, let's go with 42 as his KD for the group stage. That's my guess. If you want to guess as well, then send your tweet to @LOL Esports, use the hashtag PTL, and come win with me.
All right, now it is time to move on to Group B. The show must go on, even though Freak's Twitter segment was, I don't even know.
Amazing, obviously.
Group B is going to be Flash Wolves, SKT, IMA, and Cloud9. Effie, we started with you last time, so Freak, you're going to get the honors.
Cool.
How are you feeling about this group?
I'm feeling good about the group, actually. I think it's going to
Okay.
be really, really fun. I can conceivably see any 2 of the 4 teams getting out. There are obvious favorites, but it is one of the closer ones in terms of all 4 having the option. You have defending world champions, SK Telecom T1, who failed to win Korea, but are still the #2 team out of the group, which are most people's favorites, not everyone's, but SKT are, I think, easily a top 4 team at Worlds right now, probably top their group, challenged most closely by Cloud9 from North America.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, well, I did it in my pick'ems already, so it's not
Okay.
a surprise, but I think C9 can edge out SKT. I do believe also that SKT is gonna go very far. I just think that, like MSI, they might have a slow start, and with the momentum that C9 had and the bootcamp that they're coming off of, and the incredible faith that everyone's putting into Impact, I think they can do it.
Especially when you consider Impact's going up against his former team. You know, he's been very public and very outspoken. I'm now Cloud9 Impact. He's hard carrying for Cloud9. Phenomenal performance. I think there's a lot of question marks around IMA and Flash Wolves. You know, when you look at the 2 teams that have come out of the LMS, Flash Wolves actually look slightly weaker than HQ in my opinion when you look at the most recent games. I don't know how they're going to do in this group. And then similarly for IMA, you know, very dramatic, exciting qualification. You can argue whether or not they deserve to win that 5th game when they were behind for like 75%
All it
of
takes
it.
is one play.
But that's the thing, like Amazing Jay, he had a great moment, led the team, and the emotion that that squad had. I want to see how they show up and how good the boot camp has been, because those are the big question marks. You know, how good will Flash Wolves and IMA show up against, you know, the group favorites of SKT and Cloud9?
I mean, and we always say, I think for every tournament now we've said, oh, SKT looks weaker going in, but this time it might actually ring through a bit more. And we have talked about a lot about the fact that they haven't had a lot of rest. They've been on this high streak for so long, winning everything, but you know, it must get to you.
Yeah, oh, it's so rough winning everything. You know, it's how I feel on all my Twitter segments, you know, where I'm always right all the time, or all of these hashtag frequents. It's just a drain being the best
Let's
forever.
move on.
I just want to say I'm excited about the individual matchups here, because we talked about Impact against SKT. I also want to see how Athena does up against FLICKR. Athena actually played for ESC EVER, who was their Korean Challenger squad that took down SKT in their local cup and actually ended up winning IEM Cologne. You know, made a big explosion on the international scene and then moved over to LPL. So I'm very excited about some of the individual one-on-one matchups.
Well, I'm
in this group.
excited to hear your picks. And with the 2-3, I actually want you to tell me, since this is such a close group, real quick, why you think that 2 edges out your 3 now. So you're 1-2, and then why that 2 edges out 3.
I argued with myself before going on this segment. I currently have SKT first and then Cloud9 second. In my mind, it is a fairly clear 1-2 and then 3-4. However, if SKT have not fixed the problems they have, I think Cloud9 could win the group. And
So you're 1-2 switches.
yes, it is. I want Cloud9 to do that. I'm not brave enough to say that they will. I'm not brave enough to say they will. So what
Well,
I
you
want,
kind of are.
yes. So
Okay,
I'm
good,
going to
guys.
say SKT 1-2,
Sprinkle it on there.
but I want Cloud9 to win it.
I'm brave enough to say it because I also put it in my pick'em, so I can't, you know, go back now.
can.
I put C9 first just because I also believe that you just, you know, you got to believe in those upsets and the crazy magic that Worlds brings. C9 first, SK2. SK2.
Sure,
T.
yeah.
So then is it SKT over Flash Wolves or IMA then? For
Oh.
2-3.
There's 3 for you.
3, I think I'm going to put the Flash Wolves just because we always underestimate them, even if they do have a worse light streak coming into a big tournament, but they always do well. And IMA is very, very new, and I think they have a couple of weak points that, I don't know, they might still do it with Amazing J with a Voidless, but I do think Flash Wolves are going to go 3.
I agree.
Freak?
Yeah, so I agree with SKT number 1, it being closer because their jungle role right now is not looking great either with Blank or Bengi. Cloud9 still look pretty solid overall as a squad. I have them over Flashholes right now, as I think C9 is kind of better on paper, better as a team, but Flashholes have some pretty good strengths, and I think they're over IME because I think the strengths and weaknesses line up well for Flashholes in that regard, where I think IME has a really hard time taking out Flashholes, who are already pretty well coordinated, and probably just better individual players.
All right, and whatever Freak says, we kind of picked the same thing, but obviously mine's better. So go with mine. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back to a special edition of This or That. You can see we don't have a big telestrator behind us, so I will take place of the telestrator. This is my Jap, that is my Kobe, or however you feel suitable.
Great.
We are combining combining EU to face off against NA, since it needs to be a this or that. Plus, you guys are gonna need a little more.
We don't need it.
No,
We don't need it.
Yeah,
I trust
exactly.
you.
Okay.
We're walking you through training wheels.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
You hold each other up. All right. First question: this or that? More likely to send 2 teams to qualifiers: NA or EU? NA this, EU that.
Equal.
This and that.
Actually, yeah. this and that.
Yep. Precedent.
Because I think we're all in agreement that CLG and Splyce are not advancing.
Exactly.
Okay.
But as far as most likely though, I could see C9 getting upset more likely than actually.
No.
I could see H2K getting upset more likely than C9. So I think NA is more likely because C9 dropping to 3rd is less likely than H2K dropping to 3rd.
There's like a 1% variance if H2K goes on the tilt train, but I think it's
See?
completely.
There you go. All right, you agree with me.
and that.
No, you agree
No,
with me.
this and that.
No? All right, 3-0.
This
Let's
and that.
go.
This and that.
All right, you guys are terrible. You're already playing wrong.
I got it
Here
right.
at Worlds, SMEB or FLICKR? This
SMEB.
or that?
Smeb.
That, this, wait, is that this?
This,
Smeb is this, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Smeb
this.
is this?
Yeah, you're supposed to say this or that. You don't actually supposed to say the name.
This. Sorry, this.
This.
Easy.
Why this?
What?
Because
That's not a question.
That's not, yeah, that's not how this show works.
It is. It just happened.
That.
This.
I say that.
I say this.
God,
I'm confused.
Perfect.
tougher week 1.
Normally there's a picture that makes a lot more
Oh.
sense.
C9 or Splyce? Tougher week 1.
Oh.
C9 or Splyce? C9 this, Splyce that.
I think that. I mean, yeah, playing SKT sucks, but like, C9 still, I think, supposed to win most of those matches overall. I mean, week 1 you play everyone, right? So, Splyce has to play some pretty rough teams. I mean, it's funny, right? Because I think C9's a stronger team than Splyce. So, like, if you put like me, I mean, I'd go 0-3 regardless. But like, you know.
Did you say any more? This or that? Where was your
Oh,
voice?
I was saying Splyce, which is that, I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
Splyce was
yes.
that.
Splyce that. So tougher week 1 for Splyce.
Yeah.
You said
EU?
everything. It's that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That EU wins because EU's great. Not really a
I
great one,
see,
but still
uh,
counts.
No, I got you.
More hype matchup. Moving on. This or that. Uzi versus Double Lift this, or Prey versus Sven that.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that is hard.
More hype matchup.
I
Oh,
want to say this. Sorry, I'll let you guys go.
I'm gonna say that just
Okay.
because Sven. Of
course.
the EU pride, obviously, but I'm very
Are
interested
you
to see what
gonna,
happens.
you gonna just leave it alone?
Oh no. I just
No,
mine-
we're in agreement.
And I think that Prey might be a bit underrated or kind of forgotten because there's so many great AD carries at the tournament. That might be a very hype matchup.
I agree. I'm going EU Pride that.
It's not a bad choice. I'm still going this though, because Uzi and Double Lift has so much name brand recognition.
So 2 versus 1, we win again.
Great, good job. Congratulations.
You guys
Congratulations.
realize how the 2 works. Wish they were here. You wish they were here. This or that. Immortals or Fnatic.
Oh,
This.
that Fnatic so much. Yeah, but it's just because of. What?
No, go ahead. Go
What are you
ahead.
laughing at?
Can I abstain? Because neither of them looked good.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So
I
which would you
actually-
prefer?
The other.
Do I have to pick?
Yeah.
The other.
For me, it's about the Fnatic EU
You're on my
history,
side, Trev.
just the brand and what it
You're gonna
brings
say this,
usually and
isn't
what they do, and they always make it happen. Of course, they actually don't deserve it, so
Yeah.
but
this,
still.
This.
I'm with Free.
This.
I tried.
Yeah, buddy. Oh,
That's how it's
2v1.
supposed
Let's
to work.
go.
This is what.
There
we go.
So we don't have any more. That was the final question of this or that. I'm gonna say NA won because we didn't have to bring as many people to win
Oh.
this. So with Worlds less than 24 hours away, we got to keep moving through the show. We are going to move on to Group C. And this one is Edward Gaming, AHQ, H2K, and INTZ. Trevor, We will start with you first, good sir. How are you feeling about Group C? What are the chances for everyone, and how might it play out?
Good luck to anybody playing against EDG. Is step number one. I think actually similarly to Group A, you've got the super clear, super pre-tournament favorite. Edward Gaming come into Worlds after their most dominant run in the summer LPL split, and they just continue to show up. They are a phenomenal squad. In my mind, probably even more favored than Rocks. I think if they play well and if they show up, the only problem is there's the stigma. Last year, LPL really choked and had a problem on the world stage. Yep. So you can't deny that, that happened. I think if you look down the rest of the group though, AHQ and H2K, very tough. And it's going to be up to which team has had the better environment coming into Worlds, who's had better training, and who's going to show up. Because I think either of those two squads have the possibility of making it out.
Yeah, I think if we look at that from the European perspective, H2K actually could have a good chance of getting out of this group, and for a second seed that is always relatively difficult, but I'm keeping my eyes on the junglers in that group. As you say, EDG with Clearlove, fantastic jungler, one of the best at the tournament, but Jankos, arguably the best early game jungler at the tournament. Maybe he can prove that. Of course, there's Peanut as well. Sure. And then up first is Revolta, who I'm looking at for INTZ. He's kind of the star, but on the other hand, we're all looking at Yang for INTZ. How much can he do, and how much can that influence the group or the possible games they could take off people?
Sure, yeah, I mean, we've seen wildcard teams take upsets almost every single time at Worlds for the last several years straight. Like 1 to 2 wins keep coming through. Yep. And I mean, the very famous one, Alliance going kaboom, like Brazil has ruined Europe's chances at Worlds before when it wasn't supposed to happen.
You had to bring it up, didn't you? You had to bring it up.
And hey,
we're never going to live it down.
Europe has spanked North America almost every year at Worlds forever, I'll give you that.
That's
but
true.
Look, these upsets do happen, and you really cannot underestimate these teams that are huge underdogs. I think, generally speaking, there's a clear number 1 at Edward Gaming, a very tight 2-3 race with H2K and AHQ, and like the obvious number 4 in INTZ. But these upsets can happen. Again, Edward Gaming's roster is stacked. I think Deft is the best AD carry in the world by a lot, actually. I think, Uzi and those guys aren't even really all that close. You've also got Forgiven, who's an amazing AD carry. And so you've got 2 teams with incredible bot lanes, and you've got like INTZ, AHQ playing around their top sides, and you have like a different style of play, and that can create very different situations where you've got lopsided lane advantages, and that can turn games.
I have some fears for H2K against INTZ specifically, because I feel like as a team, these are a group of players who are fairly outspoken, fairly opinionated, and if they have spent a lot of time preparing for EDG or for AHQ, maybe they could get surprised. Maybe they could get caught off guard.
Always falling into the trap game.
Exactly. But I do think there is the potential for H2K to do well. I do think that if they show up, if they can, get on the same page and control their emotions, and very importantly, Jankos and Vander don't tilt like they have historically, I think they've got a good shot to actually make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll see. We didn't talk too much about AHQ. As you said, you feel like it's a bit of the stronger coming out of the LMS regions, but it all heavily depends on someone like Ziv, who was incredible last year around, has not had an as convincing season. Mountain took some time to ramp up. West door, the door, you never know, but we don't have that much faith in him.
The door is apparently closed this
season.
Sometimes the door
they
is
didn't hold
open.
the door.
But I'm hearing, that West door didn't have a great summer, and maybe if the door is closed, then AHQ could fall to
It's been a very interesting door. You don't know what's behind it ever.
Yes.
All right, Trevor, we started with you. We'll keep that going. 1-2 is coming out of Group C, kind of named the group of death now.
EDG, I think they're going to win this group. I think they're a shoe-in, actually, to make the run all the way to the finals. I think H2K are going to show up and surprise, and Ryu's going to have a good performance. If he can keep that door shut, HQ take third, and EU gets another team in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I agree once again. EDG can go very far in this tournament, and they're going to start by winning this group. And then, I don't know if it's my EU bias showing, probably, but I do think that H2K has what it takes to edge out the other teams in the group.
Yep, I agree with you. Edward Gaming number 1. H2K does have what it takes. I think it's 60-40 with AHQ. I would not be surprised to see it change. And also, again, those random INTZ upsets can completely mess with stuff as well, but that's my pick as well.
Now it's time for that part of the show where we see if you know your pro players, mainly the ones at the World Competition this time. Earlier in the week, we tweeted out a picture of one of those pro players, and if you had guessed that it was Clearlove, you would have been correct. Clearlove is one of the most decorated Chinese players of all time. With IPL, LPL, and MSI titles under his belt, he's also the most decorated Chinese player to never win a world championship. This will be his 4th appearance at a world championship, now tying Doublelift and Sneaky for championship appearances out of competitors here at Worlds. Now he will be trying to captain EDG and China to their first Summoners Cup. So now we're coming to the close of our groups, which means we're getting very close to the start of Worlds. We're going to be on to Group D now. Some feel it is the group of death. There really wasn't a full named group of death coming in, but this does include TSM, RNG, Samsung Galaxy, and Splyce of the European LCS.
Yep.
Freak, how you feeling about this group? We'll start at the end.
I'm feeling interesting about it. So coming into Worlds, I think TSM was probably a top 4 or 5 team, and which means theoretically any group they could have drawn, they should be able to get out of. For what it's worth, this is like the second hardest group they could have possibly gotten. Splyce being the best Pool 3 team. Samsung, I guess, could have been SKT instead, but Royal, the best Chinese team they could have gotten. So TSM should still be able to top the group. It is one of the hardest set of teams they could have drawn, but they should still be good enough to make it out as number 1 and then, face a good quarterfinal opponent. But it is going to be a tight race, and TSM could easily be upset and get knocked out.
And RNG, it's a crapshoot. Like, they have the best players. They have such good individual talent. They have Uzi. They have everything that should make them go far, but we just don't know what we're going to get with them.
No, you don't. But the thing is, the headroom is so good, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have the potential to be the best team in the world in a series of games. But can they do it in every game they show up in? They don't seem to have the best discipline. That's, I think, one of the things that's lacking for RNG. Conversely, Samsung Galaxy, I think, are a very disciplined team. I think they're very controlled. But that also means, in theory, they're easier to understand and maybe find weaknesses. I think that, if this is the group of death, it might be the death of Splyce.
Yeah.
I think they've got very young players. I think this is a team that is truly like the Voltron of teams, that when they combine, the super robot is better than the sum of its parts. And that's a concern for me. When you look at the individual strengths of basically every other player in this group, how are they going to show up? How is Kobe going to do? How is Senkex going to do? Senkex can barely farm in Europe against Europe. How is he going to do now on the international stage in lane, etc.? So I have some fears.
I think there's some very interesting dynamics in that group, as you mentioned. Samsung and Splyce, teams that we know have worked very hard and worked together because of that, because they've shown a lot of discipline, especially Samsung after going on that so many years loss versus KT. They really put the work in to get better, and they work as a team. And RNG is such a wild card because they absolutely have what it takes if it comes together. And TSM, who's a team for me who can have it all in this one. But I think Samsung in the end can edge out Splyce. Even though they have kind of similar stories, I think their ceiling is a bit higher at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring up the sort of like effort and trying point, because I think RNG is a very big example of this, where if the players play at their best, you guys had kind of mentioned they'd be like one of the very best teams in the world, but MLXG and Mata specifically are playing much, much worse than we know from their names, right? Mata, arguably the best player in the world at one point when he won the Season 4 World Championship. MLXG was huge at the Mid-Season Invitational. These two players are not showing up. They are appearing more like dead weight on the roster, which does drag them down a bit. If they go back to their top form, RNG is now the best team in the group, and they make top 4 at Worlds at least. Maybe they win Worlds, but that's not the RNG we are seeing. If it goes even farther down, Samsung's better than them. If it stays about what we saw like in the Chinese playoffs, then I think they still stay number 2.
I think it's important to note as well that RNG did actually go to boot camp in Korea as well. So, some of these questions around how prepared are they, how good will they perform, will be answered by how well they've prepared for the tournament. And I'm just going to quickly loop back because I didn't really touch on TSM. Tempered expectations, because Freak, like you said, it is a very tough group.
Yeah.
They legitimately could not have had much more difficult opponents to face.
Yeah.
However, the expectation is they're still going to show up.
Yep.
My eyes are on Bifrost. I think I got a lot of faith in Hornster as a player, but I want to see how Bifrost handles himself. There's a lot of pressure in terms of some of these other bottom lanes, and very different styles, between the different teams. So I want to see how he and Doublelift are going to handle themselves, because that could be very pivotal for TSM as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, Biofrost is a rookie, and he said that he was actually very nervous playing the summer finals in North America, just in Toronto, and now he's on an even bigger stage with even more on the line. Like, TSM was already qualified for Worlds. They didn't have to win that series for them to continue in the postseason, so even more pressure on a rookie support. He could crack. It is a total possibility. He hasn't shown it so far, but you've always got to keep that in your mind, that there's a lot of things that could break TSM.
As a caveat, I'm not expecting it to happen though, right?
Sure.
He's got a lot of support. He's had a
Absolutely.
good training environment, good team environment.
TSM home field
That's-
advantage, the
that's
Bay.
Exactly.
It is the Bay. It's also the question, though, always a team that goes so quickly through a league, were they pressured? And they maybe will be here at Worlds. So now I got to ask Trevor, going down the line, 1 and 2.
I
for Group D.
believe. TSM. I think they're going to win the group.
Okay.
I'd like to see them go to semi-finals. I don't know if they can win semis, but I'm going to say go as far as that. And number 2, I want INTZ to advance. I want to see how he and Mata do. So I'm going to go Royal, Never Give Up as my second seed from the group. And then Samsung and Splyce 3 and 4.
Yeah, I agree on your number 1, TSM. I think this is, I mean, they have to do it here. I think they have all the cards. I think they have the right dynamics. So this is really a year where they can get far. And then second, in my pick'ems, I put Samsung at the second place just because I'm not sure if I want to put my faith entirely into RNG. Also, I do believe if they're on point, they are on point. But I think that Samsung and that story of ambition finally at Worlds can boost them into second place, and Splyce, unfortunately, 4th.
Yeah, right.
But they will beat TSM once.
I don't believe you, but I mean, we are here in front of, I believe, the actual bay that spawned Bay Life itself. So I think this is where TSM succeeds as number 1. RNG over Samsung, I think, is 55-45. I think there's a lot of variance in Royal, and yeah, I think Splyce are huge underdogs. People are counting them out, and these are very strong teams, but I can see Splyce picking up a couple of wins here.
So that'll do it for Group D. You've heard what we have to say. If you would like to chime in, head over on Twitter, #PTL. Maybe we'll jump in there, back and forth. We'll see what you think about it. Now, though, it is time to take a look at all the plays from the region Worlds and their biggest plays. Or, if you're up to scratch on your ancient Greek, you can call it the hepta. Coming in at number 7 from the LMS, AHQ Ziv picked up the 1v3 triple kill.
场这边是卡萨所有的 NL 一起来打这支 Ziv， 但 Ziv 好坦，是直接把卡萨棒打致死之后再往前一有冲撞，一个打3个，拿到了 triple kill， 我的天哪！
At number 6 from the LCL, it was Gambit CIS's Fomko with the glorious 1v2 outplay.
Дует Занзара, Фомка не может здесь уйти, и дробовик в лужу просто. Фомку обязан добивать. Дробовик! Дробовик не добивает и выживает! Фомка первую кровь забирает!
At number 5, from Brazil's CB LOL, BGG's Ranger landed an explosive 5-man Gnar ultimate to set up Rakin's Mega Inferno Bomb.
Olha só na caçada, chegou o Ranger, mas chegou sozinho! O do time inteiro é a chegada da Bigotes! Já garante 2 eliminações, é difícil da Red sair, o de eliminado! A tentativa de entrada da Red, a equipe da Bigotes consegue segurar o máximo possível e garante 3!
Galloping into number 4 from the EULCS, H2K's Yankos defends the base with a quadra kill.
Can they buy the time? Can they turn this around? 2 members hitting the base. Rallis hitting the base. Will he drop? He's going to drop. Can they turn it around? They're so low. They have the CC. Can they turn it back? Triple kill. Yanko's going. Oh my God! It's happening again. Another one. Quadra kill. And EU just keeps delivering.
Dashing into number 3 from the NALCS, TSM's Doublelift picked up a pentakill in the final game of the summer split. And it looks like they keep going for the fight. Hansa throws back. Cooney goes down. Now it's going to be on a Wild Turtle. They try to get him. He flashes forward. That's going to be the hit. Wild Turtle's getting the ricochets now. Or Doublelift, rather, I should say. And it's the triple kill. Going forward in the fight. Can they catch Pole Belter? That's going to be the hit. The passive is on. Do they turn around for the kill? Hanser fighting a minion. Almost goes down. Doublelift brings up the pentakill. From the LCK, SKT's FLICKR was a true escape artist in our number 2 play.
Faker gonna get interrupted by the Glacial Fisher, has to dash away with the distortion, snaps back. None of these bullets gonna hit except for the last one, and it might be the only one that matters. Got no HP. Here comes Cry. Can he close the distance? The flash is not available.
Gorilla shows up, turns the corner, finds FLICKR. Then immediately, look at that communication. Curtain call starts, and it's just about dodging bullets for FLICKR. Gonna bite one, but he'll get out. The help of his distortion and the flash, which was still available. Notice how long he held that flash, too.
And at number 1 from the LPL, Vici Gaming's EasyHoon froze OMG in their tracks with a pentakill to save the base.
Will he do it? EasyHoon. Can he be the hero? Takes down Icon SMLZ. It's going to get rid of Dandy. Flashes. EasyHoon. Can he do it? He does.
They save the game!
And Xiong now going to try and fight him. Zhonya's comes through to avoid the Acathian surprise. And now Vici, after a pentakill for EasyHoon, look to turn it all around again.
So as always, as you see, more big plays throughout Worlds, hashtag the Penta at LOL Esports, and we'll put them in the show. Maybe you'll even see the one you suggested in PTL. Thank you to our guests, Quickshot, Efya, and Freak for coming in. Your pick'ems, your choices, your suggestions. If you want to change yours, pick'em.lolesports.com. Before the games start, once they start, they are locked in until the next stages. Now, as you can see, some of us got here early. We get to hang out, we get to rest, but some of us weren't so lucky, and they're on their road trip to Worlds right now. Lucky for us, they've taken a camera with them, and they've made up our last hit for this week.
Hi, my name is Marcus Dyers Hill. I've been to Worlds about 5 times, 4 times with TSM as a top laner, but for this year, I'm road tripping to Worlds with some jackass named Laser Beams.
Woo! Road trip to Worlds, baby! Are you ready? Woo! San Francisco, let's go!
I'm so jacked that we're on our way to Worlds. Like, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be amazing. I mean, obviously you're pumped to get back, right? It's a little bit different this time, but it's still gonna be exciting. It's you and me, man, together for like hours. So the RV name, the Tribunal. What's your trucker name?
I was thinking like Bill, Bob, Tyrone, but I think I'll go with Hank because my last name is Hill.
I'm gonna be Handsome Tony.
All right, if you're gonna get the Handsome Tony, then I'm gonna get the Majestic Hank.
Handsome Tony, Majestic Hank? Okay, I like that. Come on, man. See, dude, I knew it. I should have taken the 405 to the 101 to the 10, then to the 5 north. I mean, LA traffic, man, what are you gonna do?
Don't worry, I got you. Get the fuck out of my lane!
F-bomb, get you fined, my man. Money in the jar. Oh my God. Look at all these bugs.
Wow.
Jesus. Majestic Hank, if this was CS, we'd be rich.
You're right. I wish I got this much farm in 2 vs. 1s.
Oh my Lord. So we're on our way to Worlds. You've been there 5 times. What's the #1 favorite moment from Worlds?
There's not too many positive things to think about.
Oh my God, by the way, I'm sweating my ass off right now. This might be too much information, but my crotch is like swampy. Like very, very swampy.
You might need to see a doctor.
Tribunal needs some gas, my man. Brendan, laser beams. I ran out of cash, so I can't pay for all my gas. I was wondering, do you accept RP here? I could give you 6 of these and a whole ton of riot points. You could start playing the game. I have a super famous gamer in the RV. He can maybe like sign an autograph. I can do $8. You can do $8? You can do $8. You can just leave them. Okay, so I'm gonna leave these here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Majestic Hank, don't you even worry. Damn it! Yeah, so what do you want to do? I'm gonna leave it up to you. I've been playing all the games. Like, what do you want to do?
Sleep.
I don't think, that's not allowed. Would you rather be president of the United States or solo kill FLICKR?
I guess I would solo kill FLICKR. That'd be pretty impressive.
That would be pretty impressive if you could do that. Are you fucking kidding me? Majestic Hank. MH. Hey. Oh my God, we're almost at Worlds. There we go. Oh, what's up, dude? It's so weird. You went to... If all of a sudden, like, you know, we're barreling down the road, it's like, oh my God, look at this hitchhiker right here. She looks pretty, like, awesome. Like, maybe we should pick her up. Would you be into that?
I got a girlfriend.
You got a girlfriend, I got a girlfriend. Like, the hitchhiker just needs a ride. It's kind of dangerous, right? Because, like, while I'm driving and maybe you're sleeping again, I don't know, maybe she stabs one of us. Yo, are you sure this is the right way? This doesn't look like the right way.
I'm not the navigator.
Wait, you're riding shotgun. Shotgun's the navigator seat. It's always the navigator seat. Is that a hitchhiker?
I was asleep. Wait, what?
Oh my God. Is that Nikki Taylor?
San Francisco?
Dude, that is Nikki Taylor. We're picking her up. Nikki! We're picking her up. Nikki! Hey!
Where's her luggage?
I don't know, who cares, dude? What are you doing out here?
We're going places.
So we're gonna be on the road a little bit. You like to play any games?
We could do karaoke. We can sing. Let's go to city rushes and see what the things. I might choose you in your face.
Dude, I look good. I look good, don't I, Nikki? Come on.
All fights at the last of life. Now,
Manny! Wow! Oh my God, what was that? What would you say? Oh my God, Timo shoot him! Timo shoot him! Get the fuck out of the tribunal! Oh my God, my eyes are burning. Majestic, are your eyes burning? It's burning my damn eyes. Nikki!
Ask him.
Is that Malachi?
Ask him.
I want to hug him.
Really, dude?
Malachi, come here, buddy! Come here, Malachi! Majestic, hurry up! Malachi, I want a hug! Malachi, come here! Come here, Malachi! Come on, we're gonna miss him! Malachi! Oh, yes! Yes! Majestic, come on, we're gonna lose him! I'm gonna get ya! Oh, dude! Luba! Cool down, bro.
Yeah, I never get those. Beard always has them.
Malachi! Oh, there you are! I just need a little hug! Come here, bud! Where'd you go? Hey! Majestic, where'd he go? He was just here!
He really is good.
You have an exclamation point above your head. What's it? Why do you have an exclamation point above your head?
I hope you have Moby Boots HD.
What? What? Get back here! Where are you going?
See you, nerd.
Ah! Ah! Fast. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my God! Get up! Does this thing even work? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! You got your seatbelt on?
I need that shit.
Oh my God! Is the exclamation point still there? No, right? Woo, buddy! Yeah! San Francisco! Woo! Come on, Majestic! Let's go! Woo! Yeah! Majestic, let's go! We're so close, let's go, Majestic, come on! Ah, yes, yes! Don't get hit by a car! Yes! Oh! Yes! We made it to San Fran, baby! LA traffic couldn't stop us, Timo couldn't stop us, Rengar couldn't stop us, the tribunal made it through the toll booth. We're here! World Group Stage! Yes! Are you ready?
One problem, HT.
What?
Games don't start until Thursday. And today's Monday.
It's Monday!
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Listen, we're in San Francisco. There's a ton of stuff to do. What do you want to do?
Eat food and sleep.
Okay, not what I was thinking. All right, where's Nikki? What does she want to do? Wait, where's...
Yeah, where's my King Poro?
I just want to be back in the RV. I don't know where to go.
Ready to set the world on fire.
going into this year's Worlds, I have a new perspective on everything. I feel I've figured out how everything works.
S5我是没有去进到 S 系列的，当时因为自己的状态也非常差嘛。S6得到这个机会，对一个职业选手来说，这是很开心的一件事情。艾美这个队伍进 LPL 的时候，很多人会觉得我们是个废物队伍。这个时候我们进了 S6之后，感觉把他们脸全打光。
今年的努力就是靠这次世界赛来证明。
오랫동안 못 봤었는데 주목도 높은 그런 무대에서 좋은 경기 보여드리고 그냥 좀 오랫동안 기억에 남는 경기. I'm really glad I finally made it to the World Finals. It was my dream. It feels amazing.
Primeira vez acabou conseguindo ter uma vitória, a segunda vez até conseguiu ter duas e foram muito bem. E a gente espera continuar melhorando isso a cada ano. A gente espera
每一个区域的队伍都更强，16支队伍每一支队伍都蛮强。
Anyone that is gonna take us lightly will have a really hard time.
We will try our best, and miracle can happen.
We performed very badly for the MSI, but I will not take it as like our final image.
I don't have that much left in my career, that much left in the tank, and this is our big shot. This is TSM's big shot.
这一次的话，我想不留遗憾。
If you want to prove yourself, you have to beat FLICKR, and that's what I want to do.
나갔던 월드 챔피언십을 좀 다 우승했기 때문에 우승이 많이 익숙한데
전 세계에서 최고가 될 수 있는 그런 기회잖아요. 그래서 그 기회를 꼭 잡아야 된다고 생각해요.
After 9 months of competition across all corners of the globe, 16 teams, the finest their regions have to offer, have all converged on the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium here in San Francisco, California. Now you're getting a look at the sights and sounds of opening day. As you can see, the stands, the arena is packed. Plenty of energy for the very first day of the group stage. Of course, this is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. 5 weeks of competition. Everyone streaming in moments ago to take their seats, but plenty of fandom here. As you can see, Cloud9 fans in the crowd. We've got TSM fans in the crowd, but it's not specific to NA. We've got people who are fans of every region and every team from across the globe. Gentlemen, while the teams are closer to the Summoners Cup than ever before, their toughest challenges lie ahead as 5 weeks of competition will leave us with just one team to be crowned, the 2016 League of Legends World Champions. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Dash Patterson, thrilled to be here on the analyst desk with none other than Mitch Krepa-Vorspools, Chris Papa Smithy Smith, and Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Gentlemen, we are poised for the biggest and best Worlds in history. How are we doing today?
I mean, you were talking about NA fans like they were cheering for Doublelift, but we have the biggest Korean fanboy right here on the desk.
That's right, here live. First Worlds ever for me to be live in attendance. Watch the rest on stream. Hyped for this one, though, because it's going to be a pretty damn close World.
This is Christmas for me. I mean, and what better way to celebrate it than with the gift that keeps on giving, 5 weeks of incredible international action right here.
That's very true. And with our international field of teams, our broadcasting partners from around the world have joined us here in California to follow the action from day one. You can see here our friends from China's LPL, the CIS's League of Legends Continental League, and Brazil's CBLOL right next to them. We're broadcasting in over 15 languages worldwide, so everybody can tune in and be a part of it. But now, it is time to head on stage and meet the 16 contenders that will do battle in pursuit of the Summoners Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for the DreamHack Summer 2011 Championship game. Oh my!
Going to win the Season 1 championship if they can hold. ever, two-time world champions!
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your defending champions, SK Telecom T1. Let's meet the teams here to challenge their title for the Summoners Cup. Starting in Group A, from Korea's LCK, ROX Tigers. From the League of Legends Continental League, Albus Nox Luna. Representing the European LCS, G2 Esports. And from the North American LCS, Counter Logic Gaming. Now turning to the teams fighting for dominance in Group B. From the League of Legends Master Series, Flash Wolves. Representing the NALCS, Cloud9. From China's League of Legends Pro League, IME. And the reigning world champions, Korea's SK Telecom T1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it once again for your teams in Group A and B. Fighting in Group C, from the European League Championship Series, H2K. Returning to the world stage from the LMS, AHQ Esports Club. Representing Brazil's CBLOL, INTZ Esports. And from the LPL, Edward Gaming. Once again, let's hear it for Group C. And finally, in Group D, from Korea's LCK, Samsung Galaxy. From the European League Championship Series, Splyce. From China's LPL, Royal Never Give Up. And representing the North American LCS, TSM. Each season is an incredible journey for these players, and to be at Worlds is their late game. Let's hear it once again for the 16 teams battling for the Summoners Cup. Teams from all over the world now gather together after this journey, after an experience, success, seeing the ups and downs of a year. And now 16 teams stand poised to try and raise the Summoners Cup from defending champions, SK Telecom T1. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for every region, every team, and all the players here at Worlds.
16 of the best teams from across the world here on one stage to do battle for the title of champions. This is a culmination of a year's worth of work, Crumbs, and it all comes down to this. San Francisco, the start of the group stages.
I'm sure you can relate to this, Mitch, but the amount of effort that these guys have put in to get here is insane. They have tried so hard. They have sacrificed their lives for this moment, and so many of them are just so happy to have this chance and really show off.
And more importantly, once that like deafening scream came out for TSM, like,
oh boy,
everybody in the audience gets goosebumps, and that's honestly so. You put so many hours in it. You sacrifice so much of your life, but then these moments is where it's worth it. So to all the fans out there, keep cheering whenever you see your player on stage, off stage, outside. Keep that fandom alive because it means so much to all the players.
That it does. And of course, gentlemen, something we cannot ignore that is unique to this year's World Championship. This is the first time we have a defending champion back in the tournament to defend their title in SKT.
And the crazy thing is, though, Dash, that they're not necessarily the favorites they were last year. They come in the reigning champions, first time that's happened, but it was more about the Rocks Tigers this year, finally making that big ascent to win their first ever LCK split, but SKT in with a shout, and if you got FLICKR in the mid, very hard to count them out.
I mean, that's the thing about SKT. On tournament play, they're still expected to perform. Even maybe not being the first seed out of LCK or the tournament favorites, we still expect them to show up.
We cannot underestimate their growth throughout a tournament. They've shown time and time again, even at MSI, struggling at the start of the tournament, but once the machine gets rolling, they watch some VODs and they understand the meta game, they come out on top in the end. Can the Rocks Tigers challenge them this year, or is somebody else going to take that?
Speaking of growth, though, North America, finally the year that seems like everybody has agreed that this is a region worth respecting. Even the Eastern teams are respecting them, saying that these guys actually have a shot. They're not to be taken lightly. And if you're going to put the eggs on the basket for North America to win, it seems like TSM is the team to go. And just all three have something to surprise. And it's so interesting that they've finally decided to follow their own meta and stick to that. It worked in MSI. It could work here again.
17-1 in the regular season, 6th appearance at Worlds, you know, recruited double F2. If it's ever going to happen, if it has to work, it is this year that TSM has to kind of put up or shut up, and I'm excited for them this tournament.
An incredible summer split for them. I mean, incredible growth for that team over the year. I do actually want to hop back, Papa, and get your take on the Rocks Tigers, perhaps our tournament favorites. We talked about SKT trying to defend that title. We cannot forget that Rocks made it to the finals. They were the runners-up last year, and they've come back only stronger.
And the fun thing is, Dash, that was kind of an over-performance for them. When you looked before the tournament last time, people were talking about the Rocks Tigers as a good team, but not a great team. They had their weaknesses. They finished second. That was almost more growth than you would expect for this team. Over the offseason, they brought on Peanut. They changed their style. Crazy how they could adapt from a very defensive-minded jungler in Hojin to that aggressive jungler in Peanut. Came so close in spring season, dropped it to SK Telecom. Finally dodged SKT, took down the LCK, but maybe their success here is on whether they can actually beat SKT. That would be the ultimate for them. Winning Worlds, that's one thing, but also getting rid of the specter of SK Telecom and their domination over the Rocks Tigers. That will be a Worlds to remember.
Yeah, we talked about 2 Korean favorites here, but if we're going to talk favorites for the entire thing, we have to talk about Edward Gaming. EDG is coming in undefeated. They were 16-0 in series in the regular season. They have such a fantastic lineup, probably the best AD carry, probably the best bot lane in the tournament they have with them, and they're honestly tournament favorites.
Right, you talk about that 17-1 out of TSM, 16-0 out of EDG, just as, if not more impressive.
Well, if you got to talk about favorites, you also have to talk about the dark horses, and we've known that LMS has been the dark horse all of this time. They always play spoiler and just surprise every single time. And what's interesting is that these two teams also happen to have almost an identical lineup to what they had last year, which is so exciting because that doesn't really happen. You get to see the growth of a team throughout an entire year, and they make it back.
I mean, talking about the major storylines for that region, the fact that they secured a Pool 1 seed at MSI. And as you mentioned, both Flash Wolves and AHQ making a reappearance here at Worlds. They were kind of counted out last year. Boom, both of them make it out of their groups. What are they going to do this time around?
I mean, AHQ, we're talking about growth, but we also have to talk about struggle. They did not have a great season overall. They openly came out in multiple interviews, discussed how they were struggling, how the team communication was breaking down. But then they had their equivalent of the regional qualifiers, swept it 3-0 in the one game, 3-0 in the next, and then they came into Worlds with very clean macro play. It'll be very interesting to follow them against H2K in particular in that group.
All right, well, we haven't touched on the European LCS, Crepo. So here we are. What are your thoughts with the contenders that the European LCS has put forward?
Well, at least G2 Esports screwed themselves at MSI because they ended up taking the equivalent of the #1 seed, but now a #2 seed.
Right.
They're actually favorites to at least get second place at minimum in that group. And then H2K, in my opinion, can make it out too. So that would be great for Europe. And then if Splyce can maybe play spoiler, maybe take one game of TSM, I'd be happy.
All right, so we've talked about some of the favorites in the tournament, hit a couple of the teams, but now I want to know what you guys individually are personally excited for in this Worlds tournament.
I've got my eye on Ambition. That's the jungler from Samsung. I mean, this guy is arguably the best player to have never made it to Worlds. He's been playing 12 LCK splits. That is a very long time. He started off as a mid laner, arguably one of the best mid laners of all time at that moment. He struggled, became a jungler, and did not find success initially. Eventually, found success in the beginning of this year. And against all odds, they managed to qualify, beating a KT team that they had gone 0-19 against to beat in the qualifiers and finally make it here. And they've got something to prove.
And it just meant so much for Ambition. You know, this is a player who started playing highest level, competitive League of Legends in OGN Champions at the time in April of 2012. We're talking about 9 months before LCS even started. Was top tier at the time. FLICKR came in and then maybe he went down the tier list a bit, but changed role. Now here with Samsung. There was an interview with him just before where he basically counted himself out. He thought, okay, I don't think I'm going to make it to Worlds. I've come so close so many times. Maybe it's not going to happen for me. And it was just so much emotion from that Samsung team, but Ambition in particular.
Now talk to me about this jungle then that we have, because Ambition is just one piece of it. What about the rest of the jungle pool, and especially here on patch 618, as we've kind of skipped a couple patches here, how do we expect this to develop?
I mean, we brought standard lanes back in 6.15. Right now we're 6.18 here, and it's going to be beautiful. This patch brought back two things that I love, which is the art of the laning phase in the bot lane and jungle pathing. And with that in mind, there's one player that I like to follow throughout this tournament. It's a Voidalist from IMA who are up to a tall task. They need to kind of surprise in this tournament, but if there's one player that can do it, it is a Voidalist right there, because he has shown, especially in their series versus RNG, where he kind of out-jungled and out-maneuvered MLXG in some creative jungle pathing, and that's what I want to see more. Teams breaking the mold, challenging convention here in this tournament, and teaching us what there is to learn about League of Legends, because every year there is something that we get taught, like when it was Mata solving Vision back in the day, or teams just kind of figuring out lane swaps. I wonder what we haven't learned yet that we're about to learn at this tournament.
I'm excited for exactly the same. Now, Papa Smithy, looking at the world's top 20 list that was thrown out recently, 6 ADCs find themselves on that top 20 list. That means we are stacked with ADC talent coming into this world.
That's exactly the word I wanted to use, is stacks. You take a step back when you see the 16 teams that, okay, what's big in this tournament? I don't think there's ever been a point where the top 6 players in their role in the world are attending the same tournament. I think we have it here. Bang, Prey, Deft, Uzi, Doublelift, and Sven. Representatives from Korea, China, North America, and Europe. It's a world-stacked field, and I'm excited because we're going to get to see 2 of these players battle today in Uzi versus Doublelift later in the day.
Final match of the day. What a way to end it.
Exactly, but the thing is, more of that in the group stages, and then potentially some best-of-5s between these great talents.
And the crazy thing about these AD carries is that while we rank them very similarly to each other, they play such different roles within the team. You have the likes of Doublelift, a shot caller. You have the likes of Uzi and Deft, who just play hard carry for their team, or Prey, who's that utility guy. But all of them are so good in the laning phase, and all of them just play such pivotal roles for the team that it's so exciting as they actually find ways to lane and then transition that into the mid game.
Yeah, but you guys are all talking about these great AD carries, picking up all the spotlight, the pride, but there are a couple of players that really make them shine, who we honestly need more value.
The better halves,
The better halves, of course, and that's their supports. The likes of a Mythi at this tournament, a Mako, Mata looking for somewhat redemption here. Gorilla still there. Like, these bot lanes, not only do they, Aframu too, not only do they bring great AD carries, they bring complete bot lanes. And that is much more fun to watch than seeing a great AD carry perhaps carry like a struggling support or vice versa. So I'm so excited for the bot lane 2v2s.
Even more so, exactly, because we're going to see 2v2s in the bot lane, right? We're not going to see the lane swaps where people get babied through those early stages of the game. This is all about how you play those matchups. I mean, in particular, I'm going to put you guys on the spot here since we're talking about ADC talent. Best ADC in this tournament, who is it?
I think you have to say it's Deft. I mean, it's hard for me to say. Still a Korean player, so still in my region, I guess, technically, but there's so much talent. But the one way you can kind of split that talent, Dash, is looking at some of the champions that are going to be in the meta. And a big pick for me is going to be Ezreal. We have 3 Ezreal gods at this tournament in Bang, Prey, and Deft. All of them very well known for playing this champion. Thing about Ezreal, you know, you play solo queue, Ezreal on your team doesn't seem like he does a lot of damage, but these players played at the most highest level with all the skill shots in this kit. When you get to see the best in the world on this champion, you take a step back and all you can do is smile.
And speaking to your Ezreal point, Ezreal's one of the oldest champions in the game. That's why these guys that have been such around, these are the OG Ezreal players. They're so good at it. They have mastered it for years and years, and that's why you don't see those newcomer AD carries that are unable to actually master this champion to the level that they can display.
I mean, it's all about skill shots when it comes to Ezreal, but on top of that, as we've watched the meta develop, we saw Jhin get nerfed, we saw Ashe get nerfed, we got Sivir get nerfed, so Ezreal's going to rise in priority here. He allows some safety for that late game, has that 2-item spike, and more than anything, he's just an exciting champion to watch. I think that's a big part of it, is watching good players play Ezreal at a high level is exceptional to watch. And
good Ezreal is exciting to watch.
Right, well, yeah, bad Ezreal
buys tiers and farms.
I don't know, bad Ezreal is kind of fun to watch too, to be honest. Just if you're mediocre, then I have no interest. All right, well, moving on then to our next beat here. You've heard from us on the desk what we want to see and what we're taking away from this tournament. Now tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag Worlds and tell us what you're most excited to see during the group stage and why. We'll check in on the conversation later today, so keep your thoughts coming. Now, all of Worlds 2016 will be played on patch 6.18, and while Yorick is disabled, everything else is fair game, which means we might see a Kled. And my question to you is, will we see a Kled, and will we see it today?
So I think the teams, the way that they're going to play Kled, they're going to ease into it like an old man into warm water. It's really...
into warm batter. I don't want to see that ever.
So that's why, because it's such a new pick and not everybody knows how to play around it, you have to be very cautious with how you play it. There's such a strong meta already developed in the top side that can easily bully out a Kled, and it's honestly a rough pick. So I find it that a team that most likely will have an easier matchup might experiment with it and see some success, and then other teams will likely pick it up, or we'll see the reverse. It'll fail, and nobody will pick it.
My prediction is it's going to be a champion we'll probably see, maybe even today. We're going to see someone try it out. I feel like the first time you see it, that's kind of be the acid test. So whether it's, say, international, it's one of the outsiders of this tournament playing against a favorite, if it struggles, then I think other teams might take away back. I don't know, this seems like a riskier pick than it might necessarily be. But I'm expecting to see a lot of poke this time, a lot of Jace, a lot of Ezreal, engages at a premium. That Kled ultimate, the charge, it really can lead the charge. So it has the potential, but whether we'll see it a lot remains to be seen.
I mean, if we take that point that Crumbs made right there, they has a slightly weaker laning phase where you can get countered, which means you kind of want to counterpick Kled on like 5th rotation purple side. The problem is right now, mid lane meta is also very counterpick oriented if you follow the pro players here, because the likes of Syndra, Cassiopeia, and even Orianna kind of have like a rock, paper, scissors relationship right there. I don't think there's too much space for counterpick top lanes right now at the tournament, because they'll just lock in something really strong early. That may block Kled, but it should be no surprise when a team whips it out and suddenly starts carrying, because it's so unpredictable. That ulti is a game changer.
I think one of the most exciting things about these larger tournaments for me is watching that meta develop within the tournament itself, watching successes and failures and seeing how teams react to those moving into week 2. Now, for a deeper dive on 618, check out our full breakdown on lolesports.com. All right, well, we'll get to our first look at contenders in just a few minutes, starting with Group A, as Europe's G2 Esports and North America's CLG set up on stage for our first clash of the tournament. Then the Rocks Tigers will go up against Albus Nox Luna. Group C is up next with H2K versus AHQ and CB LOL's INTZ versus Edward Gaming. Then it's Group D as Korea's Samsung Galaxy takes to the stage against Europe's Splyce. And our final match of the day pits TSM against the LPL's Royal Never Give Up. What a doozy to end the day. Now, throughout Worlds, we have the Riot Games 2 stream up and running to bring you a specialized look at the action unfolding on Summoner's Rift. We'll have special guests and a team of analysts for each game during group stages, offering a rotating focus of specific lanes, matchups, or exciting players. Now, during our first match of the day, Sifa, Zyrene, and their guest Matt will tunnel in on the support matchup between Mithy and Afromove. For more details, click over to lolesports.com or check in on the Riot Games 2 stream throughout the tournament. Before we go, though, gentlemen, it's time for me to put you on the spot one last time. Our first game of the day, G2, CLG, EU, NA. Down the line, Crepo, who you taking?
I'm going to go for G2 Esports here. I know CLG come into every tournament with a lot of cheese. They'll whip out the Parmesan, the Gouda. They even have crowd support. But G2, they're done with their vacation. They practice super hard, and they're going to smash CLG.
All righty. How about here, Papa?
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to take G2 as well. I know the crowd aren't going to like it.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
You guys are making enemies here. Day one, game one, we're making enemies.
But you guys, Koo is no longer here.
But what I will say, though, is that remember back to MSI, CLG had the Aurelion Soul. They had something prepared. Yeah. I think the fact that CLG plays in game one of the day when the meta's not settled, this is their best chance to take down G2. So it's a close one. Based on tape, you go for G2, but can't be too surprised if CLG.
I see Crumbs is antsy. He's ready to go. What do you got for me?
You know, my mind's telling me that G2 will take it. My heart wants CLG so bad, but there's just so much against
Follow your
CLG
heart,
right
Crumbs.
now.
Follow your heart.
I have to take G2. I have to take. No. But this is their best shot. This is their best shot for CLG. I think they can do it. I want it to happen.
You're done. You're done, Zone. All right.
The evidence is too much, man. It's been the whole split.
I got to go with Papa Smithy on the best of 1 point for CLG. I think that's a really, really big move for this squad. And it looks like the crowd is behind me on that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, 3-0 here on the desk in favor of G2. It's time now to hit the rift here in San Francisco. So without further ado, let's send it to the casters to fire up Worlds 2016.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the caster desk. My name is David Freak, cheerleader by co-casters. Clearly not impressed with the analysts.
Oh, I was very impressed.
Okay,
very
you were
impressed.
Great.
Definitely.
I am here with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Martin DeFicio Lunga of the North American and European LCSs, respectively, and we are getting ready for our first transatlantic battle of the 2016 group stage. European champions G2 Esports taking on North America's Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, and this is such an important game for G2, like the redemption story after MSI, where they obviously didn't show up at all. They win the European Summer Split, honestly pretty dominating. They didn't lose a single series, and now they have this pool 2 seed, sadly for them, despite winning Europe, and they have to take on CLG in game 1, a game where G2 will be favorites, but it's not so easy.
Well, one of the reasons that they are pretty big favorites is that addition that they made between MSI and now, which is the bottom lane. Famed Sven and Mithy, who changed his name from Niels. They were top 4 players at last Worlds, and adding those guys to the #1 team in Europe is why a lot of people are behind G2 right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I only have praise for these two guys. I think Sven is one of the absolute best AD carries we have in the West and in the world. And then, of course, Mithy as a support as well. The captain down the bottom and the main shot caller of the team. And when you play with Mithy, it's like you have a coach in-game. And he's also mechanically very, very gifted. So I only have good things to say about these two guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important showdown here because, of course, tournament favorite Rocks Tigers are in this group. So people are expecting this match to be a battle for second place here. G2 Esports the favorite, but CLG hoping to make the upset to be the arguably #2 team in the group if they can do it.
Yep, CLG, no strangers to being the underdogs and always looking for that upset. This team also, they're looking for a bit of redemption as coming off of the success of MSI, they had a fairly disappointing summer split, but they were able to grind it out and make their way here to Worlds once again. They are the second seed, but they finished 4th in the summer split.
Yeah, which is why it's kind of crazy with CLG after losing to Immortals, obviously, who didn't make it to Worlds. They still come in as second seed due to championship points, and they really want to show everyone that they are actually much better than people expect them to be.
I mean, that's the thing is CLG won in spring. They made the finals of the midseason invitational. Like, CLG does have the rep to say they can play up in big matches.
And they touched on this a little bit on the analyst test with the Aurelion Soul pick, but CLG, for a long time, not just the Aurelion Soul pick as a one-off there for MSI, right? It did surprise people, and nobody else played it the entire tournament. But CLG have done this whenever there's a big meta change. Their Coach 6 and Aframu, who is also a great in-game leader, as you talked about Mithy being, have done so much. They're very objective focused, so whenever there's changes in the meta, CLG always tries to figure out the quickest way to get extra objectives in the early and mid-game to try and snowball those gold leads.
Yeah, CLG, a very smart team. Their support Aframu, a big shot caller, and he actually talks to us about what he's expecting as fireworks from G2's dynamic playmaking support.
Playing against Mithy, I would say he probably pushes me to the limit, similar to Mata, as in he's always looking to make a play no matter what, and every time he's walking around the map, he's looking to do something else other than come back to lane. So it's either going to screw over my team or something like that. And even though Mithy is my close friend, I hate playing against that guy because he does that so much. So it's important for me to stay on top of it. But after the game is over and done, you know, we're cool friends.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about these sort of top teams and top players going against each other is they're friends, they're in a similar boat. How many people have the same experience as Afromu, right? Running around the world, playing in top tournaments. Mithy's one of those guys, but today, he's just got to fight him. He's got to win that lane.
Yeah, and a lot of people actually don't know this about Mithy, but he's attended every single World Championship when he actually played in the LCS. He obviously skipped Season 4, and he had Season 3 with Lemon Dogs. He qualified. They didn't make it out of groups, and then he had Origin last year. Now with G2, he's here again. He's never missed a final in Europe either whenever he's attended, you know, the EU LCS. So this guy has so much success, and wherever he goes, the team just seems to play much better macro around him and get more consistent. And that's actually what G2 has managed to do here in the summer split. I just need to see it in a best of one against a team like CLG who can prepare some very, very good strategies.
And that's one of the reasons why this is, you know, support matchup is my most highlighted matchup of this series.
So let's take a look at the starting lineups for both these rosters here. With first pick on the blue side is G2 Esports from the European LCS. Expect in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks in mid, Sven and Mithy that bottom lane of AD carrying support with their coach Youngbuck.
And their opponent is North America's Counter Logic Gaming. Up top is Darshan in the jungle, Smithy, mid, Huhi, AD carry, Stixxay, support Afromu, and Coach Zix on stage with them.
Now that you guys have seen the lineup, you know it's about time to get ourselves into our very first game of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. I have been counting down the minutes until this time would occur. I have no idea truly what the teams will want to play. It's been about a month since we've really seen these teams play competitive professional matches, and now it's their time to show us first, before anyone else, what they think is good.
Group stages is definitely my most exciting time of the year. I love it when we finally get to see not only how the different regions stack up, but what everybody's been working on in boot camp.
Did you enjoy week 2 last year's group stage?
Week 1 of group stages.
Yeah, week 1 was great, definitely so. Getting into game, guys, G2 versus CLG. And we talked about Aurelion Sol. I think when you play against Huhi, especially here early on in the group stage, you have to remove that one pick. And I actually want to see Bart being removed as well against Afromu. He's such a big playmaker on that champion.
Yeah, as far as G2's band against CLG, no surprises really, except for maybe a little twist with the Karma. Have to say though, you know, the flexibility there also, taking that off the board is a big thing. Jungler pool is actually getting focused a lot here, and I think Elise is very high priority at the moment.
Yeah, that's always typically when you're on the red side, which is the right-hand side of the screen. I realize CLG's logo is blue, but that's the side of the map they're actually on, is you set up these pinches. What's important to first pick, what's important to pick on the second side.
So a little bit of a throwaway ban from CLG. Not that Soraka is not a good support in the current meta, but more because Elise is now available, and G2 has to decide between Elise and picks like Syndra or Jay, some of these other champions we see here in this current meta. Elise is the first pick though, the best available jungler.
Right, we got number 1 now. CLG, what are they going to answer with here? I feel like especially as the meta, the bootcamp meta here for Worlds has been changing up top lane quite a lot. And top lane really heavily relies on counter picks nowadays. I almost feel even more safe first picking from mid lane and blind picking something like Syndra or Cassiopeia rather than blind picking in top lane.
Yeah, definitely agree on the Syndra blind pick specifically. Cassiopeia can actually get countered, funny enough, also by Syndra, but Syndra is one of these picks that we're going to see a lot. A lot of mid laners that like her because she's good at all stages of the game, except for maybe 6 items. But how often do we even go 6 items in a little bit of a snowballing meta where it's a lot about standard laning?
Plus, specifically for Huhi, Syndra has been one of his most impactful champions when Aurelion Sol is banned, but it's not going to be the case.
Talk about standard laning, of course. You're almost guaranteed a 2-on-2. You can choose to swap, but you pay a pretty heavy gold tax by doing so. And so Counter Logic Gaming grab 2 lane-dominant bottom laners here in the Caitlyn and the Nami.
But this means now for G2 that there are still a pick like Jace available. And when you have Jace with Elise, that's a very good combo. Because you have then an AP jungler with an AD top laner. If Jace does go top, which we expect he will. And that early game setup is insane. So if Darshan doesn't get a safe pick up in the top lane, he can get camped early on.
It definitely is scary because Elise brings so much pressure to the early game, and Jace can play up. If Jace has control of the wave, you know, that kills the ranged minions very quickly, then pushes up and Elise is there. You can even dive people really early on. It definitely is a threatening opening round here from G2, and they are going to lock in that Syndra we were just talking about as well.
Yeah, CLG put a lot of focus on locking in that bottom lane so early. They wanted the 2 preferred picks for them. And honestly, I think G2 is pretty happy with that. They avoid the Bard from Aframo, which is a big playmaker in a best of 1, and they get power picks.
What they need now for CLG to answer this is some hard engage, because G2 have a lot of poke, good siege right now. You know, they can have long range stuns and poke into turrets as well as Elise for dive. However, CLG could try and go for some hard engage, try and counter this.
It has gotten harder though to get hard engaged because Gragas obviously is out of the meta.
Very true.
Top lane meta is a lot of these squishy picks like Kennen, like Gnar and Rumble and Jace. Like they don't actually offer like that pure hard engage. Kennen could be a choice for just that flashing with after he TPs, but he actually loses lane to Jace.
Definitely, and we also need to touch on Jace. With a couple of the changes and why he's been getting so popular, no longer has to wait around for tier to stack up. You know, a lot of mana buzz for him, and the ramp up time just isn't there that used to be there, so much more fearsome early.
And CLG, very, very standard picks, honestly, from what we expect of this meta. Strong 2v2 bot lane with Nami as the lane bully support. Vladimir is one of the picks against Syndra. It's not because Vladimir wins the lane, but he can farm against her as long as she doesn't get a blue buff early.
Exactly. It looks to me like CLG are going with their MSI style, where they want to team fight around Stixxay. They did this a lot at MSI, where they put Darshan on Poppy, didn't count on him to win lane, you know, or pressure much early, but he made big plays when it came to team fighting, and it looks like CLG may be focusing on trying to team fight around Stixxay.
Definitely so, and there are still quite some jungle picks available as well as a last rotation if you want like a Kindred to maybe protect the Caitlyn even more with an ulti. Graves also is available. We know it's been played a lot in solo queue by a lot of these junglers.
Yeah, so it's going to be up to G2 to lock in their final champion. We have the whole lineup here for G2. A lot of long-range champions. Cocoon, you've got Braum to keep the shield to make sure the poke champions are good, but Jason and Jhin especially, very long-range champions. They want to get the damage pretty much off the map, and CLG don't really have a lot of engage tools to break those sieges up.
Yeah, really nicely curving out their strength there, G2. When the first 3 champions showed, we talked about the poke. They rounded out with more with Jhin and then Braum. So good with these comps. Able to push up and save minion waves as well when they go for the siege. Is going to be on CLG to also dodge a lot of skill shots here.
Yeah, it really is only Poppy who can start a fight on CLG's side, tiled away from Nami. That's not a hard engage tool because it's so slow when it comes in. And Braum also, as Freak is pointing here on the screen to help me, can also just block it straight away. So it is really, really difficult for CLG to start a fight easily. They do want something that can dive the back line though.
Okay, Olaf picked up as a champion, try to assault the Syndra, assault the Jace, assault the Jhin, and he's unstoppable during that ultimate, so you might see him get in there.
Olaf, no surprise here. It's been very popular in North America. Plus, we remember Reignover has been boot camping with CLG in Korea. He was one of the first ones to bring that Olaf popularity over to North America. This is a very, very strong champion for the early game. A lot of the North American junglers love the fast clear into early ganks, spamming your ghost cooldown, just constantly clearing out camps and getting off a lot of ganks. The early game is really where he shines, so
yeah.
Falls off later.
And he needs to really, really do something in the early game because G2 has very strong solo lanes here in Syndra and Jace against the Poppy and Vladimir, and Elise who can also gank so effectively early on. So G2 will definitely look to snowball the top side of the map. And then bottom lane, well, they have to survive. They might get one gank just to relieve some pressure. Otherwise, they're on their own, and they just need to make sure they don't fall too far behind.
It's a good thing also for CLG that Olaf has 2 dive partners in the Vladimir and Poppy, because if you're running Olaf into that much firepower, oftentimes when you're running up, even with Ghost on, you can get shot down before you
attack him, kill him off. I mean, if he turns unstoppable, he actually loses a lot of those defensive stats and becomes easier to kill off. So guys, we are getting ready for our first game of the 2016 World Championship. So tell us who's gonna take the first game of the tournament. Tweet up hashtag G2 win or hashtag CLG win if your votes are behind Europe or North America respectively as the teams load up onto the Rift. Of course, we have a North American crowd here, and you can hear who they're voting for.
Oh, sorry, that's what I heard.
That is unlike here in
ears.
San Francisco, but we are now loading onto the Rift for Game 1 of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship.
Both teams with jerseys representing their nation's colors as well. G2 with the recent European Union jerseys, and America once again, CLG bringing back those from MSI. Let's take a look here at the opening, though. Everybody fanning out for defensive vision.
Well, CLG is looking to at least pluck a ward in on the red buff, it looks like, from Aframo here, just to see if they can spot an early start. One thing you guys need to know, when you have a top laner like Jace, you very often want to gank for him early. So if you can start on bottom side as an Elise and just path all the way up to top side, you can set up some very, very effective ganks. CLG didn't get any wards down, however.
Yeah, Elise definitely potent level 3 ganks. Olaf, however, can pull off one of the quickest level 3 ganks, especially red side Olaf has a extremely fast gank up to the top side. Blue, Wolves, red can get there and surprise a lot of people, especially if on the Jace, you know, you're trying to bully early, trying to move up in the lane. If Expect plays forward, might be able to get there first, but we'll see if the race does pay off, because it looks like Elise starting top side, you know, has that possibility of just doing 3 topside camps going up there with only blue.
Definitely an option. Otherwise, again, you just do, you know, your Grump, your Wolves, you do your red buff, and then you can path topside. But zoom out, bigger picture. 2 teams, Freak, taking on each other. You said it before here in the intro. These 2 teams are technically fighting for what we expect to be the 2nd place because of Rocks Tigers. So it's such an important match now.
It really is. Of course, they will face each other again next week. In the group stage, you play each other team in your group twice. This will be the first match, and it will definitely set the tone for what these 2 teams are doing. As we look kind of at the matchups overall, of course, you expect this matchup to go well for Counter Logic Gaming. The Thunderlords, the Nami adding some extra damage as he pokes down, gets Smithy to half and everything like that. Otherwise, though, both junglers have been kind of unspotted throughout their various starts.
Yeah, one thing coming into this match with researching the stats over the regular season for both these teams, Trick actually had one of the lowest jungle proximities and very low counter jungling numbers as well, whereas there was a very recent rise for Smithy as far as that presence is concerned. And Trick has done the full clear of the blue side. He's not going to go for one of the early ganks, though. Just continuing to clear out the red quadrant of the jungle for him.
Yeah, it does mean Expect is playing a little bit safe up in the top lane, not going all in to harass the Puppey in case enemy Olaf shows up, because when you have strong solo laners, the worst that can happen is the enemy jungler pulls off an early gank.
And especially Expect is not really someone that we would I'm trying to think of a different word besides expect, but expect to be, you know, playing up in the lane and playing aggressively, trying to dominate in a 1-versus-1 situation.
You'd anticipate that kind of based on how the matchup is going. I got you. Got your back. Next time around, you're going to say anticipate for the man. But yeah, this is so far a fairly sort of neutral game so far. Of course, we are very early on into it. You expect the lanes that are winning are actually doing that right now. CLG, yep, up pretty sizably. They're pushing G2 under their turrets. And the thing is, based on the jungle pass we've had, again, I want to point out the fact that Smithy, I think, kind of hid his jungle start, right? You expect he either gets leashed by his top laner, by the Poppy, or leashed by the Caitlyn and the Nami, but Caitlyn and Nami showed up early to lane, which makes you assume, oh, okay, Darshan leashed from the top side. You expect Olaf to slowly work down towards the bottom side of the map. That didn't happen. Smithy actually started on his own blue buff with no leash. He will end up top side as Trick is on the bottom. There'll be mismatch, and you might see some very significant 2v1s or 3v2s because of this.
I'm glad we talk about Smithy, because I feel like coming into this World Championship, he's one of the most exciting players to look at on this CLG lineup, just because he's always been, it's always the joke about being underrated and so on. People don't really expect too much from him.
Dandy Light.
I feel like Dandy Light. I feel like this whole, he's underrated is kind of gone now. I think a lot of people actually respect him a lot as a jungler. He's shown up multiple times at the big international events, and he's the kind of guy you're looking at in a standard lane meta to really have a massive impact in the early game, because we know CLG doesn't have the strongest solo laners, on paper at least. If Xmithy is able to help them early on, even out-jungle the enemy jungler, well then suddenly CLG might actually have a strong early game, and we know they have good late game shot calling, which they can then very easily transition towards.
Right, and since we are on jungles and we have some more time, let's just delve a little bit deeper into why Olaf is so good in the early game.
You love that Olaf.
I do. One of the reasons I love him so much is because I'm a very stingy jungler, and I like to use scaling yellow runes at all times if I can pull it off, rather than the flat armor, which keeps you more healthy. Olaf actually does not care about getting low early in the jungle because of his passive, gives more attack speed. Exactly. Increases his clear time. Plus, he never has to worry about actually dying. The lifesteal that he can get from W. The other thing is that starting blue, having blue buff is incredibly important for Olaf. It really increases your clear speed when you can continually spam out your undertow, the axes for him. And that's part of the reason why he's actually one of, if not the fastest clearing early game junglers.
So to take you guys out of the game real quick, because of course we do have the game paused. It was Stixay and then Afrmu who had some audio issues. They resumed the game to test, make sure audio was working. Sadly, it seems to not be the case right now, so we are still triaging for Afrmu. We expect it to be a fairly short pause. Hopefully that is the case here early on in this game with, of course, again, not a whole lot of action that has happened so far.
No, I mean, we're only 2 minutes and 49 seconds into it, so we're like, come on, fight, what's going on here?
Of course.
But obviously, yeah, junglers can look to gank very soon. Laners get the wards down. Expect doesn't have a ward topside, same for the Sean, but again, nothing has really happened. So it's just going to be interesting to see how the early game pans out, because from when we talk to players, you know, they keep talking about how this meta, once you start falling behind, it is really difficult to get back into the game, because it's very easy to get, like, if you towers down, a big goal advantage, then you get deep vision on a certain area, and then you just take over, like, that complete side of the map, and you can start, like, stacking up dragons, get an early Baron, so on, so on. So it's super, super important with the early game, and that's why we talk so much about the junglers, because they, of course, impact the early game so much, and if one guy gets ahead of the other one, he can pull his team with him.
100% agree. There's a big factor you know, contributing to that recent trend is that we've just added more objectives into the game, right?
Sure.
There are just more important objectives now, especially with first gold on turrets, basically just coming out of nowhere, right? That's a whole bunch of extra gold that was not available before, and that also puts more importance on lane dominance, right? The laning phase for all the different lanes really does play into where that jungler is going to path, because a jungler dominating game doesn't have to look like a jungler going and getting ganks off and then leaving. It can turn into jungler going bottom lane in a winning lane and pushing down a turret.
Exactly, and then you take turret, you take an Infernal Drake or Cloud Drake, you know, depending on which region you're from, then you're super happy, of course. But with CLG in this situation and their picks, we also get to see some of the newer ones people maybe didn't expect, like Nami coming back in. But funny enough, we're back to MSI, where it was the range supports like Nami who was played, because she's so good in the laning phase specifically, especially in the early levels. When you play Nami, though, you have to be careful. You're very squishy. Later on, if you miss that bubble, Braum jumps you, you know, enemy jungler jumps you, and you die very, very quickly.
Definitely true. Bottom lane for CLG, the one pushing up, they have to be a little bit more careful. Top lane is starting to actually push away from Expect as well.
And here we go. We are back into the game, and this time around, it hasn't been paused again, so we might just be back into the action here as Counter Logic Gaming once again is taking on G2 Esports North America versus Europe. Smithy actually pathing back down to the bottom of his jungle.
A long route down.
It is a very curious path. Definitely, you talked about throwing off the enemy's timings, Freak, though. They would have no idea he's on that side.
I assume he's attempting to find Trick and just gets a Scuttle Crab for his efforts.
Yeah, early Scuttle Crab control is extremely important as far as the vision control that we've talked about snowballing.
Yeah, and I definitely like it when you have a pushing bot lane. Just get a little bit extra vision in the river. They can just ward the enemy try push, and then you kind of have full information of where the enemy jungler can come from. Elise obviously can't really path any other ways. But top lane now, as we talked about, Expect finally got to push in. Trick is showing up, but this combo can actually dive very effectively. It is very early in the game, but Dashawn is down to 50%.
Yep, this is definitely scary for him. He does have his summoners available, so Flash is ready, but I don't know if that's going to save him. Oh, no!
He went to go ward. Trick spots him down to 100 HP, and Dashawn gets sniped! Expect draws first blood at the World Championship!
And that was almost too easy for G2. We were expecting the big dive to happen. Maybe one member would drop too low and a potential counter gank, but nope. Dashawn walked into ward too late to see if the enemy jungler showed up, and Trick was already there.
We talked about it in Champion Select, the dive potential of a pushing
top lane
and Elise. And man, G2 jump out to a big lead there. That is going to take some wind out of the sails for North America.
I see that again here. So Dashawn does have his ward available, but he doesn't have anything put down, and he wants to go in a ward now. Trick is here maybe a few seconds earlier than he expected.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, that's what we talked about, you know, the importance of lane dominance, and when lanes are pushing in, you have to actually make a move a couple seconds earlier. Here we go, though. This is a reactive move from Smithy, and because it's reactive, walking over vision probably won't get much out of it.
Yeah, it looks like Expect is playing far enough back. He's already taken his first recall and TP'd back into the lane. Right, and now you have Trick joining in as well. Smithy says, nope, we can't do that. Recalls in a brush. G2 don't know that he's not still waiting, but it's another 2v1 against Darshan.
Yeah,
he does have Flash.
This is the situation where you tell your top laner to play stupid and just go all in, just like walk into minions, play aggressive. In case enemy jungler was still there, he would have gone for the gank, and then he could have counter-ganked it. Now, they might just get a bit of poke on Darshan. He still has Flash.
Yeah, I love that dangerous game, right? Because you have to be careful with how stupid, quote-unquote, you play.
Run forward.
You lose half of your life to it. definitely can bite you in the backside, but both junglers end up recalling after that non-action.
And look at the other lanes in this situation here. We have mid lane. We talked about Vladimir can farm even versus the Syndra, unless Syndra gets her lost chapter and then also a blue buff. She can just perma-push, perma-harass. She has one of them now. She needs the blue buff when it spawns, but Trick was a greedy jungler, took it for himself instead of giving him to his mid lane. Like
You
we see
mean
very,
a
very
smart
often.
jungler.
A smart jungler, of course.
One other thing that's pretty curious is the early Moby boots for Trick. It is a risky buy. It's definitely a snowballing buy. We've seen people be punished for it, as you don't have those combat stats, but definitely allows him to put a lot more pressure on the map and try and snowball.
Has a chance to be rewarded for it. Spots Smithy dancing back and forth. Axe tags him, turns off the bonus move speed, and they go back to their respective sides to map. Both junglers being spotted now. We just have a chill game for now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the boots on the other side for Smithy, that is the go-to boots for Olaf. We talked about the low cooldown of the Ghost Summoner spell for pulling off ganks. Want to try and abuse that as much as possible. Plus, flat cooldown reduction helps out with the undertow damage.
Forcing the flash out of Expect. Nice done by Darshan, but here comes a counter gank Trick. Walking through a ward, doing it, and Darshan knows he's safe.
And that was definitely not good enough here from Expect. He was out of mana. You can see his build. He's not going for tier. He's going for a build we see more and more from Jace, where you just rush Ghostblade, and you have an insane power spike very early. So he's not stacking any mana regen just now. Jumping in for Stixxay.
Good damage gets a tag onto Afroby. One more hit will stun him, but they're going to land the root. One more auto. Can't quite get in range. Vent won't get it. CLG actually does win that trade, as Afro has plenty of mana to heal back up.
Yeah, now we actually have an opening for CLG in the top lane because there is no flash from Expect. He walked in to hit that tower, as we said earlier, without mana and didn't really accomplish anything. It was just a greedy play, and now we can see this Olaf go to top lane and actually try and gank the Jace. He's very easy to gank as an Olaf with his ulti.
Yeah, you can't knock him back, pop up the ulti. The best that Jace can hope for is to try and jump to an enemy minion that's closer to his turret or something. But aside from that, will drop pretty quickly.
Counterlogic Gaming going to go ahead and recall their dual lane. Nicely played by Mithy. He will build a freeze for a while, actually. You had Sven recall quite a bit earlier, just kind of by himself. Got his own bit of armor penetration. CLG backs up for a BF sword on their AD carry, plus their Sightstone. It does mean Mithy will have to recall late, and there will be some 2v1 time. Very briefly for CLG in the dual lane.
Luckily for G2, though, the wave is actually pushed so far towards the G2 tower that you're not really at risk of getting zoned for minions or anything. You can just sit and farm.
And as those teleports for top laners do come back up, this first Ocean Drake definitely becomes a real possibility, especially if the bottom lane does gain control and continues pushing like that. So we'll see if CLG put down some wards in preparation for that.
This is smart by CLG, though. They're standing in the spots that G2 would go to ward, but they haven't been seen yet.
Ooh, they might find Mithy when he passed down to the bottom lane, or potentially just dive onto the Jhin. Jhin is all alone here.
Here comes the slow from Afro. He pulls the aggro. Nothing for him to do. He can't do anything. Saves the summoners.
But
a
G2's
great
coming.
clean kill by G2. Here comes Trick. Here comes Smithy. Here comes Perks. Who he on the backside. The flash chase in. Who he wants in. Here's the tidal wave as well. The flash does get him out of range. Who he's still staying alive. Here's the TP, and Darshan gets him. Smithy the second kill for Counterlogic Gaming.
Darshan right over the wall. They do use that TP we're talking about just as it comes off cooldown. That means, though,
not over yet, guys.
Use his, and
This is a 4 versus 2. Here's the teleport for Expect. They're still putting the damage of Darshan getting low. He might die to the turret. Run more hit, but then still picked up Trick. The snipe come back in after a little bit overextended. One more hit, he'll do it. Mithy to get the kill. He's trying to save it for Expect, but Summoner Heal saves his life. Afro gets out. CLG still stays up a kill with the play.
Afro just managed to stay alive in the end, but good setup from CLG with the trap first and then an early teleport from Darshan here, catching G2 off guard. Expect joined very, very late.
Yeah, a bit of adrenaline joining there as well, as we saw a couple of little bit of a mid-play. Here we go, though. Here's the original dive. They corner Sven under the turret. Sven, he resigns himself to death. He knows he's not going to get out of this, so he doesn't burn any summoner spells.
But it's such a good setup because they saw he was freezing the bottom lane and they expected the support to roam so they could go for either dive or a catch. Then onto Perks here. Darshan is already TP'd. He flashes over the wall. Look at your minimap, guys. Jace is still sitting top lane. Expect he was not ready to TP.
It was actually so good for Darshan. He flashes up to the range where he can charge over the wall. That's actually really hard to do, too, because the range on that charge did get reduced. And that's why it was such an impressive play there. They were able to get the kill, even though the tidal wave ended right before hitting Perks.
Well, it is very, very hard to use tidal wave here as somewhat of an engaged tool. It's very, very slow, of course, moving around. The fans voting for CLG for now.
Deficio tenting his fingers like the evil mastermind he is.
No, we talked about this coming in, like CLG definitely have a good shot at winning this game, honestly. We know how well they prepare for these games. We didn't see anything surprising, I feel, in terms of picks. If they had something really special prepared, like Aurelion Soul of MSI, we didn't see it this time around at least. Very, very standard picks, but a good move with Xmithy, of course, diving on to Sven.
And the thing is, we didn't see a Drake after that. There was no move over to Ocean Drake because of the delayed teleport from Expect. Actually, mid lane here, we have some exchanging going on.
Yeah, a bit of damage onto Perks, who he puts the slow down. Here comes the Axis, and Xmithy's trying to take him out. He's gonna get it. He survives the entire encounter. A quick repel up for Trick, and they will not dive this just yet, but Afra has now joined the team, and it looks like CLG are wanting to push down the mid lane, and a red buff Olaf means plenty of damage on the structures as Xmithy joins in to defend, but CLG dropping it below half.
First turret is way more important than moving over to that Ocean Drake. So much gold there, plus you remove it as an objective for the other team. That's why they're bringing everyone up here to try and capitalize on that play. They really want to turn this into that first turret goal.
It is hard for him to take it down. Expect is on his way. Mithy as well sitting here defending.
It's going to be a bit of a 4v4 though. Expect is joining. Sven still down there on the bot side right now. CLG re-engaging on this one. The ult from Mithy doesn't mean enough, and now he's missing an important cooldown for the fight. He's going to die into his turret. The turret going down as well. Expect now caught by himself. Catastrophic mistakes from G2 as they will continue to lose 4 of their members. A trade kill comes in, but still a rough early game now as CLG are up double the kills and a turret.
Yeah, everything is falling apart here for G2. It starts with Perks in the mid lane having no flash, and the jungler we talked about earlier, Xmithy, showing up big time. 3-0-3 on this Olaf. He charges into the mid lane, picks up another kill, and then G2 tries too hard to defend this mid tower, lose it, and lose more kills.
CLG, no matter how the meta changes, they always retain their hyper focus on those early objectives. There it showed, they are willing to commit their whole team for this first turret gold, and G2 were not. They still had Jhin down bottom lane, and it was a bit of a desperate move to try and defend this turret here. As you see, Mithy used his ultimate just on the minions.
Yeah, especially after the ulti is now gone from Mithy. Well, that was the best you can do. Now just back away because you have no cooldowns left. Expect also just seem to forget that Sean could walk in behind him. Gang down bottom lane.
Looking for the play right now. Curtain call is up. Stixxay takes a couple. After going to block this as well. This should not kill him, and it won't. He'll survive with 300 HP. That's the ulti down for Sven, but it does mean lane control for G2. Their jungler's there. Most of the CLG bot lane has to recall away, and this will at least be a wave pushed in.
Yeah, while G2 have done fine in the laning phase, it's as soon as CLG are forcing these fights very, very early, moving Xmithy around, TPing down to Sean, then it seems like CLG is just reacting much faster, and G2 suddenly has to react on the fly. They come in one by one, a little bit too late. Perks in that mid lane as well. You had zero vision in the river. You had no flash either versus an Olaf. Why are you trying to fight in the first place? And that's just really well played by CLG and great shot calling. Seeing these mistakes from G2 and punishing them.
Yep, CLG have been working together so long with this as their focus. Does pay off here, although it's still a very, very small gold lead and just the one Ocean Drake. Actually, down bottom, this looks like a pretty interesting bush setup.
Sven gets slowed down. He's got nothing to do. Flashes up, and he's going to use it, but Xmithy's got another axe. Nice dodge in the bubble, and actually well played by Sven. Gets away from the gank, even puts some punishment back onto Xmithy for his troubles. However, it still means it's a 3v0 at this bottom lane outer turret, and Counter Logic Gaming look to extend their gold lead. Sven not really in engage range, and as the minion wave is cleared out, CLG ups the gold lead to 2,500.
That's exactly what CLG were looking for. That bot lane tower killing Sven would have been a bonus, but didn't happen due to also the swiftness boots here, making it easier to dodge around as a Jhin.
Meanwhile, we actually have the rest of the team being called down. They've started to bolster this area with vision as well. Pink wards being dropped by CLG. After the mid and top turret go down, opens up the red quadrant of the jungle to a lot of plays. But here we go. Mithy's going aggressive.
Flash Q's going to land. They really want Stixxay. The CC's going to land. Bad news bears for Stixxay. It's going down. The cocoon lands. The damage output. And he's going to die to Spiderlings. Trick finds one. But here's the teleport in. It's Starshawn. He wants Mithy. One more hit. He'll do it. And that's Xmithy getting himself a kill. Now the chase and the Trick has to dodge around the tidal wave and will be killed. A double kill for CLG's jungler.
These Moby boots on Elise not helping him at all. He is getting squashed now under the foot of Olaf, and CLG strike back, avenging Stixxay.
And once again, CLG just TPing down so quick, while G2, they keep Expect sitting in the top lane. They made the call, he should go for tower, but after G2 picked up the first kill, they overstayed. And suddenly, there's Olaf. He will not let you escape, and he just keeps chasing. 5 kills now for Xmithy. He's carrying this game.
Deficio, you talked about the nerves for a game like first group stages at Worlds here for G2, and it looks like they're having some trouble staying coordinated as we move through to this mid-game. And CLG are forcing plays. G2, their reactions seem very scattered at the moment.
Definitely so. Some communication problems for G2. Too many things happening at once. Maybe where CLG, as we said earlier, just seems like a step ahead of G2 when it comes to actually calling what's supposed to happen. This is the first kill they pick up. Right now, they see the TP so early from Dashawn here. They call, expect you to stay top lane. But because Stixxay stayed alive long enough, it actually bought enough time for the Poppy and the Olaf to come in here and get onto these 2 carries here from G2.
Very good.
Supports. Let's make it support.
Very good undertows from Smithy, by the way. People don't really notice mechanics on Olaf because all they see is the giant red Viking charging at people. But the undertow, the axes, is actually really, really increases your DPS if you can control it well. He got multiple axes through 2 people. Plus, if you cast it short, you can pick it up a lot quicker. Then you get to throw the next one, and you get to chain them, plus keeping the extra slows on.
You even had great sort of reservation by Afro. He held on to the tidal wave until they could re-engage, until Xmithy was ready, Huhi coming down, aimed it to that trick, had to basically walk away from his own base to dodge tidal wave, which let Xmithy get a lot more attacks onto him, and overall, CLG played that fight incredibly well. Xmithy now pressuring the top side. Both teams have sent their dual lanes to this side of the map now. They're playing more around Rift Herald and these turrets, as CLG have already taken down the mid lane and bottom lane turrets.
And it's crazy to think that just like 10, 12 minutes ago, Jace picks up first blood. He's 20 CS ahead. It's like, oh, Jace is gonna snowball. Well, ever since that play happened, CLG has made plays on the other side of the map, and they kept putting the Poppy there with teleport to join the team fights and not sit in the 1v1 lane. So yes, Dashawn is down in CS, but he's picked up enough kills and assists now to actually be pretty strong.
Plus, on the top side, Darshan kept wards, and they were able to see Trick's movement. Even though Trick went for the Moby boots and he was moving quickly, they knew where he was and what play he was going for. Able to counter it. Here's Darshan trying to continue the 1v1.
He's coming up. It's going to be a 2v1. Is the ghost in from Vladimir? The flash. Oh, he can't look at the tackle. Expect smartly flashes before that play was going to commit a trade of summoners.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Smithy going to steal away this blue. Mentioned how important that is for Olaf. It increases the damage tremendously, and Smithy, this is the most damage he's dealt to champions over the entire year. Pre-15 minutes.
I like how you put it. Pre-15 minutes.
But yeah,
the impact.
But statistically, Xmithy's best early game of his year, and this is the reason that Counter Logic Gaming is winning. Trick has been in the right place several times. There have been some good landing phase matches for G2, but Xmithy is putting CLG on his back. He's clearing the wards away, and even just this, just showing up is enough to say, oh, you're right, Olaf's here, let's give him the turret.
I mean, look at the minimap right now. CLG are pushing out multiple lanes at the same time. Mid is pushed in, bot lane is pushed in as well with 2 towers down already. Perkz is just stuck in the mid lane. Both of the guys, both him and Who, he actually used Ghost before to try and get down to bottom lane. Didn't really get any sort of reward from it, but they're now down 1 summoner. It is definitely worse for Perkz because he's just sitting back at a tier 2 tower and he's not able to move.
And I think at this point, CLG, after they clean up the last turret here and they've got their 3 turret advantage, the wards are starting to move in. You see the pink wards even encroaching in G2 territory. This makes the Drake control extremely easy for them. So this Cloud Drake should be picked up fairly quickly for CLG, and it is very dangerous for G2 to go face check this, as they don't have anyone tanky. They don't have a big body to go face check into Fog of War. It's very hard to come back in Vision Wars like this. Now, you know, maybe it is a repel steal here from Trick, but it's very risky.
That's a good move right there. Now he's not in repel range to the Drake anymore. He can't get into it without burning Flash. A nice try with the Shock Blast, but CLG now own the Ocean and the Cloud Drakes. And those are the 2 big sort of rotation Drakes. They keep your health and mana topped off. They get you to the new lane faster, and this is already CLG's playstyle. It's accentuating what CLG are already doing to beat G2.
Yeah, and I really like when I see teams do what CLG is doing in this game here, where it's not about individual players specifically, like stepping up and just outplaying everyone else. No, it's as a team. They're like, okay, we're losing top side. How do we win somewhere? We have a strong bot lane. We have a strong early game jungler. Forced place on the bottom side. TP Dashawn down early to join these fights here. And then as a team, we can beat G2.
And that's the focus that CLG put on in the offseason. They rebuilt their entire team around that philosophy. That is all about the teamwork. Has paid off for them at MSI, and we talked about a very similar looking strategy here for them. So far it is. It's still fairly early in the game, and there are possibilities of getting picked off. Those possibilities are quickly dwindling, though.
Yeah, and we're in the mid-game now, where normally you would look at CLG's comp and say, ooh, not the strongest mid-game composition. Vladimir wants to scale, of course. Caitlyn wants to scale. Let's see if actually anything happens. Sven is trying to run away. Here's Hui.
Goes, he proto belts in, looks for a bit of damage on a Mithy, and will not quite get stunned. He's going to walk away from that. Nice dodge as well. No root either. Mithy low. Trick. Ooh, goes to the flash play. Does not catch Stixxay. Hui takes a bit of damage himself. The jungler's getting a little bit lower, but the re-engage towards Stixxay. He's going to pick the bullets up, and they will do so. The re-engage now back towards Mithy and Trick. Darshan teleports in. There's the repel to stay alive so far. Elise will stay alive, but getting lower and lower over time. Bubble not quite going to land from after a move. CLG lose a lot of health, but they keep all 5 members alive. Re-engaging now towards this turret. They have a healer, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, they should. Here we go. Looks like it's just going to be an escape here. G2 are going to be able to defend.
Yes, Pool, don't worry. It's okay. He's baiting.
He's a blood bait.
Please jump me, please.
And the thing is, though, CLG, I think, win in this trade a lot of ways because they'll continue to regenerate after this fight ends. They got low, but it doesn't really matter. Their minion waves are all pressed up. G2, even if they dealt more damage, will not get map control out of this.
And that's always the beautiful thing about pushing your waves first before you make plays, because then even if you don't gain anything, or maybe you lose 1 member, there's really nothing the enemy team can do because they didn't have to push all the minions all the way up to your turrets. It gives you a lot of time to respawn and get back out on the map. So CLG with a great setup, not really taking any chances, and it was G2 who used tons of flashes in that last fight.
CLG's team fight is just so much stronger right now. G2 have not been able to get the leads in all their damage carries, right? We talked about, yeah, Olaf sometimes, if he's charging at a full damage team, can get shot down. But if the full damage team is this much behind, they're not going to be able to take down the front line of CLG. And it makes it pretty simple for CLG the next few steps as far as ending it out around those normal objectives, chasing people down.
Yeah, that was the point I wanted to make before we had the little fight. With CLG having Vladimir and Caitlyn, 2 picks where you can normally say, okay, they got to get past the mid-game, get to 2 or 3 items at least. Well, in this case here, because CLG won the early game, got all these early towers down, these carries here, they're already pretty fed, they're already towards the late game build, and they don't really suffer that problem in the mid-game anymore. Because Syndra, Jhin, and Jace, all picks that really shine with 1 or 2 items, don't have that advantage anymore because CLG has so much gold.
And you can already start to see CLG feeling so comfortable that Stixxay is deviating to a more defensive build on Caitlyn. Usually you see Caitlyn rush to those 3-item power point, right? But he's already going for magic resistance because he doesn't want to get killed by the Elise Syndra combo.
And you can see now another engage comes through. Smithy getting rooted up, but so far so good. And talking about Aframu looking to help the team make a play. Aframu up about 700 gold over Mithy means he's already got the Aegis of the Legion done, so that Magic Resist aura as well, helping to make sure Perkz doesn't assassinate somebody with that ultimate. But G2 able to use the lane dominance of Expect, who is 3-1. If it's going to be a carry performance, it'll probably be that G2 top laner. Gets the solo kill on the turret, pushing Darshan out of lane. He got a bit of help from Trick a little while ago, but you're seeing G2 edge back into this game.
Yeah, that is the one advantage G2 still has in this game here. It's the bottom lane, or well, wherever you sent the top laner, basically. He was in bottom lane just before, in the 1v1 with the armor penetration, the Black Cleaver against the full tank Puppey. Baron, though, is the call for CLG. They're starting it. G2 is on the way.
They do plenty of damage, though, and you've already got Darshan here to play zoning duty. He's going to walk into the support and say, hey, Mithy, look at me, stun me, do your stuff.
Knock them away.
Yeah, ulti charged up, and he's not going to get rid of Elise, so Trick is still around. CLG choose to keep DPS on. Darshan just tanking damage. 2,000 health left on Baron. Title divides more time. They should get Baron, and it will go to Counter Logic Gaming. Now for the re-engage. He looked for someone else, but can't find the damage. Glacial Pitcher comes out, the disengage, nothing picked up except the bot lane tier 2 turret.
It's just too dangerous for G2 to face check this fog of war against the team. There are traps lined up, Poppy is ejecting people, and Vladimir is zoning. Very good job there by CLG to stick to the Baron and not give up, try and chase people down. So Baron is going to really amplify their push. Caitlyn with the Baron, very easy siege.
This is something we don't do very often, is actually really praise teams when they set up well around the Baron and execute it, because it's so often like, they lost to that Baron, 50-50, whatever. This situation here, CLG honestly had the perfect setup.
Yeah.
They had a great zoning from Poppy, tidal away from Nami, they had full vision. They never really gave G2 a chance to steal the Baron.
And to talk about the severity of that, so rarely do you see 10 players alive clean Baron take. That is rare in professional League of Legends. CLG executing it nicely, but Expect was able to take 2 turrets while that all happens. The gold remains close-ish.
Yeah, in order to really put yourselves in the shoes of G2 there. You kind of need to turn on that fog of war and think about all the different traps that you're running into to try and get the very, very scary maneuver, and CLG do come out with the objective.
Wow, Stixley going very defensively. I thought it was Hextrigger, but it's actually going towards the Mercurial Scimitar. The Quicksilver Sash into the lifesteal that comes out of it. That is Mercurial Scimitar. I'm silly, but
it is.
Yeah, I was thinking all about Mortius in my head, and I just like completely blanked on that.
Thank you, AD carry main.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't had to buy Magic Resist in a while, and I just forgot how it worked. But here we go. Huhi running back and forth. Of course, a little bit quicker thanks to the Cloud Drake. Hit up a bit. Losing 500 HP. Doesn't seem to care.
And you got 3 big tanks on CLG now. Poppy, Vladimir, and Olaf. Really, really difficult for a Jhin and a Syndra to kill these tanks. Normally, they're very good at killing squishies, you know, flat armor penetration, flat magic penetration on both these champions. Well, right now, you have to kill a massive front line first.
Yeah, this is a giant steamroller comp here from CLG, and they really want to use the Baron buff to get the turrets. That's why they're not taking this Mountain Drake right now, trying to get the turret gold first.
That's going to be mid lane tier 2 down. So there's only one tier 2 turret left, and CLG gets that first 6 turrets right now. They're definitely sizably ahead right there. Over 4,000 gold now, once again stretching that lead as they shove their waves in. Mithy fighting for vision control in his own jungle just outside of his base. That's how choked off G2 are right now.
Only good thing as a supporter when you ward there is how quickly you can get back to fountain, get more wards, go back and place the same ones because the enemy will just clear them.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you are G2, you're actually not even looking for late game because we have Caitlyn, Vladimir again, and Poppy as well on the side of CLG, like insane late game scaling. This needs to be a massive outplay for G2 in a team fight to win this game.
Exactly. What you're looking for are mistakes, unforced errors, openings for you to capitalize on, right? And those can occur around turrets where you have the extra damage to assist you from your turrets, but
Mithy blocks up the shot, so it doesn't get rooted up, but the turret's still under siege. Sadly for them, though, a Baroned up cannon minion is actually outside of turret range, so it doesn't full aggro, and that will eventually clear away. 2/3 health.
Yeah, they don't really want to take any chances here, so CLG backing off out of vision and coming down with the minion wave. You can boost up the speed of the minion wave with that Baron buff as well. So kind of a surprise siege right there. They return to the scene of crime, take down the last turret, and then they can rotate and grab the Drake as well.
That is 6,000 gold up for Counter Logic Gaming. He was splitting in the bot lane and even got the inhib turret down below half as well. It's one last easy recall as Baron buff times out for CLG. They earned 3,500 gold off of that Baron, and they can now take that clean Mountain Drake as they look for the seeds that might win them the game.
If you are G2 at this point, you start talking about, you know, what's our biggest item power spike we can possibly get to before we have to take that fight. Well, for most of these guys, it might be like one more item, guys. Get a 3rd item down, and then we just go for that one fight. If we don't win it, we lost the game. Because the scaling in on CLG is great. They're going to get stronger and stronger. GA completed on Smithy here. G2 needs to just try and fight, honestly, with, let's look at the next, 5 minutes? Otherwise, it's not going to get any easier. Once we have full GAs, full defensive items on CLG, then you're never going to kill them.
This is why, by this point, this is where you start to expect to see some risky plays from G2, right? Because they need to take any opportunity that's given to them. If there's somebody slightly out of position, you kind of have to throw everything that you have on that possibility of making that play and trying to turn that into some extra gold. Because there are quite a few extra standing towers here for CLG since G2 have only taken 3 total.
Yeah, but that's the difficulty, of course. If you look at Counter Logic Gaming's composition, you've got Olaf, who's immune to crowd control, Stixley with a Quicksilver Sash, who can drop off crowd control. Afro should always be in the back, and Hui and Darshan are honestly probably just too tanky. G2 have the right champions for it, but there's not the right targets for it, and it makes it kind of difficult for G2 to find that opening. Smithy trading blows with Mithy. Doesn't quite find too much damage. Trick battles back and forth, but look at that. CLG, once again, holding vision control on this side of the jungle. He eats up all the traps, and the rest of Counter Logic Gaming shoved down the mid lane. Kind of face taking a bit too much there, than a half HP, maybe about a 4 that he can chew. Has the Guardian Angel, gets rooted, might run out of HP, he's got to be careful! And that's the revive forced down, so here come the teleports, here comes the team fight. Stixley dodging away pretty nicely, Darshan joins the fray, and how much damage can they really find? Trick is low, Huhi looks at the chase on to expect, and there's the flash out from Trick himself. Huhi has the empowered heal available, puts some damage on Amithy, a nice stun comes out from Perks, a little bit, Snipe's gonna come through, nearly kills him, Smithy, the Olaf close to dead. Block of shield comes out, doesn't block any damage, though it's a late trigger from Afremu, and it means Counter Logic Gaming have to recall, losing a Guardian Angel. Ooh, Smithy takes a heal from Afro, gets away.
See, that's the opening they're looking for, right? Openings like that, and they do gain something out of it. Taking down the GA off of Smithy, popping the ultimate, they bought themselves a little bit of time. No kills, though, so there's not really any extra gold, and next time around, I don't know. It looks rough for your boys there, Deficio.
Definitely does. I mean, full credit to CLG. They've just outplayed G2 in the early to mid game. Xmithy was on fire this game and also good shot calling, setting up the plays we highlighted earlier. That was close to the best fight G2 could hope for. Don't pick up a single kill because of the tankiness of CLG. Now Darshan picked up the GA, so if you remove it from Xmithy, he just takes it himself, and now you have to do the same thing again.
And remember, if CLG are able to take this game, it has huge implications for this group. One of the reasons why we're so sure that this is going to be one of the games that does decide that #2 seed is because Rocks are so heavily favored to get out in first place, and Albus, Nox, Luna are pretty heavily supplanted in that 4th spot. So CLG, breaking the analyst predictions here would be a very big upset.
In front of the home crowd, no less. CLG wearing their American flag colors and their uniforms. The crowd here in San Francisco, you heard their cheers every time we announced the North American team during the opening ceremony. They would love nothing better than for CLG to strike the first win of the League of Legends World Championship here this year. And as the gold lead remains 6,500, they are poised to do so with Baron buff respawn.
We got 3 items now on G2. If you look at both perks and expect 2 solo laners for them, this might be the best time to just try and fight. If CLG goes for a risky Baron and maybe fails the execution, that could be a way in for G2. But we saw CLG, last time Baron was alive, set it up perfectly and never really gave G2 a chance.
So many tools. When you're on red side and the blue team has to come through these small corridors, CLG looking to chase him down.
Flash to get away from the bubble. Tidewave's going to tag onto one, forcing the flash into the G2 AD carry. Trick is on the flank. Mithy going to get burned down. That's the first kill. He is engaged deep into the back line. Xmithy wearing off all the damage. Darshan, who is he going to punt out? Looks like he's going to wait for it and let it go back on a cooldown. Not too much picked up just yet, but that is still G2 missing their support. 5v4 for Counter Logic Gaming. Mountain Drake means they kill the turrets faster, and here comes the siege. Maybe the game-winning push right now, 32.5 minutes in. There's the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor itself now available as Darshan kites back and forth. Xmithy getting a bit low. The opening on a half remove. This could be some very crucial snipes by Sven. Misses one, tags another, and who is he going to get for this one? Looks for the final shot, and it's going to be the revive out for Darshan. He'll come back up soon. Stixxay a bit low. He's got to be careful. A big stun. There's the root as well. Do they have the damage? G2 right now do not, but Counter Logic Gaming has to run away for dear life. The revives are in. Mithy's back on the map, and Counter Logic Gaming
he's back at base.
He's coming up to the left-hand side. Let's see if he can find anything.
Too far away.
It seems very unlikely as CLG are going to continue to run away. The Ocean and Cloud are helping them get away and keep their health bars, something that won't get them killed. But G2 now control the map a little bit more. CLG want back in though. They've got to slow on to Sven. Not going to be a stun just yet here from the mid laner. Back again onto Mithy. His exhaust going to be up and he's going to find a target. Mithy wearing down, and it's 2 kills for Counter Logic Gaming. Expect re-engages, cannot find Darshan, and that's 4 already. Perks the last one alive. There's the stun. He's going to take him down. The ace for Counter Logic Gaming as they run down the mid lane to win the first game of the World Championship.
DLG alone in the enemy base, running towards the Nexus, the opening game of Worlds.
14-4 in kills, 7-3 in turrets. Despite the first blood, Counter Logic Gaming won the way that CLG wins. Control, strategy, shot calling, and teamwork leads North America to a 1-0 record at Worlds.
Honestly, a very calm and clean win for CLG as well. All through that teamwork. Xmithy, definitely the point man, creating a lot of the plays as the jungle, but the entire team, great coordination and not phased by the first blood at all.
No, exactly. CLG came in, they had a plan, play around bottom lane. They first rotation the Nami Caitlyn. Super strong 2v2 lane. And they said, you know what, guys, let's just play around these guys, and if Darshan can TP out of his lane, Expect didn't follow twice in the early game when we had these fights, and G2 just seemed to be completely caught off guard, honestly. They were not ready to react when CLG forced plays. So really well played here by CLG, and they fully deserve to win this game.
And some of them were such tight calls as well. I point back to the desynced recall where you had Mythy block a bubble so Sven could get back, Mythy built a freeze, and then recalled back to lane. And there's a 20-second window of a desynced 2v1. Huhi and Xmithy come down saying, this is our exact timer, the only time we can dive Sven. 4v1, he's dead for free, another 2-for-1 after that, and CLG played these scenarios so cleanly, so crisply, so quickly. And that's why they won.
Yeah, and they just need a little bit of information to see that, support is building up a freeze here. We know he's going to recall later.
Yep.
Bot lane, Xmithy was already moving down, and that's just great understanding of the game. And you've also, of course, played these scenarios over and over. Not a lot of teams will pull off a play like that when they know there's a freeze and an AD carry might be alone. So really, really well played by CLG. And Xmithy especially, what a performance.
Yeah, I mean, Mythy from G2 did mention it. Reacting to these plays has been something that G2 has struggled with. Even though he feels like they're stronger, pretty much across the board than his previous team, it definitely showed in this game. And they did look a bit scattered, something they're going to have to clean up moving forward in groups.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, you definitely did see good points from G2 though, right? Expect winning his lane. We didn't watch it very much, but Perkz did win over Huhi. He was constantly up 10 to 12 minions for almost the entire game, and it started pretty early on in the laning phase, but of course the downfall was the fact that the coordination wasn't there, right? Whether it was late teleports or late rotations, CLG were still able to find ways to move first and to play as a team first. And even if you are theoretically outskilled on paper, 5v4s are 5v4s. You don't really lose those fights. These are very, very good players still, even if Sven is like one of the very best AD carriers in the world. Stixxay is, on the grand scale, not far behind him. And when you see those executions, they're still cleaned by CLG.
Aphromoo has had so much time with all of these players, and he is one of the all-time great in-game leaders. It just shows with CLG's play. They never lose calm.
No, exactly. And I think we also get to see this tournament, and especially this game here, how when we talk about one player maybe being slightly better than another player individually, it's really not by a lot. It's like small things, where there's a small advantage. In a game like this here, yeah, Huhi, okay, you fall down 10 CS. You're playing Vladimir. You're fine falling down 10 CS because late game, you're going to be way better. And that's exactly what he was in this game here. And Stixxay Aphromoo can definitely go toe-to-toe with some of the best bot lanes in the world. We saw it at MSI. Yeah. We're going to see it more and more as well.
And this is now the story I maybe want to tell about Counterlogic Gaming is whether you get counted out or not. At the big events, 2016 CLG shows up. Second MSI, I mean, most people predicted them to not get out of groups at the Midseason Invitational. Instead, they make the finals.
Most people predicted them not to get out of groups here at Worlds as well.
Very true. A lot of people put G2 above them.
And that's the point, right? Is, well, here you are getting ready for the major event when it's time to focus and be ready against the world's best. And CLG looked super sharp. They looked absolutely great. Yes, you still saw moments from G2 that were good. Again, they won top lane pretty significantly. There was some good split pushing there, but you have CLG kind of on fire again. It's that MSI CLG, it seems.
And now next game, obviously, is the Rocks Tigers versus Albus, a game where
the rest of the group.
Yeah, the rest of the group, where Tigers will be heavy favorites, and they will be favorites in every game they play here. But upsets can still happen in BO1s. Like CLG, G2, these teams can still take a game off them. Obviously, a team like G2 needs to play much better than they did right now. Yeah. But CLG, if they continue playing like they did here, good coordination, setting up plays around the bottom lane, they can definitely take games off some of the other teams in best of ones.
Absolutely, and of course CLG and G2 will have a rematch next week to figure out who even advances on further. But now we're going to send it down to the stage where Shox is waiting with a word from CLG's AD carry.
Thank you very much indeed. Waiting here with Stixxay from CLG after that victory over G2. First up, congratulations. You were the underdog going into this matchup, according to a lot of the analysts, but how did you guys step into that one?
Well, obviously, we're used to being in the underdog position, so it's nothing new to us. And I feel like it almost fuels us to even play better. So, yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, you guys played amazingly. Very interesting pick and ban picking for that very aggressive lane. How did you want to contain that bottom lane specifically, and how did that fit into the rest of the game plan for this?
Well, we know that G2's main lane, they play off as bottom lane, so we decided to pick a really strong bottom lane to contain that. And it worked out pretty well. This World's meta, I think, is pretty hard to figure out. I think a ton of teams have different priorities, so you'll see a ton of different drafts. So expect more weird picks.
Expect more weird picks. We love to hear that. Fantastic victory. How does it feel in general to bring home the first victory for an NA team here in NA?
It feels really good, especially since so many people doubted us, and it's always fun to keep feeling the EU-NA rivalry. So.
Well, you definitely dealt the first blow in that fight. CLG upsetting G2 here, fantastic. Talk to me about how you guys as a team stand into this tournament before MSI coming out of NA as the first seed. Now it's a bit of a different story. MSI was a very breakout tournament for you personally, but it seems to be a different atmosphere, and a lot of the hype is going into TSM for this tournament. But how do you guys view it?
Well, in my personal opinion, I think that NA is actually a really strong region. Some people don't really think that, but in my opinion, they're probably like the second best region right now. So there's a ton of hype going to more so like the top NA teams like TSM and Cloud9. But even though we're like the other Worlds team from NA, we're still obviously really good, so yeah.
Obviously really good, that showed in this game. Finally, tell me how you think this group is gonna go. A lot of people have said, well, Rock's clear #1, and then 2 is gonna go between G2 and CLG. How did you see maybe your opinion on that changing now that you crushed G2?
Well, yeah, I agree. I think Rox is the clear #1, and then the battle is us versus G2. I still think it's gonna be us versus G2, just because we won a best of 1 doesn't mean we're better. So I think at the end of the group stage, it's still going to be us versus G2. So.
And is it going to be you in the end?
Maybe. Just kidding, of course.
Of course. Well, fantastic. Congratulations on your very first victory here at Worlds. Sticks a fantastic victory from CLG. And now we're going to kick it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shock. CLG victorious in Game 1 of the 2016 World Championships. But before we get into anything, gentlemen, I have to acknowledge the stellar 0% prediction rate that currently exists on this desk. And I'm sure the fans will be happy about that one.
I mean, if it mathematically 1,000 voices to 3 is a very unfair ratio.
CLG is like the Yugi, man. You can never count them out through their Millennium Puzzle. They show up every time it matters.
That is very right, and they showed up here. And before we dive into the gameplay itself, want to hit Champs like just briefly, as we saw the Aurelion Sol banned out, but that Caitlyn pick that had been brought out at MSI for Stixxay, made popular there, doing work again here.
I mean, Caitlyn Nami is kind of a blocker lane to a lot of things. Nami's come into the meta because so strong against the melee supports. Caitlyn famous for her lane phase in general, so they went for the blocker picks. They played to it really well. But honestly, to me, this game was all about Darshan, and especially Xmithy or Smithy, depending on whether you want to confuse him with me. But regardless, great performance by them. And the Olaf pick we never see in Korea did work.
Well, yeah, you talk about that Olaf and Xmithy on it. Let's dive into our first replay brought to you by Acer here in the bot lane. Turret dive from CLG, gonna come out on top 2 for 1 in this trade.
And this is exactly what Defisi was talking about. They know that there's a freeze going on, and they get to see Xmithy go for a ward clear in the top side. Immediately, Xmithy reacts, and they see Sven being a little bit greedy. The wave should not be here in this position, and they go for the dive right away. And from this point on, this is what's gonna snowball CLG's game.
A big kill picked up there. We'll see one more picked up here as Huhi comes into the bot lane.
Yeah, and Huhi right here, he realizes that the tides are turning in this fight, and he actually flashed aggressively because he knows he has Nami follow-up. His team's already winning, and they'll aggressively chase into the jungle right there. But the good thing there is Syndra has role priority over Vladimir, but because Huhi was so on his toes, he immediately followed. He knew that whatever CS he loses mid or position, it's more important to play as a team and roam down. And this is the second part of this replay right here. They just aggressively chase on Perkz. What is Perkz gonna do here? You know, flash 1, dodge 2, Darshan comes in swinging, and suddenly it all starts falling down for G2 Esports.
And what I really took away from this game, you know, both replays we're going to see, is just how fast on his feet, specifically Darshan, was on the Poppy. The laning phase against Jace is always going to be super punishing. We see it on the screen, but he was always first to leave his lane. He knew his role. He was happy to drop CS 20, 30, 40, 50 if he can make the plays around. If those plays go wrong, you just lose the game because you're entering lane 70 CS behind. But making the plays was what CLG needed.
And Crumbs, Darshan, this is the guy who was looked at with such a critical eye going into this international tournament. People saying he's the underperformer of CLG, but in this, as Papa Smithy mentioned, fulfilling that role, playing the role as he needed to against the likes of a Scary.
Well, they find him being very successful in the Poppy pick, one that's not expected to be such a high priority in the meta, but of course just brings so much utility, and particularly it's one of the best champions at actually punishing the bottom lane, and I think that's really what CLG's plan was from the very get-go. That's why you draft the Caitlyn Nami right from the start, make sure that you can kind of neutralize the big strength for G2, which is that dual lane, and they did so quite well.
Yeah, they just played around their strengths. Not only did they punish the bot lane, they also let the CLG macro shine, and that was incredibly apparent at the Baron bait here. So we're just going to take another look at how they set that up and just the importance of vision, pink wards, and just displaying just how easy it is to play against great teams if you have the right setup for the Baron. Hopefully, We can get that on the screen
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
We had a replay prepared.
Right, it was mentioned though that this team, right, kind of the contrast of the two teams. You've got individual talent. We're looking at tricks, Trick to make plays around the map. But for CLG, it's the larger movements as a team, and we will see if we can get this replay up around the Baron. A great Baron dance from them, controlling the vision first, utilizing Darshan to kind of, push people out of it. Here we see it on your screen now.
So they started knowing that they have vision control, because if we go to the vision toggle right now, we see 3 traps on the left side controlling that choke point. Then we have the zone control. They have 2 champions that are so fantastic at being a blocker. They have Poppy W, Poppy R, and in addition to that, they swept the pit. They have 2 pink wards. This is a magnificent setup from CLG, and major shouts to my weatherman Dash, who did the drawing on the screen here.
And the other big takeaway is that, of course, the top laner here, Expect doesn't have teleport, so they had that extra information. They set up really well, double ping, such clean stuff from CLG.
And you can't overlook the fact that they had wave control beforehand, so they push the waves immediately, they make G2 respond to the waves, and that's what you see them all funneling through that same place, because they have to come in through the laning phase, and immediately Darshan does just such a wonderful job of zoning out Elise. You know it's the only factor that can steal it, and she can't get past without flash.
Yeah, we saw it right there. We had the Poppy R come out. Everybody stepped back for a second. When they get closer, it's Aframu's turn. He throws out the tidal wave, and everybody on G2 is so apprehensive of entering that area. And if anybody came from the left side, they would have walked into those 3 traps.
And at the end of the day, Poppy can do 2 roles. Initiation, we saw that, but goalkeeping, that's what it feels like. Just powering up that hammer, there for disengage, and got them the Baron, which really cemented this game for CLG.
Well, this is going to bring us to our player of the game, though, and that's going to the Olaf play in the jungle. Xmithy, 6-0-5 on that Olaf, making his presence known.
And the cool thing about this game, how it started, is the way that CLG initiated the pathing. So Darshan actually faked a leash in the top side. He took a little bit of extra damage from the Krugs, showed up to the lane, weakened, and then Xmithy was actually starting in the blue side. And with a little bit of a confusing path, it was very difficult for G2 to exactly figure out not just what his current path was, but what his future pathing would be. And that just adds to the element of surprise, and it makes a team be more cautious, especially in an opening match like this.
And this was Xmithy's best performance at 15 minutes in the game the entire season. He dealt 4.3k damage at 15 minutes, and he was 4-0-3 already right there. So involved in 7 kills, took 4 to his name. What a fantastic performance.
We're going to need to see continued great performances out of him if CLG want to top their group. Now, before we gear up for Game 2, a reminder that World's Hectech crafting materials are available for 150 IP in client every day of the tournament. Use them to level up team icons and emotes to support your favorite squad. Now, there's a whole lot more League of Legends coming your way. When we return, it's Korea's Rocks Tigers versus the LCL's Albus Nox Luna. Stay with us. After 9 months of competition across all corners of the globe, 16 teams, the finest their regions have to offer, have all converged on the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium here in San Francisco, California.
We are now loading onto the Rift for Game 1 of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. Go Ward, Trick spots him down to 100 HP, and Darshan gets sniped! Expect draws first blood at the World Championship. He's missing an important cooldown for the fight. He's gonna die under his turret. The turret going down as well. Expect now caught by himself. Catastrophic mistakes from G2 as they will continue.
Hey, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. I'm gonna go. I got the Jace. Yo, Jace bubble, Jace bubble. Let's go, Jace. Go ahead, go ahead. End again. I got it. End again. Good job.
Fucking sticks like it, boys. Shot calling and teamwork leads North America to a 1-0 record at Worlds.
이렇게 시청자들이 보는 입장에서도 약간 뭐 한타를 이겼을 때 단체로 아이콘을 딱 띄우면 멋있잖아요. 그래서 그런 거는 저는 되게 좋은 거라고 생각을 해요. 그냥 스포츠라는 게 물론 보는 분들도 재밌어야 되니까 저는 그게 참 상대를 도발하는 거라고 생각하기보다는 그냥 정말 재밌는 경기에서 서로 재밌게 한다라는 그런 표시기 때문에 저는 정말 다시 보고 싶어요.
Welcome back to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, where Korea's Rocks Tigers are setting up against newcomers to Worlds, the LCL's Albus, Nox, Luna. So Papa Smithy, I turn to you to help us intro today, or this year's favorites, perhaps, in the Rocks Tigers.
I mean, the thing about the Rocks Tigers, everyone knows about them. They know they came second at Worlds last year. But with a lot of these Korean teams, sometimes it feels like kind of the emotional storyline of some of these teams is kind of removed compared to some of the Western teams. But Rocks have kind of laid all the cards on the table. This is the team that famously practiced under very questionable circumstances last year, couldn't run air conditioning, had to practice in PC bungs rather than at the gaming house because of their financial struggles. So many players, they chased the money. That was an option for a lot of these players. Everyone talked about whispers of Smeb, getting a massive offer from China and things like that. They stayed together to win. And man, it took 3 finals, 3 losses, 4th time's the charm. Finally won LCK. This team is here to win Worlds. And they come in favorites, so they're doing something right.
Very much so, and we do have to make note of Peanut in the jungle, so it's not the exact 5 that we saw last year. So small adjustments to the roster, but largely still the same squad. Now, on the flip side of it, we do have our opposing team in Albus, Nox, Luna. So Crumbs, help me out here. What is this squad looking to do against the tournament favorites?
I think they're just looking to last as long as they can. You go in there and you want to learn something out. You want to see whatever thing that you can actually implement for your own future games and trying to play spoiler. I mean, even the likes of CLG and G2 don't really even think about taking games out of Rock. So if Albus Nox can learn something from this and utilize it into their games against G2 and CLG, they might be able to actually play big spoilers in this group.
And honestly, instead of looking at the team, we could look at some of their key players too. They have like Kira in the mid lane, known from All-Stars 1v1 tournament. He won the qualifier to the wildcard All-Stars there. Especially their support Liquid too is so enjoyable to watch sometimes when it's doing well. He is a very binary support. He doesn't really agree to all the norms and boundaries that bot lane has to offer, so sometimes he'll go for a crazy trade, but it works out. The guy is super aggressive. If we can get his hands on some champions that he plays like a brand support.
I want to see this brand.
Definitely a player worth watching here, because they can come out with a surprise and do something that we are not used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, he is 12.9% of his team's damage. The average for supports at Worlds is 7.2%. That's insanity in terms of the amount of damage that's coming from the bot lane, but that half of the bot lane, at least.
And then you're talking about aggression. Of course, Dash, you pointed out Peanut coming into this roster for the Rocks Tigers. He's the man that made this team go from a passive early game team to utter aggression. I mean, he kept an enemy jungler buffless for the entire game back in spring season. So that adaptation, if you've only watched Worlds, if you only watched those international events, watch the Rocks Tigers. They're not the same team from Worlds 2015.
I'm excited to see them on their first time on the Rift. It's time now to see these teams hit the Rift, so let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here to witness Game 2 now of the World Championship here, and this is one that, again, people are expecting to be number 1 versus number 4 in the group, but of course, upsets can always happen. We've seen it before, and so let's get ourselves into the game. First up, we're going to talk about the LCK Summer Champions, Rocks Tigers, and put their roster up on the screen here. Their top laner, Smeb, many consider to be the best player in the world. Peanut, their new jungle this year, could be the best in his role as well. Kuro in the mid lane, Frey and Gorilla, the AD carrying support, with their coach Nofe, former player, now coaching.
And on the red side, it's the LCL's #1, Albus Nox Luna. Up top is Smurf. In the jungle, PvP stay host. Mid, Kira. AD carry, a Miracle, support Lakritz, and coach Anspa.
So we'll see what can happen with these players. I want to bring up a player that's going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch. We'll probably see him in the ban phase. FLICKR, the support here for Albus Nox Luna. Famously a Brand and Zyra main.
A mage support.
I love mage
also,
support.
He's a mage in real life. He wears the robe. This guy goes full in on the mage playstyle and life.
Yeah. I mean, it's really, he's a method actor as far as League of Legends players goes. Yeah. But it's funny because statistically, of course, he is the highest damage share of any player at Worlds. He's actually my apologies, of any support player at Worlds. Only second highest, though, as far as players overall, is another support over in CIS that actually is a harder carry than him. But, of course, ANX is a stronger team. And there, of course, is the Brand ban. No one should be surprised at all.
I think we saw a quick little reaction for the player cams there.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Away, but yeah, unlucky there.
He has more mages ready for sure. Zyra is one of them. Kama's Elder Frame also removed. I'm sure a Bard is available. There's some mages.
Yeah. In all seriousness though, my favorite comp that I've seen these guys run is their poke comp with the Jhin and Varus, and then the high damage AP support to balance that out. Last time it was Brand. Zyra is also an option that they could use, to even out that damage profile. But that's where I've seen them have a lot of success, and that's what I really like about them. Landing these long-range poke skill shots and having a lot of high damage output.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight that Albus is not a team that straight up bullies people. Back in Russia, they don't destroy the laning phase specifically. They actually have pretty good understanding of how to play the late game and known as a bit of a macro team in their own region. Problem is you play against the Rocks Tigers, who obviously are a fantastic macro team in the mid game as well, especially. And they just have this insane early game now with Peanut. And of course, Smep just getting better and better up in the top lane. So if you are, a late game focused team, probably not going to work against the best team or potentially the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, any tactic you take against, the team that is favored to win the entire tournament is going to be rough, but we'll see what they start out with here. The Bard Jhin, that is a very high damage bottom lane, and maybe we get to see FLICKR making some moves around the map.
And both teams really putting pretty heavy priority on making the bottom lanes look pretty strong. Again, Bard, one of FLICKR's best champions, but also this Nami Lucian, again, a very strong 2-1-2, one of the more lane-dominant combos you can find. 2
games in a row where we see the team on red side go with double bot lane picks in the first rotation. CLG last game locked in Caitlyn Nami for one of the absolute strongest 2v2s you could possibly get. Here we see more focus on comfort, obviously with the Bard, of course, for FLICKR, and then that Jhin you talked about, Kobe, the long-range poke they like to play. Jace is still available if they want to have that as a potential last pick. Ooh. This is a little bit of a surprise. Didn't expect to see a whole lot of Shen anymore. He does struggle against a lot of picks after like one item up in the top lane. I think like Gnar, Ken, and some of these different champions. Rumble as well is actually really good against Shen.
Especially blind picking a Shen versus Smeb. They talked about before, but widely considered, now maybe the best player in the world overall, and hovering over the Rumble already, looking like he wants to punish. He does have an Elise at his back, so that could help a lot, because Peanut spends a lot of time up on the top side of the map.
But if you are Smurf here in this game, you might say, you know what, I'm not going to beat this guy 1v1, so give me a champion where I can then leave the lane, like Dashawn did in the last game on Puppey, and just go down to the bottom lane. So I think the strategy here is don't try and just destroy the top lane, because the 2v2 of Peanut and Smeb is the strongest in the world. It is so hard to do anything against these two guys. So if you just pick a champion that can go to the other side of the map, you can actually play very aggressive now around the bottom lane. Nami is a super squishy support with 0 dashes or anything. That's a bot ulti at level 6, and then she dies.
Always a possibility. We see how well the assassinations can work. The profiles of champions coming out here. 2 physical damage marksmen of sorts for Rocks Tigers, and of course 2 high damage magic damers in the Elise and the Rumble here. But a lot of long range tools. You mentioned poke before. Jason Rumble honestly can hit you again from sort of off the screen, and Lucian not too shabby with the culling either, so we can see a lot of long range pressure. And the final pick going to come through for Albus Nox Luna will be the Vladimir in the mid lane for Kira. Thinks it'll work well up against the Jace in the mid.
Yeah, I don't really agree with him on the Vladimir pick against Jace. I think this is actually super risky. Vlad is a champion who really wants to build early magic resistance. Like, the greatest thing is to get a Spirit Visage, and then you can survive versus like most of the mages. Well, Jace don't really care about your MR. If you build early
really?
MR, he's gonna wreck you completely with this Ghost Blade build. And we get to see Jace mid lane. Expected more top, but in this game here,
no, you're actually forced into building early armor versus Jace right now, or you'll fall way too far behind. You can get to true damage pretty much with the most popular flat armor penetration builds right now. But again, you talked about playing for the team, and maybe it's more of a team pick here for Kira. Kira actually, he does have some of the highest CS difference numbers. However, he has some of the lowest kills plus assist numbers of anyone at the entire tournament there for a mid laner. So focus on trying to farm, and we'll see if they can make something happen in team play.
Yep, farm lane probably all Kira wants, and maybe you can see Shen and Graves band together to get some decent damage on Rumble. He's one of the more gankable champions. You expect that to be a pushing lane for Smeb, so maybe it does shove in and Graves gets behind him.
Also, I just have to always reiterate this cautionary tale of ganking Rumbles, though. Yes, He does push automatically, and it's you know, a good champion to gank really early on. But be very careful when he's level 6 or post level 6, because Smeb is definitely a guy that might get double kills in that.
Well, let's see what happens to get ourselves into this game. Vote for who you think's going to win this one. Hashtag ROX win. Hashtag ANX win for which squad you think's going to come out victorious here. Tournament favorites, ROX Tigers, their first game of the World Championship, as we load ourselves onto the Rift here in San Francisco. And let's see who's going to join CLG at 1-0 atop the group.
I like how you had to squeeze that in.
Just saying.
Of course. It is
I
true,
always
though.
bring up the storylines. You guys are the smart players who talk about the champions and how well they play in the comps. I'm going to talk about the players and how they're doing.
Let's talk about these icons they're spamming now, because you know, CLG, boom, all at the same time. Very coordinated there at the end of the game. But ROX already showing a little bit of...
There's a worrying trend for sure early on. We're only day 1 now, game 2 obviously. The tournament favorites, as you said, Freak, against Albus here, team. We don't really expect to see do a whole lot against the ROX Tigers, but it's when you don't expect it, you know, there could be some crazy things happening in the early game. There are 4 members down the bottom lane, sending in support on some crazy mission, trying to see, you know, can he maybe bait Gorilla to take a trade? Will they try and hit him? Because the rest of the members were actually hiding behind FLICKR here. They didn't show early on. No one decided to overstep, though, on the side of ROX Tigers.
So not too much aggressive so far. We do have a Krugs ward in from ROX Tigers on the top side, so they can probably track where the Albus Nox jungler does start. No similar deep wards, though, from Albus Nox, so it actually is a early game advantage vision-wise for the Koreans here of ROX Tigers. And those small advantages can mean quite a lot when you are able to figure out what your opponents are doing early on in the game.
And we're going to see this a lot in this meta here, where level 1 teams are like grouping a little bit and maybe hinting towards a quick invade, but very rarely do we see like big, massive invades just all the way in, because you don't have to anymore when lane swaps is not a thing. Back in the past, you would invade, get deep vision, spot a lane swap, and then either, you know, take the lane swap or take the standard lanes. Now you just kind of hover around river most of the time and try and set up a little trap maybe, and then you play around these early camps instead.
Yeah, the early camps there, you can see Albus Nox don't even try and take it because they see the Tigers coming in on their defensive ward, but also just that small amount of information, know where the enemy jungler is for sure starting, does help tremendously, and Peanut on this Elise is very capable of making early moves.
Final shot goes onto the minion. So far, so good. No missed CS for Albus Nox, but actually Prey missed 2. Don't expect to have huge nerves, but sometimes it happens, and he's been away from the World Championship. And right now, though, we still expect to see ROX Tigers be a bit dominant. Peanut clears 2 camps on the top side. Prompted to blue buff, now heading down for the early red. Make sure he's not getting anything stolen from him.
Yeah, it's still very standard to see junglers always aim to have that red buff within like the first 3 camps they do. Because then you get level 3 and you can look to either contest river for Rift Scuttler, or you can look for an early gank if you want to. And it's important you're ready to react in case the enemy jungler is already on the map doing something.
Definitely true, and Gray's one of the best at staying high health in the jungle, so he's always ready to react
takes any damage
to any situation. The thing there, he did kind of intelligently, though. They saw the mid lane was pushing up. Kuro on the Jace. It was trying to push Kira in. And so he pulls the blue buff back into the brush, even though there's a ward that goes down. Completely safe, no threat of invading. They do spot out where he is, though. So Peanut takes that information, goes for the first camp steal of the game.
Exactly, really smart play. Kuro shoves up, as you mentioned, puts the ward down. Now they can track PvP Stejos, who comes in late to the fight, but still Peanut's not liking this battle. Look at the damage output. He's almost dead. This could actually be first blood. Exhaust comes in. Suddenly Kuro's here, and Smeb is already rotated down as well. Smurf's got to show up soon. The flash to get away. Peanut still gets control over the Raptors, and I think ROX actually came out ahead here.
Well, yeah, Smurf is the...
This is the taunt, goes back for the trade again. Stejos looking for to get more damage, and he might bring him down. Smeb flashes, gets away from the buckshot. But here comes Peanut over the wall, looking to find this time, gets it now. The taunt's not gonna mean much, and gets himself first blood, and here's the chase. Jumps over the wall, good repel. The taunt's gonna land into Kuro, though. How much more do they have?
He's
Trying to put the last little bit in, and it's 2 kills for Albus Nox.
Talk about being ready to react to any situation. You can track PvP Stejos on Graves, but Elise at half health cannot take that fight, and Peanut got blasted there. Oh my goodness, 2 kills starting it out here for Albus Nox Luna.
Such a greedy invade here from the ROX Tigers, and Peanut walking in, and then he just finds the Graves in his own jungle, able to proc that Q on the wall very quickly, win that early trade. Smurf came down very late, but once he finally joined, he made some magic.
If we track the damage dealt in this exchange, like PvP Stay Host does so much here, even though the first roam is from Smeb. That's kind of why Peanut turned around for a second there, is because he knew he had Smeb on the way. But it's a disjointed 3-man move here for the Tigers. Kuro is out of mana on this Jace, so they know they've got him trapped in the jungle.
And they know Smeb is coming from somewhere, but not really sure where exactly they find him on top side. Now Smeb just simply caught out, has to flash away, but you're behind enemy lines now. 3 members in the jungle, and now you die.
Yep. Smurf gets enough damage in, and Stejos knows he can chase him out. Yeah, I guess he's going to live, and the Elise gets to walk away, but another great taunt comes out from Smurf, and just means enough CC is there.
Yep, good maneuvering there by Smurf also to get that Q pass through for the extra slow, just to make sure nobody's going to get away, and let's see how they can snowball this.
Looking for the gank. Can they find much? Stejos gets away from the bubble. Bit of a slow on the Gorilla. Will not land the root, though. Miracle's going to miss that shot. Bit of damage coming through. Ignite is on. Prey running out of HP. Last shot's a crit. He's got a flash early. That could have been a kill if Miracle landed it. But here comes Rox. Coming down. Good bubble on a Lickrit. He's not in a good spot at all. Here comes the Repel trying to join in, but he's not going to land the Cocoon. Peanut's not going to get it. Oh. Chase into the turret. Kuro, the turret shot. It's going to be a trade kill. 1-for-1 for the roam.
Kira needs to push mid lane now because he was left there and he started to roam really, really late. He needs to shove that minion wave in, try and punish Rox for that roam. And it was very good. They were able to get that counter kill there. Rox, definitely a little bit of a fumble here in the early game.
But they're so aggressive as well. Like, you see Kuro just leaving the mid lane instantly as a fight started on the bottom lane here. They could have just backed away and said, everyone is alive. You know, a few summoners were used and that's it. But no, they went for that dive here. It's a good setup, honestly, here. I like this from Albus Nox. They're trying to force a flash out of Gorilla. They see Prey taking the trade, so they go for it. He's forced to flash away. And now, once you see Liquid flash here, you can just turn around, go back to your lanes, and you're going to be fine.
Watch Liquid land his Q from the bush. Oh, there's someone in the bush actually there. Gorilla had vision, but he does land it. That makes Kuro go really deep into the turret, and they trade the 1-for-1.
Yeah, let's remember that Kiro was just sitting mid lane. Smurf taking some damage. Again, it's not really the funniest lane to play Shen in. Hard to trade with the Rumble, but here's his jungler.
Taunt's not going to be it for now, but he's going to hold the game to range. They really want to pick off Smeb. The taunt's going to get him second. Not quite under the turret just yet. A Miracle going to get stunned up, and look at all the damage output. There's no chance to turn it around off the smallest of windows with Liquid. Just not in range. A great dive and a great kill for Rox Tigers.
Yeah, here we got to question the decision to go top lane and gank. Rumble was full HP. Shen was not really able to do a whole lot. Barely has any damage at this point with the early AMR, and then you see a gank in the bottom lane from Peanut versus the no flash Jhin. It's a good choice here from Peanut, picking the right lane.
Yeah, I actually think that top lane move was really, really forced. They use one of the biggest tools they have in the early game is that first Shen ultimate. No Stand United to be able to turn the map around on the other side, and Smeb was able to get out without burning any summoners. So definitely a good job by Smeb avoiding that, but a bit of a force on the top side.
Absolutely. Liquid now in a bad spot, but a nice magical journey away. You talked earlier during Champ Select about how difficult it is to dive onto Rumble with the ulti. He had used it in a trade against Smurf. They thought this is our opportunity. Maybe we can dive him now with the ulti down. The port that did not work, and sadly Stain Meta was not able to be used to save their bot lane as a Miracle got dived not long ago.
I remember Rumble is a bit of a bruiser, also with the Doran shield early. It's hard to take down some of these tanks. A lot of damage here from Kuro onto Kira.
Opening in, not a lot of CC left though as Kuro is running away. Ghost is on Kira, gets some decent damage, puts the pull down for a slow, and that means Graves is in range. Kuro does not have the ability to get out, and that is a kill for PvP Stejos. Albus Nox keeping it up 4-2 in kills.
Stejos is kind of on fire in this game after the first jungle invade. He is also the shot caller for the team. So this bodes well for them as he starts to head bottom lane. Bardo doesn't land, but they land
it on the Gorilla into the root, into the damage output, and the crit gets the kill. Out they go through the magical journey. Prey actually forcing him out 1v3, but still, Albus Nox finding the kills.
Yeah, I like to see it as a jungler who's just ganking every single lane, and the Tigers actually saw him leave the mid lane, and then Gorilla still stayed around the river without flash.
Not respecting the crit's Bard.
Definitely the zoning ulti from the bottom goes into the Q stun near the wall. Smurf, he's taking a lot of damage again.
Wow, walking still. The equalizer never getting off the carpet, but he will at least survive the encounter. Teleport is going to be up very shortly. He should be able to survive it all. 800 gold lead for Albus Nox. And as I trail off, I want to leave with one final point. Rox is actually behind half the time at 10 minutes anyway, playing domestically. This actually isn't outlandish for Rox to be behind. just generally speaking, watching them play League.
And then normally between 10 and 20 minutes, they go completely crazy, obviously, and start getting these massive goal leads. They are very, very good at setting up potential tower dives, so pressure points and side lanes, and then you get down an early tower and you take a few kills with it, or you force the enemy back and they can't defend at all. You take those few towers, you get a few more kills, and you always snowball that into more objectives if you are the Rocks Tigers, and it becomes very, very hard then if you start falling behind around that 20-minute mark against them. But right now, they are slightly behind, 700 gold, 800 gold to be 100% correct. And we're gonna see, you know, a team, an Albus team here who's just gonna keep trying to go aggressive, you know. You have a jungler who's level 7 now, he can just keep ganking. He's extremely strong at this point.
Also,
in the game.
Stan United is back up, so they can definitely make a move on the bottom side.
Or maybe gank top again and use the same ult onto him.
Well, FLICKR's got his ultimate up in about 2 seconds here, and that could set it up. They got a kill off it last time. He's had very good accuracy with his bindings as well, so we might see something else.
And you pointed out there, the ulti from Shin before here, Kobe. There's no TP from Smep, so you need to make a play in the bottom lane. If you're Albus, just go all in here. You can even bot ulti the tower and just use that Shin Stan United to force that dive and get the kills on the bottom lane. You can see Peanut, he knows it's gonna happen. He's around.
Here comes the attempt, gets the bounce back onto the wall. Peanut, here's the ulti in from the Shen as well. Jumps to the wall, ulti to get him in a range and a flash to get out of the taunt. FLICKR still wants to chase down Exhaust on the prey, looking for the moment and not gonna get that Tempered Fate, sadly. Just a quick dodge out. And Rocks Tigers able to slink away pretty easily. Smurf out of his lane, getting killed.
Oh, he ghosted also. That was both summoners. They're going for Peanut.
Looking for the play on him. He's going to land the top flash. They're going to get the damage with Hemo Plague, and Kira does get himself the kill. Smeb cannot join for 20 more seconds. Looking now for the play. Can they get it? The culling actually not going to land much from Prey. He's clearing the minion wave away. Kira runs out of health and actually gets popped out. And now Kuro's joining the battle as well. Seho still gets the first kill, but trades his life for it. This is going better and better for Rocks Tigers as Prey is chasing down to find some of his own. The quick slow trap's going to get him out of range. The Smeb can join. Oh, the snipe from Kuro turns it around and ties up the gold.
Remember, that was all 4 versus 5 as well. As the Visual pointed out ahead of time, Smeb did not have teleport. He's been farming away happily on the top side of the map. And you can tell Albus Nox Luna, they definitely want to create a play there, but a little bit early.
Well, simply for Albus here, they didn't seem to say, okay, what exactly are we doing? They said, we're going to do something on the bottom side. Well, that's correct. Step 2 is then, okay, let's push in the bot lane. Let's just ulti that tower as a bard, and then you can get these kills. But they suddenly picked up or started some fights in the middle of the jungle. They would use ultis and flashes very early without actually hitting anyone. Execution is not good enough, even though they have the right idea here. Make a play on the bottom side.
I think the adrenaline there is definitely pumping through their veins. You saw there, Smurf unable to get those CS under the turret, even with Shen with the enhanced Q. A little bit of jitters, you know, after you have some excitement in the early game like that, you take some time to calm down now because gold is still even.
Sure. But talking about jitters, I want to talk about the fact that Prey, during that fight, said, I'm going to put culling on the minion wave to make sure that the eventual tower dive is deadlier. And in fact, there were 2 kills because of the turret putting out damage. So Nerves of Steel for Prey, who made the right call in a tense situation, could have shot out a Miracle, didn't kill the minions instead.
And now once again, FLICKR has his ulti ready on this board here. He missed the 2 ultis he's used so far. Now it's the Tigers with the TP advantage.
Smurf cannot join, a beautiful equalizer, and here come the kills. The kills are just that now, 7-7. And Smeb is still on the chase. Good dodge in the bubble. Stayhouse not going to lose his life just yet, but a 2 for 0. And that is efficiency. That is a solid, great game.
Quick 2 kills, but they're not out yet.
They're not, but it's a 5v3. This is still dangerous, but Albus Nox really wants anything here. Stayho's going to clear a bit of the wave. Kira getting sniped and doesn't get a chance to pool or anything. Another beautiful kill by Rocks Tigers as Kuro clears the wave, makes Stayho's run away.
Now, the big important thing is they're going to also turn this into the first turret plus the first Drake, as Ocean Drake is ready and awaiting for them.
Yeah, and this is just a problem when you have the TP advantage. You're setting up for a play and you fail the execution, you give over kills to the Rocks Tigers. Well, they will naturally then get a global advantage, and they use it instantly. You see the setup here. They did what Albus was supposed to do before, push in the wave first, then move in behind the tower, and then you execute. And don't fight in the middle of nowhere. No, just fight around these turrets here, because you know members are staying around to try and pick up the farm. And look how easy it is for the Rocks Tigers to pick up the kill.
A Miracle never got to take an auto there. He took 80% of his life from culling, the rest from Smeb. Almost all out of range.
Look at the bubble coming here.
Yep. We're waiting for it to fish.
We're waiting.
I'm
waiting.
waiting.
Nicely, and then just Kira didn't see it coming. It is not terribly hard to dodge that on reflexes, but Kira lost it in the clutter and chain CC to death.
We talked about how as a Vladimir you don't want to go early MR against the Jay, so you actually just rush Proto build. It's a very aggressive build. It's not really tanky at all, and you can go down very, very quickly. Kira though just aiming for a bit more damage and he's all in, which is really the only place he can use that Proto build. Right now he's getting some good poke down. Problem is you had your chances. Honestly, you had moments where you could get a bigger lead.
5 members converging mid.
Marksman around the sports as well. Kira's going to run out of health pretty rapidly. Nice bit of culling damage. Now the equalizer, and it's actually going to tag FLICKR. He's going to magical journey over the wall. But Albus Nox keep their members alive if injured. Dodging the shock blast, and now towards the turret goes Rox Tigers, down to 2/3 HP on that one, still putting a few more hits in. And another dodge, just Temperance Fate's not landing the targets. Deficio puts out 3 in a row so far that have missed their mark. Rox Tigers continue the mid lane siege. Med missing an ultimate, but who cares? Kuro can still land all the snipes. Kira going in for the dive, looking for damage on the Peanut. Gonna dodge the shock blast as well. Who are they gonna find? A quick taunt in from Smurf. Kuro low on HP. A great stun's gonna land, and Kira getting himself the kill. That's 1 for 0 so far to Albus Nox. They keep the turret alive as well. Nicely played.
Yeah, what a nice engagement. Great coordination. Chaining that CC onto Kuro. He had a few seconds on this flash here. Couldn't escape. Mid lane.
Oh, another chase in. That was over aggressive. Albus Nox chose that fight, and they lost their lives for it. 1 for 0 this time with Rox Tigers. Not going to get stunned. Peanut expected him to shoot bright, but he did not do so. Low on HP. They've got to be aware of the fact that a dive could happen. Peanut walking up. Lands an auto attack. Wow, Seho's flash because he was that afraid. And that will be in the turret. 2-0 now in turrets. Rox Tigers at 4,000 gold.
As we can see there, you know, the turret changes where Peanut's still in tower range, gets off an auto, even though his target is not. Does take target or turret aggro. Then he is Elise, so you can repel. No harm, no foul.
I mean, again, we get to see, let's call them nerfs. You know, you see an animation from Elise. You think it's a cocoon, you just flash away instantly. Obviously, Rumble was also showing up, and now Smurf, he's in trouble.
Versus 2, reinforcement coming from the right-hand side, but he's only so durable. Gets away from the shock blast, puts the shield right back on, and puts in the dodge zone. He's going to survive it and gets away from the gank. Bit of low HP on all sides. No kills.
A bit to defend. Smurf stays alive. Normally when you play shit.
Oh, the cocoon into the equalizer, and all the damage they could possibly need. A flash chase by Peanut gets the kill.
Deficio confirmed, not time traveler. Not able to predict. Here we go, though. Stayho's
play a nice bubble, hits the Graves. Not going to find much more just yet, though. The chase in, dodges to flash away from the roof, but how much more can the re-engage really do? FLICKR's running out of HP. He's going to go down. Stayho's going to be next, and Rox Tigers continue to win fight after fight. 12-8 the kill score now. Again, between 10 and 20 minutes, they are explosive. You're seeing it once again right here. The chase out of the turret. Kira, 1v1 against Prey, and Prey comes out victorious. 6-0-2 for Rox Tigers 80 carry.
Nobody's left around either. Rox Tigers can push up 2 lanes right now and take down some more turrets. 18 minutes into the game, tier 2s are falling quickly.
Want to see how the Rox Tigers had to fight for it in the early game, but now they just keep making the correct calls. They win these engages. Another crit coming in from a Miracle, but just not enough. And the Tigers have been able to react.
Yeah.
Crazy start, you know, a lot of plays were happening, and then once the failed dive started or happened, Tigers had TP advantage, have been able to set up plays ever since. You've just been staying together, honestly, as a group now, and just been winning these early fights.
So not even at 20 minutes yet, and Rox Tigers went from a 1,000 gold deficit to an 8,000 gold lead over the last 8.5. Yeah.
They do it again. They stick to the stats.
Rox Tigers are the 10 to 20 minute team. They smash everybody doing this. They've done it in Korea for the entire split. They're looking to do it here at Worlds as well. Albus Nox, the first of the teams they hope to shutter this part of the game. We'll see them battle more, of course, throughout the next couple of weeks. Rox Tigers are tournament favorites, showing what they're so good at.
Prey especially has got to be feeling pretty good on that Lucian at the moment. 1v1ing the enemy mid laner. He's got 6 kills to his name. He's got that really big power stack on Lucian with the Black Cleanser on top of Ghostblade. Now he's got life steal too, so you can have, you know, some more longevity in these 1v1s.
He probably feels like a top 5 AD carry in the world.
Ah, does he?
And he does deserve that for sure. Prey definitely one of the absolute best AD carries we have here in the world. And that's the thing with Rox Tigers. You know, we have so many of these players on these top 20 lists because so many of them are just star players in a row. Koro is going to take down his tower on Smurf.
You sell out. Nice. Instantly turn that into a plug for your top 20 list.
Go check it out.
All right. Well, Albus Nox able to run away. What, do Rocks have, 4 players in the top 20?
Oh, they do.
Yeah, they do.
I'm glad you mentioned
ranking?
that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Sponsored by Kobe.
Get me out of here.
All right, well, so far, the game is looking according to plan here for Rocks Tigers. We crest the 20-minute mark right here, and they end that with a 9,000 gold lead. That feels pretty good. Up the Drake as well. Now we'll see what's next up for them. They've reset everybody. They've recalled 3 of their members, putting them back on the map now with their new items. Zhonya's Hourglass to go alongside the Leandri's Torrent for Smeb. He can dive into the backline and still survive it. And we'll see what the next fight looks like.
Yeah, we need to see FLICKR actually hit an ulti here on this board if they want to try and turn anything around. Because if he can lock down someone like Koro, you can then suddenly set up a very easy taunt from Smurf, and then you can try and kill some of these squishies here. But FLICKR honestly has not been hitting the ultis on board. Early game he had a lot of opportunities against his Nami with no flash. Sadly couldn't execute.
Plus, one of the main problems for ANX at the moment has been that the Tigers have been collapsing on fights far quicker. Tigers have 3 to 4 people collapsing almost instantly anytime you see any sort of action. As you said, that bottom lane dive. As soon as the Bard Magical Journey came out and they saw the Graves, mid lane and jungle instantly traversed down to the bottom side of the map. And it's very hard to catch them off guard and catch them out of position.
That was a buff going over to the Albus Nox jungle. He's stay host playing Graves here, and it's just to land the damage amid the smite from Peanut. Still, blue buff is not enough to withstand a 9,000 gold lead push coming in 20 minutes in. Rocks Tigers putting their emphasis on the bot lane. Smeb at the top side, but he has teleport so he can join the squad. 1, 0, and 4, their lane assignments. As they look to push in the bot lane, tier 2, the minion wave is here. A lot of culling damage. Shutter the Graves, pushing him out. And there is the 6th straight unanswered turret by Rocks Tigers.
Very easy now for them to play this 1-4 comp with just a top laner sitting alone. You can see Smeb boost from top lane to mid lane. He can then go back to top lane later and keep 2 lanes pushing towards ANX's base here, and then the rest of the Rocks Tigers can just keep hitting these turrets here as a group.
Looking for the
Gorilla.
Gonna land a bit of a stun on a Gorilla. They're looking for it now. Kira into the back line, finding what they can, but wow, Prey is godlike. He's already picked off the Bard. Now the dive in the back line, but they've killed off Prey. Smeb pops Zhonya's Hourglass, trading kills back and forth. Low HP on all sides, and an overdrive by Rocks Tigers. They've lost 3. Now Kuro's in the mix, looking for more with Peanut. Smurf now trying to trade it back. It's only 1 member alive for Albus Nox.
How are you gonna get out?
Did get a bit more. Now Gorilla on the trade. Nice dodge on Cocoon. 1 more attack will do it. Smurf gets himself the kill. Chased down by Peanut. And it's the last man standing. Rocks' newest player, their jungler, Peanut, looking to knock down an inhibitor.
Peanut wins the game. He's the only one left alive. He's not going to take the objective, though, because FLICKR right back up.
Gotta say, though, for all the possible situations, 9,000 gold down, 4-5 is not the worst fight Albus Nox could have gotten.
No, definitely not. And bit of a crazy dive happening here. The fight starts, and they just charge straight forward. Gorilla doesn't actually die early, and then Prey is just dashing into the enemy base. Staying on top. We don't want to watch that. We want to see FLICKR instead. Ooh!
Peanut lets go outplay early. Outplays himself over the wall. He's going to let his opponent get away. FLICKR with the magical journey of the wall gets out with his life. But it's still a tough road ahead. Nearly 10,000 the gold lead for Rocks Tigers. The question is mostly what tools they're going to choose to use to win this game here. It's going to be a difficult one to lose. Albus Nox could still try to make the comeback happen, but it is increasingly unlikely as time wears on. And Rocks Tigers setting up Baron Nashor right now.
We're predicting Tigers will start Baron.
Great.
Crit fires in the 5-man bot ulti. And then the massive follow-up Graves, Vladimir, insane AoE coming from Kira.
Got to get that Vlad ult right as they come out of the tempered fate.
It is kind of crucially important that Rocks Tigers don't have any real tanks. They're playing this Nami support. Peanut is building pretty heavy ability power. He's going towards Rylays, which is only semi-tanky. Smeb, again, building as a mage as well. So those chance picks are actually more effective here by Albus Nox because the opponents are squishier.
That's why we're seeing them die when they jump into enemy base. No one can tank the turret. They do chase him off the red buff here with the culling from Prey, and they defend their pink wards as well. You talk about setting up for Baron. They've got full control of the red quadrant of the jungle, and they're just looking to pick somebody up.
Yeah, and while we can see Rocks Tigers, of course, have a little bit of fun, taking some very aggressive fights, diving into the base. We still get to see some of the things that you expect.
Oh, flank here from Smeb.
Looking for the push.
Who's flanking
who? Side, who he's going to find, and now he's going to get a little bit surrounded. Equalizer comes in looking for a miracle, gets the shuttle, but gets blasted anyway. play. There's the kill picked up. No damage coming across. 2 for 0. Kira likely to be next up on this one as Feb kites back. Prey in a battle with Smurf. Just no damage really dealt on either side as the dodge zone drops off. There's the kill onto Smurf. That's going to be 5 kills now picked up for Rocks Tigers, the ace in front of the base. Only 24.5 minutes in, looking to push it down mid.
Can also just take the Baron here, removing that way to come back in the game.
Yeah.
Of course, where you can try and steal the Baron or take a fight around it. They will just secure this one very, very easily. We're only 25 minutes into the game, so at this point, getting the Baron is super, super important.
Yeah, I think if it were 35 minutes in, you'd see them try to end the game instead, but the recall's fast enough, the respawn, I should say fast enough by Albus Nox, they'd only get the inhibitor and force the recall. This is kind of more bang for your time, more advantages, and they can push with the Baron later as we watch this replay.
Yeah, Smeb fully confident here, does have the Zhonya's, so Miracle there, not really anywhere to go except walk across the line of hot coals, and Smeb just lays out the barbecue. No danger really for any members of Rocks at the moment. Prey a little bit, having to guide a little bit, but that's pretty much it.
Well, I like that we get to see just, again, as we said before here, while Rocks Tigers obviously feels very confident and can go for some of these aggressive plays, we see some of the things they do well as a team. Obviously, Koroi in the mid lane didn't think about winning the lane hard himself. No, whenever there was a fight in side lanes, as you guys highlighted earlier, he was instantly moving. Like, way before Kira was moving, he was running down. So he just stayed even in CS instead of building up an advantage. Obviously, he died a few times early when we had these crazy jungle trades, but you get to see this mid laner who is really, really good at always roaming first and then helping the side lanes, helping the jungler when he invades. And also when we see the Baron setups, like, they're not taking any chances. It's like full vision coverage, don't engage in anything stupid around the jungle when you have to set up for Baron, and then just slowly choke out the enemy and make sure if they have to fight you, well, they're going to do it without any vision. They're going to have to face check and then suddenly get caught out like you saw a Miracle did before without any flash.
Now 16,000 gold up, wearing a Baron buff. Really questionable Tempered Fate coming in, and that means it's an easy push now for Rocks Tigers to knock down the top lane inhibitor turret. The inhibitor itself as well. Another snipe lands onto a Miracle, chunking him down to half HP. Rocks is able to roam right back down to the mid lane. Ooh, plenty of damage coming out of Prey. Red buff in tow also. Weathering Kira's health bar down a little bit more. The Baron buff minions come in now to the mid lane. A nice stun on the Seihos. He's got to get away from this one. Kira to re-engage. Puts the pool, and he's going to deliver Shen into the back lines. Can they do enough damage, though, as Peanut going to tick down with the Hemo Plague. Staying alive, though. No stun on the Prey, and the re-engage still. Prey wants in. He's going to find one. Dives in for a second, and he just will not take any damage. That's the triple for him. Kuro takes one of the other ones, and now Smurf will fall. It would have been a penta, but scumbag Kuro steals it away. But that is the ace inside the base. That should be the game for Rocks Tigers to start their tournament 1-0. The tournament favorites stomping everyone in front of them, turning it on after 10 minutes and laying waste to Albus Nox. The synchronized emotes ends game one. Congratulations, Rocks Tigers, 1-0.
Great to see them turn it on after 10 minutes when we had some good fights in the bottom lane. Sadly for Albus Nox, they could not execute when they had the global advantage, end up losing kills. And then suddenly Rocks had the advantage, had the summoner spells, and just forced place after place after place, and were able to outplay the opponent.
That really is where they lost all of their momentum in that bottom side, trying to get a little bit too much. But Rocks Tigers, you know, confident showing here and moving up to tie CLG, as Freak was questioning earlier.
That's the thing, those are the top two teams right now in the group. Of course, there are many more games to play. Each team will play 6 matches in the group stage, each other team once, and then a second time next week. And that'll determine who it's going to be. Those 6 games, tiebreakers if you need them afterwards. They figure out which 2 from each group will advance to the quarterfinals, draw their opponents from the other groups. Rocks Tigers, looking good.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing when we have a group where there's what looks like a clear number 1 and a clear number 4, that it's very important you don't like mess up along the way and you suddenly drop a game you weren't supposed to, because if you are CLG and if you are G2, you're going to face each other again, obviously, and you want to make sure that you beat the teams under you right now. You need to make sure that, you know, if you are playing a team above you, that either, you know, you at least give them a fight, a run for their money, or you don't show too much, because you want to have something for next week when you play against, you know, if we take the G2 CLG example, when you play against each other again for that battle for potentially second place.
I do want to talk about this game, though, a little bit, because I think it was much, much closer than most people would have predicted. You come into this one, tournament favorite versus wildcard. You expect an absolute stomp, maybe a sub 20-minute win. We've seen those before at tournaments like Worlds. And this was a very good early game from Albus Nox. Yes, we know Rocks Tigers tend to be a bit weaker in the beginning of the game.
Slower.
I mean, but they are frequently behind, and more often than other teams at Worlds, where these are all the best teams from their regions, right? To be the best team in your region and yet still lose half your early games is somewhat of a weakness. And the fact that it's still happening here against a team you're 99% of the time supposed to beat says, okay, well, what if CLG gets the early game lead? Do they even win that game? What if G2 gets the early game lead? Do they win that one? And Albus Nox showing, hey, we can outplay Rocks Tigers in the first 10. Can they do that against CLG or G2? And I think that's much more likely than we thought coming into the tournament.
I mean, it definitely is true, right? This team, they changed their name from Hard Random, right? They merged organizations, and they've been on the international stage before. Teams like CLG and G2 definitely do have to watch out because, as you said, if you lose one of those games that you're not expected to lose, it completely throws everything through the loop.
Yeah, and we saw a strong early game, as you highlighted, Freak. Obviously, a lot of jungle pressure early on. Every single lane suddenly got attacked once or twice. We need to see a member like FLICKR, though, be a little bit more crisp on the board. You got to land some of these ultis if you really want to keep snowballing your lead. And that's where it obviously went wrong for them. But we've definitely seen a good early game. And if they can keep playing that way, if they can keep putting pressure the first 10, 15 minutes, you can surprise teams. Again, we saw it at MSI. We've seen it before. And that's the key thing, I guess. Don't just give up hope just because you lose the first game. Because you play against the Rocks Tigers. Most teams would have lost this game.
Sure. And coming in, right, ever since we've had wildcard teams at the World Championship since 2013, they've at least won one game. There's at least been 1 to 2 victories every single year since 2013 that these wildcard teams do pull the upset win and get them in. I think we're poised for another one here at some point in this World Championship. But for now, I'm going to toss over to Dash and the desk to get a close look at that game.
Thank you very much, Freak. That's exactly right. We might be poised for a wildcard win further into the tournament. Not the case here against the Rocks Tigers, but I have to say... What?
Game 1, we already saw.
Oh, please, get out of here. All right, now, Papa Smithy, we have to acknowledge the fact that that was a scary 10 minutes for Korea's #1 seed in the tournament.
I mean, when you're a Korean analyst, you come to these international events, you meet analysts from other regions, they always have one thing they talk about, the gap. Is it getting closer? Are the teams ajar now? Is TSM right next to the Korean teams? Or is that gap getting bigger? Is it a chasm? I didn't think this would be the game where we'd have to talk about the gap, but the first 10 minutes, it was disrespectful from the Rocks Tigers. Peanut, we talked about the fact 2 best-of-5s in his career, never got on the international stage. They went for a crazy invade, and Albus were good enough to punish them.
Yeah, it all started with him trying to actually 1v1 the Graves with Wraith aggro at the same time. Obviously not going to work out, and then Albus does a wonderful job of collapsing here. And the crazy thing about this part is going to be watching PvP Seos flash over here and actually be so aggressive on this. Really refreshing to see.
Yeah, this guy flashes for sure. He used to be called PvE Steos by the guys at the IWCQ because he has such a passive farm mentality, but he definitely stayed true to his name here, PvP Steos. Super aggro. Even in the enemy jungle at one point was using his ulti to traverse the Krugs wall. Then he realized obviously he was running out of damage, but hey, at least the aggressive thought
Fancy moves.
Right, but here's the thing. 10 minutes into the game, Albus Nox has an 800 gold lead over Korea's Rocks Tigers. Then we've got to turn our heads towards this bot lane turret dive. Once again, a botched turret dive here for Albus Nox, who's going to kind of turn the tables and catalyze what is a huge comeback in just 5 minutes for Rocks.
This is a good setup, but he's playing on European solo queue where nobody jukes, because then the half of the damage gets juked, then he has to use his ultimate to get over the wall. And you're setting up for a dive with no minion wave, and all your ultimates are kind of used already. Like this Bard ultimate from Liquid was honestly terrible, because if he saves it for the dive later on, he could make a turret invulnerable. Right now, Vladimir flashes, E on cooldown. I'm like, ulti down. They're over chasing, using all their cooldowns. They get one pick, nice, but then you gotta bail.
Yeah, and not only does this chase actually take forever, but they refuse to acknowledge the fact that Kuro can collapse. He's been deciding whether he should join this fight back and forth. He finally joins the fight, and once he gets into the mix, this is gonna go all downhill for Albus.
I mean, the scouting report for IWCQ for this team was they love to go for these really aggressive picks. Invade, force a face check. They got something, but then they got so greedy for more that you let a team like the Rocks Tigers pick up a few kills. They don't even have 5 members of the team. This is all with Rumble getting a big CS advantage in the top. And the best teams in the world get that sort of gold, they punish you.
I have to say, though, I'm really enjoying the resurgence of Jace here as a pick. That sexy snipe there at the end, curving the bullet. Angelina Jolie and Wanted right there. Just so much damage comes out of that EQ combo, especially with the new build. makes games definitely more exciting.
And we do have to respect how aggressive Albus Nox decided to play game one in this tournament. You know, had that turret dive worked out, been executed maybe a little bit cleaner, that really could have been enough of a gold lead to maybe give him a handle on this game.
Well, the one criticism that the casters had that I also had about it was the decision to go to the top side once they were snowballing the bottom lane. They tried to go for the rumble, and then Rox obviously responds immediately, and they put all their focus into the bottom lane. They keep punishing over and over, whereas it should have been Albus just going to the bottom side and making those exact same moves happen, because that's how you want to play with the Shen.
I mean, the takeaway point for me, Rox skipped a lot of steps.
Yes.
Very much, you know, at the first, we caught the first invade peanut, didn't put a ward down early. In general, they took a lot of liberties. Look, they're against a team they're heavily expected to beat, but if you look past the team, you can see some of those discrepancies, and they need to address those for some of their other matches in the group.
All right, well, player of the game here is going to pray 13-1-7 on that Lucian. I mean, at one point we saw him solo diving of Vladimir in the mid lane. That's a very rare thing to be able to say, is that a Lucian successfully dove a Vladimir.
Yeah, and Rox Tigers kind of sometimes get baited into these crazy games. They're like, you're only like fighting. Sometimes you fight with a pig and mud, and you'll find out they enjoy it. And that's the way sometimes these wildcard games go down, is just very scrappy, almost like solo queue. But at least Prey kind of kept his cool about himself. He only died once. He was playing at the front line, but he was doing it calculatedly and just playing it very well. Really aware of the boundaries of his champion.
That's the last thing I want to touch on is, again, kind of the progression of the gold lead here. 800 down at 10. 3K up at 15, so that's a huge 5 minutes right there, 3.8K gold swing. But then ending the game 27-36 game time with a 20K gold lead. I mean, to have been down at 10 minutes and then still win a game in 27, that's nuts.
I mean, just 10 to 15, you're talking about negative 800 to 3.5K. That's basically a barren power play they got just from the mistake first from Albus, and then being the Rox Tigers, being the aggressive team we know they can be in the mid game.
Exactly, so showing that the Rox Tigers, if they can get their heads on straight, are still a powerhouse team. Now, though, for a word with Rox Tigers man in the top lane, we're going to meet up with Shox on stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined here by Smeb of the Rox Tigers after their first victory at the World Championship. But it wasn't easy in the beginning. Smeb, you guys were big favorites in this game. Can you tell me what happened in those early skirmishes?
스맵 선수 우선 다소 쉽지 않은 승리를 축하드립니다. 그 락스 타이거스 팀은 이번 대회 가장 강력한 우승 후보 팀을 꼽히고 있는데 첫 경기가 나름 좀 되게 아슬했던 것 같습니다. 경기에 대해서 말씀해 주세요.
다들 이제 오랜만에 경기하고 이제 그렇게 주목을 많이 받다 보니까 좀 긴장을 많이 한 것 같아요. 그래서 초반에 좀 잔실수들이 많이 나왔는데 그래도 잘 이겨낸 것 같아요.
It's been a long time since we played at an actual stage, and since we had so much hype for our team, I think that's why we were so nervous, and that led to some small mistakes in the early game. But overall, I think we were able to shake those off and play our game to close the game.
And that worked. You mentioned it yourself. A lot of hype, a lot different story from last year where you guys were the #2 behind SKT. This year, your first LCK championship, and everybody thinks that you're the undisputed #1 coming out of Korea. How different are your expectations for this World Championship?
그 이제 팬들의 기대감에 대해서 말씀 주셨는데 작년에는 아무래도 이제 쿠타이거스 팀 그 당시에는 이제 2인자의 느낌이 강했습니다. 근데 올해는 LCK를 우승하고 이제 LCK 1시드로 이제 진출하면서 가장 이제 그냥 그 더할 나위 없는 그냥 1위 팀으로 꼽히고 있는데 그렇게 됨으로써 팀으로서 이제 가지는 기대감이 다를 것 같습니다. 그거에 대해서 말씀해 주세요.
일단 SKT 상대로 많이 이제 안 좋았었는데 이번에 썸머 시즌에서는 SKT가 아닌 KT를 만나서 우승을 했거든요. 그래서 아직 SKT는 넘어야 될 선이라고 생각하고 이렇게 많은 분들이 기대해 주시는 만큼 저희도 이번에 기대를 굉장히 많이 하고 있어서 재밌게 즐겨 보려고 해요.
It's true that we lost to SKT a lot in the past, but for this LCK summer, we beat KT to achieve the number one seed. So I still think SKT is an opponent that we have to overcome. And as the hype is high, hype is big, we also have very high expectations among our teams. So we're really trying hard.
Yeah, trying hard. For you personally, Smeb, you're considered the best player in the tournament by a lot of analysts, and that is saying something with FLICKR also being in this tournament. How big do you feel the pressure is on you personally to do well and possibly take home that cup?
그 많은 이제 전문가랑 분석가들이 스맵 선수가 페이커 선수를 포함한 롤드컵 전체 선수 중에서 가장 잘한 선수라고 이제 지금 꼽히고 있는데 그에 따른 부담감이 혹시 따로 있는지 그리고 그 부담감을 이겨내고 저기 보이는 이제 소환사컵을 이제 집으로 가져갈 수 있는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 부담감은 당연히 엄청나게 있어요. 근데 이제 그렇게 기대해 주시는 만큼 이제 페이커 선수만큼 그렇게 세계 최고의 선수가 될 수 있는 기회라고 생각하고 최대한 즐기면서 그런 부담감을 극복해 나가려고 노력하고 있습니다.
Of course, there's a lot of pressure surrounding me, but I think this is a really good opportunity to become that best player that FLICKR has achieved. So, yeah, I think this is a very good opportunity for me.
We will see what happens. Finally, Smeb, can you tell me who you think will make it out of this group? I assume that the Rocks Tigers for you will be number 1, but who will be number 2 and advance here?
그 이제 그룹 A에서 어떤 두 팀이 이제 다음 8강 진출할 것 같은지 물론 이제 락스타이거즈 팀이 이제 가장 강력한 팀을 꼽히고 있지만 그 외에 뭐 이제 CLG 팀, G2 팀 그리고 오늘 상대한 ANX 팀도 있는데 어떻게 전망하시나요?
일단 여기 오기 전에는 이제 G2 팀을 굉장히 견제를 많이 하고 CLG 팀은 그렇게 크게 잘한다고 생각하지 않았거든요. 근데 오늘 저희 앞 경기에서 CLG가 G2를 이기는 거 보고 이번 조별 예선을 진짜 굉장히 잘해야겠구나. 이게 어려울 것 같구나라는 생각을 했어요.
Before we came here, actually, we were much more worried about G2, and we didn't think that CLG would be this good until we watched their game today. And looking at them play, we think the group will be much more difficult than we expected to be.
Yeah, that is clear. Well, you guys, fantastic first victory. Thank you very much, Smeb, and thank you very much, Ho-Min, for assisting with the translation. 2 games down here at the World Championship. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is H2K versus AHQ. Don't go anywhere.
We load ourselves onto the Rift here in San Francisco. Let's see who's going to join CLG at 1-0 to top the group. Jumps over the wall, good for a pal. The taunt's going to land into Kuro, though. How much more do they have?
He's
Trying to
down.
put the last little bit in, and it's 2 kills for Albus Knox.
Talk about being ready to react to any situation.
У Рамбо уже ТП. Выйти. Я не уверен, есть ли у него ульта.
Мышли.
The quick slow trap's going to get him out of range. The Fed can join. Oh! The snipe from Kuro turns it around. Now the dive in the back line, but they've killed off Prey. Smeb pops Zonia's Hourglass, getting killed back and forth. Low HP on all sides, and an overdive by Rocks Tigers. They've lost 3. Now Kuro's in the mix, looking for more with Peanut. Smurf now trying to trade it back. It's only 1 member alive for Albus Knox. Thunder comes in looking for a miracle, gets the shot, ultimate gets blasted anyway. There's the kill picked up, no damage coming across, 2 for 0. Kira likely to be next up on this one as Smeb kites back. Prey in a battle with Smurf. Just no damage really dealt on either side as the dodge zone drops off. There's the kill on the Smurf. That's going to be 5 kills now picked up for Rocks Tigers, the ace in front of the base.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds 2016, where Group C is hitting the rift in our next match between H2K and AHQ Esports Club. Now, first up, let's take a look at AHQ, who qualified after rebounding from a rough summer split.
I mean, it's the same roster that made it to the quarterfinals in 2015, we have to remember. Settled roster, which is not a common thing. Even as we said, Rocks Tigers have mixed up that roster. So, settled roster, they're here again. These LMS teams, they always overperform compared to analyst expectations, and this could be another one.
Yeah, and their support, Albus, has stepped up a lot over the season as well. He made it to the All-Team 1 support team, so like he was rated the best support there in that region there, so definitely made some progression here. There are some questions about the internal communication, how it breaks down. They released some interviews, some statements that they had poor communication going on. Mountain was kind of crumbling too, but they made the resurgence later in the regional qualifier.
Now, of course,
his opponent, Jankos, though, the first blood king. I mean, this guy has been aching for international competition. I've personally been so excited to see him finally face off, and I think that this is actually the time that he's really going to put it all on the line and really show just how proactive he can be in the early game. And in the current meta, the early game is so important. We saw in all the first two games, obviously in the exception of the Rocks versus Albus, it wasn't that much, but this one, I think that he can make a big difference.
Well, now H2K, though, they have had their fair share of struggles over the split with inconsistency in play, as well as a roster change in the bot lane that we have to mention. Forgiven coming in for Freeze near the end of the split.
Yeah, they initially spring split, they swapped out Forgiven, said, you know what, this isn't working out, we have to break up. Then suddenly Freeze got injured and they had to reunite with the the crazy girlfriend where things weren't going too well, but suddenly things started going off for H2K. They won 4-0 and then they won their tiebreaker games. Forgiven with 0 practice came in 5-0, but the problem is never with 0 practice Forgiving, it's when you start practicing with him and if the internal kitchen goes on fire.
All right, so his first Worlds appearance after 3 seasons of play. I know that he's here to make a statement. We talked about the 680 carries that kind of sit at the top of the list. He's looking to jump into that conversation. We'll see if he can do it, and it starts here today.
I mean, honestly, I was expecting angry tweets from the man himself, very outspoken, but I mean, the matchup that you talked about, the jungle, Mountain versus Jankos. Jankos, as you said, had a wonderful split. Mountain, right at the end, kind of God-moded it in playoffs. His Gragas games in particular were outstanding, but I guess the question to me is, Gragas is kind of out of the meta this tournament, so does he have that extra strings to his bow now that Gragas is very much a fringe pick?
Well, time will tell, so now it's time for you guys to lock in your predictions on this game. H2K versus AHQ. Down the line, once again, Krepo, starting with you.
I mean, H2 it's probably going to be H2-0 in this matchup. I think H2K is going to beat both
he's
sides.
He's predicting both matchups on day one.
Bold move. But they have to, because they're fighting for second place in this group, with such a distinct first and fourth place. It's so imperative for H2K that they win this matchup, especially day one as well. But I still think they can do it. I think they have more individual talent and they have a stronger early game.
All right, H2K here. What are you saying, Papa?
I mean, this is a very close one, like the first game. I'm going to stick with H2K as well, particularly the advantage in the bottom lane. I think 2v2 and an Albus have had their struggles, even though they leveled up a bit towards the end of the season. And yes, it's Jankos versus Mountain. Now, if Mountain can show something, he's been playing a lot of Lee Sin and solo queue. If he has a new champion, maybe there's a chance, but got to give it to Jankos.
So the jungle matchup is going to swing it finally here.
And the first blood rates between Mountain and Jankos are actually quite comparable. So he's no slouch in that department, but ultimately I do think that Jankos will shine through. And not just him individually, but just the mechanical differences that I see between H2K and AHQ. I mean, you have kind of relatively weaker lanes along almost all fronts here. Obviously, the exception would be Ziv, incredible top laner, but we've seen that just one lane is not enough to carry a game.
EU Crumbs over here. We brought you on the desk to be an NA representative, and then boom, right out the gate, 2 votes for EU. All right, I've had enough of you. Now, many of the players on stage this weekend are making their first appearance at Worlds. H2K jungler Jankos shares how it feels to finally realize his dream.
I've tried a couple of times already to qualify to the World Finals, and it's the first time I actually made it. A couple of times I lost in the Gauntlet or in the 3rd, 4th place match, so I'm really glad I finally made it to the World Finals. It was my dream the whole time I played League of Legends, because it's where the best players are and you can test your capability against like one of the best junglers from every region. So it's a great opportunity, and I believe it feels amazing as for now.
And we'll see him in that test now because he'll be facing up with the rest of H2K up against AHQ Esports Club, and we're going to get ourselves in starting lineups.
I love being tested in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Super fun.
Feels great.
Sure. I mean, how many people watch your tournament?
Well, let's get ourselves into the starting lineups here. Europe's own H2K, Odwan up in the top lane. Yankos, just heard from him in the jungle. Rio in mid. Forgiven, their new AD carry. Back again, of course, and Vander on support with Coach Prolly.
And they're facing off against the representatives from the LMS AHQ Esports Club. Up top is Ziv in the jungle. Mountain, mid, Westor, AD carry on, support Albus, and Coach Fluidwind.
Actually, it was Fluidwind. They've subbed in Green Tea at the beginning of this one now. He's the one who's going to be coming to this one. And let's actually, now I have to go back and I'm not sure if I should have corrected you or not. I know there was a change and I forgot which one it went from and to. Either way, those were the two that
went on stage.
Okay, my apologies. I actually can't see the stage from where I sit right now, so I wasn't able to tell who it was. Either way, though, there is a pretty big coaching staff for AHQ. Those two have been working together for quite a while with the rest of the roster, and we're going to get ourselves into this champ select very, very shortly as we figure out what, as Crepo, I believe, had talked about, this is the battle for what we assume to be second and third in the group.
Right, yeah. Again, ADG obviously looking like the heavy favorite, even though we haven't seen them play yet. We have H2K here and AHQ. Two teams, honestly, with a lot of question marks, I feel, coming into this. Both teams have talked openly about internal issues, you know, how do we back up each other, the teamwork, the synergy. Hopefully, it is on point for this tournament so both teams can perform at 100%.
One thing remaining true against AHQ in an international competition. Twisted Fate is banned away from Westor. Even though he has moved on from some of those old picks that we saw him stick to, Twisted Fate is definitely something he's been keeping in his repertoire.
Yeah, a lot of people, they think like Zed and Fizz when they hear Westor, but like TF is his old signature pick. And a pick he used a lot this year is Lissandra as well. A bit of a discount TF for him in a sense because you only have to teleport, but it's the same kind of idea where you can go to other lanes and you can impact these other lanes with a global.
The other thing has been Malzahar as well, definitely big for him. With them banning out Syndra from their side, that won't be an option for him. And there is a lot of focus on those mid lane champions because those also affect jungle control as well.
Elise should come in here as a first pick though. We see once again a pick and ban phase where if you start banning junglers, if the enemy team has banned one jungler and you ban one jungler, you very often on blue side have this situation where you can either force an Elise ban, let's say that's the only remaining of the Elise, Nidalee, and Rek'Sai jungle pool, or you get something like maybe a Karma first pick. In this situation, HQ banned the Karma, so Elise is the one that jumps out, unless they value something like a Jace.
The thing is, the third ban for H2K was that Rek'Sai. It's been the third straight blue side Rek'Sai ban here in the World Championship of the 3 games played so far, and that pinch seems to be very, very important to set yourself up for a strong jungler.
And you have to go Elise here. Mountain is a great Elise player. He's the kind of jungler who can impact like Yankos does in the early game, so I think getting the superior early jungler is huge here for H2K, and very, very important for this pick and ban phase.
Well, it's going to be that Elise going to look good for himself. Fizz, the other notable champion that Westor's really known for. Fizz and Twisted Fate, his big 2 mainstays, but has plenty of time to wait to pick that one up. AHQ can figure out if they want to start blind picking priority champions, and they will with the Rumble. The Olaf going to be a safe jungle.
Yeah, it looks like Mountain has learned the ways of that North American Olaf and locking in the Rumble for Ziv. Ziv is such a huge star for this team. And he does it a lot by avoiding enemy jungle pressure, avoiding people, you know, like Yankos on Elise. We'll have to see, though, because Rumble, as you mentioned previously when we saw this champion, pushes up automatically, does expose himself, you know, to those early ganks. We'll have to see if Mountain can control the situation on Olaf.
I want to see Jace from Odo Amna here against the Rumble. I think Jace actually has a fine matchup, especially because you can go Hexdrinker first item and you won't die in the all-in. And Rumble doesn't build any sort of tankiness early, unless he skips like the magic penetration build we normally see. He can, yes, rush an Hourglass. Not as effective, though, on the Rumble, so I think going Jace is actually super effective against Rumble. Also because you have Elise jungle already, so look at H2K here. They're packing AP damage in mid and jungle, setting up for that Jace top lane.
Well, what's interesting as well is I think Cassiopeia comes into this tournament as somewhat of a flex pick. We sometimes can see Cassiopeia top, and AHQ is not wanting to rush pick a Cassio, right? They grabbed Olaf, who's just a counter pick jungler. There was no rush there. I'm a little bit surprised that Ryu has locked in this Cassio when it didn't seem to be an important champion.
Well, it is pretty simple for people to figure out, you know, down the line what Westor is going to be playing, and since he has publicly added that Malzahar, that would be the next guest choice. Also, they banned out Syndra, which is the what you would want to pick into Cassiopeia. So I feel like he feels pretty safe as far as that matchup goes. Also, the stats for Westor are overwhelmingly fairly poor as far as CS and lane control. So I think Ryu feels pretty nice with that.
Yeah, -8 CSD at 10 is the average Westor's put up most recently, and they will lock in the Malzahar for him alongside Bard. Now, super early lane for Malzahar, not the best, but around level 7 or so, really spikes up and makes it pretty easy to clear out.
Yeah, this is a risky pick and ban phase, though, from HQ, showing Rumble so early, and now Malzahar against Cassiopeia. That's a losing lane matchup for Westor. Obviously, again, we expect him to fall behind in CS, but it's more, is he actually able to push the lane at all? Well, he's not really in this matchup. He's going to get pushed to his tower. That stops Olaf from playing very aggressive as well. And that can be a big issue for HQ in game.
Yeah, the way I would expect it to play out is Westor to go down in CS early to Ryu on the Malzahar, but he can pull a surprise kill at level 6. You just, and there's an Olaf there. They can kill you in the duration.
Have seen some Cassio players go like tier into straight QSS just to avoid that. I still want to see the Jace here from H2K versus Rumble with the Elise as well. That combo 2v2 against a top laner who wants to push a lot is so effective, but they do value the Gnar above it. It's an old matchup we used to see a lot where Gnar again just rushes Hexdrinker and then doesn't die.
That's going to be probably the situation we put Odoamne in here. The final pickup, of course, for H2K going to be that Caitlyn AD carry for Forgiven here. The full lineup is in, and it's another sort of strong laner. We're seeing more emphasis towards this Caitlyn or Lucian, who are there for the laning phase, more so than the utility AD carries we were seeing in the patches and the matches we were seeing in the playoffs.
Yeah, and this could basically be a takeaway. We know Forgiven likes to play Caitlyn, but also a bit of a takeaway to avoid the double range lane with Caitlyn on the side of AHQ. It picks some AD carries use now. It's like Ashe with the range support against Caitlyn, but you might see HQ just go something like Sivir or Jett, pick more for the team here specifically, and pick a better carry. Honestly, Ashe has been nerfed a lot. Yes, she's still good in laning phase, but she's not as strong as she used to be.
Well, that's going to be the hover, actually, and they just might go for it anyway, trading back and forth, and actually will go to a champion that he was known for quite a bit at last year's Worlds.
That's risky.
An incredibly high damage roster, the Rumble, the Olaf, the Malzahar, the Jinx, a ton of punishment available here at AHQ. The team fights start going well, On cleans them up.
Yeah, it's actually him who's going to stick to a champion he's played for years here on the Jinx. You talk about snowball potential. Within a team fight, this is the snowballing AD carry, right? Talk about chaining those passive procs of the extra speed. The first one, they're going to want to try and get off of that Malzahar ult. So maybe we do see, as you said, Deficio, some really early QSSs to try and avoid that situation.
But AHQ here, they're gambling in the pick and ban phase. Like Jinx, Malzahar, definitely not the strongest laners. We know Arn and Westor has had a tough year when it comes to the early game, especially here in standard lane meta. H2K is a team that is built around strong early game, fast-paced early game, and a jungler who can gank 3 lanes, basically, and try and snowball. That's what they're trying to do here. HQ, they need to get to late game.
Definitely going to be hyper-focused on the junglers in this matchup and that early game, because Mountain has been no slouch. They talk about Jankos, and yes, he's got 80% kill participation in the first 15 minutes, which is ridiculous. Yeah. And HQ altogether have 4th most kills pre-15 minutes coming into the tournament of all the teams here, but Mountain really hard carried the team getting here in their regional finals, and he has been vast improvements in his play.
So we'll see if that improvement comes through again for AHQ. Get online and support your team on Twitter. Hashtag H2KWin, hashtag AHQWin. For which squad do you think is going to be doing it? Of course, INTZ Esports and Edward Gaming, the other 2 teams in this group, means this is the likely battle for second as we get into our 3rd game of the League of Legends World Championship. H2K takes on AHQ.
Let's see what happens here. Such an important game for both teams. AHQ is a team a lot of people underrate coming into this tournament. It happened before. Very, very often the LMS teams are being underrated. Judging from the performance they've had the entire year, it's been a rough year. They didn't win spring, they didn't win summer, obviously missed out on MSI due to not winning spring, and then had to go through the regional qualifier to make it here to Worlds.
Well, you have to be very careful messing with Olaf on level 1 because he can spam access
and Bard.
Pop goes. He's going to have to flash, I think, and will do so. Going to flash to follow, won't quite land the stun. Albus does force flash out of Odoamne, though. And it's H2K down 2 summoners. AHQ actually down 3. as Westar also ghosted.
See Olaf's all the time popping that ghost super early on, very low cooldown on the summer spell, trading that for flash, definitely advantage in that jungle matchup that we are going to be hyper focused on.
I really like actually that flash from Albus. Yeah, okay, he knew someone could just flash it as well, but trading flash support, Albus is not done. He's still harassing, getting another summoner now, Ghost from Ryu.
But this is much later in the game. Ryu can no longer recall safely without missing experience or gold, so Ryu is down a Ghost and down a potion as well, and even still a bit of health afterwards.
Yeah, Albus really doing some work here. As I said before, I like the fact he actually trade flashes with Odo Amne, because that gives Olaf an opening now to go for an early gank on top side and try and get Zip going. We know how strong of a carry Zip is, and if Rumble gets an early advantage, get early magic penetration, that's an insane mid-game suddenly.
Yeah, the analyst desk talked a little bit about Albus's improvements this year, and he talked about, you know, he'd learned a lot from Mako as well, from EDG. I have to say though, those small incremental little advantages that we saw to the mid lane and jungle, those are two of the very crucial parts here. One of the other stats that I was looking at coming into this was time spent across the midpoint of the map for mid laners pre-15 minutes. So basically, like, how far up do these mid laners play their lanes? How aggressively do they play? And Ryu was #1 for time spent on enemy territory in the first 15 minutes. You can see right now, he's already pushed up there. Westor's under his turret. Westor was actually 3rd from last as far as time spent on the other team's area. And that really does affect jungle matchups heavily, especially the way the game is played right now. If you don't have pressure mid lane, it makes it very difficult for the jungler to do anything.
Now we've been looking at the bottom lane here for the first minute of the laning phase, and we just got to see H2K take a camp here. It's very hard to invade on Braum. It's very risky. You know, if he tags you right there, you might have to flash out. So AHQ said, you know what, let's just push the lane instead. You actually got to see Arn just get the caster minions a little bit lower, but he kept them alive. And then he started killing the melee ones, because you want to keep these caster minions alive to deal damage on your wave. So you can maybe try and deny a CS from the enemy, or at least force the wave to sit in the middle when you hit level 2 and can then go all in. But no advantage really gained by either team bottom side.
And either way, both AD carries actually picking the more defensive Keystone Mastery, Warlord's Bloodlust, giving lifesteal. So I feel like this actually plays somewhat into On's favor, where Forgiven wants to dominate lane, wants to deal a ton of damage and push his opponents out. And On wants to farm. Well, he's going to have high health AD carries most of the time. This just generally plays in his favor. A nice stun's going to land Zap as well. Look at the damage on a Forgiven. And he even dodged the tilt over Peacemaker.
Ooh, Jankos is here around the corner. This is very, very early. Level 3 only. Gonna be a very tough gank to pull off. Forgiven needs to save one trap at least if he wants to do it. He just wasted all 3.
Finds the stun into Albus. The chain is there. A lot of damage across, but that's going to be the nice chompers pushing Inkos away. Dive's not going to work. Vander puts up the shield, but now Mountain knows he is safe to dive the top lane.
No flash from Odo Amne. Remember, Albus forced it away level 1.
Ramana only has the jump. He's going to go for the jump off to the side, getting away from the axe, but it's going to be enough damage for Mountain. One more chop, and there's the first blood for AHQ into the top lane.
Huge answer top side there for Mountain, and he's the one to cash in on that first blood as well. Olaf can jump off to those early cooldown reduction boots and spam ganks with his ghost.
Yeah, we have to question H2K's call here, trying to dive the bot lane, a 2v2 lane this early on. It very rarely works. And then the dive just wasn't really executed properly, honestly, from H2K. No traps from Forgiven to try and chain with the cocoon at all, was just put down right in front of him. And then we knew Mountain could go top lane against a no flash. Now, it's a great response here and great early game from AHQ. Questionable calls, honestly, from H2K.
Well, it's going to be a deficit that H2K has to work back from. Normally, Inkos is the first blood king, and that did not happen here. Deficio, you were talking before we got on camera about this game, where the big workhorses of H2K are actually Inkos and Odwamna. Forgiven gets a lot of credit for being a very dominant AD carry, but in terms of really causing the win, it's top and jungle for H2K, who are now set behind.
Yeah, we have, of course, the first blood king, Jankos, in the jungle, who's so active on the map all the time, looking for these ganks. He really understands when he can go for different ganks and different pathing towards enemy lanes. But then also Odo Amne, who's just a consistent guy up in the top lane, who is in trouble in this game because he now gets ganked again.
Does have flash available and is forced to burn it. Another undertow's going to land, and Mountain will not chase through. The broken down box of Graggy Ice not enticing enough.
And even though we've seen this Rumble-Gnar matchup a lot, and Gnar is not to pick into it, it's such a swingy matchup for both sides. Yes, you mentioned the Hex Drinker, and that is a great fallback pattern for Gnar, but if Rumble gets ahead, that lane can easily be a huge point of power for AHQ, much earlier on than they thought it would be.
And I think HK respected, let's see there, let's talk about it after, because junglers are going to find each other. Here's Westor, he's ghosting.
Westor coming in, and level 6 on Malzahar means suppression is in. Nice stun by Ryu to save his life. Here comes the re-engage. Low health on everybody involved right now. Rumble, equalizer not meaning much as Jankos is able to flash away and stay alive.
Very important here that Ryu actually saves his jungler, stunning Westor, who's obviously stunning himself as well, but he got to block or stop the damage from the ulti. I think it's all bot lane, another good
And the shield
binding.
is down from Vander, meaning he can't really support Forgiven anymore. He even needs a trap at the very end, and must point out, Forgiven is up a solid 11 minions right now. This is the lane dominance you expect from the H2K bottom lane. The actual plays seem to be sort of closely matched. You're seeing them trade damage quite nicely, but still more farm for the H2K bottom lane.
Yeah, it's a dream scenario as a Caitlyn. If you get to go back, get BF sword and attack speed boots, because attack speed is so important on Caitlyn. It's all about these auto attacks honestly coming in. Also now we see more and more people put more points in trap and not just Q. You know, once you are in the laning phase, a few early ranks in the Peacemaker and then you start scaling up the trap, attack speed is almost everything. So Forgiven is still staying in lane, sitting on 1,600 gold at this point. So obviously won't be able to get both items on his first pack. Definitely want the BF sword.
1,800 for Forgiven, 1,600 for On right now, which is enough for a dagger, maybe 2 after the recall. We'll see what it ends up being. Here comes Jankos looking for the gank. Albus a bit low, walks right in, but suddenly Mountain's there as well, and he lands the stun. So Vander to keep him alive, puts the shield up, blocks some of the hits now. Once again, exhausted now onto Mountain, running out of HP, onto the trap as well, and Forgiven gets H2K's first kill. The tournament, the snipe, not going to mean too much as Albus tanks it, but look at this now, 400 gold lead for the European team.
Yeah, Mountain just sticking in the same spot, stands there and not level 6, so can't get out of the Caitlyn trap. So good answer back for H2K on the bottom side, and that kill did go to Forgiven. Deficio, you know, we talked about maybe not on his first back. If he sticks around a little while, he might be able to get that dream purchase.
He actually has enough money already for BF Sword plus Berserker's Greaves, so probably shove this wave then back if he wants to cash in. 2,500 gold, it'll be 2,600 when he reaches base. And Forgiven is set up to be one of the major carries here.
He's a rich man now, been winning his lane, got that kill as you guys highlighted. Mountain just going a little bit too deep for it. And H2K, after losing that first kill, managed to bounce back. And it actually looked pretty bad at first because Jankos steps in, sees Mountain just around the corner. He's like, whoop, don't want to go for that one. Gets stunned as well, but then can rappel up into the air and they buy enough time. And Mountain could have backed away here, but stayed, got trapped, dies.
Well, he got stunned up there by the Braum passive, then the trap laid down from Forgiven. Easy chain right there, and not level 6. Unlucky for him. There it is, the dream purchase, and everybody from H2K is happy.
Deficio, the Prophet, called the items exactly, and with the extra money Forgiven, does what all AD carries should do and buys a pink ward. Vision is everybody's responsibility. Congratulations, Forgiven, for doing the right thing. Your supports will thank you.
Let's see where he puts the ward.
Right there.
No. He's going to put it in the middle of the lane, being like, no, freak. This ward is useless.
Give 30 gold over. I feel bad for On. Give him a CS.
Well, On did the same, also buying a pink ward here. Funny enough, actually, we were looking at, I don't know why we were looking at AD carry stats for who buys the most pink wards. Actually, NA and LPL AD carries buy the most pink wards. European AD carries buy some of the least pink wards. Except for Forgiven, he's learned in the boot camp, stepped up his game, he's hit 110% now.
Congratulations. All right, right now, 1 pink ward per game for both AD carries. On's going to put his down defensively in his own lane, actually, in the brush down there. That will help Mountain slink in if he needs to. There's pretty much no way for H2K to get vision control of that part of the map, and there can always now be a threat of an Olaf in that brush.
Yeah, I really like that placement here from On. Also stops H2K from having a deep ward that can be used by Odoamne to TP down behind him. And talking about Odoamne and this Gnar, I guess the reason he actually goes for it is just like, I know there's an Olaf on the enemy team. I know my bot lane is going to be strong and push in, so we want to play around bot lane. I'm going to pick something that has like an extra escape. Now with the jump, can avoid a few ganks here and there. And he's like, I'm just going to pick the safe choice and not the Jace who wants to all in, win laning phase. And it's very easy to gank a Jace as an Olaf, as we talked about in the first game of the day, due to Olaf's ulti. So went for safety, did die early, but is up in CS.
Speaking of safety, we do have the early QSS from Ryu. So that scenario where he talked about Malzahar just popping off with the first or second ultimate, as he used the first on the jungler, into an instant kill with Olaf there, not going to be the case. And Ryu is going to go with that safety route as well.
Deficio, I got to compliment you in your item game right now. 2 players perfectly predicting the item openings. Love that. Smart man. Great killcaster. Now Westor losing his passive. Ooh, good flash getting away from the Jankos cocoon. A quick silence on Ryu, and out they both go. H2K right now sitting 600 gold up. The European representative, one of 3 here at the tournament, slight lead over HQ.
Yeah, while H2K is slightly ahead, I actually think HQ is fairly happy with the early game. We talked about how they're a team who wants to get further into the game. They have really good shot calling in the middle late game and have very good team fighting later on with the Malzahar, with the Jinx, and also as a team. So they're probably happy, honestly, not being further down. And Inferno being started.
Ooh, he's really low. They're going to get the Inferno, but can he get out? Okay, he's going to run for the Magical Journey. Pops the ulti, gets to the Cocoon. That was him pressing R in time, and he hits it late. He keeps the armor and MR on during the snipe and hits it later. Nice ulti again from Odwamna. Wants to face off against Ziv. Not the best equalizer, no longer tagging the Gnar.
Kills the minion wave, though. He's killing out the minion wave so he can recall. Not really looking to kill the 1v1 duel right there, and he's looking to go back to base.
Jankos is down here in the bottom lane again. There is TP for Odwamna, but no Mega Gnar. Remember that, so he's not as strong as he wants to be. Minion wave will die, but all Jankos is doing here is he's threatening the dive. He's like, okay, you gotta back away. You lose this entire minion wave. Forgiven gets a few more hits on tower, and that is slowly chipping down that bot lane tower without really risking the dive.
Really lands a stun there. Once again, a wave pushed under the turret. Of course, they know Ziv does not have his ulti. Tempered Fate's going to land. That's going to mean a stun onto Forgiven. Oh, he can't cast it in time. Was worried about getting stunned up by Vander. Either way, it is the flash out for the H2K AD carry. And that's good play by Albus to set that up.
Yeah, very important thing with the ulti from, oh, let's see.
For the slow, actually. Just putting damage on the West. That's actually going to be enough to get the chase in. Has to be back in. Perfect by Ryu. When the Q landed, he knew he had it. His body told him yes, and he makes it go.
There was also good dodge there from Ryu. If you notice, he walked back out of the silence and then continued on with the dive. That was extremely well played by Ryu to grab that kill.
Yeah, like some of the small plays we see here in these 1v1s, 2v2s, you know, Ryu going for the all-in, no flash on Westor, had the QSS. Bottom lane, Albus, he knows when you play against a Caitlyn, if you put the bot ulti right in the middle there, she can't actually net out of it because she will get stunned while she's flying in the air. So either you flash it or you get hit. Forgiven decided to get hit, he almost stepped out, but he had to flash after. This is the all-in. Ryu connects the poison, gets the stun down.
Just the slow right there, but there's the dodge on the silence zone and instant QSS.
Yeah, very quick.
Micro
Very
mechanics.
Well love looking at him, love talking about him. Ryu exemplifies them nicely. A quick stun on a mountain, holding on to his own ultimate. Actually shorts the undertow. Doesn't mean too terribly much, though. Jankos would have been basically full health anyway, as he goes to fight on top of a ward to grab his own red buff.
Yeah, not been possible for Jankos to really impact the early game too much. Obviously, he's forced a few flashes. He's put up a bit of a threat in the bottom lane, but not been able to really snowball the lanes.
Look at this roam up the river as well. Westor does turn back. He's not going to continue on with Mountain, but Mountain going for the solo roam up top instead. Odwamna seems to have been alerted.
I think they called at least that Westor left the mid lane to walk towards top side.
Yep.
Either hinting they're invading the blue buff or they're going for a potential gank. Again, we talked about the Gnar and the safety, you know, his job right now is just don't die. You know, if they try and go for you, step back to your tower, buy time. This bot lane tower is taking a lot of damage, and H2K, they want to get this bot tower down. 50% right now, and this Caitlyn is just getting stronger and stronger.
Talking about getting stronger, almost every single member of H2K is out farming their opponent, despite the first blood for AHQ. You got Odwamna actually with lane pressure and a minion farm lead, plus 15 in the mid lane for Ryu, plus 20 for Forgiven down in the bot lane. But sure, some of it you expect Caitlyn versus Jinx, but it's still incredibly well played, and it's a lot of the reason for this gold lead. It's 1,200 up despite only being up a single kill.
Yeah,
that's farm.
I'm glad to see, you know, everything kind of going as predicted when we looked at the players against each other. Like Ziv and Odwamna very even in lane. They're basically dead even in CS once Ziv gets that farm here. And then you look at mid lane losing slightly for H2K, bot lane losing as well for HAQ.
Yeah.
They need scaling, they need time. They need to get to late game, and it's up to H2K to make sure they don't get to that late game point.
And they're looking to push it in. Jankos up through the jungle, spots Mountain with the ward. Odwamna now looking for it as well, and Olaf now in a bad spot. Ults at the right time to get away from Cocoon. Trace blows back into Jankos, but when the cooldowns come up, he's dead, and Odwamna flashes to get the chase, lands the boomerang, and knocks him down. And suddenly, this is bad news bears for Ziv. The Rumble is alone, but a fight in the bot lane, not quite gonna land it, as Ziv clears the wave, hits Summoner Teleport, and oh, he grounds him. Ziv cannot take off. He will get the kill on a Jankos, though. A nice trade coming in, but he is poisoned. Ryu will take him down.
We mentioned the playstyle here for the two mid laners. Not only does it make life difficult for the jungler, but Ryu being able to push up and roam like that also results in the kill there on Ziv, and HQ lose so much pressure due to Westor not being able to hold his own. Even though the CS gets pretty much evened up there, and Ryu actually still, even despite roaming, is going to have the lead. The extra kills and the top lane swinging, the turret's going to go down. Odoamne's got the double buff on top of it. It's just so much pressure chains off of that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, Westor was he was looking for the bottom lane, but there is TP for Odoamne, and Mega now ready in case a dive was going to happen in the bottom lane. Westor just returns, and that's the thing about like a standard lane meta. Winning lane is more than just like solo killing the guy or winning by 10 CS. No, it's all about pressure. If you can push the enemy minion wave, or sorry, your minion wave to the enemy tower again and again and again, then you can always roam first. You can always join with your team first and make plays happen. That's exactly what Ryu did before, and it's why having a mid laner who's a weak laner is a big, big issue in this meta.
I absolutely agree. You're seeing Ryu, 50% kill participation so far, 2 kills making the plays happen, a solo kill in mid, or rolling to the top side. It's been beautiful so far. Again, in a bit of a holding pattern. We saw that Mountain was able to take the Infernal Drake about 6 minutes ago. Well, the next one is spawning. It's going to be Cloud. The out-of-combat movement speed helping the roams, helping the rotation. It's something that H2K has done a good job of, getting out of their lanes, making the plays happen. 19 minion difference in the bot lane. Allen has at least stopped the bleeding, but of course it is still a general advantage for Forgiven and Vander.
Yeah, Forgiven will hit 2 items first if everything goes as planned for H2K. Pushing up Ryu once again. Whenever he lands that poison, he just goes forward. He wants to keep trading.
They have vision on Olaf on the bottom side of the map. So anytime Ryu has vision of HQ's jungler, he is going to play more aggressively, move up again, and Westor has no option but to cede ground with the QSS completed so early and the double summoners plus the extra kills. Ryu can still threaten kills.
Yeah, and it's really hard for AHQ here to really do anything because Odoamne has that TP ready, and Odoamne is constantly just pushing top lane. So Ziv can't roam, and he can't TP away. He's just stuck in that lane, and that means H2K can make a play on the bottom side, knowing their top laner will join.
And Odoamne has so much damage. He's gone all the way to complete the full Maw. He's plus with a double Doran. Like every single item he's got besides his boots is adding extra damage to the build there. So that teleport in is going to be very threatening. They're actually circling around mid lane once again as Jankos is also moving up on the bottom side and they're trying to push Westor off.
Already knocks down top lane outer, so how about mid lane to come in as well? Odoamne, 180 attack damage, definitely very high. Both AD carries sitting on plenty of gold. We saw On just get to recall now and gets Hurricane plus his Berserker's Greaves. Forgiven, of course, richer than he is, will get even more, but this is now Jinx with her first kind of good power spike. She can clear waves very nicely with this Hurricane rocket launcher.
Yeah, and it's important to highlight what H2K is doing, like how they're playing this. They're consistently just moving to lanes to chip away in towers. And then they step away again, give it a few hits, step away. It's very, very important they don't start tower diving too early, because AHQ is technically playing a pure team fighting comp here. With Malzahar, Jinx, Rumble. So once you start diving towers, you actually enable the enemy team to get potential fights, because they can roam in, they can stop you between towers, they can take the team fight. No, they're just constantly poking and rotating. They're not taking any big team fights versus AHQ, just always move between lanes and poke towers.
The main thing going for AHQ is the jungle though. Mountain with the CS lead, also been able to take both of the early Drakes, adding the Cloud Drake on top of the Infernal for them. It's not enough to overcome this big gold lead that H2K have accumulated in a team fight, but is going to help them maneuver between the turrets for defense.
Yeah, this is actually one of the better squads to have an Infernal Drake on, though, if you're talking about what it's useful on. Every single champion, except maybe the Bard, really cares about their attack damage or ability power going up. You've got aggressive builds from Ziv and co, and this could be very scary then. If the gold gets a bit closer, HQ has those extra stats. But right now, it's H2K playing the map better, looking for the mid lane as well. A lot of damage onto this turret, down well below half HP. And AHQ really just unable to threaten them. They can kill the wave, and that's it.
Exactly, and it's the same for H2K. They're just making sure, slowly take down this tower, never diving, never give HQ a chance to take a team fight. And yeah, Odoamne, he does quite some damage right now.
Already at the 2-item power spike, completing the Frozen Mallet 20 minutes into the game.
I would like to see H2K make a play on the bottom tower, though. The bottom tower is fairly low. They have some vision now with Jankos in the enemy jungle. TP, of course, is available for Ziv, so that makes it a bit harder. They had some time before. Seems like they just want that mid tower.
Yeah, I actually like mid lane even more here, because Westor is constantly having to run for his life. Passive is down always, and Jankos is actually setting up on a ward.
Yep, there's the slow, runs into his face. There's not much places to go with this one. It's going to be a stun on a Vander. The assassin's going to come through. Albus gets the last hit, and Tempered Fate buys a few more seconds.
Oh.
There's the rocket, and it's forcing several flashes out of H2K, who are running out of HP as well. 1 kill picked up. AHQ down 3,000 gold, but with the numbers advantage now on the map.
First time that AHQ finally gets to have multiple members together, catching H2K. Became a little bit too predictable with constantly sitting around his mid tower, and finally they could just move in and actually stop them. 1 kill, 2 dragons, remember, for HQ.
Oh, the stun's gonna land. Forgiven is gone. Albus, unlucky, gets the kill again. So the support stealing away the gold that could have been better on another source, but more on the map. AHQ able to grab this turret as well on getting the solo gold, and the actual advantage for H2K now down to only 2,000.
Yeah, it's almost too slow now for H2K with how they're moving between the lanes, and HQ got to react, picked up 1 kill, walked into enemy jungle, and Forgiven didn't expect anyone to be there. He dies as well. Bot tower goes down. Suddenly, HQ is picking up a lot of gold.
This is why we spend so much time talking about slowly moving up your ward lines and making sure that you're not sitting on a ward like that. That one play from Jankos has chained into a huge comeback here for HQ in the mid game. Even though they're still down in gold, that was a pretty big swing for HQ, considering they also still have those 2 Drakes.
Yeah, it was the best you could have hoped for. We can tell the fact that Ryu
on a ward, trying to make the play. He's just running out of HP way too fast. There's the kill picked up, and again, mistakes by H2K in the mid game.
Wards don't just save lives, they also will cost your death here, as Ryu, also sitting on 1, goes down.
Yeah, really now things are just falling apart. Forgiven was sitting in the bottom lane at his tier 2 tower about to push out a wave, and Ryu was just really far up the lane without any proper deep vision. Look at the HQ jungle, 3 pink wards. He had 0 idea who was there, and he just got caught out completely. H2K needs to make sure to have enough members ready to actually take a fight, otherwise they can't play forward.
Very, very risky plays here from H2K, even though they are this far ahead. They're kind of jumping forward to the test before doing all their homework. You know, wards aplenty, and HQ are making some good counter moves. Next one up is going to be this top turret as they start to converge.
Ryu's already running up the lane as well. He knows it's under pressure, but it's just AHQ who's now faster on the play. They're actually now going to be up in turret 3-2. The gold deficit now only 800. And keep in mind, they're still up these 2 elemental drakes. AHQ arguably just stronger at this stage of the game now, off just the last 3 minutes finding good plays.
Yeah, you see some of that very good AHQ shot calling. We mentioned the mid and the late game. They're actually very, very good at understanding where to react on the map or where to put pressure, especially when they have a gold lead. In this game, they had to react to H2K, and they managed to find him in mid lane. This Raptor refuses to die. Sadly, it is...
Westar is victorious.
You got it.
Westar he faces, and 4 Voidlings.
Beautiful.
But
made
now,
it happen.
2 dragons now, another one spawning in a minute. HQ can set up for that, and remember, HQ has a team fighting comp. They want to fight around dragons, around barons. It's H2K who were more looking to play multiple lanes. That certainly is very hard now.
Exactly, it was H2K who was looking for several good lane matchups to split the game up a little bit. Once again, you're seeing Odwamna battle with Ziv. Frozen Mallet is in, plenty of damage there, and you can see what he's forcing to have happen, right? Ziv has to ult. This is, I think, like his 3rd wave he's ulted now, just in a 1v1 against Odwamna. That's his counterplay. I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to just keep my turret alive as they slowly get burned down, and that's the best he can do.
Ulti will be in cooldown, though, if a dragon fight does happen. Now, it's about 80 seconds left on that ulti for Ziv.
Yeah.
But that means H2K needs to react quickly and actually start the objective to force the fight.
Yep, it's a 40-second window between Cloud Drake spawning and Equalizer being available. That's the time frame you're looking at. Jankos taking a little bit of damage. Nice play there. Repels to dodge 1 Baron shot. You might as well. It's basically 3. Little micro play right there by Jankos as HQ continues to try to play for ward control in their jungle.
Also remember, as we head towards the team fight phase here, Ryu is the only one currently with the QSS, and HQ are just looking to get that first kill so that On can get a reset on the passive, reposition on Jinx to really get that AoE damage down. And all the other members do have to be very wary of Westor's ultimate.
It's worth pointing out for Jinx, for those who don't play her very much, when Jinx came out, her passive was when you get a killer assist, you get a bunch of movement speed for a few seconds. It now also gives multiplicative attack speed, multiplying the rest of her items, giving her a lot more damage, and it's even more important than it has traditionally been for Jinx to get these resets.
Another dragon being started. H2K here in the mid game, they tend to get very lost. Back in Europe as well, they would really struggle understanding what to do exactly, and how to like set up multiple steps at the same time. They do get a flash and an ulti here, but they lose a dragon for it. And the problem for H2K is they're setting up for Baron by just warding the river. There's 0 wards behind the Baron in the jungle of AHQ. So you can't actually start the Baron safely, and they're just kind of hovering around, doing almost nothing.
Exactly. Also, what's even the point right now of really setting up for a Baron? They're not in a position where they have a huge lead unless there was a large blunder by AHQ and they're completely blocked out of that area. I don't see AHQ or H2K really sneaking. Yes, they do have high damage. They do have that Cassiopeia, so if she's got blue buff, there's always a possibility. But HQ, they've got blue trinket ready there for On, and it doesn't seem like that's a high value area of the map to concentrate on.
I mean, I agree 100%. I think when you are setting up Baron, it's a multiple step process. You know, you push out mid lane and top lane, you get into the enemy jungle, you set up vision, you go back, push your lanes again, and then you can start actually thinking about starting the Baron so you can see everything behind. Looks like we're just gonna get one big team fight to decide this. Ryu is getting caught out slightly.
Dodges the CC though, and gets an exhaust out of the enemy support. Now into the team fight. Vander holding the front line, forced to jump right back away. No summoners now left up for him, and here comes the battle. Watch the damage numbers come across. A big rocket comes out. That's a couple thousand now for On, and now Ziv caught up with the cocoon, still in the poison, but there's no damage to be had as Ryu's on the other side of this one. The battle for the blue buff, and it's gonna be Mountain landing this fight, taking that crucially from Ryu, who's only at half mana.
Definitely, that's a big deny. Plus, it's really good on Olaf, and they're actually going into the Baron pit here to start it off.
This is scary. They're trying to find where the re-engage can be. Wards coming off over the walls, looking to figure out what their opponents are up to.
They don't want to stick in there on the Baron and stay inside the pit. They're just looking to see if someone will extend too far, trying to contest it, and then turn on that person.
The nice thing about Malzahar, Voidlings continue to pull aggro on Baron, so they tank the shots, but also prevent the regen. Finally comes back up. Now 4 strong. It's
big wave
chop running through. They're gonna run into Oduamna, who's off on the side, finding some poke. And yes, here is the big minion wave. H2K gonna be a little bit later to this play, but HQ's health bar is still a little bit low, and they're near that H2K base, looking for the siege. Not too much damage found just yet.
Still no big ultis for Rumble and Jinx, and therefore HQ backs away. Really like the call though. They contest in the river. They know they can fight in choke points very, very easily with the Rumble. They force H2K out, and then by starting the Baron, they just wait for that big minion wave to push down to the tower, pick up the minion wave, and get a bit of damage.
People also have to respect the AoE from Malzahar as well under the ultimate if you are heading through one of those corridors. They've got a pretty big wombo there, and if Jinx just gets that one reset, as you said, she's almost at the 3rd item power spike right now, so On is ready to peak.
It's going to be scary very soon. As much as I love to talk about how nice Cloud Drakes are, if those were Ocean Drakes for HQ, that turret was probably dead. The regen they would have gotten, probably just enough to just push through H2K, who was wearing down their health bars as well, but we are now in a reset map. Both teams need to get back into the mid lane, get the wave control, get the wards down, and play for the Baron again.
Step 1 is always pushing up that mid lane. It gives you access to the river, and then you go to Baron, you go to...
Whoa, the flash play, they're going to remove the chance to flash out, and On is going to get blasted! Well played by Ryu, now for the re-engage. A lot of damage coming across the burn, back and forth. Undertow hits a few, but Ryu has the slows now on a Mountain, who's already lost his ultimate. It's a 5v4, and it might be more for this one. Not going to land the ulti, though, from Vander, and AHQ will survive with the rest of their members, but a great snipe onto On to start it out.
The one thing H2K managed to do when they were setting up in the river for that Baron a few minutes ago was actually force the flash away from On. So he was down here as well. He ends up dying because Ryu just goes all in for him. Yanga's looking for more.
And that was a great kill for H2K. However, it only enables them to sort of clear out some of the H2K vision, right? Ryu used both summoners, and those are also very important summoners on the Cassiopeia. It was a great opening and a great move to capitalize on it here, as he does go for both members of the backline at the same time. But H2K weren't really able to turn that into many objectives afterwards. The vision that they were able to clear out is definitely going to be important, though.
Well, actually, I do think you're correct here when you're saying that Ryu almost invested too much. I actually don't think that play was even worth it for H2K. Obviously, they expected to get more and then take a Baron, but they only got 1 kill. The same wards are still here for AHQ, and they still have full river
Their
control.
replacements. H2K was able to get some wards down, but now we've got a fight in this one. Vander in the front line taking plenty of punishment. Mountain still on the chase. The shield drops, and he's got to run away from this one. A quick snipe doesn't mean too much. Rocket nearly took down Vander. A sliver of HP left, but he's fine. He's going to swing the door, and he's going to be all right with this one. Just surviving, but that does mean a recall. H2K
you okay there?
Support.
We just have 2 teams constantly fighting around this Baron here and trying to look for picks against each other.
Spotted.
We still need to look at Ryu without summoners and what he can do in the fight. It's very hard to play Cassiopeia against things like Rumble and Malzahar, things that can zone you when you want to sit there and deal consistent DPS. it becomes difficult, especially without
Oh, here comes Westor with the ghost.
Where's he going?
Looking for the play, gets the ulti onto Yankos. Tempered Fate to dodge the rest of the team, and he's gonna drop right down on the Flame Chompers. There's the root, there's the kill. Great snipe picked up. Westor setting it all up and making it happen, and now no jungler. Let's go Baron.
Yeah, Yankos greeting with the flash here. As soon as Westor was in range, Yankos could have flashed out, but no, he saved it. And then he got stunned. Then he got locked down after.
HK want this though. Ryu has enough mana and enough health to take a team fight. Knock up on Albus, looking to take down the support. There's Baron picked up really quick by the red team, but the team fight's still going in. The backline is safe from H2K, and they're putting in a ton of damage right now. On staying alive, gets the snipe. Now the re-engage from Ryu is going to pick up Fountain, and he will. On lifesteals on a ward, gets away from the poison, but be careful AHQ. It's going to be on. Figuring out if he wants to go for it. The snipe nearly takes down Forgiven, but H2K can't get much more. 2 dead from H2K, 3 dead from AHQ. The Baron still does mean more to the LMS squad, and we will disengage.
Oh my goodness, that was one tense Baron fight here. I have to say, both AD carries trading ults at the end. That's the second time that On has been robbed and not had quite enough execute
by a
damage.
touch, and you would actually kill people.
Genius. Okay, but look at how ridiculous this fight is. Okay, so they stay in on the Baron and they commit to finishing it. Westor is sacrificing himself, trying to keep the rest of the team outside the pit. He does that. Mountain here actually doesn't even auto-attack. Odoamne is out there. He's just running around on Olaf with his ultimate on. Eventually waits it out there as Ryu, as soon as the Olaf ultimate ends, he just ults him and kills him. So Mountain definitely could have done more there, but On, in the back of the pit, fends everyone off as they exchange snipes and eventually is able to just recall, saving his flash, crucially.
Yeah, very, very important. Good thing you highlight that, because we know H2K will try and get to that back line and actually kill On. It's really only the Olaf who's a tank in the front, so it is fairly easy to get onto the squishy targets, which means it's so important for Westor and On to have proper positioning and have the summoners ready in these big fights, because we are going to get some massive late game team fights. Dead even in gold, 32 minutes in, and both teams honestly just been hovering around Baron for like 10 minutes now, trading kills back and forth.
This is exactly what AHQ want, though. We mentioned in setting them both up. H2K heavily favored in the early game, but AHQ have been able to weather the storm. They've been able to even claim the Baron after all of the River games they've played over Vision, and they're feeling very good about the end game.
This is one thing I love about watching Worlds is you have sort of the general meta game and people know what the strong champions are, things like Elise, but you still have these teams that say, this is what we want to play, what we believe in. Things like this on Jinx, where, no, we're going to play around him, we're going to get to the mid-game team fights. That's our identity as AHQ, is setting this up, and it's worked. Yes, H2K got the early game lead. Yeah, they had the ganks, they won the lanes, but you come into the mid-game and AHQ feels so comfortable playing this kind of game.
And it's fun to see two teams, you know, we watched all the VODs, even though they're like 3 or 4 weeks old, still have the same tendencies, you know, they do the same things they're good at. You know, for HQ, it's getting to late game, having good shot calling in the late game. For H2K, it's trying to snowball early game. They had a good start, but then mid game, H2K has been really weak in Europe. They were weak here again. They didn't really know what to do. They hovered around Baron in the river over and over, had 0 deep vision, and just went for the same mid tower time and time again. Didn't respect the fact that HQ could collapse on them, and that really was the big turning point that pulled HQ back in this game. They're heading gold now after getting another tower.
Still very excited to see the next team fight unfold. As Ryu has shown, he will not hesitate if he sees that backline in danger. Right now, though, Ziv and Odoamne.
And it's going to be Veganar pretty soon. Maw of Malmortius gets popped. He's going to run for this one. Yankos here to keep him and the rest of his team safe as AHQ runs down with the double Cloud Drake movement speed. Westor actually burned Ghost and Flash. I didn't see what he was running away from, but did burn a Summoners to get really nothing gained, maybe something to be escaped.
Well, it's still important for H2K. They can win that side lane if Odoamne just sit on the Rumble ulti, but right now it doesn't really matter because the rest of AHQ are constantly able to get towers down. That's another auto turret.
And that was with the tail end of their 2 Baron buffs. I was informed, by the way, that Westor flashed a wall to make that move faster, to try to catch up to Odoamne, was not quite able to, but he actually burned Summoners to try to make the gank happen. Either way, the high tempo play works out. AHQ now up 3 turrets, up 3,000 gold almost, and as the Baron buff times out, they'll reset one more time and score off with the Dragons respawning next.
We're gonna get one of these big fights where 2 late game AD carries are gonna face each other, but one of them is a Jinx. But once she gets that 1 kill, you know, she can really snowball the entire fight and just win it alone. And with the amount of damage from a Malzahar and a Rumble as well, it is very easy to get targets low enough for Jinx to get the kill.
The reset is one of the huge defining differences, but the other one is that Forgiven does have the QSS still built into that Mercurial Scimitar. And, oh, never mind. QSS now built by On, and he also will be able to get out of a stun if Ryu does go for the Cassiopeia all-in, or the Braum stun eventually stacks up on him. You know, he'll be able to get out of one of these things.
And it's worth pointing out, really, as we talk about the AD carry item builds, as they are some of the main damage dealers, that On actually has more gold than Forgiven now, despite the kill and the extra farm. Just the extra objective gold actually puts the AHQ AD carry ahead. He's generally up on the curve, has his armor penetration item, which is great for killing Odwamna and Vander. And you can see the money counts here. It's very AD carry centric. It's about those marksmen in the bottom lane, putting out consistent physical damage.
Mountain!
And now looking for the play onto Ryu, landing a couple of these slows, but Mountain's got to run out. He's got to lose his ulti very soon. Will there be a re-engage? A quick snipe onto Albus. Not going to land much with the Tempered Fate. And now it's Yankos finding the stun in the West Door. They're going to go for the mid laner, and AHQ are going to lose their Malzahar. It's a 5v4 now. H2K looking for a little bit more on this one. Not going to land the zap just yet. Is On. Yankos with low HP, but everyone can body block that Mega Death Rocket.
Bit of a disjointed engage there from AHQ this time around as Mountain
out of nowhere
flanks with just Westor there to deliver damage and immediately has to retreat. Very, very curious decision making here, and we'll have to see how they can clean it up afterwards because H2K want to make them pay for it.
Also remember Westor, who used that flash earlier to try and get down to the bottom lane and get a kill on Odwamna. Now didn't have it when Yankos flashed forward and actually cocooned him. So well played by Yankos and H2K, and Westor getting punished for being very, very greedy with his summons.
Nicely done. H2K bringing it back a little bit closer. Only 1,000 gold separates these teams. Baron Nashor and Elder Dragon both going to spawn almost at the same time. They're only 10 seconds apart. We see some teams happy to trade them 1-for-1 and a battle with the buffs later. Of course, Baron buff does last almost twice as long as the Elder Dragon buff, but
yeah, and in this case here, if you're H2K and you get an Elder Drake, the value is not the greatest when you only have one dragon. If you're AHQ on the other hand and you get it and you then can pick a fight, like what we see sometimes is people get Elder Drake and then rush to Baron. That's when you get the big jackpot, of course.
Honestly, I think either team would much prefer Baron over the Elder Dragon. Yeah, just because it's so much easier to defend here. Both these teams actually have pretty good tower defense. As long as they don't lose people in the fight over the objective. You know, Caitlyn and Cassiopeia pretty good at setting up those traps and trying to defend against a funneled-in team. Meanwhile, though, HQ, they're back to that vision game, setting up the pink wards around the Baron once again.
You can see the places they put them. The brush near mid lane, the next one over. They're controlling significant portions of the map. The run-in. You just can't put wards down and leave them. They get cleared away just like this. HQ control this river.
Critical item pickup for Odwamna as well. The Guardian Angel this late into the game is huge for those team fights, especially on the main tank. He can go in without fear, doesn't have flash, but he can charge right in, try and get that stun to set everyone up.
Yeah, because it's really going to be about the AD carries killing whatever frontline person walks towards them. It's going to be Mountain on one side and Odwamna on the other one, and whoever can stay alive the longest actually stops the enemy AD carry from hitting the squishies. It is HQ setting up here. Ziv can get a great ulti from up here if he gets multiple H2K members caught in some sort of choke point.
Baron got angry, and then catching a Ziv. They got the ward. He flashes crucially away in time. Ulti comes across, getting a little bit of damage, but not a ton. H2K actually durable enough. Ziv might have to reset here.
Yeah, Ziv used a lot there. H2K got some good cooldowns out of him, and they have a pretty good trap line set up here around this brush in the river, so it makes H2K's escape fairly awkward as the mid lane is pushing up.
But one thing to always look at now here late game is Sidestone wards left as the support, because you play so many, they get killed, and then suddenly you win a fight, but you can't actually do anything with it because you can't set up more vision, because the Sidestone is empty. It is the case now for Vander. He's staying around with the team to try and see if they can pick a fight, or maybe start Baron if too many HQ members recalled. But right now, everyone is just back and around the mid lane.
And post 40 minutes, item slots come at a premium. Those extra pink wards are going to be rare as you set up around Baron. These are the tense situations in League of Legends. These are the most tense fights. The post 40 minutes Baron Vision Wars.
It is.
Where everyone's just looking for that opportunity. You get a couple of seconds, you know, alone with the DPS of the enemy team, and you can win the whole thing.
And it's only 500 gold separating these two squads, even less than that. Recall's coming through for supports. Vander restocks his Sightstone, gets a couple of pink wards in there as well. He's one of the guys playing for Vision. Albus has plenty of these as well. H2K most recently took over Vision control, but they've had to recall, and now AHQ takes it back.
Remember how extra tense this is? Also because these are the two teams in the group really considered fighting for that #2 spot. Just like our first game of the day, AHQ and H2K really could gain a lot of momentum in their group if they take the victory here, either one.
Yeah, the problem here for H2K was they actually did force HQ back, but then it stayed around for too long, so they had to recall when HQ was back on the map. Mountain, let's see if they can actually force an ulti. They're trying.
Yeah, enough restraint though. He is building full tank. That is how Olaf builds in competitive. Just survive it all.
And Olaf, he doesn't actually have to base right here. I would go to a camp with Spirits, Spirit Visage. You have the extra healing. You can just go to a camp really quickly. Turns out that there's enough threat on the map fighting over the Vision that he can go just back to base. But Olaf can lifesteal off of jungle camp very, very quickly.
Also able to refresh his pink wards on that trip back, so he's got some in his inventory.
It's all we're looking
that's
for
even
right
that's
now.
even more important.
Right? The most important item in the game right now is those little pink circles in each inventory. You've got a mid laner and a support and a jungle support able to grab them right now. Westor could recall Celadoran's ring and get them.
I wonder if
I would
Prolly
advise
actually
Same.
I wonder if Prolly stopped H2K or forced H2K to never ward the enemy jungle. Because it's always in the river, there's nothing behind it, so they can't actually see when HQ is moving around.
Whoa, they're going for Ryu! And he's gonna get hit by the Tempered Fate, but H2K is here to reinforce. Flame Choppers push him back. Vander jumping in, taking some damage.
They got the teleport out there. That was the big cooldown from H2K. Ryu does escape, though, with just the Ghost.
And they're still going to be pushing. Westor walks into mid, realizes there's no wave, walks back, but he walked through wards doing this. He's now a little bit alone. And yeah, those are Caitlyn traps over there. He's got to go a different direction. Innocent left, he could have walked over them and they wouldn't have done anything. He's immune to CC and wouldn't have taken damage, so it didn't matter, but...
Over one.
I don't think it even tick off him. It doesn't do damage anymore. But here we go. Westor back in onto Odwamna, putting half of his health onto the dumpster right now. Pops the Malva Mortius as well, and he's going to run out with this one. Yankos to reinforce, and once again, mid lane pushed first by AHQ.
And that means full access to the river where there are a few H2K wards, but as we've highlighted multiple times, H2K never has more than just a few wards.
And remember, critically, Odwamna used his teleport in the last attempt, so he doesn't have it to go back to base and teleport out. That's why AHQ are forcing this Baron and go burning it down.
5v4 force. Ryu is in full swing, though. He's going to dodge away from some of this, down to half HP. Mountain wants in, and it's going to be the Mega Death Rocket taking him out. On taking a ton of health, though. He's got a kite back. Yankos has not killed him yet. Almost a kite away, and they will keep him alive. It's 2 for 0. This is not good for H2K. They've got to get out. A flash to get away from Tempered Fate, and that'll be a secure Baron you have to expect for AHQ.
Yeah, Ryu ended up just going aggressive alone here, trying to chase down the Jinx. He ends up getting caught in line.
3 versus 5 onto Odwamna. He has Guardian Angel. The pool doing so much damage. They're going to find Vander on flash the wall, staying alive. Gets forgiven as well. This is the whitewash. H2K losing everybody. Odwamna, the last one to fall. That is an ace. That's going to be Baron and AHQ with a significant lead.
It was just a matter of time before AHQ got the right team fight with their scaling composition here on. He stayed alive. He managed to pick up 1 and 2 kills suddenly after each other. Ryu, look at his position here. He goes in all alone to try and chase the squishies of AHQ, and then he ends up overextending. He dies. No one followed. Odwamna is still running from base. He's joining now. Didn't even get to get full HP, and this is just a much better setup, a much better late game by AHQ and H2K. They're running out of options right now. They keep sitting in that river, place a few wards in river, and do nothing else.
AHQ underestimated once again, but the late game coming through so big. Westor on cooldown, ulting the front line, all that percentage health damage from Malzahar. Doesn't hesitate, and look at this. On jumps out the back. They don't even lose a person in this Baron fight.
3 versus 5, not enough for H2K. Easy forgiven going, yeah, unlucky. Lost their lives for this one as AHQ have also managed to knock down the mid inhibitor and then come down, take the Elder Dragon, and then reset. Double buffs, major buffs on for the next 2 minutes. AHQ have all the tools they need to win the game in the next 2 minutes.
Definitely. Honestly, I've had the tools for the last, 15 minutes. Once they hit 3 items on Malzahar, on the Jinx, much better setup on the map, start taking down some of these turrets and getting the goal lead. They've been looking very, very good now here in the late game. And H2K, it's going to be very hard for them to do anything. Winning a 5-on-5 is almost impossible at this point.
Yeah, HQ pretty much topping off all the item builds now. They've got the warmongering Bard build here for Albus. Guardian Angel on Olaf is one of the best because we talk about, yeah, we've seen a lot of fights where Mountain has had to retreat with his ultimate on. Guardian Angel, no fear. You get to go make full use of your passive attack speed and just fight fearlessly. Your life steal at low health is extremely high.
And it really is important to see a Bard just go full tank because it means you can play way more aggressive in team fights and position yourself with these Qs here, trying to get, you know, the stun connected with the two members or with the wall. And you can actually just kind of be annoying because you can keep being in their face and they have to deal with you.
Not to mention the health regeneration that kicks in after you go for an aggressive play, then back off. You can see tops off very quickly there with the Warmog's passive. Right back to full, can go try and be annoying, as you say, once again, and snag some kills.
And right now, AHQ could pull the trigger on a dive because they've seen Odwamna's Gnar up in the mid lane clearing minions away, so 5v4 guaranteed control. H2K sees that, backs off, gives the turret away, and now we're only 30 seconds, even less than that, left on the Elder Dragon buff. They'll pick up what they can. Baron under a minute as well.
Kobe, you highlighted the amount of HP's going to get back. Let's talk right after because engage.
For the play, great equalizer off the top. Vander running out of health, and he's going to get sniped down. Another kill picked up here. Odwamna running for dear life under 1,000. And it's going to be already the inhibitor turret gone. The inhibit self also 5v4. AHQ still wearing buffs for a couple more seconds, looking for the death. They're looking to take it down right now. They've got super minions. They've got a ton of damage on a Forgiven. 600 damage crit there. The first turret gonna fall. Looking for number 2 as well as Ziv in the battle with Odwamna. Gets revenge from earlier on in the game, and that's gonna be the second turret down. 5 versus 3. H2K backs against the wall. The recall and the teleport back in for Ziv to be full HP, to go for the Nexus, to close it out here in the group stage. One more hit will do it. Not quite gonna find the kill. On actually gonna lose his life, but they're going for the Nexus. They're gonna have the damage, and AHQ takes down H2K for their first match of the group stage.
This game honestly went almost as predicted. Early game in favor of H2K, late game in favor of AHQ, but H2K simply didn't manage to snowball their advantage. Mid game, way too often didn't they have any objective in mind, and when they actually thought about Baron, it was just vision in the river, never invade to the enemy jungle, never really push it further, and AHQ just had enough time to scale into late game and start punishing mistakes from H2K.
AHQ honestly played so well around that Baron, though. You know, on taking that CS deficit in the Jinx lane, they were fine with doing it. They had the Bard as well to try and, you know, move across the map and create plays. The biggest issue has been Westor for them. Moving forward in this group stage, if we're looking at this team to really make that push and get out, which they're in a very good position to do, I think that there are definitely still some things they need to work on with Westor.
Both European teams lost now against the two teams that were fighting against for that second place. Both those European teams have to really step up, and they cannot afford to lose more games because suddenly you find yourself out of groups.
Exactly. These teams will get a rematch, both G2 versus CLG, as well as this match here, H2K versus AHQ. But if you win it once, you can win it again. There's the bow from AHQ Esports Club off of a well-earned, hard-fought victory. 47 minutes with a sample size of 3. The longest game so far at Worlds, I can definitively say, as I got to cast them all firsthand. And it was really very remarkable to see how well they were able to play into the mid-game, clearly playing more intelligently than H2K, a tight mid-game that they outplayed.
Yeah, I love to see teams who just punish the other team for not knowing what to do on the map. They didn't risk anything, AHQ. They didn't force any fights. No, they're like, you're not going to pressure this Baron properly. We can just wait. They got that kill in the mid lane when H2K kept going mid lane over and over and actually overextended. There was like 3 towers coming from that, multiple dragons as well. HQ honestly just outplayed H2K on the map, and that's why they won this game.
And even before you get to the late game there for AHQ, while they're behind, they place their defensive vision. They do their homework. You know, they're placing these wards, and H2K walk right on them, trying to set up these pretty risky plays.
Yep, so a beautiful game now for AHQ, and we're going to be done here casting, but we're going to toss over to the analyst desk for a look at AHQ's first win at Worlds 2016.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I have a couple sad analysts here on the desk today, as once again, all 3 of you incorrect on the predictions. I'm gonna have to keep returning to this until you guys get one right. But
I've been breathing too much of the European air, man. What's going on? Like, I'm just baffled at the play that we're seeing here. It's like I wouldn't even be upset if the European teams were actually showing up, but they're playing bad. It hurts.
I thought I had a smart plan, guys. You know, I was like, okay, I got to find the cool kids. I got to find the smart kids. I need to prep with the right people. Went straight to Deficio and Crepo.
Right. Okay, but see, here's the thing. Both of you are now kind of just playing the ignorance card there, but that means that you listen to this man. So now I'm going to come to you, Crepo. Please defend the predictions here so far today.
Oh, you think I'm sad for my prediction rate? I'm sad for the horrible display of macro that H2K have shown there. Like, they forgot everything, and including about the game. It was disgusting. I'm ashamed for Europe right now, and I feel honestly really bad because they had the opportunity to close out the game very, very early on, and they neglected it.
Now, we talk about, lack of macro play out of the European teams, but we do also have to look at the other side. And AHQ, as Freak put it, intelligently playing against a team that did not know what to do throughout the game.
But to build up on Crepo's point, the reason why the macro play was so bad, I mean, for me particularly, one of the biggest things when you become a team, when you're trying to actually make it into a good professional team, it's using your teleports, knowing how to use TPs effectively. H2K had a decent early game, right? They had about a 2K gold lead that could have snowballed very well after a skirmish into the top side. You know why? Because they had a TP advantage onto the Gnar, who is one of the best divers in the bottom lane, than out of everything else. So they have TP advantage, they have a setup bottom, they're beautiful, the jungler has recall, all they need to do, 5-man bottom, take the bottom turret, and you win the game, right from that get-go. But for some reason, that bottom turret never went down, and they lost every single dragon. They lost every Baron. What is going on? They just kept trying these solo picks. We saw Cassiopeia trying to get a 1v3 over the wall. Oh, my God.
I'm going to let Crepo jump on that point, but I just have to say, literally, I wrote down here, why couldn't H2K convert their lead in the early game? And there it is right there, just not taking advantage of what they had built for themselves in TP advantages and that early gold lead.
And we saw both sides of AHQ, the struggling team that went a little bit over-eager in the early game that got punished. A couple of moves shouldn't be made. But then we also saw the HQ that had the resurgence in their regional qualifier. Both 3-0s versus Hong Kong Esports and then Machi. And they swept that tournament. And they did that by merits of really good macro play. And here they were on the defensive because they had the scaling, and then they created space later on for their AD carry Jinx. But it was still taking advantage of weaknesses that H2K left, and especially Deficio harped on it. Like, we both love our deep vision. If you only ward river, you never challenge the deep vision. You let them just orb in, ward over the wall. It is so lackluster, and it's so disappointing to see. And I think the root of this problem is their internal communication, because with a coach like Prawley, who understands the game so well, you should be delivering more on the world stage.
Well, this to me, they just didn't seem to know the next step. They were so binary in their decision-making after getting a lead. I mean, the fulcrum of Ryu and Jankos were doing things in the early game, and then they just ran out of a plan. You know, they were looking for these really high-risk, low-percentage plays, the ult flash, you know, looking for a pick with the Cassiopeia. When they finally got a pick on the Jinx and killed her, they'd used so much that they just couldn't really translate it into any objectives. So going for those low percentage plays, and even when they're getting the pick, just not being able to grow any sort of a lead.
You're talking about objectives. I want to take a moment to go ahead and take another look at that AHQ ace brought to you by Acer one more time. I mean, they had 2 Baron plays, but both played well by this team.
But it starts right here. The distance of this bar ulti is too far, even when you see the portal. So this means that Odoamne should actually never go for the teleport, because he knows Ryu could actually just walk out of the ultimate. But there is just no communication as to what the entire plan is and what H2K is going to do next in case HQ engage here. They seem to be caught off guard and panic teleport every single time, and that leads to a favorable Baron here.
And once again, like they go back towards the mid lane, they're trying to get control, but they just get caught out, and they're refusing to get the priority first. They're skipping steps in this entire process. You're 5-manning mid. This is not an ARAM.
And this is so smart from Westall. They just saw Odoamne teleport in. They use the ult. They force Odoamne to back. At worst, it's going to be the 5v4 for AHQ. So it's such a smart Baron timing. And you talk about communication, Crepo. Communication really on point from AHQ.
Yeah, AHQ on point. They bait them in, lure them into the Baron area. They can't finish it off, even though Jinx has that minigun, but they kite upwards in their safe region, and they suck in Ryu, who steps forward. And then obviously Ryu has counter threat potential, but not versus the super fed Olaf. Mountain again really positioning well in the fight. Everybody on AHQ here was on the same page. They used the Baron as a bait because they knew they were 4v5. They isolated the key target, they finished him off, and the rest was very easy to play out. Some sweet micro here too, you know, on going for the wards for lifesteal. These little decisions really mattered.
That's also a little bit of that increased damage, minimum and maximum damage on that ultimate from Jinx, securing that first kill, freeing her up in terms of mobility to continue through the fight.
I mean, we followed that really long replay. That's like 3, 4, 5 points that were communicated and executed on. H2K got 1, 2 maybe at some points, but never to those next steps, and that was the difference.
And the fact that a replay was so long, it showed you that League of Legends is kind of a cascading series of events. It's not a single play. It's all in relationship with each other. It starts with the teleport being forced and being down. Then it goes down to Oluwamne being targeted out, and then with a man advantage, TP advantage, that gets translated into a play. That play looks like a bait and switch. You know, so all these things follow up on each other. That's what macro is. Now, HK just had like, guys, let's play in this side of the map, and then, I mean, let's just play some solo queue.
Absolutely. Now, this wasn't an easy decision, but player of the game is going to go to Ziv. I mean, we talked about, you know, the win for this team came through the team play. So it's always really hard to pinpoint a singular person in those instances who brought it all home. But, you know, weathering the storm there from Oluwamne in the top lane, you know, smartly playing around minion waves and pressure, and then bringing in that AoE damage for the team fight.
It was one hell of a storm dash. This was a rush on the Malmortis into Frozen Mount. It's about as much punishing a laning-focused build as you could go with the Gnar. It's why the Gnar was a little bit squishier in the team fights, built for the lane, and yet still Ziv was able to sidestep that big power for the Gnar and do just fine.
And I like the tenacity that they had in just early rotationing Rumble Olaf right from the start. It's such a powerful combination that while against some matchups like the Gnar, it's not that easy to actually get a lane advantage, it's so devastating for the backline that they pick. And H2K draft is a completely immobile backline against that, which is so difficult to do. There's Bard, Rumble, and Olaf running at you. You know, I was hoping that we could see a Tristana from Forgiven, which was so successful in their previous runs, but it just didn't come out there, and Caitlyn just cannot do anything into that.
Well, AHQ victorious while the European teams still struggle to find their first victory here in the tournament. In just 3.5 minutes, Brazil's representative INTZ takes to the stage to face off against LPL champions Edward Gaming. We'll be right back, so stay with us.
We're finally at Worlds, guys, so this is our time to show up. All right, good luck, have fun.
He's gonna go for the jump off to the side, getting away from the axe, but it's gonna be enough damage for Mountain. One more chop, and there's the first blood for AHQ into the top lane.
Keep your way.
Summoner teleport, and oh, he grounds him. Ziv cannot take off. He will get the kill.
Nice. Nice.
Whoa, the flash play. They're gonna remove the chance to flash out, and On is gonna get blasted. Nakafana Albus looking to take down the support. There's Baron picked up really quick by the red team, but the team fight's still going in. The backline is safe from H2K, and they're putting in a ton of damage right now. On staying alive, gets the snipe. Now the re-engage from Ryu is gonna pick up Mountain, and he will.
Nice.
And AHQ takes down H2K for their first match of the group stage.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, commandeering the castle desk with my brothers-in-arms, Joshua, Jat, Leesman, as well as Jake, Spawn, Tiberi. Gentlemen, it's been a fun start to the day. It's not been great for me in Europe, but we get to look forward now, another wildcard region in China.
You're not alone. My region still has not picked up a victory as well, Quickshot. However, we haven't played a game. You are 0-2 on the day.
I mean, I'm just glad to be on the caster desk. We've been waiting. It feels the 3 games felt like they took forever because we knew we were going to be able to come and cast, so I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah, very excited indeed. We are commandeering the desk for the second half of the day. It will feature INTZ Esports taking on Edward Gaming. Let's start with EDG. They, of course, hail from China's LPL. They had a dominating 16-0 regular season. They qualified for Worlds as China's first seed, and really, they've just looked phenomenal for most of the year.
Yeah, they certainly have. However, the LPL as a whole did disappoint at last year's 2015 Worlds. They rebranded to Victory on Nothing. And as you said, they've been so dominant domestically. They dropped 4 best-of-3s in the first split, 0 in the second split. And of course, this roster itself was able to pick up the MSI victory in 2015. They did look shaky at the rest of the international tournaments, but for that one tournament where they did take SKT to 5 games and finally pick up the victory, they looked incredibly good.
And it's a little bit different from the EDG than a lot of people have seen last internationally. Throughout the undefeated regular season, they had 2 different solo laners, and now they've actually subbed back in Pawn. He's been out for most of the split with a back injury, but he's been playing a lot of solo queue. They say the injury is no longer a problem, so they have more international experience now coming into this than maybe was expected after their regular season run.
And it's going to be impressive. It's going to be interesting to see how well this team performs, obviously with Pawn back in the mid lane. Their opponents today are INTZ Esports from Brazil. They are making their debut appearance here at the 2016 World Championships after taking first place in CBLOL and then defeating Turkey's Dark Passage at the IWCI. And it was impressive because it was the first time that INTZ sort of showed up in one of those qualifying tournaments.
Exactly. It's about time for Brazilian fans that INTZ has made it to a Worlds or an MSI because they made 3 of the last 4 wildcard qualifiers, and this is the only time they've made it to Worlds so they can prove themselves on this stage. And I'm really interested to see if coming into this as underdogs will unlock their potential since they have generally underperformed when as favorites.
Yeah, exactly right. And if you're not familiar with the CBLOL, they are a slow-paced region, and INTZ is one of the slowest teams here. You can see on your screen, you know, they've got very low kills per minute, and they play a very macro-heavy focused game, which is a lot different from the other wildcard regions. I mean, the CBLOL has always been the macro team when they come into the international qualifiers, and we'll see if that holds them in good stead going up against a very quick team in Edward Gaming.
Yeah, not only a very quick team, very strong team, one of the pre-tournament favorites to potentially make it all the way to the finals. This particular match is a little spicier though, because both INTZ and EDG, as they're about to play their first match of Worlds, for Revolta in this particular case, it's not only his chance to play on the international stage, but an opportunity to compete against a player that he's looked up to for many years.
O FLICKR é facilmente o top 3 assim, do mundo na jungle. Ele é um cara que está fazendo sucesso desde lá de 2011, basicamente. E ele é uma das minhas inspirações para jogar na jungle. Eu sempre assisto muitos jogos deles, até em solo queue, para ver o que ele está fazendo, ver o que ele está tentando inovar. Ele sempre vem com um pick novo. Ele trouxe Evelyn no MSI do ano passado. Ele está sempre um passo à frente da maioria dos junglers. E enfrentar ele vai ser no mínimo uma honra, mas também é um teste. Para mim é algo que eu estou querendo há muito tempo, jogar contra um jungler do nível dele e ver como eu me saio.
Yeah, I'm personally really looking forward to these guys because I think they also have relatively similar styles. They both die very infrequently during the game, by far the lowest in the region for both roles. Sometimes that comes from being on a good team, but it also speaks to the way they plan out their plays.
Very controlled and coordinated. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is INTZ Esports. Yang in the top lane, Revolta, the man we just heard from, roaming the jungle. Talkers in the mid lane, Mikau, the AD carry, Joxter, their support, and their coach, Abaxiel.
And of course, their opponents, it's the Chinese LPL's Edward Gaming. In the top lane, it's going to be Mouse. Clearlove is their jungler. Mid lane is Pawn. Deft is their AD carry. The support is Mako. And of course, Coach Aaron will be joining them on stage.
All right, so we've already seen 3 games worth of picks and bans, and these teams have fairly similar sort of playstyles, as you mentioned a little bit. But the big disparity is going to be INTZ's top laner is obviously the focus, Yang. versus, sort of deft pawn on the side of EDG. What are we expecting in picks and bans?
Well, a lot of this has to do with where teams make their advantages and whether they want to try and draft around that. At least in the international wildcard qualifier, we got to see Yang carry INTZ in a lot of games. And if you were to attack EDG, you would most likely go at Mouse because against LPL competition, he had a fairly low CS differential. He actually brings the lowest CS differential at 10 of all top laners into the tournament into this. But you also have to look at the level of the competition they are playing against. EDG is an unstoppable team really from China, and they are by far and away the heavy favorites in this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. And when we talk about Yang's champion pool, we generally talk about the Na, about the Echo. They are a little bit more lane focused. Mouse, of course, loves things like the Shen, like the Gangplank to be able to get into that bottom lane and help out Deft and Mako swinging that 2v2.
Take a look at the bans so far. Jungle pool has been hit extremely heavily. No real surprise when ClearLove is considered to be one of, or if not the best jungler in the 2016 World Championship. Elise, Nidalee, Rek'Sai, and obviously the Jace. Where do we go next?
I think that the interesting thing here for ClearLove is he doesn't play the standard champion picks. I mean, he does play Elise historically, but the Nidalee's never really been in his champion pool. He will prefer things like the Kha'Zix, like the Evelynn coming into this tournament.
And I think that's what's super interesting to me about EDG's bans right here. I think the 3 most popular junglers that we're going to see at this tournament are already gone, and then it really pushes you towards your secondary preference. I mean, Graves would be the natural slot in for Revolta. I think if it's not first picked, it might actually be picked in this first rotation when EDG gets a choice on the red side.
Revolta has also historically played a very mean Lee Sin domestically. We'll see whether he does fall back to an old comfort pick in regards to the pick ban phase. And of course, that will allow him to dual ClearLove if they are looking to target the jungler of INTZ.
We've seen jungle first pick in all 3 of the previous games. We somewhat anticipate Yang to do maybe potentially the same for Revolta, but what other champions are available in the pool? It feels like absolutely everything as far as comfort picks and preferences for both teams.
Yeah, there is a lot of choice left here, and it really just depends on where you want to try and make your advantages. Gnar was a dominant pick on the 6.15 patch. He has been very slightly nerfed for the 6.18 patch, which we're playing Worlds on right now, and they just keep swapping between these solo laners. There's really no way to predict what they're doing coming into this one because they've had so much off time.
Yeah, and the CBLOL, more than many other regions, of course, they had to stop their regular season before the Olympic Games over there in Brazil. So we did see them for IWCQ very briefly. Of course, that's a very quick tournament coming into this one. And Tokka's champion pool was something that was heavily questioned because he was playing a lot of the Swain during the regular split. However, he did adapt well.
And I think they're just trying to secure him solid lanes. We saw G2 try and do this against COG in our first match of the day when they picked the Syndra and the Jace both blind into CLG. Syndra doesn't have too many negative matchups, so I can't fault them for this pick, but it does give EDG complete choice of what they want to play. And if they pick Ezreal, that's going to be spectacular for Deft.
One of the world's best AD carries. I think Free called him the best AD carry in the world earlier. Playing a champion that we were expecting to see a whole lot of throughout the course of the World Championship, and another Nami.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting thing. Teams are very willing to blind pick this Nami at the moment, and we hadn't seen very much of it internationally at all. However, they like the sustain in the lane phase, and they do like the pick potential that it does bring. Very squishy between levels 3 and about 7. So see how it works out.
I also think the Nami will have some effect against teams that are a little bit more poke heavy, with Jace coming back into the meta and things like Rumble that you want to disengage from. Being able to sustain instead of going back to base is very valuable. Not to mention the Ezreal Nami lane is going to be dominant against most matchups, and it's also where Deft and Mako have made a ton of strides domestically in the LPL, is in the 2v2 lane, so locking down that early is playing to their strengths right off the bat.
Certainly one of the more, I guess, dominant 2v2 lanes in the LPL, and Deft is still an Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal, so you have to watch for that. He hasn't picked up the Trinity Force, still goes very heavily towards the defensive poke-heavy route, and I think that that will be something that, you know, can keep this bottom lane at bay.
Well, you have to assume jungler and potentially top lane here, or maybe mid lane for EG. Save that counter pick for Mouse, seeing as though Yang has already locked in that Syndra. Where are we anticipating these next 2 picks?
Yeah, so far INTZ has gotten a heavy amount of pick so far. I feel like if EDG wants to get the most value, they would actually pick Pawn's mid laner right here, and also their jungler, and then probably wait for the last pick as far as their top laner would be concerned, but they do have all the options, and it looks like Vladimir mid, and most likely the Graves. We were expecting to see the Graves actually a fair bit earlier. We'll see if they end up locking it in.
few seconds. It is locked in, so no real surprise. What is that left for Revolta? He hovered Sejuani. I'm not sure I'm a believer.
The Olaf, the Zac, I mean, once again, we might see a Lee Sin come out of Revolta. He has been known to play it. Graves is a very big team fighting jungler for Clearlove. I mean, the LPL breaks into team fights a lot sooner than most regions, so seeing him pick up something, you know, they've already got the Vladimir and Ezreal. That is a team composition that they can just put a pure tank in the top lane. Mouse does still play things like the Maokai, and will be interesting to see if this is a pure 5v5 team fight comp coming out of EDG.
Yeah, and I'm looking at INTZ's choices here. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that Revolta is confident in his ability to counterpick the Graves jungle, because I feel like he is the 4th best jungler here with the 3 junglers already being banned, so I would have put a higher priority on it. Is he going to be playing Evelynn against Clearlove? Or he's just going to go back to some comfort pick Lee Sin? That makes a little bit more sense.
All right, definitely going to play a little bit into the hands of that pick style as well. Decent front line, decent options. Lee Sin rounds out the INTZ team composition.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I like the pick here because if you're able to get priority for Yang, set up a 4-1 split and control vision here if you are INTZ, it will be easy to pick on the squishy support that Mako has locked in as the LPL teams go for these deep vision that they don't necessarily set up correctly for. Want to see whether INTZ have the control to be able to set this up.
They're going to need a lot of control to do so, but I also feel like EDG is getting pretty much everything they'd want in this draft phase. They very early were able to dominate a good bottom lane. They've been able to counterpick both of these lanes. If they pick the Aurelia into the Gnar, it's going to be kind of a 2-for-1. They're undefeated on Aurelia during the regular season, even though Mouse isn't considered a carry, and it's a favorable matchup into the Gnar.
Yeah, and whilst Mouse isn't considered a carry in the LPL, when he was on ADG, of course, another sister team of EDG, this was his go-to pick along with Fizz. So something he's very comfortable on, and historically has been very good into the top lane matchup of Gnar.
There we go. Locked in is not going to be declared, much to the crowd's disappointment, I am afraid.
Gonna have to wait a little longer for that one. I still think we'll see it.
I feel the same. In terms of the 2 team compositions, though, kind of options and tools on both sides, but I'm a little nervous about this Ezreal Nami lane and the things that it can do to Ashe Braum during the early stages of the game.
Yeah, expect to see a lot of attention bottom lane from EDG, as is customary in their games, but they're also fairly immune to ganks if they do want to push up very hard. The ability to disengage with the Ezreal and the Nami is incredibly high, not to mention they should have a little bit of power in the top lane after Aurelia is level 4 or so on Gnar, because that's when the matchup starts going in her favor. Even though INTZ has a lot of pick potential, I really favor EDG's team composition here.
Yeah, certainly do. One thing that you do have to look at, however, is there's no CC coming out of the jungle, and that is where EDG has been domestically so good. At 22 games between Gragas and Rek'Sai for Clearlove, this split puts him very hard in the control jungle focus.
Well, luckily for them, they've got a former world champion in Pawn sitting on their mid lane, as well as top lane undefeated Mouse Irelia. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the team compositions. Jump onto Twitter, fire off your predictions, and let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag ITZWin if you think CBLOL and Brazil can do it, or hashtag EDGWin if one of the pre-tournament favorites and #1 seed from the LPL will do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in Game 4 of the 2016 World Championship.
And believe me, quick shot, this does not feel like Game 4 for EDG and INTZ. This is their first game on the international stage for them in this group. 7th and 8th teams we've seen today, and so many first impressions will be made off of this game.
And this has to be a statement game for the LPL, going up against a wildcard team in INTZ, one of the better wildcard teams. However, with past disappointments, the LPL has to hit hard.
Yeah, you talked about that, and LPL's best jungler, Clearlove, and Revolta are going to be the focus of our alternate stream. Go check that one out on Riot Games too. And, you know, we've heard from Revolta in both the pre-game video as well as Legends Rising, talking about going up against this squad. And for INTZ, they've got to show up. Now, early trade, going to follow this one. Supportal combat, and Mikau turns his attention to Mako. I'm not going to enjoy that later in the game. Mako's going to be able to get away. Got a ton of biscuits, got to heal, and just an early trade.
Yeah, I think EDG actually comes out slightly ahead on that one.
Love them flares.
The flare coordination is strong in these ones, but as you can see, they only lose a little bit of mana on Mako, but Meanwhile, Macau and Jockster would have to use health potions if they want to start lane with full health.
And this is one thing that EDG has done very well historically. They do not like trading camps. They want you in lane level 1, protract that level 1 period for as long as possible, especially with something like the Ezreal that has so much lane priority at this stage of the game.
And I also think for INTZ that they couldn't actually have gotten much more unlucky as far as who they have to start this tournament with. We already saw Albus Nox Luna up against the Rocks Tigers earlier on today, and even though they actually had a spectacular start, they were swiftly dispatched later in that game. And it's technically the same matchup here. You have the #1 seed from a major region in the LPL, and now you have the CBLOL trying to go up against them in their very first game. And Albus Nox Luna and INTZ look very similar in the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, INTZ did win the head-to-head in that tournament, so you have to say slight favorites there. However, the punishment continues in this bottom lane.
Oof. To be expected, though. Big wave shoving in. We'll see how Macau and Jockster farm up under the tower. And talking about those expectations, INTZ, are they going to show up better than they did at IWCQ or leading into the Worlds qualifiers? And play maybe, big damage on Macau.
Yeah, and they don't have much time to find their footing, because immediately Deft and Mako are already putting as much pressure as possible on this bottom side. And the only way you would be able to stop this is if Revolta had done a very modified path to rush level 3 and then go for that gank. But he's not there, and ClearLove is actually going to get river control. So Macau and Jockster are completely on their own.
To Revolta's credit, he did start Gromp and go straight into a red buff. I think he was looking for the bottom lane gank. However, when you lose a lane that hard and the minion wave is so huge, you just can't go down there. And ClearLove also started on a main camp and changed his jungle pathing to match it. So both junglers, very good start to the game.
We also do have to point out, though, Yang versus Mouse, the early matchup in that is slightly favorable for Gnar when he's in mini at the start of the game, and then it swings back to Mouse around level 3 or 4. He had stacked up a giant wave, and now Mouse is pairing it up with the turret, but if there could have been jungle pressure there, it would have been an opportunity.
There's going to be jungle pressure in the mid lane as Tokas gets jumped on. ClearLove comes in. Very good scatter of the week, and Tokas gets rid of ClearLove. Not even a summoner spell blown.
Yeah, it was a good scout of the week, but I actually think it was a better Q by ClearLove. A lot of times you'd expect the immediate detonate to try and go off with the wall, but he actually angles it to the left and got the return on Talkers.
Feels like a little bit of tension here. Revolta spots ClearLove running into his jungle, decides not to engage. No summoners blown, and Talkers just under pressure from Pawn. Pawn goes in, Tides of Blood, looking for more damage. I was anticipating a dive, but it's way too early, way too aggressive. Pawn's too good of a player to go for that one.
And this is something we expect out of the CBLOL teams. They're not trading aggressively. As we said, they are a slower paced team. They're showing a lot of respect. You could see that Revolta didn't want to go over the wall and challenge ClearLove. Talkers just sees lane control over to the Vladimir in this situation. Instead, they're looking for a play top lane, and this is what we expect. You know, nice and slow, get behind Yang.
See if they can get ahead. Mega Gnar's about to pop. Now still has flash available, and ClearLove's nearby, so this could get risky.
The wave is in a decent place for this if they are trying to bait Mouse in.
Look at this, the stomp comes down, a wallop forward. Mouse is taking a lot of damage, down to 300 hit points, but ClearLove shows his face. Revolta and Yang, they decide to peace out. End of the line, not gonna get bounced against the wall, and still no kill. Look at the damage on the bot lane. Macau and Jockster, they're under threat. They're in trouble. That's a dash forward. Jockster may not want this. Exhaust goes out, down to 50. Summoner heal, flash away. Exhaust under the tower. First blood to death. He gets out of tower range, and Jockster flashes from tower. Eat the chair. Trades 2 for 1.
And exactly what you expect out of the LPL team. EDG go aggressive. They win the 2v2, pick up the 2 for 1 trade, and Deft and Mako just look very crisp.
And it's massive that they're able to kill both of them, because then they're also able to get the wave a little bit into the tower, and Deft gets to soak up all that experience. It's going to give them a very favorable buy time.
And let's have a look at it again. INTZ actually stepped forward into this trade. They think it's going to be okay here with Jockster.
And I think they decided to go aggressive because they were worried about being out-sustained, but they just completely misjudged the damage right here. Deft is so deftly able to go outside the minion wave and get his Qs through it to be able to hit Macau with all of his harass. So really just well played by Deft and Mako. Going in for that final kill is actually worth it because it denies enough the experience and still gives the assist gold over to Deft. So just well done across the board.
30 CS to 40 in that bottom lane. Macau and Jockster, no summoners. Although it is equaled by Deft and Mako as well as the T and the Sheen. So going to go for that Iceborne, the old school blue build that you were talking about during picks and bans, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see that's a dream verse buy here because you're able to get all of the flat mana out of the tier as the INTZ And CBLOL region showing how much they really do love this squad.
To be fair, I'm not fully aware China is on the Twitter train, so that could be why the vote is.
You get out of here with that logic, FLICKR.
But it is amazing how much support and honestly pressure INTZ are going to be under, because they're not really the most favored team when you look at the CBLOL region, and they've got a lot of fans that they have to live up to, because Brazil, they won a game 2 years ago. They won 2 games last year. That means the pressure's on to get 3 this year.
Exactly. The last thing you want to do is regress, but they've been placed into a pretty difficult group, and this is the most difficult team in the group. They have to play right off the bat.
Well, look at this. Mikal going trading in a 1v2. Decent amount of damage to Deft, but the sustain will be up.
Revolta's here.
He's got those summoners. Oh, he's solo.
Oh, this is going to be trouble. Deft, that's a flashboard from Revolta. Deft is down. Mako gets taken out by the resonating strike. INTZ get 2.
For all the praise we heaped onto Deft and Mako before, we have to give it right back to Macau and Jockster, because they're the ones that set up that gank, and Revolta just came to reap the rewards because they pushed them so deep into the turret that they got Deft 1 hit away as Revolta was just able to walk in there. So very well done by Macau and Jockster.
For the second time today, a team who's qualified from the wildcard qualifier shows up in the opening 10 minutes. Going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in the world. Let's see what Yang can do. Pressure's on him to show up. Meganar's going to be able to pop shortly down the bottom lane. Clearlove's not going to be able to defend the tower. He gets jumped. Revolta's warthog forward. Clearlove's gone down. Pawn has arrived for the fight, though. They've traded 1-for-1. Pawn's looking to clear up. That's a second. Deft gets the kill on the back end. Pawn shuts down Macau. Meganar's up for Gnar. Yang throws Mouse against the wall. Mouse eats the ice ball. Here comes Talkers. Gets the kill. Trading back and forth. It's a 2-for-3 at the end of the day.
And INTZ cross-map completely outplay EDG. It's a 3-for-3 trade, but they get the first blood turret. Then top lane, Talkers comes in and saves Yang. This is a very good start to game 1.
Yeah, so much for a slow-placed game right there. A 1,000 gold advantage for INTZ, who plays extremely well when they have a lead in these games. This is an interesting one, though. Clearlove only dies 1.5 times a game, so when he dies, it better be worth it. It was a bit of a bait as INTZ were going for this turret. So Clearlove was doing his best to clear the minions. Pawn was on the way the entire time. So I think EDG gets the better of this one, even though they lose the turret. It's just when it comes back to the top lane, as Mouse is trying to get an advantage onto Yang as he's both at level 7, but Talkers has roamed up there on the Syndra. He countered the roam, so to speak, of the Vladimir going bottom lane. He wasn't just meandering in the mid lane, he made something happen, and INTZ win out the overall trade.
And not only is it an assist for Yang, but he's currently 16 CS up over the Aurelia. We said this can be a good matchup for the Aurelia. However, they have been punishing it quite heavily.
Yeah, we actually have some stats to track this. In the 27 times Gnar has played against the Aurelia, the average CSD at 10 is plus 5.3 for the Aurelia. So by being plus 20, Yang is doing great.
And Pawn is a little bit of trouble. Unleashed power comes down. Dragon's Rage kick actually sends Pawn to safety. Revolta and Talkers not able to get that DPS quite as heavily. And looking at some of the other leads, Revolta down 12 to Clearlove, plus 11 or so for Talkers in the mid lane, and obviously the ADC advantage to Deft. So mix and match across the board. Whichever team can use their strengths better in the next few minutes, obviously set themselves up well in the mid game.
But lanes are being rescued here for EDG. Clearlove shows mid lane, pushes that one out for Pawn. He's going to be able to get a recall here. Bottom lane is very far overextended, and the Gnar does have teleport right now, so you have to look for that play in the bottom lane. However, Revolta might want something top.
Yeah, they have to be clean on this gank. Yang will need to get this done first. Can he get it?
Oh, the Gnar comes out. Mouse is able to hop to a minion. Here comes Yang. Yang's got turret aggro. Crunches and wallops forward. Tower aggro goes down. They end up trading 1-for-1, and Revolta's putting damage on the tower.
Because of the assist gold, INTZ will get more in that trade, but the question will be about the loss in map pressure. Since Clearlove is back in base, I think that's still okay despite how well Mouse played the game.
Not only the map pressure, however, now the CS discrepancy is 32 at 10 minutes into this game. Yang is completely punishing Mouse at this stage.
And you have to step back. Revolta 2-1-2. He hasn't played Lee Sin since the International Wildcard Invitational before MSI. It was a win against the Saigon Jokers. And Revolta's showing up. Multiple ganks, multiple lanes, and he's making his presence felt against EDG. INTZ have got a 2,500 gold lead.
Which is actually a little bit insane when you think about what was happening in the other game between ANX and Rocks Tigers. EDG have to be able to pull themselves back from this. Spawn, you mentioned earlier, the branding of their league was victory or nothing. They're the undefeated team from the LPL. If they came in and lost the first game of Worlds to a Pool 3 seed, that would be disaster for their mentality.
Yeah, it certainly would, and you have to think about how easy these comps are to execute in the late game. Pick versus heavy team fight and control. It is so much easier for INTZ went ahead to be able to set up the map correctly. So you feel that if EDG aren't able to get some turrets down, this game could quickly get out of hand.
Well, that's exactly what INTZ want to do. The Rift Herald is going to help out Yang, putting a lot of damage down onto the eye. Looking at the minimap, there's no vision and no threat of any sort of contest here from EDG. And if there was ever a signal that Yang leading with the Eye of the Void, this is going to be it.
I'm a little bit surprised he actually rushed the Black Cleaver instead of the Frozen Mallet, especially against the Aurelia, since the lane is fairly long, he'd be able to chase him down. But getting the Rift Herald is just going to continue his dominance in that lane.
Taking a look at some of the items. Some breakpoints here for Pawn and for Deft. Deft on your screen. Iceborne completed that Frozen Fist. Pawn's going to start working towards some AP. Got that Spirit Visage completed. Tower number 2 will fall now in favor of EDG. Sorry, tower number 1. As it's INTZ, they've got themselves 2 towers. A slight slowdown in the pace. Revolta's going to steal this red buff. Look at all the vision around it.
Yeah, they're kind of trading map pressure right now, and EDG is trying to make something happen on the bottom side. I wouldn't be too surprised if EDG just feint back and take the Drake as far as the Mountain Drake is concerned, but Mouse has to be very careful here. I don't even know if he could defend this turret. Revolta just walks up to it.
Yeah, it's what they give up in response, and so many times EDG has done this in the LPL where they just give over top side of the map, and Yang wants Mouse.
Oh, he got him!
Got to find him! The stun! The wall! The pin! Mouse gets knocked backwards! Revolta plays pinball and gets the hat-trick in the game!
We said if there was a place to attack EDG, it would definitely be in the top lane against Mouse. 38 CS and 3 deaths later, it's happening.
Well, Tokas is going to eat a Hemoplague. Jockster and Macau come up. Looking at the minimap, support is coming in for EDG, and Jat coming into the tournament. Mouse had one of the lowest CSDs of all top laners, and you just hit on it again. Mouse is falling further and further behind. That early advantage that Na had in the lane setup is pulling further ahead.
Exactly, and Spawn got to cast so many of Yang and Revolta's games in IWC, and they were really good as far as a duo is concerned. This was just a great kill.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I guess Revolta even gets to put a little bit of the style on here, kicks him back into the car, follows up, easy kill there. But this is just a, I hate to say it, worrying trend right now for EDG, because top lane is an area we thought would be attacked against this team. However, their bottom lane has not been as dominant as we would have expected going into the game, because even though Yang and Revoltas are the superstars of the INTZ lineup, you have to say that Macau and Jockster, even at IWCQ, was a part of the map that was attacked.
Yeah, and you kind of almost have to suspend your belief here and wait for the other shoe to drop, because you don't expect INTZ to actually beat EDG, but the longer this happens, the more the possibility becomes real. We're 14 minutes into the game here, and they have a 3,000 gold advantage over EDG. If you track their gold advantages throughout all of their games in Brazil as well as the wildcard qualifier, they are 20 wins and 1 loss with a 1,000 gold or more lead at 20 minutes. So obviously the level of competition is different here, but it's actually becoming a real possibility that they take this game.
Pawn. Oh, get caught! So good from Macau. Glacial Fisher, however, is just a tad to the wrong angle.
Well, you need damage on Hash if you're going to be able to kill Pawn's Vladimir, who's got a pretty tanky build so far.
Yeah, it certainly has, and maybe just a slight miscalculation there from Jockster, was looking for the follow-up. However, the impressive thing for me out of INTZ is we're used to seeing wildcard teams explode with kills in the early game, but they've transitioned all of them into 3 turrets, and that's where the majority of their gold lead is lying right now, as well as that Rift Herald.
But coming into the tournament, the expectation was that the CBLOL as a region were becoming more and more strategic. Low kills per minute, you touched on that in our pre-game Spawn, and INTZ, somewhat famous in CBLOL for playing the map, playing the macro. Yang and Revolta, they're looking to double team Mouse. This time around, the stun, the kick, Mouse may as well play pinball. He's gonna go down, the boulder toss finishes it off.
And he is getting no help, and EDG isn't able to make plays happen anywhere else on the map. They did pick a high CC composition. They didn't pull ahead in the laning phase, so they're actually running out of options.
Oh, Mako's in trouble! Talkers unleashes the damage for INTZ's 9th kill.
And EDG across the map is just falling apart, and I do think it is that point on the CC. Normally this is ClearLove's part of the game where he'll be setting up ganks on something like the Rek'Sai, like the Gragas, but on this Graves, he's just been hard farming, and even though he's got a slight CS advantage, that's not enough against a 3-1 and 3 Lee Sin.
Is this where you start to believe? Is this where you look at INTZ? 5,000 gold and exceptional double team plays just like this one.
And I think that's what it is, the execution. They're able to revisit a lane. They set up the gank one more time beautifully. They even get the flash out of now without having to burn anything themselves. This is really an impressive camp set up by INTZ at the perfect side of the map.
Exactly, and I do also have to talk about Talkers. People were thinking he was going to be an incredibly weak mid laner coming in here, and maybe this is EDG playing around with their lineup a little bit too much. They were undefeated with Scout in the mid lane, and Pawn is coming off of injury. Many people were wondering if they were trying to hide Scout, try Pawn out. But if this game is an indication, yes, he has picked up the 2 kills. He has not had map pressure up against Talkers in this game. I love the first pick Cinder that they've been able to get for him. It's had priority. And EDG do not look very coordinated through the first 17 minutes.
One thing on the Pawn point that you do have to point out, I guess, is the fact that he's played 40 games of solo queue, so the injury is not an issue right now. And they played him 5 times during the regular season where they only lost 1 game. So EDG is definitely practicing this lineup, not willing to give them the excuse. Right now, they're just being outplayed.
No doubts about it. Can INTZ keep it up? Because we've seen these guys, we've seen, you know, teams of this caliber fall apart in the mid to late game. It's closing games that matters. But with a 4,000 gold lead, with 3 towers to 1, with map control and very good vision, INTZ have got the recipe for success. Yang gonna take down this tower shortly. I don't think Pawn can defend it. 1 or 2 more autos. And there we go, Pawn's forced to back away.
This is gonna be the 5th turret for INTZ. Their gold lead is only getting bigger and bigger. Deft is gonna have to do some wizard work in this game. Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal's can carry it, and we were thinking, everyone we talked to say, hey, if you give Deft Ezreal, it's over. It's a free win for EDG, but even if he wins the lane early, even if they pick up 2 kills in the 2v2, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily that much. 6,000 gold spawn, 18 minutes in.
This is absolutely massive, and the game is going to have to be very protracted at this point. I mean, Lee Sin technically does fall off in regards to damage, but so does Aurelia the later the game goes, not really going to be able to get any assassinations. And when you have the control in the teamfight, the Braum, the Syndra, it is just so hard to continue this follow-up damage. INTZ right now are just set up for so much success.
We're approaching 20 minutes into the game, and the jaws are on the floor here in the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco. I cannot believe that we are witnessing a Brazilian squad with a 6,000 gold lead against the LPL's #1 seed. Let that sink in for a second. Now the pressure is on. Infernal Drake is up. Vision control in favor of INTZ, and they're going to stop this one off uncontested.
And you just have to let it go. I mean, right now, if you are EDG, you are playing for 35 to 40 minutes plus in this game to be able to catch up.
That was close.
That was very close to a steal from Deft, but I agree with you, Spawn. At this point, EDG has to do complete damage control. They're probably going to end up losing their 6th turret of the game and have to turtle completely around their inhibitor turrets. The problem with this is they're going to cede Baron control if they do that. INTZ is completely ahead of the game, playing crisp macro right here. They know exactly what the next move is going to be. Get vision control in this jungle and start forcing Baron.
Yeah, 100%, and it's not even necessarily the Baron. It's the picks that they're going to be able to set up. Mouse one more time.
Oh, Lee Syndrome doesn't follow the cue this time around.
But one more time, disciplined play out of INTZ. This is what they're known for, slow playing it, controlling vision, making sure they're setting up correctly. And EDG, if there's a criticism of the LPL region as a whole, it is their macro play. And maybe they do get impatient, try and face check this and not get vision back.
Well, for EDG, that would be disastrous. Yang gets jumped on. Taking a look at itemization. A couple of big spikes being picked up. Mikau has had that eye edge for a while. Rylai's getting closer, I believe, there for Talkers. He's got himself that needlessly large rod, Giant's belt. 2 item spike for Deft as well as QSS. That is very important. Blue build Ezreal only comes online really 2-3 items. And this is where Deft is going to have to play magnificently to make up for the 6k deficits.
Yeah, roughly 20 to 21 minutes is when he's going to turn on, especially if he gets the Muramana transform in that. But what is that actually going to do with the 6,000 gold difference, especially if INTZ continue to rotate the way they have been? Ashe doesn't do as much damage late game as she did on the 6.15 patch, Syndra is a pick-focused champion who does fall off a little bit in team fights if you can get on top of her. So these are the things that EDG is going to try and rely on. But the gold lead is so big right now.
And you have to see how EDG is currently farming. They're giving Mouse priority on the side wave, and the Vladimir and Ezreal are actually sharing mid lane farm. So we keep saying, you know, once they get the items, they will be able to come online, but that is going to be so delayed, just given how they're currently playing the map.
Yeah, as far as EDG actually being able to stall this game out, I do like their choice of giving farm to Mouse, because he can't just instantly die against Yang, otherwise they're going to be easily pulled around the map. A 5-man unit on INTZ could quickly take the Baron, and that's going to get the wheels in motion for INTZ to close this game out. So they have to do that, and that then puts EDG in another bind, because they either want Deft to carry the game on Ezreal, or they want Pawn to actually be able to go into a team fight, pool, and then Zhonya's later. But that's going to require him to have 3 items. So it is really all about stalling the game as long as possible, and that puts the onus on INTZ to get the vision control and accelerate this game the way their gold lead merits it.
Take a look at all the pink wards in the inventory of INTZ. I feel like every time they've pushed up the map, they have extended that vision. So thus far, in the 22 minutes of the game, they've played that vision well. Next objective, you have to feel likely Baron. At the very least, pull EDG towards you, or just secure the buff. Either are ways to victory here for the CBLOL region. And taking a look at where the champions are grouped up, it definitely seems to be the case.
Certainly is, and I mean, with the Braum, with the Lee Sin, you can even just start the buff. If they come to you, you can go for that engage, make sure that you punish the lack of vision that currently EDG is fighting for.
Wow.
And wow, that is Mouse being absolutely dominated in the top lane.
Yeah, over 2,000 gold, and I think this just speaks to the game plan that INTZ had, and maybe even the lack of game plan that EDG had in this game. They picked for their bottom lane, they didn't get ganks for him, and then they just left Mouse out to dry over and over again, and that advantage is just spread across the entire map.
Oh, tension's building here. Red buff was picked up by Deft. A lot of damage caught onto Revolta. Tidal Wave comes out, flash away from Doctor. Flash forward for Pawn. Hemo Plague in the back. Teleport's coming down, but Clear Love's alive. Pawn should be able to run this one down. Yang's not joined this fight just yet. Mikau's in trouble. All of a sudden, EDG punish INTZ. And they find 2 kills.
Yang is behind enemy lines.
Mega Gnar is out now, so he's a little mini Gnar.
Oh, he's
runs
gonna get
away from that brush. EDG needs to have more fights like that where they're pouncing on the opportunity. That was a bit of sloppiness of INTZ going in there because Yang was not ready with the teleport in time.
Yeah, exactly right. They wanted to contest the red buff. They wanted to get it off Deft, but he shows just how good he is on the Ezreal. Able to get all the poke damage down, chip them away. Finally, Pawn does pull the trigger. It's one of the reasons I do like him, as now Revolta and Yang looking for Deft.
Oh, Deft has got a lot of damage to play with. Revolta fancies it onto Maiko, looks for Deft, kicks Deft backwards, and Yang gets the red buff, turns his attention to Maiko. Maiko's on 200 HP, Wallop, no! Yang gets a goal, sends one into EDG, and Baron might be the target.
Yeah, 100%. All of a sudden, the duo lane out of EDG is dead, and it's still 20-second death time, as this should be a free Baron set up for the CBLOL squad.
I don't know how this is happening, Spawn. Like, yes, EDG is making misplays, and they seem like they had a lack of game plan, but the level in which INTZ is showing up in this game is insane. Now it's all about zoning Clear Love off this. They get the stun. Yang, he's going to try and zone him off Baron completely.
Taking a look at Mouse. Mouse is already down. He's away from the team. Yang's looking for Pawn. Yang's got Mega Gnar shortly, but Baron is picked up.
A Baron and 3 kills right now for INTZ, unanswered. And you can see Clear Love heads into his jungle. This is just fantastic play.
This was gorgeous. He respected Deft enough to know he was going to be able to dodge the Q, lands it onto Mako. That lines up the kick onto Deft and lets Yang pick up the kill. And then this move from Yang is just awesome. He knows he's going to hit Mega. Flash Gnar gets the extra damage against the turret to secure the kill. Gorgeous.
Yang is a monster. And we knew.
Spawn, why didn't you tell me more about this guy?
I said Yang was great. I said if there is a side of the map for INTZ that will win, it is the top lane jungle duo. They are very feared.
And the thing is, that side of the map became every side of the map because Yang and Revolta double team top and bottom and they're in mid to earn a 8,000 gold lead, 2 dragons, a Baron, 5 towers to 1. It's looking like this is INTZ's game to lose.
Yeah, specifically just getting ourselves back into this game because we're so shocked that it's actually happening. How does INTZ close out this game? Well, they have Baron. Pawn is split pushing without a teleport right now, so INTZ is just going to run it right up the gut and get as much as possible.
There's nothing that Pawn can do right now. EDG hold off in the mid lane. A ring of pink wards from middle to bottom will give INTZ some information to work with, but now they're going to break open the base. They will lose their second tower to minions. So there's a very, very small victory for EDG in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, EDG are just trying to get control of a minion wave this game so they don't get split pushed to death. But the Syndra's marching up mid with 3 walls.
Oh, good damage. Pawn, though, gets healed up by Mako. He's going to be able to transfuse off those minions. Baron buff going to help out a lot as they're chipping away the tower.
I do think you see a little bit of danger right here. Talkers did land that stun onto Pawn, who's got a Spirit Visage already, and Pawn's already back at full health. Not to mention, Macau is without his flash right now, so if EDG were to get a good initiation somehow, I think they can still do work, but it's looking more and more likely like INTZ is just chipping down these base turrets.
That's the thing, they've always been a team. Slow and steady wins the race. They're just going to continue to try and play with it. Engage.
They go.
Pawn's
They're onto him.
Macau's in trouble. Glacial Fissure comes down, but Macau is popped. Pawn survives the unleashed power, and the duo for INTZ are down. Yang's left alone. A little bit of support from Revolta. Oh. Look at the bowling ball pin as Mouse is kicked away. Revolta saves Yang, but that's the Baron buff thwarted.
It seems at this point like INTZ need to stay around Yang unless they're able to protect their flanks from the Vladimir. Despite the massive gold advantage, when Pawn can get the flank, Talkers and Macau do not have answers for this.
And INTZ actually gambled to try and get the turret, which means that EDG's push down mid lane will continue. They sent 2 back, but with a 3-man squad, looking to take 2 instead of 1.
Well, Talkers is going to get to that mid lane shortly. Throws out some of those spears. That at least saves the inner turret. Yang gonna run into a 1v2. He's in trouble now. Flash and GA is available. Meganar comes up. Good stun. Yang wants to turn it around. Ooh. He does it. Now he's looking for Pawn. Remember, Yang can come back. GA is up. It's now a 1v2. Surely he can't do this one. Jockster's running from the river. 1v4. And Yang gets shut down.
And they give it over to Deft. I mean, this really is becoming Deft's game to carry. Going towards what will be a last whisper now, and the Ezreal very much online.
It's all about Deft and Pawn here. When Pawn gets his summoner spells up, he can 2v1 Talkers and Macau. EDG does not go down easy. You do not go undefeated in your region if you fall over after a few gold deficits. This game still needs to be closed out cleanly by INTZ because it is teetering on the brink of swinging back towards EDG.
Fulton Yang, they didn't pull the trigger there. This is a replay of course, exactly how EDG jumped on INTZ.
And they actually saw him coming. He just had popped the ghost so early that he was on the backline because they could really stop him. And you can see that against the Syndra, he just takes no damage.
Yeah, and Yang and Revolta were late to the fight. These are the guys that need to be the frontline tank, peeling or engaging on the backline. Yang is far enough ahead and Revolta is tanky enough that if Pawn does go in, those two can completely stunt the EDG backline from joining the fight. But if they're off in a side lane playing their own game, that's going to happen again and again.
Well, 30 minutes in, INTZ cannot afford to have those plays happen again and again, chat. Yes, they've still got a phenomenal lead, 7,000. Every single metric is in their favor. And INTZ, itemization continuing to scale. Taking a look at that. GA was popped, though, for Yang, so that's important to note for those next fights.
Yeah, I will say, though, the last 9 minutes, this gold lead has been completely stagnant. So the percentage gold difference is getting smaller and smaller for EDG, and the carries are getting gold. So Pawn and Deft may have been able to regain control of this game a little bit. Clearlove is still building up a lot of damage on Graves. That drastically outscales the Lee Sin in the late game. So do not count EDG out of this yet, and INTZ has stumbled a little bit in the last 9 minutes and are now in a little bit of danger.
Oh, Ash Arrow. Oh, so close! Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Pawn able to survive. A little bit risky, a little bit opportunistic, and a little bit worrying for INTZ.
There were 3 members heading into that top lane. That was a free kill if they were able to land it, or even just stop the recall. However, Pawn does not flinch as the Ash Arrow sails past him. The rest of EDG was actually on the bottom side of the map trying to secure that blue buff. They've given it to Deft. Now, I just want to go back to this. Every single resource that is possible is now being handed over to the Ezreal.
Yeah, it's abandoning Mouse, Their strategy, if Mouse gets left in a lane with Yang, is to immediately engage for a 4v4. It works. They can speed up the Vlad with the Nami a little bit. He also has Ghost and Flash back off of cooldown. And INTZ need to proceed with extreme caution. I think if they do win a fight, since we're 30 minutes into the game, they can still close it in for victory. And I didn't think I'd be saying this 30 minutes ago, but really both teams are one team fight away from being able to take this game.
Taking a look at some of the vision on the bottom half of the map. INTZ around Ocean Drake in 30 seconds, Baron in 36. Vision favors INTZ, and you can see them trying to set up the sort of death bush. Maybe not the straight-up team fight that could secure the victory, but a pick into an objective is another option.
And I think that's what they need to go back to. Whilst they've been fighting in lanes, it hasn't gone their way. Pawn's been able to get a couple of flanks. However, you can still see the vision that INTZ has been able to set up around an objective. You would expect EDG to once again cede control over the Ocean Dragon. That'll give 3 over. A pretty powerful Elder Drake will come out of INTZ at some point in this game, you would expect.
The respawn timers are getting a little dicey. You can see that INTZ is already sending 2 of their strongest players in Yang and Revolta up towards Baron to do that. I think it was well executed Ocean Drake right there. That means they'll have 3 Elemental Drakes by the time the Elder comes up. EDG also traded that for vision control in the Baron area, so still plenty to see.
See how well INTZ can bounce back. They've got a couple of pinks in the inventory. Execution is calling for Mikau as well. It's going to do wonders against Pawn and Mouse once again to those extended fights. But as it stands, again, that percentage gold lead growing smaller and smaller. EDG getting tankier, getting more damage. The advantages of the early game are becoming less relevant because the entire landscape of the match has changed.
And whilst EDG has fallen very far behind in this game, the ability to sweep out vision in their jungle around the Baron means that it is going to be hard for a flank to come out of Yang. That is the last ward standing, really, that they can look to teleport to. And it is quite some distance away from the Baron pit. So INTZ need to, one more time, march up their pink vision, kick EDG back out of that jungle. But as the carries get more items, it does become more difficult.
I think it's actually extremely difficult at this point for INTZ to get the right fight onto EDG. You have a QSS onto Deft, and it's very difficult to get the appropriate amount of damage onto Pawn to prevent him from actually entering the fight. Not to mention ClearLove's 178 CS, which is powering up. So this is not even counting Mouse, who is mostly a non-factor in this game. Just the Ezreal, Vladimir, and Graves are a handful for INTZ's team comp to deal with in these later game fights.
The importance of finding that pick one way or another, or forcing that Baron. Yang's got GA back up on the front line. Tanky stats with the Deadman's Plate as well, and you can see just how important this vision is. INTZ battling for every single inch of the rift.
That's exactly it. They need to be able to get either a Lee Sin kick backwards or a Talker stun from Fog of War to start one of these fights on a front foot, because if they keep getting engaged on, then the gold lead will stagnate farther.
However, they have done a good job of, inching that pink ward vision up. EDG still wrestling for control here. However, INTZ have got firm control over that river area, and now Revolta can maybe look for that kick that we keep talking about, but EDG just playing this so patiently.
Take a look at this. Arrow comes out, connects onto ClearLove. Tidal Wave is cancelled by Jockster. Revolta finds the Sonic Wave. Deft is alone. ClearLove's down. 5v4. Pawn's looking for Tokkers. Tokkers running for his life. Tangle Pool was used. Good gnaw. Mouse is out. There's no more damage to follow up. Pawn's running for his life. They've traded 1 for 3. But Tokkers gets the shutdown, and they turn for Baron.
That is almost exactly what INTZ needed to do. The Ash Arrow was true. They heavily focused on it, ClearLove, and then when Pod tried to enter the backline, the entire team came to peel. It's a 3-for-1, and most likely the Baron.
And flashing in a straight line is such a sin. And ClearLove wasn't able to dodge out of that arrow with everything available. INTZ now at 35 minutes in this game, looking very strong.
For a team known for their macro, we saw the stats earlier, 22 wins and 3 losses with Baron. That's another one to the INTZ record, all from this play.
He dashes directly into the line of the Ash Arrow. Doesn't even flash until later. Revolta follows with a kick flash, talk results, and you think a lot of cooldowns are down. Maybe EDG can still get this one. Yang gets Mega Gnar at just the right time. They kill Mouse quite easily. Deft is zoned out of the fight because even though he's gone and they've tried to funnel all of his resources in, he's still not able to take down that super tanky Gnar that's sitting in front of him.
We jump out of the replay, and Inhibitor turret in the bottom lane has been taken down. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that one. The gold lead has now grown. And another Baron, a blue buff steal, Elders coming up. in about 2 and a bit minutes time, INTZ have got even more options to play with when they look to finish the game.
And you just have to go back to how EDG set up this game, leaving Mouse out to dry. That did not work. Trying to get 2v2 advantages, maybe disrespecting Macau and Jockster a little bit too much. Revolta shows up. And even their item builds, I mean, Mouse is going for a Youmuu's Ghostblade. He's 50 CS down and has 7 deaths. There's just no way that he lives long enough in a team fight right now.
I don't know why he isn't just going full tank. The third item should most likely just be a Guardian Angel because he needs to just occupy time.
He needs to have some threat. I mean, if you can get onto the Syndra, get maybe 1 or 2 stuns down in a team fight. Right now as a 1-7 Aurelia, hey, you've done your job. Maybe Deft can clean it up, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, first impressions go a long way, and obviously there's 5 more games in the group stage for these guys, and really anything is still yet to happen. But the first impression for Mouse is very negative.
And the first impression for INTZ is phenomenal. 2 years ago, Brazil took down the #1 European LCS seed at Worlds. Last year, Brazil took down the #1 seed from North America at Worlds. And we may be a few minutes away from Brazil taking down the #1 LPL seeds.
Don't forget about the game they won against the Flash Wolves as well over there. So they've been able to have a few great international performances, but 10,000 gold up with Baron. Can they close?
Well, inhibitor turret's going to fall.
Pretty low.
No contest yet. Unbreakable was thrown up by Jockster and INTZ. They get away. The base is open, but the inhibitors still stand, and that is what truly matters when it comes to closing this game out.
And EDG just need more time, and INTZ, they are slow playing this and giving it to them. They've been very methodical in their victory so far, but if you don't put the final nail in that coffin, if you allow the Vladimir to get to 6 items, he's only 1 away. If you allow the Ezreal to get there as well, there is still that fool's hope that EDG win this game.
Exactly, the tension builds in this game. 18 minutes in, it was a 6,000 to 7,000 gold lead. 20 minutes later, it's only extended by 4,000. But 8 turrets, Elder Drake up, Baron currently being worn, 3 Elemental Drakes. They keep accumulating their advantages, but the longer the game goes, the higher the variance becomes and the higher the chance that something could go wrong. So a lot of tension in this game, despite how controlled INTZ is trying to play it.
For the first time, EDG were moving towards an objective around the Dragon, but they wisely back away. No vision, no information, and INTZ grabbed themselves an Elder Drake. Whoa! I held my breath. I held my breath for that one.
Jockster's got great hands, able to catch another Ezreal ultimate. I mean, now this is a 90-second window where EDG just can't approach. This should be 2 inhibitors falling down realistically. We'll see if they do go for the Miracle team fight.
Yeah, when you're playing against a team that has the Elder Drake, they do not get any tankier, but they do a bunch more damage. So the only way in which EDG could win a fight is if Pawn and Deft immediately eliminate Talkers and Macau from this. Otherwise, the true damage burn as well as the gold lead would end the game.
The damage so important for Macau's Ashe. Rapid fire cannon.
A lot of poke.
As well as that Hurricane and Eye Edge. Winter's Bite comes up from Jockster, unable to tag anybody. So without the slow, without the CC, no inhibitor pressure yet.
Yeah, Deft was actually able to tag Talkers with a Mystic Shot, and that alone actually delays the push fairly substantially. They're going to wait at least for the next wave.
Looks to be the case. Minion wave slowed down in the mid lane, although that will be a fairly sizable minion wave, about 2, maybe a little over 2 waves pushing up.
And
so
Meganar.
INTZ are going to be able to move over. Flash is available for Yang. Needs to find a target. 50% of that Gnar bar is starting to wear down. Inhibitor drops without a fight. Take a look at the damage on the bottom. INTZ secure the objective without really even needing to poke out EDG.
But one more time, great play. They take the inhibitor for free because the Mega Transform was there. Now they're going to move into the mid lane, see if they can do the same. If they can get double inhibitors, that is definitely an Elder Drake worthwhile use, but they're going to back away.
They have 35 seconds left on their Elder Drake. That's going to time perfectly with the next minion wave. They will have a small amount of Elder Drake left for this next push. Also, the cooldown on the Mega Gnar is starting to come back. He's going to be able to start charging up that Gnar bar, but Pawn is trying to flank. If EDG is to come back in the game, it would need to be on a flank here.
Look at that mini-map. INTZ are on a timer. The top lane is pushing heavily towards them, and Pawn is also looking to find the flank. INTZ back away. They've got supers at least in one lane. Yang fancies a chance, and Pawn gets a lot of damage as the red buff is stolen on the way out.
And maybe INTZ is showing a little bit too much respect to a team that they've already said they look up to. because that looked like a free inhibitor. Sure, Pawn was on the back line. However, you still had Elder, you still have GA on 2 of your members. You can split up that fight quite nicely, but they back away one more time, and now we're getting towards 70,000 gold, and that's where it really just doesn't matter anymore.
It's getting closer and closer to that. Talker's already sitting at max items. Macau has the Executioner's Calling. He's going to have to turn that into a Last Whisper variant. He'll be done. We have Deft and Pawn approaching 6 items. I mean, at least at this point, there is full builds on INTZ and nearly full builds on EDG. So at least for the next roughly 10,000 gold, they're still going to have the advantage. But if this gets to 90,000 to 80,000, that's when it's not going to matter anymore, and EDG will effectively be caught up.
Oh,
Look at this.
Oh, flash forward.
Yeah!
Just so easy. Player of the game right now, Yang, set up by Revolta, but he's carrying it home.
Yang has just solo killed the best jungler in the world at 41 minutes in.
But also you have to wonder what the best jungler in the world is doing there.
That's why there was quotation
He's pushing
marks.
the inhibitor there. He's trying to keep the minion wave at bay, but they do not have vision. EDG is out of sorts.
Deft got stunned.
Oh, Ash Arrow finds him! Deft is down! Revolta's looking for more. Doesn't use the Dragon Blade. Does this time round. Deft gets caught. Unleashed power onto Mako. INTZ, they may have done it. They've got a 4-on-2, and they're looking at the Nexus.
19 kills to 12, 42 minutes. It seemed like it was stretching out, but this is gonna be it.
San Francisco is going crazy. Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament so far. They're taking down the LPL, and Brazil has done it.
Their first game in the groups, and I'm willing to say this is a bigger upset than Kaboom. Even though Alliance was the #1 team in Europe, this was the #1 team from the LPL, power ranked by many as the 2nd best team in the tournament. It's very early, and it doesn't actually knock anyone out of groups, but this was insane.
And a team that was known for choking internationally has shown up at their first Worlds after 3 tries and smashed Edward Gaming.
Whatever was holding INTZ back when they were favored coming into international wildcard qualifiers is completely a thing of the past, because they were playing completely unhinged in this game. Nothing was inhibiting their play. They were willing to pull the trigger, and they did so to the tune of a 15,000 gold lead and a victory against EDG.
And they did it their style, the slow macro setup, the ability to choke out the vision of Edward Gaming, control the Dragon, control the Baron, and just look how much it means to them.
Taking a look at Macau on stage, question marks around the bottom lane of INTZ. Deft gets what was expected to be one of the best ADCs at the tournament, and Deft and Mako could not get enough of a lead to compensate for Mouse falling apart.
What happened? Like, what actually just happened in this game?
It's Worlds, baby!
Yeah, the variance of these group stages, especially early on, these guys have taken so much time off. I mean, INTZ, a lot of people were saying they were going to be at a huge disadvantage because they didn't boot camp in Korea. But they've clearly been practicing at a high level. They've kept everything secret, and they just showed up in a huge way.
I don't think you can say more than that. I mean, when you have a look at how they were able to set up that map, they said IWCQ, that was closer than we would have wanted it. We did not play at our best. We're going to go away. We're going to practice hard, and we're going to come back and do the CBLOL proud. And I think that when you see that style of League of Legends being executed against some of the best players in the world, that's impressive.
And you have to step back. Take a look at the results. We've talked a lot about the teams, but holy moly, what does this do for expectations going forward? Taking a look, will Scout come back? You know, will Pawn continue to play? Those are questions you're not allowed to answer, unfortunately. We're going to hand it off to Shox, who's got one of Brazil's best standing by after that monumental win.
Thank you very much. Monumental indeed, possibly the biggest upset in World's history, Revolta, and you guys did it. What is your first reaction?
So we came into this game thinking like everybody thought that we would be the team that would go like 0-6 in this tournament. So we came with no pressure, and we knew that they didn't have. If they didn't look to CBLOL matches, they didn't see the real INTZ, because in the WCQ we played like really badly. So
On purpose, sandbagging to... No.
yeah, so I feel like really great.
Obviously very great. You were talking so much about the team you look up to in EDG and the player you look up to in Clearlove. So what made you be able to maybe out-jungle him here and your entire team take this game home?
Well, I think EDG is one of the teams that we look at the most. We love China as a region, so we look it up at EDG and we kind of fit their style, I guess, and we just play like them, I don't know. So playing against them is like an honor, and we felt that we could do it.
You guys absolutely did it. We talked about it a lot before. You guys here love you. The history of the CBLOL teams at Worlds, obviously that one win from Kaboom, then the 2 wins from Pain Gaming. But I feel like this could be the start of something a lot bigger. You took down the #1 seed from EDG. You have something to prove. How far can INTZ go at Worlds here?
Well, hopefully, our goal coming into this tournament is to get out of groups. This is something that nobody did yet. So that's what we want. I think winning the tournament is something like super big, and I think we cannot achieve yet. But just coming into the tournament and getting experience just makes Brazil better as a region and make them proud.
It definitely does. I know that it must mean so much for the Brazilian fans watching right here and at home. Is there anything you want to say to them?
I just want to say thanks, everybody, even who is not Brazilian. Like, having you cheering for us is great. So thank you very much.
Do you want to say something in Portuguese as well?
Eu queria agradecer a todos os fãs do Brasil. Muito obrigado por todo o apoio que vocês deram pra gente. Espero que a gente faça um torneio muito bom para agradar vocês.
Well, Revolta for me as well. Obrigado and congratulations. Fantastic stuff for Volta and INTZ taking down EDG. Analyst Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Brazilian fans across the world will be very proud to say that their team on day 1 of the tournament took down the #1 seed from the LPL, but also the favorites to get out of their group easily. That's what people are coming in and saying, and that is now no longer the case.
And regardless of what happened in the game, just what this must mean for them. They're like 5 Brazilians, you know, Brazil as a region has a history of just importing a lot of players, trying, you know, to get those imports to work, but no, they have like regional pride. They play with 5 Brazilians in their roster. They tried every single time to get through that wildcard tournament. Every single time they fail for different reasons, but now they made it in, and in their first game, they smash EDG. This is just fantastic.
And let's make no bones about it. There's been some upsets on the world stage. You think back to Katowice last year and the GE Tigers losing to the 11th ranked LPL team. This is the top ranked LPL team losing a series. Okay, a best of 1, but a series against this team right here.
All right, against INTZ. Yeah, well, let's dive into then how this happened. And Crumbs, we're going to start in Champions Select. I know you have some thoughts on EDG's pick ban phase.
Well, right from the start, at least for INTZ, they went with the Syndra first pick, which when you combine Syndra with Lee Sin, it's such a powerful combination. Automatically, you have pressure mid lane. Any single roam that you move around, you have priority, you have pressure, you have kill opportunities everywhere, and it's very difficult for EDG to do anything about it. But they go with the weirdest things that okay, I have no idea why they do this. Why would you rely on your bot lane to carry the entirety of your split, and then you decide, let's put our weakest member into a carry position and give him the worst jungler to help him out into Graves? Graves, Irelia, I'm baffled.
All right, well, then you just talked about it. You hit the matchup that I want to take a look at and put a spotlight on that top lane. Mouse on the Irelia, dying 4 times very early on into the game, having no handle on this lane, and Yang really just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, and as we see the montage right here of some of the kills that happen, we need to put this into context for fans that may not be familiar with EDG. They as a team path heavily around bot lane with Clearlove. He will start top side path, bot side, just as he did this game, but he left his top laner exposed, and Yang and Revolta did such a great job like targeting that weakness, because if you look at draft 2, with an early game jungler like Lee Sin, the Gnar Irelia matchup being inherently very swingy, the attention early top snowballed. Props to their bot lane from INTZ to play 2v2 with no jungle influence versus Ezreal plus Nami and survive.
And dying, and then still winning that lane after that huge wave
against
crash.
Deft and Mako, that is like honestly impressive, because as much as we saw kills in the top sides, the lack of kills in the bot side is something that we should praise as well. INTZ here performed as a team. And it definitely showed in their macro game too. Very stellar, very unexpected in my opinion.
And Papa Smithy, let's now take a moment to contrast this game with the earlier game between Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox Luna. At 15 minutes in that game, Rocks Tigers led by 2.8k gold. In this game, INTZ up 3.5k against EDG. That's our two tournament favorites there against wildcard teams. And INTZ is showing up big today.
And that game was all about Rocks being just over-aggressive, right? They made these huge moves. They didn't necessarily need to. They didn't, dot their I's and cross the T's. This was just an outplay by INTZ. They played methodically. They played their style. They're known as the macro team, but the macro team versus the top seed from the LPL, you think, well, does it really matter, right? But they showed that it did, and Yang up top especially. It was a mismatch, and Mouse, he's middle of the road in the LPL, but LPL isn't known for good top laners. Looper is probably pretty peerless right at the top of that list, and Yang just kind of put him in the dumpster.
All right, well, this is going to take us to our final replay here. 34 minutes into the game, 3-0 for INTZ, plus a Baron, putting the nail in the coffin.
Just flash the arrow. Really good block here. The Braum shield negating Nami ulti. That buys enough space and time for the Lee Sin, and another beautiful kick flash there.
It's a nice little double kick, and I love this flash over the wall right here. That's going to allow Ashe to deal so much more damage than she normally would have, and I think that was really the highlight for that fight for me, being able to put yourself in a position that is still dealing damage and that your team is nearby so that if you get killed, you can still contribute to the fight.
All right, but let's take a look at those damage graphs there and see that Gnar Yang just being an absolute monster. Goes with that double offensive item with the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver, and just being a split push presence throughout the game.
It was the item timings as well. He had a Black Cleaver against, I believe, a Stinger and
Yes.
part of the rest of Trinity Force. It was 20 minutes before that Trinity Force was completed. There's no way back in for Mousen, no way back in for EDG.
So no surprise then that Yang picks up player of the game here, although we do have to give a nod to Revolta for his play. We saw the Lee Sin mechanics coming out time and time again, but Yang there against Mouse, it was the proper choice, putting one of your strongest players against one of EDG's weakest player and exploiting that difference.
Yeah, we're already discovering in this tournament how important like top jungle synergy can be, because it can break open matchups. Like these bot lanes are getting better at losing gracefully, but top lane 2v1, like the best players in the world can get killed 2v1, and the not so best players in the world will get killed 4 or 5 times in a row.
All right, so now let's take a deep breath, because EDG lost game 1, but there's still 5 more games in the group stages. So I would now turn to you guys and say, do we still have faith that this EDG team can turn things around in the group stage and strike back later on down the road?
I think faith is a dangerous word. Confidence, perhaps? Maybe. They definitely have the track record. Remember, they came in after an undefeated season. Best of 1, it's a very different thing, but the jungle pull, I think, was the big story there. The Graves just meant that Clearlove couldn't make the plays, but his top laner was too far behind. Vladimir's not great to gank for, and Clearlove was a non-factor this game.
I just like how it changes the story of the group, where we used to have EDG clear favorite, INTZ going for scraps here at the bottom. No. After seeing H2K versus AHQ, anything is possible.
Flipped on its head now.
Especially with Yang and Revolta.
All right, well, there's more League of Legends left to play today, and so stick around, because when we return, Samsung Galaxy faces off against Splyce. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in Game 4 of the 2016 World Championship. Down to 50, summon a heal, flash your way, exhaust, under the tower, first blood to death. He gets out of tower range and Jockster flashes from tower, eat the chair.
Tô batendo na Nami.
Boa. Ele quer descer o Vlad.
Levantou.
Oh, he got him. Gotta find him. The stun, the wall, the pin. Mouse gets knocked backwards. Revolta plays pinball. Maiko looks for Def, kicks Def backwards, and Yang gets the red buff. Turns his attention to Maiko. Maiko's on 200 HP. Wallop. Oh!
Nice.
Estamos levaram?
Irelia. Cadê o Vlad? Eu tenho a Valcha nesse Vlad.
Vai, Irelia.
Vlad.
Oh, Ash Arrow finds him! Deft is down! Revolta's looking for more! Doesn't use the Dragon Blade! Does this time round! Deft gets caught! Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament so far! They're taking down the LPL, and Brazil has done it!
Welcome back to San Francisco and the World's 2016 group stage, where we're about to get our first look at Samsung Galaxy and Splyce. Before we do that, though, let's take a look at the group as a whole. We have TSM, Samsung Galaxy, RNG, and Splyce. This is the group that most people are saying would be the closest of them all.
Yeah, definitely. There's no clear favorites here. The common conception is that there's 3 top teams and then Splyce, who have to play spoiler here, but it's definitely interesting. And if there's one matchup where that could happen, it could be actually this matchup, especially if Samsung Galaxy kind of reverts back to their passive style that they had throughout the split. Papa, you know a little bit more about that one.
Look, I'm going to take a step back, though, Crepa, because I'm going to make a bold statement. I think that, honestly, neither of these teams should be at Worlds. And look, instantly, 2 sets of fans very unhappy with me. Fair enough. But the reason why I say that, Splyce, look, almost relegated in their spring split. Changed 1 player, brought in a rookie support, made it to Worlds. A big surprise, but look, they've gone and they've developed. Samsung, though, to me, is the biggest story because they came into that series against KT Rolster 0-19 against that team in game score. For context, previous to summer, an LCS split was 18 games, 19 games of losing to the same team. Cuvée, in all of those games, had lost 19 in a row to come back. You know, it accelerated Samsung's growth, and it's great to see both these 2 teams here, though, but they did not expect this at the start of the split.
So before I go to Crumbs, I do want to let Crepo rebuttal here, just because he was saying this might be the matchup for Splyce and defend this team's
Splyce doesn't deserve to be at World. In their last 18 games, they were 16-2. They made a single roster change, and they stuck with their team while they were struggling as well. Look at that record. That's sexy. And the last loss didn't count because that was Sion support. These guys...
Hold on. There's got to be some sort of existential crisis happening here for Splyce because they just saw the other 2 teams from Europe just really struggle. I mean, these guys have to hold redemption for the entire region for today. Otherwise, it's going to be a complete disaster. Is it happening? Can they do it?
Of course it's
I'm not counting on it at all. In fact,
so then let me just pose one more question to you guys before we go, because I'm hearing that if this is the game that Splyce, rather if this is the game that Splyce can win in this tournament, how do they do it though? What about the stylistic matchup says Splyce can take a game off of Samsung Galaxy?
In short, if you're unfamiliar with Splyce, they have weak early game, but they used to pick a lot of 1-3-1 compositions, you know, playing on both side lanes and have good mid-game macro. That only works against teams that allow you to play slow and don't smash you in the early game. Like an RNG and a TSM probably is going to smash Splyce in the early game, but Samsung have shown many tendencies throughout the regular season when they played Wraith. However, when they played Core JJ in playoffs, they start playing more aggressively. It depends what style Samsung bring today.
And then that's the question. Which Samsung we see? Because so a whole regular season where they tried to extend the games, over a 40-minute average game time, the longest at this tournament, poke comps, not much initiation. Then, as you say, sub in Core JJ, suddenly play aggressively. Even their top laner, Cuvée, pick up initiation champs like Kennen, and they showed like a whole new team. So do you rely on the long regular season strategies, or do you rely on what they showed more recently? I'm really excited to find out.
Needless to say, both of these teams took unexpected turns on their road to Worlds. So let's take a look back at Samsung's journey to the League of Legends' biggest stage.
첫 플레이오프에서 KT한테 3대 0으로 이제 아무것도 못하고 지고.
That is it. KT will take the match. 3-0. GG.
너무 분하고 화나고 그래서 그냥 다음 선발전에서 그냥 KT만 꼭 이겨보자.
Best of 5, KT Rolster versus Samsung. The winner goes to the World Championships. KT is 19-0 over Samsung in games played since 2015 began. So this is a bit of a tough matchup for Samsung.
저희는 이제 KT하고 아무래도 상대 전적이 너무 안 좋다 보니까 지더라도 1승은 하고 지자 했는데 저희가 첫 판에 딱 이어서 진짜 우리가 한번 해낼 수 있는 거 아닌가 생각을 좀 했어요. 그러고 이제 2패를 또 하게 됐는데 저 같은 경우에 좀 정신적으로 이제 좀 많이 피해가 많이 왔었어요. 역시 안 되는 건가 하고. 근데 감독 코치님이 이제 케어도 해주시고 우리 충분히 이길 수 있다. 후회 없이 한번 끝내보자 해서 4경기 이기고 진짜 5세트 때 우린 진짜 할 수 있을 것 같다 해가지고 이렇게 이기게 됐어요.
And Samsung, the improbable, the impossible is happening. They are going to Worlds after.
그때 이겼을 때 되게 좀 감동스럽고 감격적이긴 했어요.
진짜 몸에 힘이 다 풀려서 막 긴장됐던 근육이 다 풀리다 보니까 막 몸이 저리고 진짜 이게 진짜 이긴 건가 하고.
제가 잘 한지는 모르겠는데 결국 3대 2로 이기니까 갑자기 뭔가 눈물이 터지면서
뭔가 이렇게 준비했던 결과가 좀 열매를 맺는 그런 느낌이어가지고 되게 뿌듯했고요. 그리고 이제 팀원들이 고생을 했던 거를 봐왔으니까 근데 그 선수들이 이제 좀 감동스러워하고 막 울고 하니까 저도 같이 이렇게 좀 눈물이 나오더라고요.
It always makes me smile seeing the emotional reactions of players, and I think the only one that I've seen as emotional was IMA. Both of those teams, you know, just when they win, how much it means to them. Samsung Galaxy, 3rd seed from the LCK, coming up against Splyce. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. So it is a Korean team versus a European team right here, but I'm very excited for this game.
It is indeed. Let's start with team rosters, of course, on the blue side. It is Samsung Galaxy, Cuvée in the top lane, Ambition in the jungle, Crown the mid laner, Ruler the AD carry, Wraith their support, and their coach, Edgar.
Yeah, and on the other side, the red side, is the EULCS's Splyce with Wonder in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Senkuk's in the mid lane, Kabe as AD carry, Mickey as support with Yamato Cannon as the coach.
So we touched on it very briefly. Both of these teams 3rd seeds. Both teams' expectations now out of the window after seeing what Brazil just did to China. And now, of course, in this particular matchup, it's the last chance for Europe to get a win on the board. Still not done so today, both H2K and G2 falling.
And, you know, maybe the biggest stylistic mismatch here because Samsung has definitely accelerated their game pace going into this game, and Crown is a big control mage / poke-heavy mid laner. When you look over the other side of the rift, Senkuk's really does just play that 1-3-1 style and does like to get on assassins when he can, like the LeBlanc, like the Kassadin. So we'll see whether Splyce is able to weather that storm and get towards that part of the game.
Yeah, I think if this gets to the mid and late game and is still pretty close, I think Splyce will definitely have some chances. I think specifically the mid lane is going to be a place where they have to withstand Crown's assault as far as the laning phase is concerned. But after INTZ beat EDG, we know that anything actually can happen. Will it happen? Who knows? But this is a very exciting world and a great day one.
Well, taking a quick look at the bans, Kassadin, Aurelion Sol, and Karma all taken off the table. Senkux was one of the early adopters of some of those new age mid lane picks, and obviously a Sol being one of those. Nidalee Elise off the table. Jungle picks definitely the priority. And I want to see what Trashy's going to play. He played a lot of Gragas in summer, was a phenomenal Gragas. We're not expecting to see that really much this Worlds.
But heavy targeting of Senkuk's coming out here. I mean, he already had a poor laning phase. He's down roughly 4 CS at 10 minutes in the regular season. That only got worse going into playoffs. In fact, it doubled. He was down roughly 8 CS at 10 minutes. And Crown, on the other hand, has got some of the best CS differentials in the tournament.
And he's been going up against the level of competition in the LCK against mid laners like FLICKR. So very touted player in the mid lane is Crown. I like the Syndra ban to try and control this. It's one of the strongest mid laners. We saw INTZ first picking it, and it's one of the things you would pick if you definitely want to focus the mid lane. So really just trying to get Senkuk's onto a late game scaling mage, and I think they've done that with the early Cassiopeia pick.
They certainly have, and the other thing they've done is kind of secure their 1-3-1, because now all of a sudden, if Senkuk's does go to a side lane, they are able to get Mickey as well as someone else like a Trashy down into that lane and help if they do try and set up a roaming gank squad to deal with it. So I like the 2 first picks so far from Splyce. Tahm Kench is a very important pick for this team.
I'm very surprised we hadn't seen more Tahm Kench to this point today. We're already in the 5th game. And I think it's spectacular from a map pressure perspective. If they can get any type of advantage in the bottom lane, it gives many roaming opportunities for them.
Let's see if Splyce can get those opportunities to pull ahead. Samsung Galaxy have locked in Rumble and Ezreal. Definitely going to keep people at arm's length if they need to or want to with Equalizer and all of the poke. But locking in that top laner allows Wonder to counterpick.
Certainly does. However, Cuvée has been known as a mage player. I mean, he plays a lot of Maokai, as all top laners do, but when you look down the rest of his champion pool, has been favored on the likes of the Lissandra and the likes of Rumble, so good to see that he's going back to Comfort in Game 1.
I think Rumble and Cannon are his 2 most lethal picks here at the World Championship. They obviously decided to target other things, so he gets the Rumble. Jinx pick is a little bit risky, but they do have it locked in with the Tahm Kench, so they're hoping to get it to the teamfight phase and take advantage of some of the scaling.
And Ezreal typically doesn't win lanes unless it's paired with something like a Nami, which we've just seen. However, if they're able to neutralize this here, Kobe as well as Mickey, then they just have such good late game scaling coming into these team fights.
And here's the interesting thing as well. Wraith is back in for Samsung. When they made their regional qualifier run, they'd switched in Core JJ, who was more of a roaming support. they're expecting to be able to win the lane in this matchup, although in the regular season, they mainly played the duo lane to split. So this is a diversion from their normal playstyle, picking so heavily towards trying to win that lane with the Ezreal and the Nami.
And it's the first time that we're seeing Kobe on the Jinx, so it's going to be a difference in playstyle for Samsung Galaxy. First time seeing that Jinx for Kobe at least this year.
The last thing I will say about the Jinx is it's a Hurricane first user, so it makes sense for Splyce. You can get it into that mid lane. It clears out minion waves incredibly effectively if they do want to try and break up that map. However, Crown has locked in his most famous champion in that Victor.
Yeah, during the regular season, he played 3 times as many Victor games as his next most played champion. And the last time this guy played Victor was against KT Rolster in Game 1. He went 12-0-4 and never got to play it again for the rest of the series because it was banned in Games 2 and 3. Very comfortable champion there for Crown, and Samsung is looking like they're just trying to play a lot of wave clear.
The one thing I am seeing as a fear for Splyce is the fact that there's a lot of AoE damage on the side of Samsung Galaxy and 2 very low mobility, very squishy carries sitting on the back line. Tom Kench can only save one of them. Are we going to see the Cantankerous Cavalier or not? Spawn, what do you think?
Well, one thing that Mickey has actually done is shown a couple of mid laners, and of course, Wonder has played a few games at Cassiopeia top.
Do it! Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? It's going to happen! Kled, he's locked in.
One thing that we have seen as a bit of an early trend at Worlds is a lack of engage from a lot of these teams because there's a lot of poke-focused champions. Someone who can remedy that would be a Kled.
Yeah, it certainly is. And another thing to point out with all these AP top laners being picked so early in the draft, Kled does so well against them in the laning phase. You need the AD, but going things like the Hexdrinker into Black Cleaver just allows you to tank up at the same time.
Taking a step back and looking at Splyce's strengths, Wonder has been the rock that Splyce have relied on time and time again. And if Wonder shows up here today, it could be how Europe pick up their first victory at the World Championship on a first-time competitive Kled in 2016 Worlds.
Yeah, this is going to be a somewhat Kled-focused game, but also it's the first time we're seeing these teams in general, so there are so many new variables to try to account for on top of the pressure of the world stage. Also, after witnessing EDG losing to INTZ, like, these guys need to keep their nerves completely under control because it's about to get crazy here.
What do we expect then from this early game in terms of all of the jungle pressure and where we're going to see it focus? Is there going to be relief for that Jinx TK down bottom, if at all, or will it be focused on Wonder up top? Spawn, what do you think?
I actually have been very impressed by Trashy's pathing towards the top side of the map in saying that when you go up against a jungler that is as experienced as Ambition, you have to expect that the counter ganks are coming. And with very low CC coming out of the jungler, we've already seen it once, Graves does struggle.
Well, for the first time here in San Francisco, we will see the Cantankerous Cavalier Kled in the hands of Wonder, going up against Cuvée and Samsung Galaxy. Second last game of the day, and I can't wait to see how these teams get ahead because it feels like both team compositions, when ahead, can easily continue to push that lead and push that advantage.
I definitely agree on that point. However, the Kled has got me slightly perplexed because not only is he great engage for himself, but he speeds up your secondary engage, and that is generally something I've seen a lot of Kled Skarner running around in solo queue. Kobe likes to talk about that a lot. However, there's no one really to chase Wonder into this team fight. It's just going to be a heck of a lot of damage running in behind him, so his ultimates have to be very calculated.
Exactly. The damage comes in behind him, but doesn't actually want to go in with him. All 3 of those champions want to keep their distance from the team fight, so it creates a mismatch situation, so to speak, which kind of makes me think that Splyce is really wanting this matchup between Kled and the Rumble. Because he can build Hexdrinker and because he can threaten Cuvée with damage, I'm thinking they're trying to snowball him ahead from a laning perspective because as far as other teams would go, this is less reliant on getting an all-in Kled ultimate engage.
100%. But the other thing about Kled is the one weakness in his kit right now is he gets pushed in early. And when we did change Rumble to do maximum damage against those creeps, he is a very good early pusher. Does that open the window for Trashy? Sure, but Wonder should be under his turret the majority of this early game.
And that speaks to some of the trends we've seen so far at Worlds. In only 4 games so far, we've seen 3 level 3 turret dives from the jungler pathing up. I'm very curious to see if Ambition does a modified route so that he could potentially arrive top lane and try and kill Wonder, depending on the amount of poke the Cuvée can get on him in lane.
And tracking those jungler decision-making, both starting around their respective blue buffs. However, Ambition not gone to the Sentinel just yet. And taking a look at, of course, how Wonder's handling himself. Not pushed in just yet as Trashy's on the Sentinel.
This is the biggest thing. Trashy solo started bottom side of the map, so he will have a gank path to the top lane. As I said, watch Trashy's pathing. He's one of the best pathing junglers, I think, in this tournament. Graves jungles incredibly quickly, incredibly healthy, and he should be able to beat the Rek'Sai back top.
Oftentimes you expect the Graves to start in the top lane, and we've seen so much scuttle crab control, especially when you look at Samsung Galaxy's lane of Ezreal and Nami wanting to push up against a Jinx Tom Kent. This is the risk of him pathing there.
Ruler, Arcane shifts forward, exhaust trade back and forth. Cobby's down to 200, and Mickey dropped to about 100. But that's what you expect from this lane.
Yeah, Splyce's lane really didn't want that to happen because they do not have a jungler to bail them out of this lane anytime soon. So a really unfortunate trade for them to take that early.
Yeah, it certainly is. The other thing, Tom Kench gets very tanky at level 2 when you take that gray health. However, at level 1 is relatively defenseless. Yep, exactly right.
Wonder trying to trade out, riding Skull for the time being. Didn't really connect with that bear trap on a rope. One of my favorite spell names in the entire game. And Wonder's going to continue down, trying to deal with this wave. As expected, pushed in. Trashy did not go up for that sort of 320 early gank just yet, but is moving up to the Scuttle Crab. Places a ward that'll give some additional information to Senkux in the mid lane. And Senkux is actually shoving out quite heavily as well.
And with the invade on the bottom lane, you can see Nami going into place a ward. That kind of gives away where Trashy is on the map right now, because that's the timing that he normally would be on his blue. Instead, he's trying to invade Ambition.
Exactly. So even though they didn't directly see the vision, they kind of know where everyone is right now. They can expect the Graves to be at the blue buff. That's actually why Cuvée had gone deep and placed that ward in the river. Trashy doesn't have a very clean way of ganking this anymore, and Ambition is trying to catch him out.
One more time, Ambition is a very intelligent jungler in his own right. You can see that he heads straight into that top side of the map. Big trades in the mid lane.
Oh, really? Big Gravity Field's going to stun Senkux just on the edge. Couldn't get the tail out, but Crown runs out of mana and cooldowns, and Senkux lives to slither away.
Yeah, it should be enough gold for him to recall and get a tier. And he's actually up in CS, but that's just because he's crashing the wave into the turret. I don't think that'll be that big of a deal for Senkux outside of losing his ghost.
And this is the second time we've had to see a Graves just walk into mid lane to rescue a minion wave and shove it into turret to get an early back. It also gives away Trashy's positioning. So Splyce, for the time being, have to play very much on the back foot.
Well, that's something that Splyce are actually going to be very used to. They're a team that traditionally has been very slow and struggled in the early game, and now there's pressure top.
This is such a long setup to this play. Because they saw Trashy killing Gromp, they know this is a clean gank, and they have Wonder low. They do have to worry about the dismount, and Wonder's got to get out of here.
He's starting to recall, should be able to finish this one off. Ambition hasn't fired out the Praise Seeker. Oh, Wonder decides to cancel it. The minion wave is up.
Here are the minions.
5 minions remaining, 4-3, and Ambition still hasn't pulled a trigger. Cuvé's gonna get out of range of that tether, and Wonder still survives. Ambition using that.
Trashy's got to get up there. Like the telegraphing on this gank should be there.
They're trying to get him off Skull because he does go invulnerable when he dismounts. However, this has taken such a long time.
One more hit.
Trashy is going to be there in time, it looks like it.
Going to be really close. Skull is sent running. Wonder's in trouble. He's going to jump backwards at the rocket pistol. A lot of damage goes down. Trashy throws out end of the line. First blood to Samsung Galaxy.
And all of a sudden, Trashy's happy feeding in the top side of the jungle really does cost Splyce because Wonder falls down, and Trashy was just seconds too late.
Yeah, I think if they were to look at that in VOD review, as soon as Wonder got hit by the Q from the Rek'Sai out of the brush to interrupt his recall, he should have teleported away because that's the only way he's going to avoid giving up first blood since Trashy was so far away. But they thought they could make it there in time. They weren't quite there. Now they're still fighting in the bottom side.
Mickey's in so much trouble. Grey health has been popped. Decent flame chompers, but Ruler just arcane shifts forward. Flash for flash. Oh, got him! Cobby's down! Ruler and Wraith, they 2v2 Cobby and Mickey.
And this is one thing that Papa Smithy loves to talk about, how much better mechanically Wraith is than Core JJ, and he's able to get into that bottom lane and set up a 2v2 kill.
And the early laning phase from the Jinx Tom Kench is not as good as the Ezreal or the Nami, so you have to wonder what Splyce is really planning here. Trashy's path to try and give assistance to the top side, but that has failed because Ambition was able to get first blood. That means Kabe and Mickey have been on their own in that bottom side. They also die, and it's going pretty wrong for Splyce at this moment.
It is. Trades now in the river. Trashy, level 6 to Cuvé's level 6 as well. Mickey just over-eager, literally biting off more than Tom Kench could chew. Unfortunately costs them. So top lane in favor of Cuvée, bottom lane in favor of Ruler and Wraith, and Samsung Galaxy, they've got a 1,000 gold lead at 7 minutes already.
And until then, that bottom lane was going so fine. I mean, they could have backed away. After the first recall, Jinx actually doesn't have any problem pushing out the lane with the rockets and the additional range she has over the Ezreal. A little bit greedy one more time for minion wave positioning, perhaps for Splyce, and they do get punished quite heavily.
We'll find out what Splyce can do. As we mentioned, this is a team that has been behind at the 10 and 20-minute mark several times in the summer split, but actually has found a way to bounce back.
Yes.
Pretty good win-loss ratio despite a pretty weak early game.
Exactly. A lot of times, even when they're losing in the early game, they're still able to pick up a lot of wins, which is incredibly uncommon. Even if you look at a team like Samsung, when Samsung falls behind, they lose most of their games. But contrary to that, when Samsung's winning, they win most of their games. They're actually incredibly consistent in that matter. So it's going to be tricky for Splyce to be able to manage that in the game. I really expect a lot of Samsung's games in this tournament to be decided in the early game, and they're executing quite well throughout the first 8 minutes.
You have to feel it's going to be so reliant on this exact ability. Charge from Wonder was...
Made it back in the lane. All right.
Just to get in there. I did see Trashy coming up from the river, so pathing / optimistic. But that's the ability that could be game-changing for Splyce.
They needed the play because realistically right now, Ambition has complete control over the bottom side of the map. The 2v2 is losing, so if they can't rescue Wonder somehow, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Speaking of control, no flash or heal, just the exhaust on Mickey.
Kobe's running for his life. Mickey decides to turn back to the tower. It's a 3-on-1 tower dive. Decent enough roof, but Ambition's out of the tower. Greyhell comes up. Wraith is going low. Where's the support from Splyce? Ruler, true shot barrage gets the kill, but Kobe, he gets excited. That's a double kill for Senkux. That's one for Kobe. Splyce, they've turned it around, and they've punished the dive. Wonder's going toe-to-toe with QFA. Equalizer comes up. Flame Spitter's burning him down, and Skarl goes running. Wonder's able to hop away with the help of that rocket pistol.
And one thing I always love to see out of the European mid laners is a willingness to burn summoner spells to get to engages. Senkux that time, he burns the ghost, flashes over the wall, and saves a pretty dreadful situation.
Yeah, Mickey dodged just enough skill shots. Kobe stayed just close enough in range to be able to damage them while they were diving. And they made that dive look atrocious. For all that we just talked about Samsung being consistent and stayed in the early game, they threw that lead away just now, and Splyce is right back into it.
Yeah, even out that gold lead. Kills on Senkux's Cassiopeia and Kobe's Jinx. Also, we're approaching 10 minutes, and Senkux isn't behind in CSD. I want to talk about that in a minute. Here's a replay of that dive.
We'll do it right after this. This was Ambition shooting way too far on his initial tunnel.
But look, this is where the summoner spell Ghost burnt right now. He's only halfway up river, and then all of a sudden comes out a Fog of War willing to flash the wall and set up a brilliant play. Really credit to Senkux there to be able to get the maximum back for his team.
Yeah, and then they also get the kill for Kabe over the wall, which keeps him at least alive in this lane. Love Senkux up against Crown in this matchup. There's a lot of expectations coming against him into this tournament, but not only does he roam first, he doesn't lose his turret for it. He's now 2-0, able to itemize some magic resist early, and is set up for success.
And whilst not giving the young man excuses, he does pick for the team a lot in the European LCS. There's multiple Kassadin picks in there that do hurt the statistics, although he does have a tendency to fall behind on things like LeBlanc that do have lane control, but definitely showing that when he is focused and in the right matchup, he can go with the best of them.
That's the thing, is Senkux isn't really the carry of the team. You know, he does his role, he cleans up later. It is a lot more about Wonder, Trashy, and Kobe. And it's up to Wonder to try bounce back. He's still down 10 CS, down an assist. Cuve has got himself the Sork shoes, as well as that arm guard. And Cuve is the guy who really carried Samsung Galaxy to Worlds. You know, his regional qualified performance was phenomenal.
He got a bunch of solo kills onto Someday. Some would argue that Someday was playing a little bit loose and giving those solo kills away because for the most part, Cuve had been a very neutral top laner who punishes mistakes but doesn't necessarily make huge plays on his own. And it's kind of how he's performing here. Decent start, got the 1 assist, itemizing with the Seeker's Arm Guard first to try and prevent Wonder from going off on Kled. And really, looks like he's moving down a little bit now to maybe get some type of Dragon play or gank mid.
A lot of potential in the mid, actually. Senkux is in trouble. No flash, remember.
Yeah.
Gravity Field comes up. Very good equalizer. That'll cut off at least one of the paths. Beautiful! Such a great sidestep. Cuve does not look Cassiopeia in the eyes.
Cuve played that amazingly. Able to get the Duke in there. Does not get tagged up by the ultimate. And that's a great roam. This is one thing that you have to respect about Rumble now. He shoved lane so hard that he is able to visit other areas of the map before the rest of your team can.
Now, Wonder's actually thinking about trying to get something back. This would be a time to charge.
And he's charging
into trouble.
There's a lot more support for Samsung Galaxy. Wonder dives back with Trash. He's forced to flash away. Gets caught out. Teleport from Cubase. Wonder's going to follow. A double kill for Crown. And here comes Mickey. He used the Voyage in, and now he's in trouble. Ambition's looking for more. No flash. Good flame chompers. Colby saves Mickey's life, but 2 members of Splyce down.
That's the thing about Kled. When you charge, there's no undo button. You're going in, and that was a complete fail as far as Wonder with how many people he jumped into. Crown completely gets it back. That's the 2-0 victor. Good control and patience during that entire engagement. Samsung's back in control.
And this is what pressure does. I mean, all of a sudden, Cuvée with a great roam. Wonder wants to match it. He charges in, but there are 3 members, 2 waiting just outside of Fog of War, and the teleport to follow. Trashy, slight mechanical error, actually shoots himself back into the team. That means 2 members fall down.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that Samsung was focusing Trashy first, knowing Wonder's going to be jumping in with the big shield. So they get rid of Trashy. They know Wonder's put himself in a negative position, and they have a huge numbers advantage, and they quickly pick up both kills.
So Samsung once again regain control. We're approaching 15 minutes. There's actually been a lot of action in this game.
And uncharacteristic action, honestly, from Splyce. You don't expect them to play the early game this fast and lose. Generally, they would just give away that 1 kill onto Sandcooks. They would just try and farm out the mid lane with Trashy. Instead, they are overcommitting to these players, and it's not how we're used to seeing the team play.
And they really didn't have to. The whole way that Sandcooks died to that initial gank from Cubase is because he was trying a very aggressive trade onto Crown. It's a Victor versus Cassiopeia matchup. If you want to let Victor shove into the wave, you're not going to miss any CS under the turret as the Cassiopeia. He was already even, and he already had a kill advantage, so he could have extended that towards 25 minutes and been completely fine. But I do think they got a little bit greedy, maybe got confident because the kills bottom, and it's cost.
And you have to look at the trickle effect, because all of a sudden, Mickey, who had to voyage into that mid lane, has lost all control over the bottom lane. They got a bad back timing. First turret does fall down, and now the gold lane is extending.
Oh, Wonder's got good damage onto Cubase. Skull's going to get popped, though. Uses that rocket pistol backwards. Wonder still running for his life. And just to sort of round out that conversation, Splyce, their primary initiator is traditionally Trashy. The other players have now had to learn how to initiate without Trashy being on that tanky front line. Trashy and Sandcooks, they're looking for Crown. Very good gravity field. That will at least stun up Trashy. Collateral damage goes backwards. And Sandcooks as well as Trashy, they force Crown away. It's a slightly messy engage around the Dragon, but Samsung still have control of the Scuttle Crab. It looks like they're killing it, and Vision in the pits.
They're really getting control all over the map. Cubase's been able to shove out Wonder. I'm very surprised Wonder didn't go Hex String for any magic resist early, so he's actually losing these trades straight up. And because they were already at a deficit since they didn't kill Crown and really not even get a summoner spell out of them, they've lost control of the Dragon Pit as well.
And let's have a look at what that control of Dragon Pit did. It dragged Trashy down. All of a sudden, he can't gank the top lane. Cuvée, who's already winning that 1v1, knows there's no threat of engage. And they just keep pulling them back here because they're winning around the other areas of the map.
Well, Splyce is going to contest that Dragon in this area of the map. Samsung back away. But gentlemen, looking at Samsung Galaxy, the analyst desk was alluding to those different versions of the team. You know, the regular season versus the playoffs and then regional qualifiers. We're 15 minutes in. Where do you think they're landing? Because there was questions about which Samsung would show up, especially considering they have Wraith instead of Core JJ as well.
To me, they're actually landing more towards their regular season form. They're not picking the very quick initiators, and they're generally playing smart. They're slowly building their advantage. They have a large amount of teamfight damage, and I feel like they're in pretty good control.
And honestly, they're just punishing Splyce's mistakes. I think that's the difference. They've been very reactive in a lot of these plays, but when Splyce do overstep, stick their hand in that cookie jar, they do slap it away relatively quickly. This is what we're used to seeing out of Samsung.
That's accrued them, what, nearly a 3,000 gold lead, 2 towers to 0. Item advantages in nearly every single lane. First big ticket items starting to trickle through on the Samsung Galaxy side. Rule is a couple hundred gold away from completing probably that Iceborne Gauntlet I'm anticipating next. But as it stands, Samsung, happy, content, play the control game. Potential dive up top, let's take a look.
Yep, missed his Q. That is pretty much all of Kled's damage threat in lane. Still no magic resist, so he loses half of his health for that.
And really smart adaptation out of Cuvée here, because he has gone double flat penetration after seeing that the Kled wasn't going towards it. Now Mickey's in trouble.
Oh, another great Aqua Prison. Wraith really locking down Mickey. The tower's going to go down shortly. Ambition threatening an engage. as Kobbe is waiting for support. Here comes Wonder with the charge. Turn their attention to Ambition. Good tidal wave will cut off the team fight. Wraith is locked up, and the Super Mega Death Rocket takes down Ambition. A flash forward. Senkex has got the poison damage, and he's ruling Ruler. Senkex turns his attention to Cuvee. Cuvee's got the Flame Spitzer on the overheat, though. It ends up being a 3 for 2, as on the back line, Splyce lost a couple.
Yeah, but it looked like a desperation engage. They actually end up getting more kills than deaths for this when they lose lane pressure and maybe give up the turret, but that worked out far better than I expected it to.
And as far as how a team fight goes, Senkex just throws down their gauntlet and charges 3 separate people to pretty much 1v1s, loses out on the last, but they're going for another play.
Well, Wonder's used the teleport to come in. Bear on a rope doesn't connect, and all of a sudden Wonder's got no support. Kobbe's too far away. Wonder's knocked up. Skull gets popped. Rocket pistol into a gobbledygook. Mickey's running away with Wonder. Saves his life, but teleports, flashes, a lot involved for that.
That is just another overreach from this Splyce lineup. I mean, the game isn't that dire yet. They're just trying to go for these desperation teleport plays, and Wonder not able to hit the skill shots you would normally expect out of him.
I agree. He is playing a little bit strange when you're basing it off of his regular season form, maybe giving into the pressure a little bit, or just playing against a team that is incredibly good at punishing his mistakes. Let's not forget that even though people were expecting KT to come to the World Championship, Samsung was very clearly just one step below them and still one of the better teams in Korea. But this engage itself, Wonder comes in half health.
Yeah, and he honestly engages onto Ambition in the end because of good play from the rest of the team. And it is Senkex who single-handedly saves this team fight, flashing forward, challenging Ruler, as the rest of his team is routed.
Specifically landing that 1Q on Ezreal before he was able to pick up the double kill really allowed him to burst the damage in. Otherwise, that fight, I think, is a disaster. But one thing I do have to touch on here is the gold lead is actually extending for Samsung because they have very good wave pressure and they're consistently able to pick up the majority of the CS. And then Crown, the most hyped player on Samsung, in all of the chaos, is the one playing with the most level head and becoming the most fed. 4-0 with the Rylai's, very strong.
A lot of damage. Mega Death Rocket is available. Tidal Wave comes up from the back. Samsung Galaxy in trouble. Collateral damage. Flash away from the Rocket. Ruler and Crown, they've got the AoE. Wonder's getting tanked down. Gonna get that passive popped. Mickey forced to use the Grey Help. True Shot Barrage has already been used. Mickey goes down. Crown flashed for that one. Manages to get himself a shot, and Trashy still being chased out. Equalizer is available for Cuvee and Splyce. They get a 1-for-1, but they're forced to run away.
And you can see how much control is in this team composition. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter out of Crown, the Iceborne Gauntlet out of Ruler. When the team fight goes bad, they're just able to turn on a dime and continue to chase. And Splyce, unfortunately, don't have the tools to get out of the team fight once they're in.
Agree with that, and I also have to commend the Summoner Spell Discipline out of Crown here. That's one thing that you really notice out of the very best mid laners is how they always get extreme value out of their Summoner Spells. He waited till just the right moment, flashed in, it's exactly what he needed, saved his ghost, and he's still just going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And his target selection is beautiful. I mean, he flashes in, cues a target, knows the maximum damage, gets that kill, and actually slows another member simultaneously. Because now Senkex wants to try and kill him. He is out of mana.
Well, got a tower to fall back to because Splyce have not taken any. 20 minutes into the game, it's a 6,000 gold deficit. And Splyce have chased multiple losses. Multiple plays that were just overeager, borderline desperate. And it's now up to Splyce to contain Samsung Galaxy.
And when you bring a Jinx and a Cassiopeia into a team composition, you can afford to be playing much more disciplined than what this Splyce lineup is right now. I mean, the scaling is technically still on your side.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're playing the Cassiopeia and the Jinx, you're expecting to have a little bit more setup with your team fight. That is your prototypical backline damage threat, and then you would want the rest of the team composition built around tanks and peeling, but they have this weird mix, as we mentioned beforehand. They have the Kled in the top lane who's trying to all-in-initiate. The Tom Kench would be their only front line, but you kind of need him to peel. So how exactly is Splyce supposed to be setting up standard team fights? Because their composition doesn't necessarily allow it. The very least, they have to play counter-engage and hope Samsung runs them a little bit.
Yeah, this is what in the LPL is just called a long-arm team comp. As you see, that they're actually collapsing on Wonder.
Yeah, Wonder's in trouble. Flashed away, still gets caught out, sidesteps the Aqua Prison. Skull comes up, Chaos Storm gonna run him down. Tidal Wave holds him in place, and yes, Samsung used a lot for that. Ruler may be the victim. Summoner heal used, traded back and forth, gobbled up by Mickey, spit out for the kill, but that's gonna be potentially a tower. No, Samsung They've broken away from the bottom lane. It ends up being 1-for-1 trades.
Yeah, they respect the Baron. They leave Ambition there to try and clear out the turret. And honestly, even though that's a 1-for-1, priority of the map still goes over to Samsung. And the problem is that Splyce, they only have Kled to engage, and then everyone on Samsung's team comp excels at keeping and dealing damage from a very long distance, so it's incredibly hard to execute.
Yeah, especially with the lead that Samsung have accrued for themselves. You know,
help.
We were looking at expectations for this game, and the question marks around Samsung Galaxy and how they perform, and this is just a really good punish, once again, on Wunder being out of position.
Yeah, Wunder flashes early. He tries to sidestep as best as he can with the Nami bubble, but the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, as well as the Nami for Chase, is just inescapable. But this is also a little bit inexcusable for Ruler. He shifted in without flash, knowing 3 of his teammates were elsewhere. So that is a very poor play by the young AD carry on Samsung.
Yeah, it means that they can't pick up all that many objectives from the rest of the map play. However, one more time, they've finally got 2 wards out for Wunder, but they're still not warding any of the path into the jungle. And you can see that Samsung's pinged it out again. They just know that they can continue to go bottom lane because unfortunately Splyce haven't been able to control their own jungle at this stage of the game.
We'll find out how Splyce can find any control whatsoever. Take a look at those items. Rylai's plus needlessly large rod. Perfect hex core for Crown. At 6, 0, and 1, it's going to be a very, 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 very long time before anybody in Splyce can compete with him and try to survive that damage because, yeah, he's got it for days.
Yep, and like we've been talking about, they're a difficult team to engage on, and Splyce doesn't necessarily have the tools to do so. Wunder can jump in, Ruler and Crown can kite him back, Cube can then lay down an equalizer on the rest of the backline. And one thing I do have to say about Crown's Victor is his gravity field placements are actually the best I've seen as far as his ability to control zones. So it's so telegraphed when Kled jumps in, just putting a gravity field right behind him gives you the time to kill Wunder as well. I think they're set up from a compositional standpoint, and also they have the right player on the Victor.
Oh, good sidestep again. That's the second time this game
This was nice.
Away. Equalizer comes up. Senkax flashes for the kill. How much will this hurt him later? Will get one. Keeps throwing out those twin fangs, but now he's caught out. Ghost was used. Flash was used.
Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, Abyssal Voyage is coming in for Mickey. He wants to buy time. He delivered Trashy. Trashy's been jumped on by Wraith. The fight gets broken out. Gravity Field pulls Mickey back.
What are they might get Crown?
Wunder's gone out sideways. Cobby's been soloed out by Ruler. This is Messi. Shut down onto Crown. Gigantic gold swing. Wunder's looking forward. Bear on a rope. Locks Wraith. Pulls him back. Wunder gets popped from Skull. Ruler's looking for a kill into Cobby. He's got blue buff. He's got skill shots for days. And Senkax is looking to run down Ambition. Gets a very good poison. Miasma. Twin Fangs going to be needed. Sidesteps another. The Fangs come out. And Senkax sinks it in. It's a 4-for-1.
Keep it going. Next challenger.
I don't have enough air if it does. Senkax continues to slither away. Throws out the poison. That's going to slow Cube down. He's got no equalizer. My God. Wunder's teleporting in. He's looking for more. Iceborne Gauntlet. Bear on the rope. Catches Ruler. Pulls him backwards. Skull gets popped. Rocket Pistol's going to get needed. Cube goes golden. Roasts Senkax. Turns him into a pair of shoes. A new challenger appears. Cobby's looking for more. Flash away. Mickey saves Cobby. Eats him up. Devours. Runs away. It's done. The fight is over.
Welcome to the League of Legends World Championship right now. What is going on in this game? It had been a controlled game for Samsung up until this point, until total chaos erupts, and now it's 4,000 gold spot.
And you have to compliment Senkax one more time. This young mid laner goes top lane, challenges him to the duel, and this is why Tahm Kench is such a crucial pick for the team. They get the rest of their members up there, and they're able to swing the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like Samsung is in control. They have a 7-kill Victor who just completed the loot Zeko. They're up 5,000 gold. But that fight, I think I should call it, for the minute and a half that just happened, makes you know that anything is possible in this game. The fact that Senkax is actually really, really strong on the Cassiopeia. This is about 40 seconds into the fight already. It's the second half of it. Landing pretty much all of his skill shots early on and juking incredibly well, especially what happened in the early solo kill for Rumble. And then it just keeps going, Spot.
And one thing you have to say about Cassiopeia, at this point of the game, she's pretty much unrivaled in terms of maximum damage per second if you can hit the skill shots, and Senkax showed that he can do just that. You can see still chasing in. Wunder joined again. I think this was maybe a little bit too much, but I'm not entirely sure right now because they just continue to rack up some kills.
Yeah, the Zonias by QV at the end there was pretty nice to be able to finish off the Cassiopeia, but here, the final auto, I believe, follows through from the Jinx as he's getting devoured by the Tahm Kench, which is enough to keep him safe from Ruler. If they're able to kill Crown like they did in that fight, because Crown thought he had a free kill lined up before Mickey X came in with Trashy, which, by the way, looked insane. I can't believe Trashy and Mickey just decided to jump in the middle of Samsung. If they can get Crown like that, Splyce has a chance.
Crown 7-1-1, 280 CS. Senkuk 7-3-3, 225. Cobby on that Jinx 3-1-5. So a lot of the carries on Splyce getting powered up. Wonder's looking for Ruler. Arcane Shift's already been used. Baron Rope's gonna pull him backwards, but Wonder's eaten more than he can chew. Super Mega Death Rocket does not kill Ruler. The ebb and flow heal comes out from Wraith, and Splyce, they managed to force him away, but they don't get anything more.
But both teams millimeters away from pretty much disastrous mistakes. A pick there for Kobe would have meant that he was excited, would have been able to chase down through that turret potentially. Wonder at the same time, he's just going so deep with these charges, really disrespecting the damage that's coming out of Ruler as well as Crown.
You can kind of see what the overall plan is for the team composition, though, because we talk about how they don't really have standard fight lines and they can't set up standard fights. But when Wonder jumps in there, it looks like with the Titanic Hydra, he has a pretty good amount of burst. They then Graves ult and Jinx ult, and they hope that kills someone. It nearly killed Ruler there. I think it could kill Crown because he doesn't have the Iceborne Gauntlet, and if they get a little poke on, that's pretty much what Samsung has to rely on, is that exact engage combination, but it actually getting kills.
Find out if Splyce can do it, because we're approaching 30 minutes, and that gold lead, less and less substantial, less and less relevant as the percentage advantage goes down. And I think more importantly for Splyce, Cassiopeia and Jinx are starting to scale up. They've got gold, they've got kills. They just need to stay alive. That's what Europe and Splyce needs.
And the danger of running these compositions is the fact that Ambition is a solo tank. And he can only tank up maybe Senkuk's or Kobe, which means that he doesn't have to go towards the Last Whisper. You can just go double Zeal item, you can get your more in there, gives you a little bit more tankiness versus Crown. And late game, this Jinx is going to be ripping through the damage dealers at such incredible range with that rocket launcher that it's going to be hard, even for such a good comp like Samsung, to keep her at length.
I think if this game extends, to your point, the game can still be incredibly swingy because the Victor and the Jinx can kind of one-shot each other in that sense, and he's trying to keep people at arm's length. It is getting more and more tense, though, after that 2-minute fight we had in the top lane some time ago.
Down in the bottom lane, Wonder's split pushing. Teleport is available for him. Should be able to get a lot of damage onto that outer tower. Splyce still only taking one tower. And we mentioned the win-loss records earlier. Splyce, pretty good from behind. Actually a positive win-loss ratio, whereas Samsung Galaxy, incredibly good with a lead. So unbreakable object versus an immovable object, you know, one of them is going to break. Ooh, Ambition, a little bit cheeky. Teleport comes out. Here comes Crown. Teleport will complete. Mickey is left for dead on the front line. Wonder's teleported on the back. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes out. This is bad for Splyce. Trashy goes down. The damage keeps climbing. And while Senkux is doing his best, he simply can't burn through enough. Senkux goes down. And it's a 2-0 in favor of Samsung.
And Kuve's equalizer in that team fight ripped through the entirety of Splyce. I mean, there was just nowhere they could move. Cordons off pretty much half the team fight, and this is going to lead to a Baron.
Yeah, fighting in the jungle, QV flexes his muscles as far as being a mage player is concerned. Crown had very little to do with that success, and Splyce looks crazy. They're going in without their damage dealer.
Wonder's gone all the way in. Mickey was caught in the gravity field. That's 2 more kills donated to Samsung Galaxy.
Completely unnecessary right there, but it's the icing on the cake for Samsung. We're 30 minutes in. They give up 2 kills, which will just extend their death timers. And what is Samsung going to get about that? I'm actually very surprised they recalled. They could have taken the mid lane inhibitor pretty easily off of that.
They certainly could, but if they didn't feel like they could end the game, Infernal Drake is respawning as we take a look one more time. I mean, Senkux is just running blind, no vision at all. Flash had to be burnt, flash out of Kobe, and then in comes the teleport and the equalizer.
Yep, because Senkux burned his flash, QV just completely shuts him down. They push him into a corner. Ruler then shifts in, actually takes a bunch of damage from beforehand, so you can see the damage potential of him. But
so good! Fishy business for sure. Wraith gets the Aqua Prison. Now Mickey's being run down. Chaos Storm is out. Siphon Power, a double kill for Wraith. Look, he started the play. He deserves the goodies.
Yeah, bloodthirsty support coming through there. Wraith is able to pick up 2, and now Samsung just looks like they're rolling through Splyce. 10,000 gold lead, and they're going to push into the base.
Pick after pick. I feel like it got a little bit chaotic for Samsung in the mid game right there, but now they seem to be back in control, pushing for some inhibitors, maybe the game.
25-second death timer for Senkax, who's one of the biggest damage dealers for Splyce. Inhibitor will fall. Baron is still up for another 2 minutes. It's already a 5,000 gold Baron power play, which is phenomenal. And now Cobby with that Hurricane trying to do work, trying to wave play. Inhibitor number 2 will fall. Samsung Galaxy moments away from picking up their first win at Worlds.
But once again, they are a disciplined team. They're willing to back away. They're jockeying for position around the map, just going to look to push in all 3 lanes, get the super creeps really rolling up. I mean, we've seen some weird and wonderful things today, so I don't blame them for playing this one quite slow.
Absolutely, and I think we've even seen some weird and wonderful things in this game alone. I think there's a lot of just getting used to playing on the world stage after having such a long hiatus from stage games. These guys have scrimmed hundreds of times since the last time they played on stage, and it's leading to some loopy things happening on stage, I feel like. But Samsung now, with Baron buff, 2 inhibitors down, going for number 3.
Well, it should be relatively simple. Equalizer comes out, as well as the Tidal Wave. Cobby gets caught out, throws down Hex Drinker Shield, actually, is popped rather. Wonder then jumps forward looking for Q-Bait. Senkax is on the front line. Chaos Storm's gonna burn him down, not before Ruler takes him out. Ruler's going forward to the Arcane Shift. Wonder's caught out. Baron Rope's not gonna save his life, as Wraith is trying to run down Mickey on the back line. It's a fish versus a catfish, and it's going to end up being Wraith that will win it. Another kill for Ruler. Samsung Galaxy with a monumental lead. Take down the Nexus turrets, take down the Nexus, and Samsung Galaxy pick up their first win of Worlds 2016.
Crown right at the end proves that he doesn't care about being a KDA player right now. 9 kills, 2 deaths, 7 assists. Rise to the laser at the very end. It was a bit of a messy game from Samsung, but I think they'll take their first win on the world stage here in 2016.
Yeah, and you have to say, you know, some of their players are younger and they got sucked in a little bit to these scrappy team fights that Splyce were looking for. You understood why Splyce wanted to go for them. That's your window back into a game like this. However, Samsung, in the end, good enough to be able to repel, slow the tempo back down and win the game.
Do you think it's fair to say the expectations and some of the questions we had around the teams turned out relatively true? Splyce's weak early game, Samsung showing a level of control, you know, Wraith's mechanical prowess, all of these things that we kind of anticipated proved out in this game.
Yeah, I think Wraith's Victor was very strong. I think Samsung went back to the way they were, Crown's Victor, I think Samsung also went back to the way they were playing with Wraith. The thing that didn't go to expectations, I feel like, was the desperation with which Splyce played. Because they had been in so many similar situations in the European LCS with small deficits and handled it much better than I feel like they did in this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. The other thing I would say about Splyce, and maybe a bit of shining light, is that Senkax had a pretty good laning phase this game against an opponent that is very well known for his laning prowess, especially on something like Victor. So maybe a strength in an area we didn't expect, but a lot of late game execution flaws for Splyce here.
How on earth do the rest of the teams in the group now look at Samsung Galaxy? You have these expectations about Core JJ, you have these expectations about Wraith. You see them show up in this game and preparing, knowing they've got a sub that they could pull in at any moment. Does this give question marks in terms of your prep? You know, what do you think?
You banned Victor. I mean, I thought that was prep coming in, but this team, it just plays around the control mage so well in the mid lane. And you could see with the Ezreal, with the Victor, they were just able to push Splyce back. And I think the teams will look at them and think, how the heck, unless you take strong engage against it, do you actually deal with that?
I agree. Well, we'll have to find out. Thank you, gentlemen, for that one. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to find out what they have to say about Samsung's win over Splyce.
Thank you very much. Quick shot, a win here for Samsung Galaxy over Splyce to kick off their Worlds tournament. They'll be happy with that one. And they talked about playing around the mid lane for Samsung Galaxy. That's what I want to hit immediately. The Victor there for Crown, putting up great numbers, and the team playing very well around that mid lane.
Well, right from the get-go, it's going to be hard for Splyce to be able to play around mid lane because they gave up the Rek'Sai in exchange for a no-pressure jungler in the early game in the likes of Graves. Graves has basically no impact onto the lanes as opposed to just pushing and be able to dive later on. But for helping mid lane, when you have Rek'Sai Victor, I mean, that's such a powerful matchup, and it was really impressive to see Senkax be able to move around, even regardless of that, especially picking up some kills and some botch dives by Samsung.
But you have to wonder a little bit about the scouting report of Samsung coming in, because obviously they firmed very late on Wraith over Core JJ. Wraith was best at Nami during the regular season, especially at the start of the season. His mechanics and their champion were there for all to see. Great Nami play here. The double kill, bloodthirsty support, love you, Doa. But the other side of things is the Victor, leaving the Victor up. It's very predictable what you're going to see. It's why KT had to ban it, and did a really good job on the Victor, as expected.
And I feel this is where Splyce fell prey to like the internal scrim meta, because they went in with a plan. They knew they were handing over Rek'Sai because they wanted the Cassiopeia in return because their last ban was Syndra. So they said, in their minds, if we get the Cassiopeia, there's no good matchup here that makes it worth it for the enemy team, and that's a good trade. But then they actually didn't keep in mind that Crown is just one of the best Victor players in the world, if not the best one altogether. And then the Nami point ties into that too. You know, like the relative value of some of these power picks is just so much higher on Samsung.
I was going to say, you have to keep in mind that it is Crown playing the Victor.
Yes.
Against another team might be a different story, but against Samsung, it is this. Now, I want to jump back to your point. You talked about jungle pathing, especially around that mid lane, making it very difficult for Trashy, for example, to get some pressure into lanes. And that's where I want to call up our first replay here. Cross-map kills for Samsung Galaxy. A nice dive in the top lane, followed by a kills picked up in the bot lane.
They've been harassing Wonder for about a minute now, and they finally are able to dismount him here with this final little Prey Seeker. But unfortunately, it's already too late. There's no help on him on this side, and he's going to be able to die. And unfortunately, Trashy's not going to be able to do anything. He's just a little bit too late. Had he reacted a little bit sooner, this could have actually turned into something.
And then here we see Mickey kind of overextending too much. This is one of those phases where if you walk up to Mickey after the game, you ask Mickey, were you trolling? He goes like, yes. Because this is just, it's just stupid and dumb to overextend. I don't know what the point of this play was. Beautifully chased though by Samsung Galaxy bot lane. Rafe is really good at knowing when to flash bubble. When he knows the enemy no longer has flash, either he gets hit by the bubble or he jukes into you and dies. But both those plays there were just misplays. Because if you look at the top exchange, that was a second Prey Seeker in a row. I would almost argue that it's worth flashing the second Prey Seeker to preserve the dismount, because the dismount effect is an invulnerability. For like a frame or two, you just dodge any damage taken. During a tower dive, that's much more valuable than just flashing into lane. And I definitely kept my eyes on Graves there too. Like Trashy actually turned around at one point and then went back to top. So communication is falling apart for Splyce, and individually they're misplaying too.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You know, the fact that that summer spell, just keeping that invulnerability would have allowed Trashy the extra second or two he may have needed to get there and help him out. I want to push us ahead to our next replay, which is brought to you by Acer and comes in the mid game. Here we're going to see a nice execution of the Kled along with Tom Kench making the cross map plays, getting into the fight for Splyce here.
It all starts with some nice little jukes from Cuvee, but unfortunately Cassiopeia's DPS is just going to be way too much, and the entire team is just following behind.
But he's buying a lot of time, though, Cuvee. That's obviously what he was trying to do there. He swapped flash for flash. That part was fine, but the Tom Kench rotation really helps out here, and things start off really strong for Splyce, all things considered.
Yeah, it looked good when that Victor connected, but then this play right here, you know, where the Kled goes in. Crowd is going wild for this replay. Sadly, that's not for the replay because fan favorites TSMs are walking on stage. But in this entire exchange, there are two key players here. Senkux is playing this fight above expectations, and Ruler is playing it underneath.
He won that 1v1 against the Jinx before that fight, forcing her to completely retreat out of the battle.
But watch Ruler here. He hits the first Q, then he misses one. We just watch the Q. Unfortunately, Ruler is just not putting out damage. You got the counter coming.
4.
Prepper. Don't know if that's sponsored by Acer, but regardless.
5 miscues by Acer right there. And 6. Oh, it's actually pretty bad.
This is a situation, though, where Samsung's actually going to get a couple kills back here off of the re-engage from Splyce. Could have been a bigger advantage to Splyce, but for me, what this replay really shows is what a Kled, along with a Tom Kench composition, is capable of, because we saw Samsung out-rotating to the top lane. They were going to get there first, but no, Splyce, with the composition they built, were able to respond in kind and cover that distance fast.
Oh, God, that
power was
there.
sick.
That was nice.
I mean, this game was a lot about the what-ifs. We saw what the Kled could do, but it was from behind, specifically with bot lane surprisingly behind. If bot lane went even, that Kled shows up even a little bit of CS behind. Yeah, I think it could have been very different.
No, just this composition from Splyce. If you're even, you can send in the Kled, and then you can kind of wear through the damage and the counter engage. But the problem is, if you fall behind against Victor and Rumble, two of their key strengths, or those two champions' strengths, is just stopping you from walking in. Like, you're going to walk into an Equalizer, Laser, and Victor ulti? No, and the Kled just couldn't do too much. Risky composition, slightly misplayed by Splyce, but honestly, very clean by Samsung.
Crown picking up player of the game here on that Victor. We already hit on it a little bit, but one more time just around the horn here. I mean, Crown on this champion, Victor, is not something you can give away lightly. If you're going to do it, you have to get a lot in return for it.
And the crazy thing about it is that this is not a contested pick in Worlds at all. In fact, Victor has kind of phased out of the meta as time has gone by, and we barely kind of expected. We're like, oh, he's a pretty good pick. You can run him here and there, but now we see a guy being able to play this nerf champion into such a powerful position that maybe teams will have to rethink how they see this pick and maybe practice it a little bit more for the coming days.
I mean, the story has been Nami today. Nami's been the big pick that's come up in priority, and just to slot in Wraith, a fantastic Nami player.
Yep.
It's a really nice time for Samsung.
Yep, and 1,000 DPM there for that Victor.
Incredibly high.
Great way to start the tournament for Crown in the mid lane. All right, well, we're backing to base for 3.5 minutes, but stay tuned because the final match of the day between TSM and Royal Never Give Up is coming up next.
TSM.
Yeah? Shout at me.
What?
Shout at me. Shout.
Oh my god. What can I shout?
Shout something.
Shout, go Nash, go Nash! Okay, we can do Nash. Is that fine?
Ziki's in so much trouble. Grey Health has been popped. Decent flame chompers, but Rula just arcane shifts forward. Flash for flash. Oh, got him! Kobe's down!
I can kill Nami. Victor is on me. I'm moving. Okay. Fine. Okay, nice. Good job.
Is locked up, and the Super Mega Death Rocket takes down Ambition. A flash forward. Senkex has got the poison damage, and he's ruling. Ruler! Cuvée goes golden, roasts Senkex, turns him into a pair of shoes. A new challenger appears. Kobe's looking for more. Flash away. Mickey saves Kobe.
클레드부터 탕캔치 먹고 이거 잡고
나이스. Samsung Galaxy pick up their first win on Worlds 2016.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to opening day here at Worlds 2016. Setting up on stage to close out our day are the North American Summer Split champions, TSM, and China's Royal Never Give Up. Obviously, there is a crowd favorite here going into this matchup, gentlemen, but we do have to look at both sides. This could be a defining matchup, not only for this group, but could set the pace for the entire group stage in all reality.
You go ahead.
No, absolutely, because this matchup is the international showing for TSM. This is the final time that they actually get to prove themselves, and arguably against a stronger opponent in the group. You could say that RNG is a stronger opponent than Samsung, as on paper they're so talented. This is the most stacked roster, as they've multiple sources have come out and said. EDG's coach specifically how individually well these guys play, and with the addition of Uzi to the lineup, they just have such a threat in the bottom lane that it's gonna be really interesting to see the likes of Doublelift and Biofrost put up with the likes of Uzi and Mata, which, a bot play like that, you don't see that in NA.
I mean, the mechanical ceiling of this team is through the roof. You take them on paper over any other team. It's just that if you actually watch this tournament so far, at least the LCK, specifically the final, they fell away towards the end of the tournament. Their strategy can definitely be called. We talked about macro a lot today. Macro from this team leaves a bit to be desired. So on their day, if this is their day, anything is possible.
Yeah, they're an incredibly fun team to follow because when they're at their peak, they do things very well. I mean, early spring, like Shahu, MLXG synergy was just fantastic to watch. Like they were really taking really strong mid laners down, with those ganks. They have MLXG, who's fantastic counter jungler, sometimes going aggressive. But then you also have the RNG of some other games where they just do the really dumb stuff. Like they just invade. It's like, oh, there's a blue buff. I guess I have to steal it. Doesn't matter if I die. And everything goes down the drain. There's no macro anymore. So we definitely have seen multiple sides here from RNG.
Right, it's the on-paper talent roster from RNG up against TSM on the other side of this clash. Let's talk about these guys. 6th Worlds appearance for this organization, but they have never had higher expectations coming into a World Championship or international play.
I mean, they definitely have talent on paper as well. All of their players have shined throughout the entire split individually, multiple players of the game, MVPs, etc., you name it. These guys know how to play the game macro. They're mechanically incredible. This is actually the one chance that I think NA actually has a shot at Worlds. I mean, realistically, from seeing the previous games beforehand, the other teams don't seem to really be putting up that much of an amazing performance.
Just a happy birthday to that guy in the crowd.
Yeah, yeah, happy birthday. Hopefully TSM does give you a win for that as a birthday present. Let's move on to our featured matchup here. This is a marquee matchup. You talked about the ADCs at the beginning of the day, Papa Smithy. Here we are, Game 6, Uzi versus Doublelift. This is a big one.
I mean, no hype necessary. These two are some of the legends all time of the AD carry pool. We're seeing some highlights on your screen right now. They've only ever faced once, as far as I can tell, back at All-Stars. This is a very different competitive environment than that tournament, so it's time to get hyped.
And honestly, in their prime, they share some of the best traits of an AD carry, which is aggressive laning and moving up while weaving in all attacks forward.
Auto-spacing, if you will.
The tankest auto-spacing of them all here. So much auto-spacing, it'll be almost too much. But yeah, Uzi in his prime, Doublelift on his 8 game is just so enjoyable to watch. So this is a matchup we will have to track.
I mean, I think what you notice here is some stylistic differences in that Uzi is such a large percentage of his team's damage share, whereas Doublelift does at times take somewhat of a backseat to the likes of Bjergsen or even Hanser at times.
I mean, it's a risk to take big superlatives, but I'm of the opinion that Uzi is the best laner that has ever played this game, specifically on champions like Caitlyn, where he can really show up. His laning can't be denied, but he's such a resource hog. He takes all the gold. He holds back other players like Looper. On his day, if they get to the late game, you know what you're going to get out of Uzi, but it's been Doublelift that's been by far the more consistent carry this season.
Well, you talk about that laning strength. Krepo, I got to turn to you because with the addition of Uzi to the roster, there was a noticeable shift in focus for this RNG squad towards that bot lane.
Hey, if you want to raise the puppy, you got to feed it. And you got to feed it jungle attention, which means MLXG is drawn way more towards that bot lane, and he can't play his usual style where he's very free and almost random. And I feel it's a little bit too much sometimes, especially in this tournament when we've seen a lot of jungle.
It makes me so sad. You know, I'm all about your strong, independent junglers that don't need to go help anybody else. But unfortunately, you know, you want to help Uzi. He's so good that you have to go down there and put your efforts on that, as opposed to the random factor that MLXG brought, especially in MSI.
All right, well, remember, you can click over to Riot Games 2 for the player experience stream where Pyra, Rusty, and Matt will exclusively track these all-star ADCs as they go head-to-head. And now, gentlemen, before we dive into the game itself, our last chance at predictions. You guys have been struggling all day long. I'm just going to throw that out there to begin with. But now I will ask you one more time down the line. TSM, RNG, who's bringing it home?
But remember, Crepo, there's no EU team here this time, so you can't vote EU. Who are you going with?
Guys, I've been wrong twice now, so I'm going to need your help. TSM or RNG? I've been wrong twice. I'm going to follow the crowd here, TSM.
All right, TSM is the vote here. Papa Smithy, what do you got?
I mean, Dash, we've had pie on our face 2 out of 2 times. Time to eat that American pie. I think TSM as well.
Woo! All right, Crumbs, don't
Is
let
that
me
the
down.
sound of a bald eagle flying?
While I am third in the predictions, I think I called it in first. I'm going to go with TSM as well. Of course.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 votes for TSM. Doublelift has a unique perspective on the ubiquitous TSM chant that follows the North American champions everywhere they go. Take a look.
Yeah, it was definitely super weird because I always hated the TSM chants when I wasn't on TSM. And now that I'm on TSM, my perspective has been totally different, you know? They're cheering for me now, and it took me a while to realize that, but I kind of understand what it means to chant TSM now. Like, it's like part of the culture that in NA, there's not a lot of teams to cheer for because all of our teams suck. But TSM has always been that team that you can cheer for and be proud of and be confident that they'll do well, that they'll make you proud. And like, especially in international competitions, when you hear TSM chants, it's almost like you're hearing like a USA chant. You know, like there's a lot of pride in that, and I'm proud that I'm part of TSM. I'm proud that I'm representing America for Worlds. So yeah, it's like it carries on a big tradition, a long tradition, and it means a lot to the players too.
Means a lot to absolutely everybody. We're about to find out just how good Team Solo Mid are. Starting on the blue side of the Rift to win day 1 of Worlds, it is Hornsa in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Doublelift, the AD carry, and Biofrost, their support, with Coach Path on stage.
And of course, their opponents on the red side of Summoner's Rift, it is going to be the LPL's Royal Never Give Up. Lupa is their top laner, MLXG is their jungler, Xiaohu is a tiny tiger in the mid lane, Uzi is a puppy down bottom with Mata his support and Coach Fly.
And there has been so much that has happened today. If we actually just kind of take stock of the regions that have been doing well versus the regions that have been doing poorly, Korea's been looking good, Europe is 0-3, China has had a rough show in INTZ.
Like, it's only 1.
5 whole games. So at this point, even though the outward trend was like, this is a pretty close game between TSM and RNG, if you use only today as a metric, you would expect TSM to look a little bit better. But like we said, there's such a small sample size here, and it's still pretty much anything can happen with 2 really star-studded teams.
Yeah, and it depends on which RNG shows up, right? Because if it's the RNG that played so bot lane focused and got camped out by EDG in the LPL finals, they're not really going to stand a chance. However, if they go back to that fast pace they showed at MSI, that group stage winning fast pace, they should be in with a very good shot.
We're about to find out just minutes away from game time. TSM ended summer slightly slower than they started. And I want to see what they decide to play. Jace is taken off the table, as well as now Nidalee by RNG.
And I think a lot of that is the worry. TSM averaged about 32 minutes a game in the regular season, and that ballooned to 38 minutes in the postseason because they actually said nerves got to them a little bit and they were afraid of making mistakes. They can't play slow against RNG because this team will definitely be the initiator onto you. I'm very interested to see which lanes these teams prioritize for strength in the picks and ban phase, because there are incredibly strong laning players in every position in this matchup.
And for the second time in 2 Chinese games, we've seen jungle pool heavily targeted.
Triple ban.
Out of RNG this time, and that means that one more time, MLXG is confident on the likes of the Graves. We'll see whether this gets into Svenskeren's head, although he plays pretty much everything as well.
And Svenskeren has been an incredibly good Lee Sin in the past. I do not think he would be hesitant to pick that whatsoever if RNG does decide to go with the Graves, which has had pretty poor success so far today because of the lack of early jungle pressure and falling behind in matchups. What will TSM do with this first pick? I'm going to say it's not Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not Kha'Zix as well. MLXG, Malashankwa, is also a very good Lee Sin player historically. However, it doesn't really suit RNG's playstyle, you would have to say at the moment. They do need him on a tank because Lupa is a little bit more of an AP carry top laner. So we'll see whether they do decide to run another tankless lineup, because one more time, they've been very mixed success.
So
Oh, wow, there's a...
Yeah, they're definitely going for some bottom lane, as the Lee Sin is also locked in on the other side. So that's actually an adaptation they've made. Lee Sin is the number 4 jungler for them, and that's a very clear strategy. But specifically the Nami is something that must have been crushing in scrims, because the early laning phase, as well as the general anti-poke it provides, has been picked by pretty much every team in every group, at least as a high priority. So we're going to see a ton of Nami at this World.
And I actually love it into Mata, because he's a big melee support player. Likes the Alistar, likes the Braum, and Nami can shut down a lot of that aggression with the bubble as well as the tidal wave and keep you topped up. Unless you get all in, you don't really lose the Nami lane. So we'll see whether Uzi and Mata adapt and get a range support themselves.
Right, what are TSM going to be locking in? They've hovered a bunch of jungle picks already. You assume it's going to be the Graves because we feel like that's higher up on the tier list. Is that something Svenskeren will be happy with? And what else will TSM lock in as well?
I think Svenskeren would be relatively happy with the Graves. The other pick could just be an 80 carry choice if TSM really just want to lock down that dual lane early. Wouldn't be too surprised. The Skarner is not Graves. That is definitely not Graves and was very unexpected.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it is one of the picks. It kind of ruins Lee Sin's day, to be honest. As soon as you fly in there, look for that kick, he just grabs you and blows you off. Very good counter initiation out of that jungle pick for TSM.
Gentlemen, in the previous game, I remember a Kled into Rumble, and I remember talking about how Kled and Skarner work well together. Am I getting too excited too early?
Yeah, I mean, there's also mixed opinions on whether or not the Kled is a good matchup into the Rumble. We haven't seen enough of it on the competitive stage. The Karma Sivir is actually a very NA bot lane that was something that Doublelift and Biofrost played more than almost anyone else. So both teams still going pretty hard into the bottom lane. I'm super curious to see what the two solo lanes are here, since the mid lane could be either a Karma or something else for RNG, so TSM has to pick it somewhat blind.
One thing we did see in the LPL quite heavily is the very supportive mid lane Karma. I think that it made an appearance in North America as well. I'm talking about, you know, with the Athenes, with the Ardent Sensor up there, and really getting behind 80 carries with AoE crit, like the Jinx, like the Sivir and the Twitch. So if they do really want to go for a Raise the Puppy comp, that is a possibility.
15 seconds left. Kled is being hovered. I want it, and I think San Francisco wants it, but it's going to be swapped away. Smarter, safer pick. Cassio and Kennen. That is a wombo combo if ever I've seen one.
And I actually think it's more reliable initiation than the Kled. If you're thinking about Hanser being able to flash in and go for a big play, it also gives some pretty solid gank setup if Looper wants to shove that lane in, because Svenskeren can waddle up there on Skarner and still get the stun chained off of Kennen. So I do like that choice from TSM.
And I actually love team comps like this because they have such good initiation, but they also have such good anti-dive coming out right now out of TSM. RNG is a team that if they do get a lead, likes to play fast. Oh. What the heck? This is a foreign pick in the LPL. I think only Bamey played it. Aurelion Sol.
Yeah. At MSI, Xiaohu didn't even know what all of his skills were when he played it against Tuhi the first time. So a lot has changed since then, including Uzi being on the bottom side of this map. So I love this pick in bad phase.
RNG did bootcamp in Korea. They were one of the first Chinese teams to move over, if I recall correctly. They've mixed a few things up. We've seen that Karma mid. This time it's support. What do we make of this team composition? Because it's fairly squishy in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly. It's fairly low on tanks, and that does open them up to some big wombos from Kennen. But if they do pull ahead, it gives them damage and an exceptional amount of wave clear in every single lane, so that MLXG can start invading the jungle and kind of do to TSM what TSM did to everyone in North America.
Yeah, and the other thing is they just have such good bottom lane dive. If Aurelion Sol leaves, and we've already talked about how well the Rumble can shove up, that can be 5 members in bottom lane, and a lot of LPL games were determined by who got 5 members there first.
We'll find out exactly what they do. It's been over 7 months since Doublelift has played Ezreal. You're about to see the team compositions on the screen. We know that China's not a big Twitter fan, but I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how one-sided this vote is. Jump on Twitter, tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag TSMWin, or hashtag RNGWin. Join the conversation, hashtag Worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is one of the pre-tournament favorites. Team Solo Mid, taking on Royal Never Give Up for the last game of day 1 here in San Francisco. Just how good are both of these teams?
And I really do think that is a big question, specifically for RNG, because TSM, who have been the picture of consistency domestically, is almost shadowed by how up and down RNG has been. They were so good at MSI, but the back end of their season was not impressive.
Exactly. RNG completely fell to the global team compositions of EDG and were not able to sustain any advantage out of their bot lane. And now we're into this matchup between TSM and RNG, and all the cards are on the table. It's a best of one. This is an incredibly competitive group at the top between TSM, RNG, and Samsung. One of those three teams will not be able to advance to the quarterfinals, and every team only plays each other twice, so much rides on every single game.
Well, let's see how well Bjergsen handles himself in the middle lane. Domestically, he was a player who was under a whole lot of pressure, a whole lot of time. And now he's in a matchup that I feel Xiaohu can fairly safely and fairly easily shove that wave in, sit on the back line against the short range of Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol has actually been banned heavily, and I think will be banned heavily throughout the World Championship, in part because of the early game lane that he's able to push in. He can shove in pretty much every other champion in the game, and then even threaten the Raptor camp to get an even larger lead in that matchup. And with TSM starting Skarner and Cannon over on the top side of the map, Xiaohu's going to have freedom early on in the lane.
All right, for what I feel like the first time today is double range supports into one another. Going to be a lot of trading, a lot of aggressive back and forth. Xiaohu with the very early, very cheeky Wraith steal that we're seeing a lot more that's sort of popularized on 615.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what happens in this duo lane in the bottom side, as we have an unfortunate pause coming, because that's a lot of poke that TSM just ended up taking from the Carmen Sivir. And like we said, as far as AD carries at the World Championship, they are the two best laners from a CS differential perspective.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi is up 9 at 10 minutes. Doublelift's generally up about 6. Uzi's balloons to 18 at 20 minutes. Doublelift stays around 13, so both still very good at picking up that farm. And you can see already in this lane, RNG are just focusing out heavily the creeps to try and get the shove, because that's how they like to play Sivir. They like to force you under turret when it happens consistently, and those dives do come out of Fog of War. Very hard to predict when they're going to come out.
All right, just to give you guys a quick update, Bjergsen has reported to the referees that he's currently unable to see Aurelion Sol's orbs. Now, this is being reviewed. The QA team backstage are looking at the footage and looking at his player cam. Once I get an update, I will pass that on. But that is a worry. That is a concern. It has happened before.
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing for Bjergsen. Last time he played against Aurelion Sol was in the North American playoffs.
I was about to say, you guys should hire this guy in North America as QA. He catches all the Aurelion Sol bugs.
Oh my goodness. So an unfortunate pause here for sure. We will get word on exactly what is happening.
And in terms of what is happening, client restarts. Going to reload it up, try to jump back in, take a look at the graphical effects, and see if we can resolve that issue as well as a few extra steps afterwards. And then we can see what this impact will have in terms of the laning phase, because I was mentioning it before, you know, Bjergsen, the recipient of enemy jungle proximity, a whole lot. This is a guy who everybody wants to camp, right? Because he's one of the carries for TSM.
That's the interesting thing. As far as the mid laners that have been tracked that are the non-LPL mid laners at Worlds, he is the highest opponent jungle proximity, and what that stat means is that it's the percentage of time that the enemy jungler spends within 2,000 range of the mid laner. So Bjergsen does draw a lot of attention and doesn't necessarily get the attention himself. So it's a testament to how strong of a laner he is that he still provides so much pressure, and I think is one of the reasons he's the MVP.
Yeah, it definitely is. The other thing that he does incredibly well is facilitates Svenskeren to get into the opponent's jungle. I mean, Svenskeren does the largest amount of counter jungling as well in the whole of Worlds, and I think that that really is a testament to how well Bjergsen fends off 2 opponents and unlocks his jungler to be able to get things done elsewhere.
A lot of pressure then on Svenskeren as well as the rest of TSM. So you guys know they are doing a couple of tests, just pausing and unpausing, double-checking whether or not those particles are in fact visible. And with a little bit of luck, don't get too excited, I'm afraid.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
It looks like there's going to be one more pause. That doesn't look good. Quick shot.
No, it doesn't look good. It is a worry. As we said, it is part of these QA process. You need to go through a few different attempts. We'll give you guys an update once we hear a little bit more, but
yeah, so there is a little bit of precedence for what happens when bugs like this happen. If it's a bug that can't be fixed in the game, so to speak, it has been game of record so far, so if they do remake the game, they would do it with the new picks and bans. And if they remake the game because the Aurelion Soul bug is deemed unfixable, there's a chance that it would be turned off for the rest of the tournament, which would actually have massive implications as far as Worlds is concerned. But that's reading a little bit too much into it. Currently, they're still going through the process.
Yeah.
Apparently, the orbs disappeared very quickly after the pause again for Bjergsen, so they're currently looking into it, and we'll get back to you as soon as we know the ruling.
Yeah, exactly. So we've spoken a lot about the mid lane matchup because obviously the Aurelion Soul was very pivotal when you look at Xiaohu versus Bjergsen. But let's talk about Hornstar on this Kennen. The combo potential with Svenskeren on Skarner. Those are two picks that were sort of in the conversation of what we're anticipating here at Worlds. But looking at picks and bans wins, Jat, what do you think then in terms of how TSM directed their top duo lock-ins?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good combo as far as being able to assist the Skarner with cannon initiations, but it does kind of change the power dynamic between the jungle and the top laners. Svenskeren during the regular season was incredibly pivotal in their engages, as were most junglers who's played a lot of Gragas and Rek'Sai, and he basically lived in the enemy jungler. One of the big things about Gragas and Rek'Sai is they have very good outs when they're invading the enemy jungle, but Skarner doesn't necessarily have those same abilities to run away if he does get collapsed on. So I think in this game in particular, if Svenskeren wanted to play exactly the same style as he did in North America, it would be more difficult because assuming we continue to play, the Rumble, the Aurelion Soul, and the Sivir would have the lanes pushing up, and there's a lot of talk about the lanes enabling the jungler rather than the other way around this year. And in this situation, it's actually RNG's lanes that would enable the jungler, and TSM would have to play a bit of defense.
One thing you do have to look at, however, is the fact that the layered CC in top lane is so incredibly potent for TSM. And RNG is known to leave Looper on an island. So if this does get to level 6, or even, you know, a cheeky gank at level 4 when he's able to reapply the stun and, you know, keep slowing down the top lane, I think that Svenskeren does have some ins against Looper. And we've already seen so many times, if you get Kennen ahead, the turret dives, the ability to teamfight just becomes so incredibly scary early on in the game.
It's definitely a win more button type of champion with a lead. Ladies and gentlemen, just as an update, as we continue to investigate the issue, we are going to send it over to Dash and the rest of the analyst desk to talk about the game.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Now, currently, we do have our refs setting up a custom game to test a few things regarding this bug. There's a theory that perhaps the bug is linked to the skin choice. If that's the case, then ideally we can work around it. So while they're pursuing that option there, we get some time to break down this game. Of course, we haven't seen a whole lot yet, so I do want to talk about champions like primarily Nami's continuing to be highly prioritized, but then the Skarner pick.
Yes, and for the entirety of the regular season, North America has been the region that doesn't really clinch the jungle pool. We rarely see targeted bans, and RNG, on the other hand, on the LPL, they do this a lot. So one of the tests for an NA would be, can they handle a targeting of the jungle pool against them? And it looks very much like so. That's five junglers that Svenskeren has to be able to play. Lee Sin, Elise, Nidalee, Rek'Sai, and now with the Skarner, obviously a low-pressure jungler early on, but he's so strong in skirmishing, and I'm really excited to see this because it forces QSS out of everything, and there's so much CC out of TSM.
All right, well, so the Skarner itself being a strong pick, we'll see if the play can now support the pick, because that's the big question. He's forced down onto something that he's obviously probably not as comfortable as the top 3 or top 4 picks, but we'll see if the play develops from there. You have something to say, Papa?
I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise that Nami's taken first pick. That's been the story so far this tournament, but it's at quite a high cost. Because of the 3 jungle bans, Sivir Karma is the completed bottom lane that's given over to RNG. Karma does very well against
Nami.
Against the Nami in lanes.
Yeah.
So in general, it's quite a big cost. And although the Nami will still be a strong choice, Ezreal Nami will still do competitively, you don't do great in that 2v2 matchup. And the Sivir's been banned so frequently, that utility in team fights too. So it's a pretty big cost for TSM.
Yeah, we could see it pretty early on. The Karma Sivir just has the control of the lane. Once they get access to the push, it's going to be shove, shove, shove all day. Especially the Skarner isn't really going to gank and ruin that too much. Should still be a tie farming lane. Nami has enough sustain to keep them in the game right there. Matchup I actually really like is the Aurelion Soul, because I think it kind of distorts the perception of a lot of matchups there in the mid lane. Because when you have Cassiopeia, notorious for strong early push, really strong early trading and a zone, well, Aurelion Soul is just going to say, you know what, I'm going to walk up to the creeps, push it, and even on level 2, steal away some of these Raptors already, you know. So immense threat from the mid lane. If you look at RNG's composition as well, so many movement speed steroids. They can play a very mobile game. And in that sense, it would really be a bummer for them if this ASOL now turns out to be like bugged and they have to like remake the game, because like this is an entire composition that they probably like practiced a lot on. I hope we get it fixed.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Now, I do have a slight update. As it appears, the orbs that surround Aurelion Sol are disappearing when they make contact with a wall. So it is a different bug than what we've seen before. Still don't quite know what what the root cause of it is maybe behind that or what the solution is yet, but just a little bit of an update. We're closer to an answer. And now I want to come back to this Champ Select discussion because it's what we've got to talk about. Yeah. And point towards his top lane. We've seen a Kennen pick, our first one of the Worlds tournament here. Rumble, though, on the other side, already a mainstay of the world stage from this first day of play.
So Kennen is an incredibly dominant champion during the laning phase. He can go with the Doran's Blade from the start, has so much harass, but luckily Rumble, he's going to go with the Doran's Shield. He's going to have a lot of shields and be able to sustain himself relatively well throughout that laning phase, and it's just such a heavy skill matchup. They both have kill pressure, and believe it or not, it's really snowbally. Whichever one can get ahead of the other basically has kill pressure at level 6 every single time. So I'm looking for a lot of attention from these junglers, particularly at level 6. Even though they can put pressure early on, they really need the level 6 ultimates, not from the junglers, but from the laners themselves to really cement that advantage.
And it's a lane that's actually morphed a lot ever since Rumble got the ability to push the lane. Previously, it would be the ranged champion versus the melee, standing in front of the creeps or in the brush and just auto-attack harassing, and Rumble wouldn't have an answer. Now Rumble can get those 3 points in queue, shove back, give Kennen more of a time. Kennen doesn't have great AoE wave clear without getting into short range. So what used to be, I think, pretty slanted heavily to Kennen is now pretty much a 50-50 matchup.
No, the same still applies in terms of wave control, because when Rumble is pushing, he has no way out.
Sure.
So despite having the ability to push, definitely saw Papa's right on the money there. If you pop that Flame Spitter, like, those creeps are going to evaporate. Problem is, with Rumbles don't really like playing too overextended into lane, especially when they're laning against something with a heavy gap closer that can combo into like a crowd control effect like Kennen. Kennen himself can play pretty far up because the Lightning Rush can always get you out of harm's way. It's going to be tricky for Lupa and MLXG here to combine Elysian Rumble with no hard CC to lock down a Kennen who is incredibly mobile. Yeah. Whereas like Kennen plus Skarner, they can aggressively flash and combine some of these hard crowd control effects, potentially take down the Rumble.
Well, I'm glad you brought that point up because I do think that while there is difficulty with Lee Sin being able to make plays in those other areas by himself, I think this composition is just a matter of you tag team middle lane with Aurelion Sol and you just go top, bottom, over and over with the Aurelion Sol roam. He's so powerful with this. Lee Sin can follow perfectly, and you're able to just have so much pressure. So obviously the RNG game plan is just to snowball off mid lane, which, to be honest, I've never really heard of a lot of people saying, oh yeah, our plan's to snowball off of Bjergsen.
Now, while we wait for some more info on this visual bug, I do want to pull us away from Champion Select and look at this matchup now more from the team's perspective. We talked a little bit about, RNG being this star-studded roster, and can they come together in a macro sense? And on the flip side, you've got TSM, who in their own region was looked at as an unstoppable macro team. Stylistically, disregarding even this Champion Select specifically, how exactly do we expect these teams to match up? Which lane might swing it all for these teams?
I mean, again, I think it's the duo rather than just specifically. I think it's all about Xiaohu and MLXG. These guys were so on form back when we were at MSI, and these two were really the carry duo. Then, of course, Uzi draws that pressure from the jungle. It's never so much about the mid lane and jungle. And Xiaohu's champion pool hasn't really stood the test of time. I was actually thinking he might pick up the Azir again here because he was a bit of a one-trick Azir and Xerath way back when he debuted in spring last year. But Aurelion Sol's so important for him because Aurelion Sol ditched his lane so well because he has strong pushing, leaves with a strong ganking jungler like the Lee Sin. They can make the plays, and I think they can be the ones to disrupt the flow of the well-practiced, well-drilled TSM team.
I think stylistically, TSM has an advantage in the macro. Even though we saw them at playoffs and it wasn't really the crispest, they have performed very well during the summer season in terms of understanding how to use wave management, pressure, especially during the lane stop. While that is still no longer a factor, the fundamentals that you learn there still apply to regular laning phase. Whereas RNG on the other side, they're a bit of a wild card in the actual macro game. You don't know what to expect, and if you don't have that consistency, it's really difficult to match up against a macro team. And that's why we saw for many years back all the teams trying to mimic Korea because their macro would just beat all the individual skill that you could.
Hey, if they have wild card macro, they're actually gonna have really good macro.
I don't know,
Based
man.
on what we've seen today.
EU went 0-3.
Yeah.
Below the belt, man. Come on now.
They're the new macro. Look at me. I'm the macro team now. But yeah, if you look, actually, it's actually a point that they brought earlier up in the interview with INTZ. It's you don't judge a team just by the most recent tournament or playoffs. You judge them by the regular season. And for TSM especially, they definitely showed that they have really good understanding of the macro elements of the game because they were such a quick team, had the fastest game times in NNA by a stretch because they finished so damn quick because they knew exactly what to do. They took a step back in playoffs, a little hesitant. The changes back to standard lanes, didn't have the greatest scrim week, so they took it slow and steady to win the games. But if TSM have reverted back to that original style, this should be really fun to watch in this tournament where it's definitely able to snowball.
Right, but if anything, seeing that within the regular season they had the quickest game times, and then even in the playoffs, losing a few minutes on that time and slowing down a bit, it shows that they're comfortable playing to both game lengths, right?
Yeah.
They're okay ending a game at 32 minutes on average, or going to that 38, 40-minute mark and still taking games home.
Yeah, and I think it shows with the drafting, basically a press R composition as well as a scaling Ezreal. We don't really see this so much from them. I mean, in the beginning of the season, it was all about Lucian, non-stop Lucian with that really fast early Black Cleaver Youmuu's build that just had such an immense power spike in the mid game. And now they're obviously reverting to a more, well, not reverting, but trying out this style that is a lot more controlled and more calculated, almost like what we saw out of Samsung in the previous game. And I'm excited to see what they can actually do with that, because I haven't seen Svenskeren in NA play a level 6 jungler as such a level 6 jungler, unlike Gragas, who obviously can put a lot more pressure early on.
It's an interesting conversation around both Doublelift and Uzi, who are our featured matchup. So let's re-hit them real quick. I mean, in this champion select, Ez going over to Doublelift, we had expectations that Ezreal would be a largely contested pick for ADCs in this tournament. Sivir, though, going over to Uzi here. I mean, along with Karma, so definitely filling more of that utility role, at least this time around for the team.
And Uzi, the one thing, we always talk about is the puppy. He was never a puppy that played nice with his teammates. It was all about himself. You wouldn't think of him as a Sivir player because, utility AD carry, even though now, of course, the late game damage is immense as well. But when he joined OMG, which of course was a roster, I guess 2 teams ago for Uzi, now he's been
went through
moving
puppy
around.
training.
It was an interesting couple of years there for Uzi. He's settled now on RNG. Specifically on OMG, he played for the team. He played this Sivir. It was his best champion. I honestly think it's one of his best picks. It might not be the Caitlyn that was banned away, so it's not the same laning powerhouse, but it gives utility, and it's still that late game hyper carry fantasy that Uzi always wants to aspire for.
All right, so I have to jump in here and give some more context on what's happening. The players have been excused from the stage because there will be a full remake. Now, in terms of Aurelion Sol, there's still some discussion on whether or not he will be disabled. So that information I will get to you as soon as I have it. But for now, the teams have been informed there will be a full remake. We're going to provide them with some time so that they can go back and retool for Champion Select, because as we had hit that game of record time, there will be the possibility of new picks, new bans. So now let's kind of refocus our conversation on this game 2, right? In that we have some information now about what these teams want to do, and so do they. And they're going to be coming back for this second champ select with this information in mind.
But
yeah,
it's basically a moment where everybody shows like, oh, this is what I got, and then just kidding, all right, let's do it again, right? It's like playing rock, paper, scissors, and a surprise, and then now you try again. So I'm really curious to see how they deem this draft, because particularly for RNG, it was very clear what they were trying to target, just a full-on jungle ban. And I mean, let's say that TSM wasn't happy with the Skarner pick. They could easily revert and first pick Lee Sin. It changes so much because of how detailed the draft was from RNG.
At the same time, there are no real big surprises here. Most of these picks are what's considered meta here at the tournament, like the Rumble Cannon in top lane. We've seen that Casio. We've seen that, NA is no stranger to Aurelion Sol here, so there's no really big surprises. Yes, there is in priority, but these teams have to be flexible. If they want to make it out of group stages after 6 games, yes, it's very unfortunate, but I don't think it will hit either team way too hard. It's not like they prepared only one draft.
I hope not. God, I hope not. That would be an awful way to approach a six separate best of ones. I mean, we kind of saw it last year with NA, that Azir Tristana composition that so many of the NA teams had revolved around was completely dismantled in week 2.
I'm going to disagree a little bit with you, Crepo. I think the RNG have shown more here. They've banned junglers, so that's so much. That's in their thoughts. Aurelion Sol, I believe this is the first or second pick for Xiaohu. He hasn't played. That champion's been very underplayed in a lot of regions, but specifically in the LPL. So showing a new champion, showing a priority when it comes to bans, I think this actually just strengthens TSM going into the remake game.
But there was a very late surge on the Aurelion Sol, because the champion that did everything the same was the Taliyah. It's very, very similar in gameplay patterns, and that one got nerfed at the end of the season. So I think these teams are used to playing with fast push mid laners that can then roam. It's just champion has a different name now.
Sure.
All right, well, now while the teams prepare to remake the game with new picks and bans, we need to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back in 3.5. Welcome back, everyone. Now, it has been determined by league officials that the bug discovered in the TSM and RNG game does warrant disabling Aurelion Sol temporarily. I put extra emphasis on that word, temporarily. Now, since the games need to be remade with new picks and bans, the teams have been given time to strategize with this champion off the table. So, gentlemen, once again, I return to the conversation we were having before. With Aurelion Sol off the table for this game, how does this affect the pick bans moving into game 2?
I mean, if you're looking, if we would mimic the same draft and we get to the last rotation, there is potentially, like Papa Smithy was talking about, locking in the Azir for Jahul because he played out a lot. There's also what's considered very meta here is the Orianna actually coming back into that matchup because it's a really good matchup into Cassiopeia because you can just keep her at distance, and the looming threat of an Orianna ultimate is always able to counter that. I don't know if Jahul has practiced this champion because otherwise he has to whip it out with very little playtime.
Well, the thing is, I don't think that the draft actually impacts the mid lane pick that much because, as you mentioned, there are a lot of replacements for the Aurelion Sol, and these teams are no strangers to Sol being banned. We saw this pick being a contested pick beforehand. Obviously, a lot of teams are prepared against it, with it, etc. But I think that it just really deters the strategy with the Sin. That's really the one that I kind of feel bad for RNG because Lee Sin with that really strong early game jungler or mid laner like Aurelion Sol is not going to find that same success with the likes of an Orianna or with the likes of, say, a Vladimir in these matchups. That is kind of what I thought would be the game plan for them, and it just completely thrown out the window, and it might lead to them showing 2 strats in one game, which is not a good place to be in.
Right, although that it would be unfortunate, of course, having the ability to redo the picks and bans. They can change up that triple jungle ban strategy so that the jungle pool no longer gets pinched and open up their options for things outside of the Lee Sin jungle.
I mean, at the end of the day, RNG come in here looking for an ace up their sleeves. If you've played during normal metas, if you just follow TSM during the regular season, they're expected to win this game pretty comfortably in a standard game. But the ace here was ban 3 junglers. Happy to see the Nami taking the first pick, and the Lee Sin was certainly what they were going for. Although MLXG hasn't played that much, at least in this year, has always been a really big pick for him. So at the end of the day, I feel like that they're kind of going to have to really come up with something new. As Crumbs was saying, unfortunately, it has to be a new strategy, but it needs to be something out of the box, I think, to take the win over TSM.
Then, Crepo, let's put the focus back on the bottom lane, because we talked about the fact that you've got Uzi on one side, Doublelift on the other, and that, for RNG, a lot of their focus has been around the bot lane. Caitlyn, of course, was banned in the first game by TSM, but with the talk of this Nami maybe not pinching the jungle pool, is there a possibility that they can maybe leave up a higher priority first pick so that they can take the Nami in response, first rotation for RNG?
Yeah, Nami is definitely strong, but it kind of gets equaled out by the Karma. So I think if RNG wants to do this approach, they should actually just ban either the Nami or the Karma themselves. Say, hey, TSM, if you want this priority jungler, it's going to cost you a really solid range support. And that will elicit the reaction from TSM that they actually have to play a really passive bot lane, or maybe try and go for like a Bard to go equal, but that's very hard in a lot of matchups. So there's definitely a good mind game you can play, especially when there's distinct top 2 in terms of lane prowess, in terms of support, being the Nami and the Karma, and the other lanes will have to adapt playing around that.
And I don't see TSM not banning Caitlyn because that pick is just so powerful, and you know that RNG will have no issues in the first rotation because you get 2 picks out of that, whereas TSM doesn't want to be put in a position where their first pick is Caitlyn. You don't really get a whole lot of value for your team composition. Right from the start, you're giving away supports, junglers, too much that can influence that lane.
Now, do you have something you want to throw in there, Crepo?
It's the beauty of the standard lane meta right now, though, is that you have a lot of liberties in champ selects. It's no longer must bans anywhere. Yes, you could argue Elise is very strong, Nidalee is incredibly strong, so maybe those 2 picks are permaban status, but for the rest, like, you can mold and kind of sculpt your pick and ban phase very well together and create something that you like playing with.
All right, well, as we have seen on our screens here, the players have made their way back to the stage. They are prepared and ready to dive back into Champion Select. So one more time, we're going to throw it back to our casters in Jat, Quick Shot, and Spawn to get us into game.
Thank you very much, Sir Dashington. We are about to jump into TSM versus Royal Never Give Up. Just another quick reminder, ASOL is temporarily disabled while the QA team investigates throughout the night. We will do another update, obviously, tomorrow before broadcast, but without Aurelion Sol, does Royal Never Give Up ban the 3 junglers again? Where do you think they go with the direction? The analyst desk already hinted at a few options.
I think it's incredibly hard to tell, and you're going to have to start kind of going into a blind. The last time we saw this situation, we actually saw a nearly identical pick and ban phase. This was against TSM and CLG, and then they just switched the last pick. So if RNG thinks there is an analog to Aurelion Sol that can fit their wave clear and team fighting issues, I don't see a large reason for them to change much, unless TSM went into the back room or RNG went into the back room and thought they lost that draft terribly. Otherwise, I think they do the same thing.
I think that if you get the same pick ban, Azir is a very good pick right now for RNG that can match the shop and actually keeps things like the Skarner as well as the Cannon out if we go completely mirrored team compositions here. So I think that they would be pretty happy with that.
No change yet. It was a first pick Nami last time round. And is it going to get locked? It is locked.
I thought he locked it.
Yeah, it is locked. It is locked.
He did. Oh my. Quick shot. My heart.
I know. The graphics threw me off just a little bit, but TSM have pivoted. So with the jungle champion pool pinched, no Skarner for Svenskeren.
Yeah, and this actually tweaks the pick and ban phase a lot. And quite honestly, this whole situation sucks for everyone involved. They have to completely pivot their pick and ban phase. It completely matters on how quickly you can adapt. These guys spent a month on their previous pick and ban phase, so to speak, to get to the first game, and they've had 20 minutes for their next one. So it is a very quickly evolving scenario, and it's really about mental strength and adaptability right now. And because TSM has decided to switch it up, they think they're going to be stronger at this game. They think they can adapt faster. That's why they lock in Lee Sin.
And you know, history would show that that's probably the case right now. RNG has been rattled in series and been slow to react. So I like the fact that TSM is the team that is willing to pull that curveball out. And we'll see now whether RNG sticks to a very similar draft and gets another aggressive jungler, or whether they go completely off the wall.
Well, TSM once again get the Nami. Please disregard the visual bug on Lee Sin and that timer. This is the picks of bans as far as the graphics are concerned. The Cassiopeia was stolen away by Xiao, who Bjergsen had locked it in previously. And now TSM got the duo, got the jungler, leaving their solo lanes till last rotation, waiting for RNG to reveal a little bit more information.
I think it's really interesting that TSM have decided to go for the Jhin when they still could have just gotten the Ezreal Nami bottom lane, which they picked early last game. But it probably has a little bit to do with the Cassiopeia and the Rumble and being able to zone them out of team fights a little bit, since especially with those two picks and all the jungle bans, a tanky jungler isn't that likely. So therefore the Jhin ultimates could actually do a lot of poke pre-fight, and TSM is continuing to try and change things up.
But your setup has to be so good because, I mean, if you get a Bard ultimate thrown at you as a Jhin, you stop your ultimate. You get a Rumble ultimate thrown at you as a Jhin, you die. So there's a little bit of a difference there, and I'll be interested to see how Doublelift and TSM play around that vision that you need as a Jhin to start up these fights.
Yeah, so much change. We see the Hecarim being pulled out. That's definitely not Skarner on that side. Orianna has gotten pulled out for Bjergsen. It's something he practiced a whole bunch in solo queue. It had some buffs coming towards 6.18. It's the first one we see at Worlds. I do not think it will be the last. And it's a lot of support actually revolving around a Jhin so far for TSM.
It's not a world championship without an Orianna at some point, chat. And it's actually the matchup that even the analyst desk was talking about, you know, in terms of what options Xiaohu could have run into the Cassiopeia in conjunction with the rest of the team composition. I think this wanna go fast comp is already terrifying, and Marta has locked in Alistar.
And I think that Marta said it in spring, give me Alistar and I will win you the game. And he throws down the gauntlet because that is a punishing duo lane to go up against. And they're not going to have the wave control now because they've given away melee versus range.
How are they going to play this lane is my question. The Jhin Nami is devastating to the Alistar Sivir, and it's not like MLXG can provide a lot of early jungle pressure on the Hecarim. This is risky from RNG to try and pick the stronger team fight and better late game support, because he'd be able to tank up a lot of the ultimates that come out of TSM. But boy, do they have a lot of faith in themselves if they think they can win this lane against Jhin Nami.
A lot of a gauntlet thrown down. TSM have to take advantage of the early game strengths, because if they allow RNG to get to the mid to late game with this team composition, they are literally at risk of being run over.
Yeah, and the scary thing for TSM is you've also picked a 5v5 team fighting comp, and you're going up against some of the best in the business when you look at what RNG do with these deathball comps. So incredibly excited to see how TSM can execute in that late game if it does get there. The early game is going to be incredibly difficult to get through.
If TSM get their way, it will not get there. And with some very strong laners especially in that top and bottom lane, and Lee Sin as well. Splyce, what can you do? For the second time today, jump onto Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag TSMWin, or will LPL's number 2, hashtag RNGWin, pick up a victory? Apple Pie already has a W on the board today. TSM's looking to make it 2 as we load up onto Summoner's Rift for the last time today on day 1.
Yeah, and both these teams need to make sure they're refocusing, getting their heads in the game. We see a lot of different champions coming out of this next ban phase. Substantial change from both team compositions.
And I just want to touch on the Orianna a little bit, because any champion, in my opinion, that can pick up Morella Nomicon and Rylai's Crystal Scepter has a spot in the current meta, just because they're so incredibly gold efficient. And Orianna, that is the build that she is going towards.
And I also do have to say, the buffs to Orianna was a cooldown reduction to the ultimate, and especially with how accessible CDR is, even at level 11, you're now dealing with a sub 1 minute cooldown on the Orianna ult. So it changes from this thing you have to wait for the perfect team fight to something you can actually just use for harass a lot of the time. And I think that's one of the big reasons we see the resurgence.
Oh, look at me, Matt.
Oh, this is cute.
Sonic Wave, stun maybe. No, I'm going to time out. Those Marks of the Storm. Not going to be able to get stacked up. Nothing really gained. Just a little bit of poke damage here onto Looper.
They actually get a lot of control over the top side of the jungle. All of a sudden, MLXG doesn't get Pelzation on the Pelzation red buff.
Hopefully it's not coming across on the screen.
Are we good?
It was definitely going out in-house, so I'm glad I'm not alone.
I bet you guys didn't know Spawn was that good at rapping.
Either way, we're back into the early game. You're talking about the early advantage they were able to get. MLXG was unable to get a pull from any sense to Looper, and is a little bit low at the start.
That's what I was trying to say. And FLICKR already jungles quite low, so we'll see whether MLXG just have to 3 camp and go back, because that gives Splyce really big advantage in the early game, actually, already on the Lee Sin.
Well, Firefrost playing very aggressively, actually comes away worse for wear in this trade, but double ranged into range melee. Going to give them some support, couple of biscuits and a heal in his kit as well. There you go, trading with that ebb and flow. Already back up the top, and Doublelift and Bifrost really contesting every single CS.
Yeah, and this is where the biggest focus is going to be in the early game, especially because Bifrost and Doublelift need to be able to crush this lane. I actually got to talk to Doublelift as the season was ending, and I asked him why they actually switched away from range supports and towards melee supports towards the playoffs, and he said it's because the 5 to 10 CS advantages just aren't worth it, and the junglers are so good at ganking, so if you push up, a Gragas or Rek'Sai comes and kills you. Obviously, with 3 jungle bans, the tone has changed a little bit, and the Hecarim can't punish the lane nearly as hard. So for TSM to pick this, I think they're expecting a 20 to 30 CS advantage at some point, and maybe even first turret.
But in saying that, if there is one range melee support that's going to kill you, it is the Thunder Cow, and he's taking Ignite into this, as well as the first gank coming down mid.
Oh, MLXG's come in, Bjergsen's in trouble, Ghost already used, Flash is available, Sonic Wave comes in, Splyce is looking for Xiaohu, not going to get the kill though. MLXG's able to get away, and jungler support, Flash and Ghost blown on both sides of the mid lane.
Yeah, 6 summoner spells used overall on that, and it ends up with everyone just kind of walking away. We said bottom lane would be the focus, but that mid lane gank was very close to working for RNG.
And you know, you talk about summoner spell usage, Bjergsen does not flinch at that stage of the game, holds onto his flash into the last possible moment, nearly turned that around for Splyce to be able to pick up the first blood there. I like the, I guess, courage coming out of Bjergsen in that 2v1.
You got to give some credit to MLXG, making a pre-level 6 gank work very effectively on this Hecarim. Blue buff going to be donated over here to Bjergsen, so this is going to give him even more control in the mid lane. 10 CS advantage currently, and in actual fact, Uzi has gone up to a 7 CS lead, but that's because Doublelift is farming up a very, very big minion wave right under the tower. Missing just quite a few of those CS, actually.
Ooh, the reload. I hate that mechanic.
Yeah, not able to pick up every single one, and Uzi's gone back for a call, so that just really says that Uzi's trying to stay in this towards the team fight phase, but really you'd want TSM to be able to punish this a little bit harder than they have even early on in the game.
And this is something that LPL teams actually love to do. They throw the gauntlet. We scale better than you. You're going to actually have to win this lane insanely hard now because we have the cull. So we're getting a lot of passive gold on our side as well. It generally draws a lot of jungle attention in the LPL as now Mata goes for a roam.
Oh, that's a flash pulverized. Svenskeren in trouble. Remember, there's no flash. First blood picked up to MLXG.
And Mata headbutts him back onto the grounded zone there so he can't ward hop away. Very nice support play.
That was gorgeous from Mata, and that's why you pick the Alistar. You don't pick it for the lane, you pick it for the plays that can be made. So much has been made about how RNG needs to raise Uzi, now he demands resources. Clearly RNG changing it up a little bit with an Alistar pick for a poor lane, and he just deserts them for a level 3 roam, and it works with the kill.
All right, let's take another look at this. He goes in nice and deep off of back timing. They're able to see Svenskeren on a ward, and he just flashes in, immediately pulls him. As soon as the ground is down, just knocks him back on top.
Yep, no ward jump is possible when he's on the Miasma from the Cassiopeia. Really going to make things difficult for Svenskeren to get in this game.
And the thing I love about the roam the most is if Mata can continue to do this, it's no longer a 2v2. It's a Jhin versus a Sivir, and Sivir's going to win out in that push, and it allows Uzi to continue to scale up. So if he goes towards the quick boots, if he gets priority in that vision, as you can see they have on the bottom side of the jungle, this is a repetitive play style to be able to go back towards.
Now, there's 2 pink wards for RNG. Keep track of how long they are alive. Another pink ward in the Tribush, which Horns is just about to walk over. He's placed a ward down, actually, so we'll be aware that it's there, but not safe enough to clear out just yet. And Svenskeren, we caught a quick glimpse of him stealing away that Raptor camp from RNG. We're at an even game as far as gold is concerned, but first blood in RNG's pockets, making up for the CS deficits in multiple lanes.
I do think those pink wards, though, kind of tell us where RNG's head's at. A lot of times, 6 minutes into the game, you're trying to get river control with your pink wards, yet they place 2 pink wards inside the jungle of TSM. They may be headhunting for Svenskeren in this game and trying to keep him completely out of the game. Since TSM do have relatively strong lanes, and if they can keep Lee Sin out of it, they can basically guarantee their lanes don't die.
What you really need to watch for here is MLXG's gone back. He got the shot for the challenging smite, and Loop has allowed the wave to push in, which means if it bounces back, you can build up a big wave. Then you get the deep teleport. It's actually not available. So this is a play that you would run with teleport a lot in the LPL. I don't think it's going to be worthwhile 3v2, so we'll see whether they can actually play towards the bottom half of the map.
And I think there's going to be a lot of jungle invading going on right here, although Svenskeren doesn't have a tracker's knife yet. And like you said, MLXG has the challenging smite. Gotta be scared of the level 6 Lee Sin, though.
Yeah, versus level 5. MLXG gonna back away. Support coming from TSM already. Bjergsen's inside the jungle. Haunts had been running in for a few moments, and they're contesting the red.
Yeah, you have a 13 CS advantage in the top lane, a 14 CS advantage in the mid lane, and because they're both shoved in, it's a very easy move for TSM, not being daunted by the kill that Svenskeren suffered earlier, and he's able to just go and take a red for very little congestion.
This is kind of what you expect, though, right? When you looked at the lanes of TSM, when you look at the team compositions, and the fact that Lee Sin's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with MLXG's Hecarim for a while still, it just allows TSM to make those aggressive forward plays.
That's what you expect out of TSM. MLXG giving up a red buff for free is not what you expect out of RNG. I am actually incredibly surprised by the discipline coming out of RNG, just walking away from that play, giving it up because, you know, they do have the scaling on their side.
That's a scary sign for TSM. If RNG, if they can keep things close, if they can allow their scaling to kick in, and then potentially prove to be the better team fighters, that could be a way for RNG to get in.
This is smart.
Oh, Biofrost gets caught out. No tidal wave available. Holds onto his flash very confidently, and Uzi and Mata, they back away.
Yeah, but this is going to allow RNG the freedom to push up the lane a little bit. I do really like the way RNG is playing most of this early game. A lot more smart than you would expect them to if you were watching the finals in the LPL, and they're really kind of defying a lot of the preconceived notions about this team.
I would say a lot more respectful than the way that they're playing the LPL final. They're not throwing the gauntlet, they're not trying to go toe-to-toe. Instead, they're ceding advantages where they need to and trying to get advantages on the other side of the map. As you can see right now, counter-jungling comes in for Bjergsen. MLXG's top side trying to take away some wolves.
You're gonna end up trading those blue buffs. Keep track of those CS numbers. It is still nearly plus 20 for Hornsa, 16 at the moment. In the mid lane, plus 13, plus 10 in the AD carry role. So those laners for TSM are doing well, but not well enough. We're approaching 10 minutes on the clock. and it is basically an even game. Svenskeren may want to change that.
Collapsed on.
Sonic Wave, Ward Hop, the Sonic Wave connects! Svenskeren follows him over the wall, but MLXG's running at a mile a minute. He's got the close down, flash forward, Sonic Wave, Dragon's Rage, Svenskeren gets the kill!
That was a great play by Svenskeren right there, chasing MLXG all the way from River to the inner turret. Exactly why he wants to pick Lee Sin.
Despite giving up first blood, no fear, landing every single skill shot.
And this is just so incredibly impressive. I mean, able to land the first Q past Harold, but then follows up, has the confidence to be able to flash and land the second Q, gets the execute damage, and then follows it up. That is beautiful play.
Yeah, and he's able to do that and invade so deeply because the solo lanes are struggling so far for RNG. I definitely do think Bjergsen and Hansa are doing quite well, and it is one of the things that RNG struggled with a little bit in the summer split is Uzi was the lane that was winning, and Xiaohu and Looper weren't doing as well as you would have expected. The main thing I'm impressed with so far, though, is just how subdued this game has been, despite the expectations from RNG.
Ooh. Big flash there from Double Lift. Bubble onto Marta. The Unbreakable Will comes out. Marta's going low. Double Lift's got Curtain Call. May want to throw it down for RNG. Dancing Grenade comes out on the hunt from Uzi. Teleport matched by Hansa, but a second later, though. The curtain is called. Shots being fired. Teleport arrives. Here comes Hansa. He's deciding not to flash just yet. Teleport's blown. Ultimates, summoners, and nobody goes down.
Who are you and what have you done with RNG? I mean, there were so many times they looked like they wanted to pull the trigger there. But the play continues.
Well, 5 people bottom. There's the trigger. It's been pulled. Marta gets rooted. Shockwave whiffs. That's not where we're expecting. Tidal Wave goes wide, and Uzi has cleared the wave out. TSM peel back. They may look to take Dragon.
But instead it's TSM with the force this time around. I mean, RNG able to back away from the situation. They get their recalls in. Wave's in a pretty good position, especially top that's pushing back towards Looper. So TSM maybe get a little bit antsy with that call.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're expecting to jump ahead in this game. They do not want to get to 30-minute team fights against a big Alistair, a 3-item Sivir, a 4-item Cassiopeia, and the Rumble plus Hecarim. They just are outclassed as far as a champion perspective in that team fight. So the small advantages they have early, they're trying to push really hard.
At what point do we say it's not enough? Bjergsen with Svenskeren inside RNG's red buff. It's still only a 400 gold game. Items have been picked up, and up in the top lane, Looper's now going to be in trouble. The recipient of another dive. No flash available for Sven, but a good stun from the Slicing Maelstrom. This should be a relatively easy kill, unless MLXG can get involved. Looking at the minimap, Xiaohu's coming up from the jungle, and Sven's in trouble. Onslaught of Shadows available. MLXG jumps out, but Sven gets away. Unfortunately, Hansa's found Xiaohu. Xiaohu not going to use the Petrifying Gaze, and Sven makes it out alive.
Another time Svenskeren outplays MLXG. This time a lot closer, but that has to get into the head of the young jungler from RNG.
We've seen some pretty sick Lee Sin plays already at Worlds between Revolta and the defeated BDG and Svenskeren so far in this game. Just the gank itself was quite clean. I mean, this is the Rumble and the Lee Sin gank setup. It's a very strong combination. Stun, can't miss that Q, gets the kick. This is the easy part for TSM. It's the escape that's troubling. MLXG has the challenging smite. Looks like he's going to be able to get the damage, and Svenskeren knows MLXG has ultimate.
And just misses right there because he's able to dash to a minion. Don't know whether MLXG thought maybe he was out of energy there, but looked like he had a fair amount left, so just a big miscalculation.
2 kills of the game to Svenskeren for TSM, and Biofrost. It's again playing very far forward, threatening the poke. It's Bjergsen that's the recipient. 142 CS to 111. He's leading the way and really giving Xiaohu a difficult time in that lane.
Yeah, the Orianna has always been known as a strong laner. Bjergsen as well has been an incredibly strong laner. But so much of the assault from TSM does seem to come from Sven, and if he can make these plays happen, since Bjergsen has such an advantage in the mid lane, it's about his roams.
Not gonna find the CC from Double Lift the Biofrost. Sonic Wave fishing just a little bit, not really sniffing anything out. Teleport is not available for either top laner, so this could be a 4-on-4, but TSM is slightly tighter grouped. Xiaohu would have to come in from a flank, and TSM are committing to this buff steal.
One more time, disciplined play out of RNG. They back away. They're giving away a lot of advantages right now. It's out to 1,000 gold lead, but they just feel like they cannot fight at this stage of the game. And if that's the case, don't give away a bigger advantage. I agree with the call, but you have to think when they do start to try and take these fights, because right now it is starting a snowball.
Yeah, getting the Ocean Drake is very good for TSM as the lane phase extends here. This is a really strange game from RNG that I've seen.
Svenskeren has found who delivers the shockwave. That was exceptional. TSM are not done yet. Uzi and Mata, they were going toe-to-toe. Sven connects with another Sonic Wave. That thing is not missing today. Sven's going to back away from that fight. There was definitely a fight in the bottom lane. Ultimates and summoner spells were used.
Svenskeren's on fire. I mean, he's absolutely torching the entire RNG lineup right now. The last second takes the Q and just blows up Xiaohu, and now that mid lane turret's going to fall down.
Yeah, this has been a bit of the Svenskeren show, but I also kind of want to double back to RNG, because I was one of RNG's biggest advocates running up into this tournament, thinking about the individual skill of these guys and how they could win lanes, and then maybe they could have the communication to transition to the team fights. What I did not expect were losing lanes all across the map with a weak early pressure jungler. That was the surprising thing. But watching this play one more time, kicks him first, guarantees the Q land, then followed him over. But
sorry, Jack got to jump back. Double Lift's in trouble. He will go down. Uzi and Mata, they win the 2v2. Level 9 and 8. Now Biofrost is the target. Uzi and Mata decide not to dive. No Unbreakable will, but here comes MLXG. Onslaught of Shadows is available, and Biofrost needs to back away.
And RNG kind of silencing two critics at one time. The critics that are telling them to stop camping for Uzi, who's the only successful lane right now, as well as the fact that that's one against the tide. Do want to go back to your point, however, how well Haunter and Bjergsen has set up successful top side of the map right now has meant that the gameplay out of RNG has to go bottom lane because no one else is winning.
Exactly, and the Sivir can have tremendous late game scaling as well as Mata being the man to set everything up. That is RNG's way of getting back into the game, because even though there's a 40 CS differential in the mid lane, Xiaohu and Looper will be effective once they're able to get their items, if they're able to get to the late game. It's about RNG actually being able to lower the number of fights and continue to wave clear and work around Mata's engagement.
And with that comes actual vision control. It's good to see, a couple members go back, pick up the pinks. You need to be able to sweep out those deep flanks. Teleport's nearly available from the cannon. We've already seen Svenskeren behind enemy lines so many times. As we take another look at that bottom lane play, this is just Mata walking at the duo. And honestly, Biofrost and Double Lift don't have vision and don't respect it.
Oopsie. Yeah, not good play there by TSM. Biofrost then completely misses the bubble onto Uzi from the looks of it.
Oh, and it's happening again. This is not a replay. This is live. Biofrost gets taken down once more. RNG really focusing the rookie on the international stage.
Yeah, the control of the river is also gone, and TSM is still trying to get it back without actually having jungler and mid lane assistance. So that is Double Lift and Biofrost greeting for that play, and Uzi and Mata having the appropriate answer.
And this allows RNG to keep that gold deficit at 2,000 gold. They even out the kills 3-3, and big items have already been picked up. Proto Belts, both top laners, Abyssal and Morella Nomicon for mid laners. Essence Reaver Zeal into the Ghost Blade as far as AD carries are concerned. And look at those two wards for RNG in the bottom half of the map. If Double Lift and Biofrost go too far forward, those are very juicy TP wards to get in behind. Actually, one of them just timed out, so Double Lift's going to have a little bit of...
Svenskaren's caught.
Svenskeren is caught.
Ooh.
Gets over the wall. Good reaction time.
So that's a bad thing about the banana brush, I guess. He was spotted by the ward, but because he placed it on the very tip, the pink ward doesn't actually see the green ward, so he was spotted out in his counter jungling venture. Mata went for the play, but wasn't able to pick it up, and now TSM pushing it on this bottom lane, and Svenskeren is corralling.
Right, they're actually trying to send assistance to this side of the map here to try and get the third outer turret, and they're kind of rotating their strength instead of just having Biofrost and Double Lift on their own, and that's what TSM need to do if they want to keep control of this game.
And one more time, Mata walks up to the turret and RNG jerk him back. They just give it away. This is the third turret going down. It's back out to nearly 3,000 gold the lead, but RNG is playing very disciplined.
Spawn, everybody at home can't see just how shocked your eyebrows truly are. This level of discipline and patience from RNG, how surprising is this?
This is unprecedented. Even when they were a great team and they beat EDG in spring, it was by taking very risky team fights in the jungle and smashing people through quicker reaction time and better coordination around team fights. I've actually never seen an RNG lineup play this slow and disciplined in the early game.
Do you think this is a symptom or a consequence of the boot camp and really wanting to show up at Worlds?
I think it has to be. I mean, they must be looking towards 5v5 team fighting because teams are beating them in the macro play.
Speaking of which, there's the teleport from Looper.
Oh, this is scary. TSM is slightly split. Hornster's not going to join yet. Marta gets a double knock-up and double lift is down. Biofrost sends out the tidal wave. It does nothing. Hornster's looking for Uzi. Svenskerin's going to find him. That's a 2-for-1 so far, but it will not matter. Shockwave gets 2. Bjergsen's forced to run for his life. A 4-for-1 in favor of RNG.
And that fight was a massacre in the favor of RNG. Doublelift didn't have a chance to react in that one. He was in the river where they haven't had pressure all game, yet he consistently keeps going back there. The Hecarim just destroys him as the Rumble Lock comes down, and then they even extend further to try and kill Uzi. While Bjergsen was on the other side of the fight, it was a very poorly played fight by TSM overall, and the patience that RNG had throughout most of the mid-game was rewarded right there as they set up a very nice team fight.
At least their team fighting still looks the same. Deep teleport coming out. We had already pointed out so many times how RNG likes to do this, and Marta, without hesitation, flash pulse, gets Uzi back into the team, and they blow everyone up. Only Uzi being the casualty. I meant double lift, of course.
Yeah, and then Hanser completes his teleport. They could have bailed out there, but they end up bringing the flash on the Kennen and the Lee Sin, only to both fall. And Bjergsen, because he'd taken the other route around, ends up ceding 3 kills to Xiaohu. And RNG, with an incredibly scary team-fighting team, made it to 20 minutes with an 800 gold deficit.
And all of a sudden, the one lane that was really snowballing out of control, 40CS in the mid lane, now has 4 kills on the Cassiopeia and 2 completed items. RNG re-sees control of the team fights.
Such a big swing in momentum. RNG looking to contest that blue buff, decided against it though. Instead, peeled away, focused the tower. That will be the second tower of the game. Really easily picked up, and it is an even game at 21.5 minutes.
They don't take the jungle fight, they take the top lane turret. RNG with a semblance of macro play, dare I say it. Prioritizing the correct objective here and getting good deep vision control.
Yeah, a lot of practice, I would have to imagine, coming in for these guys and really trying to show up at Worlds. It's not like they had a terrible showing at the Mid-Season Invitational before they changed out the AD carry. Then they were playing faster than people were expecting, but still that requires a macro sense in the game. It definitely feels like they may have changed philosophies just a little bit, especially in the draft phase here, going for the Alistar, which is completely unexpected, but being able to avoid the punishment, and then now capitalizing on the mid-game.
And of course, this is one of the best macro supports of all time. We're still talking about Marta. He hasn't played this way recently, but I'm sure with some preparation, going away for a month, really having some deep reflection, he said that he wasn't playing for the laning phase, that he was playing more to win the rest of the map. And it looks like with some studying, has actually got a very good grasp on the current meta, because they lost the early part of the laning phase, but then brought it back.
Look at that vision. Thank you, observers, for highlighting it. That allowed them to take that tower earlier. Very safe, very securely. Items continuing to spike up here. Infinity Edge closer and closer for Uzi. He's got that crit cloak as well as a BF sword and a Zeal. It's just getting very, very scary for TSM. An even game at 22 minutes against that scaling and that teamfight power.
And this is a build that Uzi goes when they want to stall out games, because it's incredible wave clear. I mean, you get an auto attack, you send down the ricochet, you send down the boomerang, and it pretty much clears out any wave. And that is going to deter a lot of the dives coming out. Just the flat AD is very good. Uzi's also always been a little bit of a gambling man. If he can go pickaxe or the crit cloak, he'll always go crit cloak. He does believe in the RNG and will try and win team fights off the back end of 1 or 2 crits.
Hey, it's in front of his tag. So but for TSM, how do they bring themselves now back into this game? They've still got very strong champions at this stage in the game.
Yeah. I think they try and get picks, and they try and capitalize on the fact that MLXG is a challenging smite jungler without Sightstone. So the amount of vision control that RNG can get out on the map is actually somewhat limited. It's not too uncommon in the LPL, actually, for the mid laner to ward more than the jungler, so expect Xiaohu to keep the warding trinket for a long period of time and consistently replenish pink wards on the map, but it does leave a potential hole in vision if TSM do want to try and get picks, and they set it up with Lee Sin, Kennen, Orianna ultimates, and have Doublelift just stay in the back, because RNG has picked a team that can just absolutely obliterate him if he gets close.
Good damage from Svenskeren. MLXG gonna use that speed boost to get up, but Bjergsen's caught, he's down, he's dead, they got him.
Mata got him again. He's 100% kill participation. That was a flash pulverize that ended up catching Bjergsen. And then they popped the grounded on him from Cassiopeia, so he can't even flash away. Beautiful pick and kill by RNG.
Gonna allow them access into TSM's jungle. Hornza gets caught once again. Grounded by that Cassiopeia. Xiaohu now trying to back away. Kill onto Mata. Svenskeren forced out. Red buff traded for Mata's life.
So this is one of the weaknesses of RNG. They do invade, they get picked off. This time, however, they choose not to fight. They still have the equalizer as well as MLXG's ultimate, but they just cede the lost life, I guess, of their support player. They traded it for Bjergsen and a red buff. I'm going to say worth, but right now, this is how TSM actually get back into this. They continue to prey on the bad tendencies of RNG that are still visible in their gameplay.
Yeah, and this is just another example of how unpredictable I feel like Worlds can be. This game is such a unique set of circumstances, having to remake that first game and then the champion select being completely changed up. And Mata is actually the one showing up more so than anyone else. Flash to an instant headbutt, pulverize into a Cassiopeia Miasma. No chance for Bjergsen, but then as Spawn says, they push their luck and trade a kill back for a red buff.
Yeah, and that's beautiful. I mean, that's a W buffer, a headbutt buffer into the immediate pulverize. There's nothing that really Bjergsen can do there if he's not quick enough on the initial reaction. Gets comboed into the CC. Mata's Alistar really is impressive.
Yeah, and I think this game is going to become very tense right now. You have 5 turrets down overall in the game. Only TSM's middle turret is the remaining outer turret on the game. The goal this close, RNG has shown a propensity for being able to find team fights kind of based on Mata's flash cooldown. So much of this has to do with vision control, not getting caught out by RNG, and finding the right way to pick up the objectives. What's interesting is despite all the team fight losses, TSM still have 2 Drakes, and that is going to help them at least a little bit in trying to play around objectives.
Yeah, completely agree, and they also still have superior map vision. I mean, right now they're pushing RNG, who is a stronger 5v5 team, with all of their ultimates available, off vision right now. And maybe it's just that, you know, TSM weighed in numbers, but RNG also sitting off the bot lane wave, not really challenging the split push right now coming out of Cannon. They really do look like they're still happy to stall this one out.
Now, of course, for RNG, that scaling still on their side. For TSM, pressure. You know, they came out the gates swinging early, and a couple of winning lanes, Svenskeren went off. But it didn't generate enough of a lead to gain any semblance of control. And now they have to go toe-to-toe with one of the best team fighting teams in the world. No hesitation, so rarely missed skill shots on the side of RNG, and that's a tough, tough mountain to climb.
Yeah, and the backline damage of RNG with Sivir and Cassiopeia and Rumble is immense, and they still are able to pick a tank line with the Hecarim and the Alistar. So as far as getting the right team fights, they're very well prepared for that. But let's also not discount TSM's ability to start team fights. Until you see mega tanks on the side of RNG, the mid-game power spike here from a 3-item Orianna as well as a Protobell Kennen can obliterate the damage dealers if they get the right fight. So it is on RNG to not let that happen, continue shoving out these waves and continue to extend the game.
And you know, I'm a little bit more confident on the reliability to get that shockwave because I've been seeing how Svenskeren's playing on this Lee Sin. If he penetrates the backline the way he has been the entirety of this game so far, that's going to be an easy delivery system. Haunter can look for the big flanks. But that's one thing that RNG has done well. They haven't controlled vision past the river, but in their own jungle right now, they have kept those big, deep flanking wards out.
No real deep vision for TSM inside RNG's jungle yet, but the river control around Baron at 28 minutes is very, very good. They've got a lot of damage dealers as well if they wanted to. Trying to force RNG's hand. Pressure now in the mid lane. Sonic Wave, as well as a Deadly Flourish, not really doing anything to Uzi.
2-for-1 special on the spell shield there.
Yep. And TSM now trying to push that vision deeper. Risky. If they get that team fight, however, if they pull RNG towards them and then pull the trigger, Maelstrom and Shockwave, that could be game ending.
Yeah, and they do have good vision control where it matters right now. The Ocean Drake is live. It could be the second Ocean Drake of the game for TSM, and they're moving towards that. The question is this what RNG wants? They have the Scuttle Crab, they have wards they can teleport on, and they have Flash on Mata, so TSM have to be very careful. So I think we're going to see
teleport coming in.
Teleport just behind the Dragon Pit, secured by RNG. MLXG gets the smite down. And Svenskeren comes away worse for wear. That's Dragon number 1 for Royal.
Teleport advantage picked up right now for TSM. Mid lane priority very heavily in Royal's favor. We'll see where the Haunter does look for a teleport play because there is vision behind RNG.
I think playing the teleport game against this RNG team composition is an incredibly dangerous game because of the swiftness in which they initiate. The fight could be over by the time you're able to match it with a teleport. So RNG get the mid lane turret. Haunter should be able to get this one back. And now maybe we see some Baron control seeded over. This is interesting.
Oh, Equalizer used just to try and push that wave down, I feel. Looper not doing the best. Haunter trades a tower. So in at bottom, losing Dragon for mid-outer. RNG 30 minutes in, still even in the important metrics and ahead in kills.
RNG definitely wanted that team fight. You could see that Mata was positioning very aggressively. They dropped the equalizer. They don't get it, so a missed opportunity right now for RNG. But you can see how desperate they are to find these 5v5s, willing to challenge for Dragon, even with limited vision, willing to burn that teleport, and TSM actually keep them at bay and get a positive trade.
And I'm really curious to see how the rest of this game is going to turn out, since we're pretty much locked up in gold and RNG have the stronger team fighting composition. Because so much of RNG's game plan during the regular season is just force it Baron, make the other team come for you, that'll do it. Now there's a teleport advantage for TSM. Will TSM be able to use this against them, or would the brute force of RNG be able to win out?
I remember us talking in terms of the prep coming into this, how RNG had moved away from that heavy ganking style of gameplay and moved more into that, if I recall correctly, jungle invading and vision style spawn. And that's sort of how this game played out. Mata got first blood onto Svenskeren via a great invade, has comboed with Uzi multiple times. This time, however, Svenskeren is able to get away.
And that right there is a swing and a miss. They burned the Sivir ultimate. They don't even really gain much more vision control, and Svenskeren just got to ward hop away. All the while, they still have that teleport advantage on TSM's side.
They completely do, but you can see how much more reactive TSM is now, waiting for some more items to come out. Honestly, this game feels like a time bomb now for RNG, because this is their style of League of Legends. Heavy 5v5 focus. Looper is the one that calls the teleport, and he's always been a very good teleport player, whatever you want to say about the rest of his play. And you feel like they do have the superior setup right now. The important thing for TSM is wrestle that back. Don't give it up, because that's when RNG gets a little bit antsy and will maybe take a poor team fight to get things started up.
And I think a lot of it comes down to execution. I think RNG is now favored in this game, evidenced by TSM playing a reactive style. And they have a lot of tools to be able to force fights with the Sivir, Alistar, Hecarim, and Rumble.
Look at the minimap, look at the minimap. Mata's trying to find a flank. I think he's going to get in behind TSM. TSM could be in trouble. There's a bunch of wards north and south of TSM's position, but Looper, no teleport available, so I'm getting a bit too excited. Mata decides to back away.
Yeah, they call him off one more time. I mean, Mata backs away, and they know that time is still in their favor. He's looking for it one more time. He was spotted out. Svenskeren?
Oh, again, looking for it. On the hunt. Good flash.
Oh my goodness.
Three-man knockup. TSM are getting destroyed. They've already lost two. Bjergsen and Svenskeren trying to run for their lives. The shockwave's already used. Haunter goes golden, but he's going to get taken down. Knocked up once again by Mata. Mata still with 100% kill participation. RNG go for Baron.
And that was just TSM not respecting the flank, because they had a ward in the Raptor pit, a ward in the brush. They knew he was coming. They threw the gauntlet, and they get destroyed.
And they knew they really wanted to fight. Now RNG has 5 people at Baron. This would be a disastrous steal if Svenskeren able to get it. But Mata is so good on Alistar. The reactive flash by Bjergsen, good reaction time. But the fact that Mata didn't even care about that, and he saw the real prize, which was the 3-man pulverize, was excellent.
Give me Alistar and I will win you the game. Svenskeren greeds for Uzi here. Headbutt onto Bjergsen, but massive pulverize.
And then the CC is dodged by RNG. Looper Zonia's the shockwave as well as the cannon ultimate. Xiaohu is just ghosting back away from the cannon ultimate. And Uzi is also staying for DPS at the back of the fight. This is what we talk about when we say RNG are the best team fighter.
And this is why you don't team fight them. Individually, there was not one mistake made by an RNG member that time around. And they are so individually gifted that as long as they have Mata on a strong initiator, the rest of the team just follows up. And it always works out.
Yeah, does seem to be the case right now. Focus down the bottom lane. Haunter just gets dropped. so easy for RNG. Onslaught of Shadows and on the hunt with Baron buff, they're pushing the tower.
That's the thing. They have an Alistair ultimate still up to try and tank the turret. The Rumble ultimate is still up. Hotzer is dead for another 40 seconds. How much can RNG get off this? Their Baron power play already up at 2,700 gold.
And I said the reason I like Kennen is because not only the initiation, but the anti-dive the champion brings. Without him on the board, it is a much more realistic prospect that Mata gets underneath that turret and does try and start up one of these team fights.
And here's the thing, RNG actually pull back yet again. Instead of waiting for the next minion wave while Hanser is dead and trying to dive an inhibitor turret, they move mid, they play the vision, they're going for the easier turret, the outer in the mid lane.
Another initiation tool gone for TSM right now, and it is still RNG jockeying for position around the map.
Mata steps on the trap, is going to get triggered. No flash available this time around, not even needed. Just the presence alone of Mata allows another tower to fall.
This is bizarre.
It's been a rather bizarre day, I would say. But at the same time, when we were walking into this game, I did not see TSM as heavy favorites against RNG. I saw them as slight favorites against RNG, and it really depended on how well RNG had practiced since their disappointing final in the LPL. Looks like they practiced pretty well.
Another easy kill.
And just one more time, not respecting vision control, MLXG continues the chase, but really it's Haunter they want.
It is Haunter they want. Hourglass is available. Biofrost actually throws down the tidal wave, anticipating more aggression. And chat, you were saying it. RNG, they've come in looking phenomenally well prepared, exquisitely disciplined, and they're just playing fantastic League of Legends.
Yeah, and I think what Spawn was talking about this being odd is just look at the mid lane. They're down 90 CS, but they're up 70 CS where they actually were in a disadvantaged matchup early in the game, and that matchup was never able to be exploited by TSM, who had been such a dominant bottom lane domestically.
And really, this wasn't MLXG camping out for Uzi.
Not at all.
This was Mata joining up with MLXG, finding the enemy jungler, being able to punish, and actually get MLXG back into the game, because you have to remember, Svenskeren was styling on RNG's jungler earlier on.
On the hunt was thrown down, in fact.
Yeah, they see Bjergsen again.
Shockwave doesn't hit anybody. Bjergsen just gets run down. Cut through like a hot knife through butter. 50 seconds on the death time in RNG. They're setting their sights on the inhibitor turrets.
TSM at this point in the game look out of sorts. They have been caught so many times, and now Sven tries to go in. They're trying to engage.
A lot of damage on the Xiaohu. That is the shutdown, but the equalizer gets one back into Svenskeren. Hornsa, the gate is closed. He gets booted backwards. Knocked out goes Golden. Will get shut down by RNG. MLXG's not done. Mata finds double lift, and Uzi gets the triple kill with the boomerang, and they go back for the base.
And with no hesitation, RNG pull the trigger into the base. They're going to open this one up, and it might even be game.
Yeah, Bjergsen's still down for 15, 40 seconds on Hanser and Doublift. Uzi is huge, 7 kills. They're going for the game.
They are indeed. The Nexus turret is the focus. MLXG's got a GA, not even going to need it. Nexus turret number 2, RNG take down TSM. RNG destroy the hometown heroes and are victorious against Team Solo Mid.
And after the events that transpired before this game even happened, the Aurelion Sol pick by RNG, not being able to play it, having picks and bans remade, and Lee Sin taken away from them, they let none of this phase them. They played smart, they played respectfully, and they played dominantly against TSM.
And they were willing to give up that early game advantage, continue to seed out objective after objective, 2 turrets, 2 dragons. But when they felt they were strong, they are still such a decisive team fighting team. And they really did show that against North America's best.
What a message RNG have sent rippling through the World Championship. We need to see this level of coordination and control through multiple games.
Yep.
But that is a very, very strong testament to where their maximum capabilities could end up.
And there's no question about it. RNG can play it at 10. I mean, Mata said at MSI, if I had had Uzi as my AD carry, I would have won the tournament. So that's what they're obviously going for here. However, can they continue to play at the 10 is a big question for this team.
Exactly. Group stage alone is 2 weeks long, and we are now 1 day into Worlds. So a lot is yet to happen, but this is a very disappointing loss for TSM. People expect them to win the group. They definitely expect them to beat RNG if that is the case. And they expect them to be able to win 2v2 matchups when they have the favorable champions. But they, in some senses of this, got 1v2'd by Uzi while Mata roamed around the rest of the map. So massive respect from Mata and Uzi for the faith in themselves to do that, and then their ability to execute.
And massive respect for picking up the Alistar again. It's a pick that we've seen fall away. He was playing a lot of Braum, a lot of Tahm Kench, but he throws himself in the crunch. I mean, a lot of their pick ban with the Lee Sin being picked away got thrown back in their face, and they were still able to get the correct ingredients to put together that 5v5 comp.
And it worked out absolutely perfectly. For TSM, still a pretty good early game despite the 2v2 not going the way they wanted. I think every other role kind of showed up, but it wasn't enough of a lead. Even with the compositional advantages, they didn't have the strength to pull through.
I guess we had some questions for TSM coming into this. The question that was answered in this is that Haunter is legit a really classy top laner because Looper is a good Rumble player. Haunter beat him out there. Bjergsen stepped up once again on the international stage. But it really is that bottom lane duo that you would expect to take that laning phase handedly.
Yeah, it seemed to me like TSM couldn't actually pull the trigger with their early game moves. They had massive advantages in the lane. They took a blue buff steal, they took a red buff steal, but RNG was never taking the bait and contesting them on those objectives, which I think is what TSM was probably expecting to be able to snowball the game ahead. And then it stretched, and RNG were the ones to pick the proper fights.
And I mean, great. Picking a proper fight, that 20-minute dragon fight where Xiaohu managed to pick up the triple kill, that really sealed the deal. You know, all of that momentum, all the positive lead that TSM have built up just got ruined by being a little too far in that river.
As I said, Bjergsen was up 40 CS at that stage of the game, and giving over a triple kill to Xiaohu, not only the fact that it was a one-team fight, catapulted the Cassiopeia back into the game where she had previously been shut out. So maybe a stroke of good luck there with who the kills went to, but definitely a fantastic team fight selected by RNG.
Yeah, and we are heaping praise on Mata, I think, because he deserves it in this game. And it's still a very young group stage. All these teams have 5 more games to play. Very little is decided, but this has been a wild first day of Worlds.
Involved in 16 of the team's 17 kills. We're going to head down to Shox, who's standing by us with Royal Never Gives Up victorious support.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, standing by with Mata, who has a lot of fans here cheering for him and had a fantastic game on Alistar. And a lot of people were looking at that bottom lane matchup of you guys versus Doublelift and Biofrost. How do you think you guys did? How do you think the lane matchup went?
마타 선수 우선 알리스타의 멋진 활약으로 승리 거둔 것을 축하드립니다. 이번 TSM과의 경기에서 많은 사람들이 이제 RNG 바텀 듀오랑 이제 TSM 바텀 듀오의 그 대결에 대해서 관심을 이제 표출하고 있었는데 어땠었나요, 경기가?
일단 첫 경기라서 좀 부담이 많이 있었는데 그래도 승리하게 돼서 좋고요. 사실 재경기를 하게 돼가지고 좀 불리하다 생각을 했는데 그래도 저희 팀 믿고 같이 게임 해가지고 저희가 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Because it was our first game of the tournament, we were really worried and pressured, and also the remake also, I thought that it would have some kind of negative influence on us. But I'm glad our teammates were able to group together once more, and I'm also glad that we were able to win.
A fantastic start to Worlds for RNG. You guys didn't have the best summer split in the LPL. Rocky, not a lot of people know what to expect from you guys as a team. So can you tell us what are your expectations with RNG this World?
RNG 팀이 이번 LPL 이제 썸머 시즌에는 다소 이제 좀 불안한 경기력을 보이면서 많은 팬들이 RNG 팀으로부터 이번 대회 성적을 좀 이제 예상하기 되게 어려웠었는데 지금 RNG 팀 내부적으로 이번 대회에 대해 거는 기대가 어떻게 되는지 말씀해 주세요.
사실 뭐 크게 기대는 하지 않지만 그래도 저희가 경기를 많이 하다 보면은 자신감도 많이 찾고 충분히 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 거라 생각이 들어요.
Honestly, we don't have our hopes too high, but I think as we play more games and as we progress, I think our team can get better and our players can also improve. So I think we can have a bit more hopes as the tournament progresses.
Okay, well, of course, there's a lot of history in that lane. You, of course, the winner in 2014 playing against Uzi. Then how much will you guys be able to do as a duo here at Worlds?
지금 같이 바텀 듀오를 서고 있는 우지 선수는 이제 2014년에 마타 선수가 롤드컵을 우승했을 때 상대편으로서 이제 같이 있던 선수인데 같이 이제 바텀 듀오를 하면서 이제 어떤 시너지를 내고 있는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 우지 선수가 라인전에 대해서 최고라고 생각하기 때문에 라인전에서 저도 배울 게 많아가지고 그거를 통해 가지고 저희가 팀 게임 할 때 아주 좋은 뭐라 해야 되지? 그러니까 협력 플레이를 같이 할 수 있는 것 같아요.
I think Uzi has the best laning phase as an ADC in the whole world. So I'm also personally learning a lot from him. And as playing as a duo, I think we're putting in a lot of synergy, good synergy to our team, not only limit to the lane phase, but also to the entire game management and team fight as a whole.
Final question. There was a lot of hype surrounding TSM, of course, because we're playing here in North America as well. Do you still see them getting out of groups? And who are the two teams advancing?
그 이제 TSM 팀이 물론 여기가 이제 미국이라는 점도 있지만 많은 기대를 지금 모으고 있었습니다. 대회 이전까지. 지금 경기를 해보니까 TSM 팀이 8강 진출을 할 수 있을 것 같은지 아니면 좀 더 크게 8강에 이번 지금 죽음의 조라 불리는 D조에서 어느 두 팀이 8강에 진출할 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 한 팀은 저희 팀이 올라갔으면 좋겠고요. 그리고 나머지 한 팀은 사실 모든 16팀이 경기력이 사실 그렇게 많이 차이 난다고 생각하지 않아요. 그래가지고 아마 마지막 날까지 가봐야 순위를 쉽게 알 수 있을 것 같아요.
Hopefully, our team will secure the first spot. And to be honest, I think that all 16 teams here contending at Worlds, the skill gap isn't as large as before. So I think all teams have a good chance to advance to the quarterfinals. So I think I'd have to see until the last day of the group stages to see which team will advance with us.
Yeah, of course, it was only the first game, but congratulations, Mata, on that victory. And he says that Jat was right all along, it seems. Let's go over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. RNG taking the final victory of day one. And gentlemen, I turn to you and on behalf of all NA fans, say, damn you.
It's not a matter if the gap is closing, it's how far you can jump.
What? What is that? I don't understand what that is.
Nailed it.
No. All right, but talk to me because all three of you predicted the TSM victory here going into this sixth game. And of course, that's not what happened. Although they did have a pretty dominant early game, especially FLICKR.
I mean, start of the day, Europe lets me down. 0-2 in predictions. I turn to the crowd, they're wrong, and they start leaving.
Yeah, look, they've all evacuated.
I feel this is my childhood all over again. Everybody keeps leaving me.
Well, Papa's right here.
I'm right here next to you. Look, we all predicted TSM to take it down, but as Jat was saying, this wasn't a 80-20. This wasn't a 70-30. This was a where's RNG at? And the answer was, as you know, especially the LPL caster on the desk, Spawn, was saying, controlled, smart, not over pursuing for fights. And this was just a different RNG. And suddenly, the texture of this Group D, the Group of Death, it's all up to play for.
And we'll get to see it in the replay, but I really like the moment where RNG was finally able to grab a hold onto the game by really, I think, reading onto what TSM's plan was. If you saw them from the regular season, you know that they're very predictable in how they invade. They will always contest pretty much every single buff, and we saw that in the beginning, contesting red, blue buff over and over and over, even picking up a kill on MLXG, greeting out for the blue buff, as Crepo had mentioned, but they were able to actually do it well and get a lot of kills out of that.
So now before we get to that moment that you're talking about, I do want to take a second to recognize a player who individually played like a monster in FLICKR. On that Lee Sin, we saw with the remake, they opted to first pick it, and he went off on this champion.
I mean, just he understands what it means to hold your Q until the right time. In this exchange, he waited for FLICKR to go over the wall. In the later exchange, he'll wait to use his Q to get close enough so that the Orianna Pal can get on top of him. He can travel the wall there. Like, he's just so smart. The fact that here again, you know, he's like, should I path down? No, because then I endanger a 2-man ulti. So instead, he's going for the 1-man escape here into dash to dodge the FLICKR ulti. Not only does he drag FLICKR away from his teammate, the impending collapse here. This is the beauty. Holds Q, gets the ball on him, then follows after flash, and that combo.
Ooh. My favorite part is the fact that he walks up onto the brush. You recognize that Cassiopeia is looking to flash over, that she's looking to use the ultimate away, and you position yourself away from the Orianna so that either the ult hits one or the other, and she's basically doomed to die.
Yeah, it was absolutely fabulous play out of him, but as you mentioned, not enough. Because with this early game pressure, with the lead that was built in the top lane, and that 40 CS lead in the mid lane, RNG, they found their time to strike 19 minutes into the game around the Dragon Pit, 4 for 1 in favor.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. They're going for the blue buff invade, but Mara sees the opportunity right from the get-go, and just a beautiful chain of CC onto the Rumble ultimate. And TSM, instead of abandoning this situation, which is a clear 4v5, they keep going in and they try to take this fight, and it's not going to work out for them.
And this has always been RNG's forte. This team fighting, the decisiveness, just pull the trigger and go. The problem is that they had some issues in the setup before that. Like, when we say macro, we mean map movements, we mean objective setups, we don't mean when to fight. Because RNG, they're so decisive when it comes to team fighting. Like, and they can pull out leads or come back from like 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 gold deficits, and they have in the past with genius team fighting. And here they just all pulled the trigger together. The TP came in. It was marvelous.
And we spent the whole EDG game kind of ragging on Mouse, right? Mouse wasn't an impressive performer. They're not the best top laner in his league either, but Looper is the best top laner in the LPL. Former world champion, but of course, he was very much the 5th member of an all-star team. When he first went over to China, Mato I'm talking about here, it was Dandy Mato putting down wards, pretty much the old story. Now he's back with Looper, and this duo always had excellent teleports. It was out of frame in that replay, but the teleport from Looper was just majestic, best teleport of the game by far, and that's what opened it up. And then the next replay we get into, then it's going to be all about.
Yeah, let's push us to that. 32 minutes in, this is just where it all ends for TSM, and everything's great for RNG.
Just
3-0.
Keep your eyes out on Mata again. This guy with Flash is just such an absolute monster, and as soon as the Sivir ulti comes in, that's when you know they're happening.
There's more to this
surprise
play, though.
cow with
Watch the fact that we also get the grounded effect. So when the 3-man pole on top of the equalizer, on top of the no ability to flash out, that was majestic.
Honestly,
layering.
it's play of dreams. You don't really think about these plays being able to be executed so well with the CC, with the layered abilities, that it's quite magical to watch these guys do it. I mean, I would have never dreamed of being able to pull something like this.
Yeah, and they make it seem easy because they're playing Sivir Alistar into Jhin Nami, and if you play that matchup, I think in an even skill bot lane, Jhin Nami will smash that to pieces. You have one kind of shell in your shotgun that you have to use, which is usually the flash in lane, but Mata, he used this flash outside of lane, came back, and they still won. They completely outclassed Bifrost and Doublelift.
I mean, the language you used to describe what this 2v2 lane was, the moment Alistar, remember, Alistar was the last pick into a terrible 2v2 lane phase. Not broadcast appropriate, what Frepo said. Regardless, they took the gamble, just like we've seen other players take the gamble of champions that leave lane, like the Poppy from Darshan that paid off there. The Alistar was for outside of lane. He wanted to make the plays, and he made those plays.
And just Mata's Alistar, like, he can't be stated enough. Everybody's like up about it, like on the internet, like in Twitter and stuff, and saying like how great it is, but it is like, it is truly...
How great is
it's
it?
Greater than,
How great is
greater than that.
I can't swear because they'll fire me, but like it's effing fantastic. It's just like he understands the right moment to go for an aggressive combo where anybody else would hesitate a fraction of a second, and that would lead to somebody escaping. Maybe he gets flashed. Like, he is so aware of game-changing plays, and he not only does that once, twice, thrice, he does that like 5 times in his game alone.
And the implication for the future match is insane, because these guys picked one of the worst lanes into this and were able to perform so amazingly. Like, what do you do against this? What are they going to do with Nami?
I got to jump in here, guys, because while we're talking about Mata, we might as well award him the player of the game before I let you continue talking about Mata. 1, 2, and 15 on the Alistar. 94.1% kill participation. I mean, it all started with him, with the Lee Sin flash blown, that early invade out of lane off the first back, capitalizing on the blown flashes in the mid lane.
They'll have to ban the Alistar because of the implication.
Of course.
But I mean, think about the risk-taking here. Last pick Alistar, not good in lane. He took Ignite against a cannon. It's almost always automatic exhaust. Thunder Cow is, of course, the way he goes, the more offensive choice. It's basically all-out offense, all-out playmaking, and all-out MVP.
And actually, that first blood was a pretty nice macro play from RNG itself. You saw Zhao, who he puts an aggressive pink ward, then puts a green ward into the Raptor camp, and then immediately you see MLXG come in with Mata, and they recognize that Svenskeren used the safeguard on himself. Nice and easy setup, and that's really intelligent play to set your laner, set somebody else up with your own vision, and it's hard to predict that from TSM's side.
Well, NA's sweethearts in TSM suffer a defeat at the hands of RNG here on day 1. And with our first day of Worlds 2016 completed, let's take a look at how each group stands. Now, CLG and ROX are tied atop Group A. AHQ and INTZ share first place in Group C. And in Group D, Samsung Galaxy and Royal Never Give Up lead the way. Group B plays their first games of the tournament tomorrow. And that's scheduled for tomorrow. The action continues for 6 more group stage matches, kicking off at 4 p.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. p.m. Korea Standard Time. First up, see the defending champs in action for the first time at Worlds 2016 as SK Telecom T1 takes on Cloud9. Then LMS's champs, Flash Wolves, face China's IMA. So gentlemen, that's just the first 2 of the 6 matches, but I turn to you. What perhaps is the match of the 6 that you're most looking forward to tomorrow?
And we're starting the day with a showstopper. This is SKT versus C9. This is SKT Impact now. C9 Impact taking on his old team, world champions on both sides. This is one that sells itself. Super hype.
It's going to be a fantastic cast, too, I've been told.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah?
Who's
Why
on
is
it?
that?
Wait,
huh?
Papa Smithy's on there.
That's true. That's
oh,
true.
all right. Okay, well, then
At
I'll
least
give
they
it to
got
you.
Papa Smithy.
All right, well, yeah.
Somebody's got to carry Krepo.
Oh.
That was such a downer way to end the note. Tell me something happy, Crumbs.
NA won more than the U?
There it is. All right, well, be sure to stick around after the show for a look at all the day's action as Riv sits down with Jat and Officio in an all-new Worlds tonight. That's going to do it for us, though. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and everyone here in San Francisco, thank you for joining us on opening day of the 2016 World Championships, and we'll see you back here tomorrow as the competition continues.
Teams stand poised to try and raise the Summoners Cup from defending champions, SK Telecom T1. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for every region, every team, and all the players here at Worlds.
We are now loading onto the Rift for Game 1 of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. A trick spots him down to 100 HP, and Darshan gets sniped, and it's 2 kills for Counter Logic Gaming. Expect free engagements.
Let's go, Jace. Go back, go back. End again.
What alive! There's the snipe! He's gonna take him down!
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go, boys!
Good job, guys.
One more attack will do it. Smurf gets himself the kill. Chased down by Peanut, and it's the last man standing. Rox's newest player, their jungler, Peanut. Kuro takes one of the other ones, and now Smurf will fall. It would have been a penta, but scumbag Kuro steals it away.
We're finally at Worlds, guys, so this is our time to show up.
Go for the jump off to the side, getting away from the axe, but it's going to be enough damage for Mountain. One more chop.
Yeah.
Mazda stun, no stop.
Mazda is stunned. Mazda is dead. Nice.
That is an ace. That's going to be Baron and AHQ with a significant lead.
Flash for flash. Oh, Gano! Kobe's down. A new challenger appears. Kobe's looking for more. Flash away. Mickey saves Kobe. Flash forward, Sonic Wave, Dragon's Rage, Sven Scarron gets the kill! MLXG's not done, Mata finds double and Uzi gets the triple kill! RNG destroy the hometown heroes!
Nice, caralho. Dá pra levar isso aqui? Vamos. Eu vou roubar o Dragon. Levamos o Dragon. Eu tô pressionando aqui.
Micah's on 200 HP. Roland. Oh, no! Yang gets a goal! They're taking down the LPL, and Brazil has done it!
kills for Counter Logic Gaming. Expect re-engages, cannot find Darshan, and that's 4 already. Perks the last one alive. There's the snipe.
Good evening and welcome everyone to Worlds Tonight, 2016 edition. I am Rivington Bisland III here, joined by Joshua Jat Leesman and Martin DeFicio Lunga. We're looking at opening day right now, which wrapped up here in San Francisco just a little while ago. Some crazy things we'll talk about Martin's sadness in just a bit. We got to look at groups A, C, and D today, shaking things up. And our first match really coming out of the transatlantic clash. Everybody was waiting for it. It's been the long-awaited match, and oh boy, did it deliver.
Yeah, DeFicio, what did you think of that game? I thought it was a tremendous display of League of Legends.
I mean, I actually think CLG played extremely well. So instead of like flaming G2 specifically, I actually rather praise CLG in this game. I think some of the shot calling they showed was fantastic. They didn't have any surprise picks. It was actually very standard pick coming from them, but just much better, game plan than G2.
Yeah, and I really love their strategy, getting the strength in the bottom lane, and then just the way they were able to maneuver around their objectives. Like right here when the Jace was off in the side lane without teleport, they just very easily get the Baron buff. Then they transitioned it into later team fights, and they knew their limits, right? Stixxay was able to sustain up. This was after a really long fight that happened around the inhibitor. And then I think he flashes over wall to the 2 carries of G2 to eliminate them here in this fight. CLG actually looked incredible in this game.
Yeah, I said this during the cast, it doesn't matter if G2's, let's say solo laners in this case had better picks and were actually winning the solo lanes, that Trick, were looking like the better jungler on paper. It doesn't matter because CLG actually was the better team and they were able to just coordinate plays in the bottom lane around when Sven was alone or when Expect wasn't ready to teleport, which was actually kind of odd because he didn't TP multiple times in this game, and it just gave so many advantages to CLG on the bottom side.
Right, and I'm sorry, DeFicio, but things just did not get any better. H2K in their debut match against AHQ as a tongue twister, and that also fell the same way.
And this was one of the uglier games we had today, actually, because there was a little bit of an advantage for H2K, and they had a bit of an opportunity to win, but it definitely didn't start well for them with that first split up in the top side.
No, and honestly, this was a game where it went a lot like expected, where H2K would do well early game, stronger laners than HQ had, but then now you see mid game already, and you start seeing these mistakes where H2K are setting up weird plays while they don't actually have to, and also they have zero control of the map. Ends up being a big Baron fight. HQ obviously wins the Baron fight in the end, where Arn flashes over. Check him out there on your replay.
That was just such a gorgeous flash from Arn. It was also the first Jinx we got to see at this World Championship. I thought he played it pretty well, and you wouldn't have expected him to be playing that into Forgiven's lane when you're thinking about Forgiven's reputation as a laner, but they did it just fine, and they ended up pulling out this pretty late game 47-minute victory.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of HQ of last year, honestly, where they also have some of these late game
gold graph. It's very close, and then
it's early game team on the side of H2K, late game team for HQ, and they couldn't close.
Absolutely, but we did see the biggest surprise of the day when CB LOL's INTZ pulled out a monumental upset against LPL's Edward Game.
I had no idea what was happening in this game because this was completely unexpected. They beat the best team from China, by far the best team from China coming into this. And Yang and Revolta played so well during this
They dismantled the EDG.
Oh, I love this one. K-Love is dashing in a straight line when Asher flies at him, and he's like, oh, okay, got hit, and then Revolta again. And honestly, yeah, what happened? Well, Yang and Revolta happened in this game here. They honestly camped and destroyed the top lane. They were the big carries in team fights as well. It's impressive to see that kind of performance.
It's crazy that this happened on day one, too, because this is perhaps, as far as expectations going into the match, the largest upset we've had in Worlds history.
Absolutely. It's been amazing so far, but also in a much anticipated matchup, we did see LPL, Royal Never Give Up, finally get on that board against TSM in the final match.
And just judging, from performance on day one, then RNG actually looks like a stronger team than EDG, because obviously, of course, EDG lost. But while this was a risky or a poor start by RNG, we only got to see MLXG die. We don't want to see the rest. There's some NA producers that just cut away from the rest. We don't want to show that.
He killed Hecarim. Look at Chris scared his
Great play. Great play.
Solid carries. Look at that gold graph, though. It just
I should have cut that off as well. They should have kept it when they were actually heading. Don't be like cut.
TSM only plays until 32 minutes. That was their average game time in the summer split. After that, the game doesn't matter anymore. But really, the reason the goal graph happened like this is because RNG had such a good team fighting composition, and TSM wasn't able to close the game before that point. So once RNG got to the team fight phase, they just demolished TSM.
And even if RNG didn't have, you know, a sick team fighting comp, I think they probably still would actually won the game because Mata was just an absolute god on Alistar. Like,
You were wondering, he kind of had a wake-up period, but he got there.
You know, he slumped for the entire playoffs in the OPL, has his boot camp now, comes into Worlds, gets Alistar in the remade game. He didn't pick Alistar in the first game, but got it in the second one, and just completely destroyed TSM. Doublelift got caught out like 5 times in this game by just Mata flashing on him.
Crazy stuff. And with 6 games down, every group besides B has 2 teams tied at 1, who's still, with 2 rather, still looking for a win.
I feel like Group C is the most fascinating one at this point. I think overall in the day, you weren't expecting TSM to lose. I was giving it a 60-40 yesterday, but by the time that game rolled around, watching EDG lose to INTZ, because you judge a lot based on region, right? And COG looked good, you're thinking, okay, NA's really strong, oh, China's not looking that strong. Clearly TSM's gonna have a good chance in this one. No, that's actually not what happens. World is crazy as usual.
I guess we saw like a few trends maybe, like European teams macro-wise was extremely poor today. Like watching H2K run around Baron, you know, for 10 minutes, basically giving HQ time to scale, not even understanding to put a ward behind the Baron pit in the first place.
Right.
That is really, really poor macro execution in the mid to late game. G2 got out-shot-called by CLG, honestly, in the bottom lane. So the European teams really need to step up, you know, their understanding of how to play the map.
I'm gonna give you time to talk about it in a little bit. Don't worry, DeFicio. The teams of Group B get their shot on stage tomorrow with the reigning world champions, SK Telecom T1, facing off against Cloud9, while the LMS's Flash Wolves will make their debut against LPL's IMA. After that, Group D takes over, followed by Group C to wrap up the day. We'll look ahead in just a minute, but for everyone watching in client, check out youtube.com/LOL Esports for the full version of Worlds Tonight.
So, DeFicio.
No.
The big story, let me know what you think about TSM. Let me know what you think about Europe. Every European team plays.
Day there, DeFicio, bro.
Yeah, so I've already cried quite a bit for about an hour backstage, you know, after Splyce lost again. I did expect Splyce to lose, obviously, against Samsung. The first 2 games were the surprises for me. And honestly, it wasn't even the fact they lost. It was just how poorly they played in the mid to late game that disappointed me. Because both G2 and H2K actually had good starts to the game. You know, that first ball on top lane looked fine with expect, and H2K got a small lead. I'm like, okay, this is looking fine. And then everything just goes wrong. G2 reacted much slower than CLG. Whenever CLG made plays on the bottom lane, and G2 would like walk in one by one and just end up dying. And H2K obviously just had no idea what to do in the mid to late game and just bought or gave so much time to AHQ. So this was a super, super rough day as a European fan. Of course, I'm glad I have you guys here to help me.
It'll be okay.
I think they're gonna bounce back. I think already tomorrow, like H2K needs to get some revenge, and they're playing INTZ, who obviously had a great game today. Like, H2K has to almost win that game to bounce back in this group. If you go down 0-2 already, it looks almost impossible to get out.
It does. Or sometimes if you go up 9-0, then you can go 0-10 sometimes. But to kind of just branch off of the G2 match, that was CLG's debut match here at Worlds. They were able to get that victory, and that was a big question as well.
I thought Xsmithy looked super good in that game, Riv. And I thought COG in general looked really good in that game. He was obviously the player of the game in that matchup. But his Olaf, I think, he was playing Olaf before they got the coaching help of Rainover, but I do think it was influenced a little bit as far as his ability to path in the early game. I thought Stixxay and Aftermoon were completely on point. I thought Darshan, even though he lost lane by about 1 trillion CS, had the most impactful teleports, and it was very much like the impact he was having at MSI.
Yeah.
And it almost looked like Summer Split didn't happen for COG. Hey, they're great after MSI. Look at how strong these guys can be. Don't worry about those 3 months where we meandered about in North America and finished 4th. We're here, guys, because it seemed like they pretty much just picked up right where they left off in Shanghai.
That was kind of just taking that team and putting it in here. Another thing we have to talk about, obviously one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen. You said it, bigger than the kaboom. INTZ taking down Edward Gaming.
I'm still recovering from that one a little bit. I didn't expect it to happen in any way. Like, no, I think in some ways, now that we've been able to reflect a little bit, obviously Yang and Revolta played well, but EDG was not prepared for that game. And any way, shape, or form. They didn't seem to have a plan. I think they were expecting to just win every lane by about 30 CS and then naturally win team fights and siege them because they didn't have map rotations, they didn't have good gank timings, and they got completely abused.
I mean, you wouldn't have picked the Irelia top lane in this kind of game when you actually had a really good composition. Otherwise, for the top lane who's not been a carry, you know, on your team, all split long, you wouldn't just randomly give him Irelia if you really, really respected your opponent. So actually, I think EDG got punished for that. I think also in the Rocks Tigers game earlier against Albus Nox, you know, they also got kind of surprised in the first 10 minutes. There was a lot of action happening.
Exactly.
They managed to bounce back, obviously, and actually win that game. But EDG, once they fell behind, it was like they didn't even know what hit them. And Mouse just kept getting ganked over and over.
And is that to be seen as kind of a big worry? Will they just kind of shake that off? Because we expect it to almost be kind of TSM-esque. Like we saw TSM RNG. TSM ahead in the early, and then RNG takes it back. Is EDG going to come back to that form where they just take games back?
I think it's a big worry, but I still think they're going to be okay in that group. I don't think there's any other Titans in that group where if they lose one game, they're not going to be able to get it back. But the fact that it was able to happen when there's supposed to be this undefeated, dominant Chinese team is very worrying. They need to play a lot better.
Yeah, and also just looking at individual player performance, which you can sometimes judge more from just one game than like the entire team. You had obviously Mouse getting destroyed up in the top lane. You had really no one else stepping up other than the bottom lane in this game. Like Deft and Mako, they won the laning phase, and that was it. Like Clearlove actually didn't do anything in this game. Revolta was way more impactful than he was. So I was kind of disappointed looking at some of the individual players on EDG in a game like this, because they should individually either be, you know, even in Mouse case, like as good as Yang, but he was actually worse than Yang completely. And then, of course, the rest of the members then you would expect to actually be better. These are world-class players, #1 team in LPL. No, they actually didn't shine except for the bot lane, and that just wasn't enough to really carry the game for EDG. So really disappointed in them, but I think INTZ deserved that win. They actually played it really well. They closed it out. It's just great for them.
And the thing I'm really fascinated about really quickly is what does this actually mean for INTZ in the group? Because
they can get out.
They can actually get out now. The H2K AHQ game did not look clean. Everyone was expecting a 6-0 from EDG and maybe even like an 0-6 or a 1-5 from INTZ. When they beat the best team right off the bat like that, it could happen. They got to be really excited now.
All right. Well, as we said earlier, we will get our first look at Group B starting tomorrow with SKT versus C9. Gentlemen, care to throw up a prediction?
Even if I flipped a coin, I'd be like substantially better than the analyst desk today. I think they were combined something like 2-8 in their
rough
predictions.
day for the analyst desk.
I'm going to say the only thing that's been consistent so far in this tournament is actually the Korean teams. You know, they've actually won their games. Samsung beat Splyce, obviously Rocks Tigers beat Albus earlier. I think SKT comes into this game as a slight favorite, but I actually don't think it's by a lot. I think C9 has a lot of ways they can win these games. It's only a best out of one, and there's so many question marks with SKT. Bengi obviously playing in the jungle. We don't know how he's going to perform because we have barely seen him for most of the summer split where Blank has been playing most of the time. So I have a lot of question marks, you know, when it comes to SKT. I do trust the late game a lot. So it's going to be like a battle of can C9 snowball early or can SKT take it to late game?
So if the coin fell, which side would you want it to fall on, Jet? I have to ask.
Wanted or expecting it?
No. So I don't think any of these games have been easy to predict.
Agreed.
I'll just say C9. I don't think that SKT necessarily has the early group output as far as things normally go. I think as far as Worlds has gone in the past few years, SKT and Korean teams have actually started a little bit slow. I still think SKT is the best team in the group, but we're going to have some differences on this desk. I think C9, especially with the way COG played and the wildness that has happened at Worlds so far, have some chances to win. I'm going to
a little bit of that hometown love may come shining through for Cloud9. So we'll get a look at that first matchup first thing tomorrow, I should say. But for now, that is all from us here at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. From us here in San Francisco, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you back here tomorrow as the 2016 League of Legends World Championship continues.
And it's 2 kills for Counter Logic Gaming. Expect free engagements cannot find our shot, and that's 4